I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. City and meeting. There's a significant increase in all my statistics. The rank 5 Chemoyan Emperor bloodline is truly terrifying. Leylin let loose a sigh of satisfaction at the sight of his status. The giant Chemoyan serpent bloodline originally provided additional bloodline power to a warlock, and once it evolved, this support only grew greater in magnitude. Leylin could feel this royal bloodline changing his body with every breath, breaking even into his true soul and coloring it a slight red. His soul force was constantly being strengthened. Although this Chemoyan Emperor bloodline helped me achieve rank 5, even to be considered strong amongst radiant moons, it isn't without its consequences. Leylin could not help but think of the feeling he had when he was being spied upon at that time. The Snake Dowager's attention from the purgatory world had left him nervous and uneasy to this day. He could not help but put an extra effort into improving his strength. He had a premonition that the moment he chose to fight the Snake Dowager, even betray her, the bloodline in his body would lead to an unpredictable end. Leylin could not help but recall the situation when he met the two Chemoyan dukes. As he'd already advanced to Radiant Moon himself and even awakened the Chemoyan Emperor's bloodline, he'd felt like he could completely bypass their willpower and give them any commands he wished. They would likely carry out his orders even if he told them to die. As for Freya, she'd already fallen completely into his control, from her body to her spirit. This feeling of controlling everything about another person really had Leylin somewhat intoxicated. Everything naturally came from the Chemoyan Emperor's innate skill of control. However, this had also given Leylin an idea of the type of control the Snake Dowager would have over serpents. If, by any chance, there was conflict between them, Leylin didn't have any confidence in himself. The laboratory door opened with a bang and Freya stood up with a pleasant surprise. Leylin. Is the experiment proceeding smoothly? Shortly after, she sharply noticed that Leylin was a little different from usual. After being in a daze for a while, Freya then pursed her lips in astonishment. Your body's aura, why has it fallen back to Morning Star? Very smoothly. Leylin smiled. Behind him, another Leylin with a deeper aura walked out. Even you didn't notice the anomaly at first. It seems like the spiritual imprint was also very successful. This is your Morning Star clone. Freya looked at the Leylin who came out first and her eyes sparkled. Yes. Although my main body will remain in the Morning Star area, there are still matters that I have to resolve in the outside world. The Morning Star clone nodded before turning around and walking out. In its stead, the real Leylin walked up, looking at Freya's slightly bulging stomach with a smile. Through the bloodline's reaction and the ability of the Chemoyan Emperor, he could clearly sense a tiny life growing sturdily in there. It wasn't just the child. Freya was growing as well, although in another sense. Her strength had skyrocketed from one who'd just stepped into the crystal phase, and at some point, she'd unknowingly broken through to the limits of rank 3. With how her bloodline was constantly being purified, there was a chance she'd break through to Morning Star. All of this was, of course, due to Leylin's imperceptible influence. The two dukes hadn't gained much, but with Freya, there was an obvious increase in power. Scary. Is this also the ability of the royal bloodline? Subtly influencing and transforming one's own kind, evolving them to become more powerful. The power of a royal bloodline is truly frightening. To subtly influence and transform one's kin, evolving them into a more powerful state. Leylin's pupils sparkled. He had finally experienced the true terror of a royal bloodline. Not only could it amplify his individual military might, but it could also upgrade his entire clan. If he stayed at the Ouroboros clan for 100 years, most of the rank 1 Manxstray bloodlines would probably evolve to rank 3, becoming Black Horal Snake bloodlines. As for Black Horal Snake warlocks themselves, they stood a chance of becoming pureblood Chemoyan warlocks. The bloodlines of many of the royal families would grow even purer due to Leylin's existence. Of course, all of this was also related to the distance between them and Leylin. For example, Freya, who was closest to him, experienced the deepest influence from his radiation and aura, showing results in just a few months' time. AI. Chip. Establish mission. Maintain the current radiation from the regal bloodline that is influencing the community and form an energy tower that will be in this eternal state. Leylin commanded. Beep. Mission established regal bloodline's influence on the community. Beginning to gather the main body's radiation, simulating the AI. Chip responded quickly. Leylin would certainly not treat himself unfairly. making himself a breeding machine or radiation source. To enhance the strength of all the Chemoyan warlocks, he would instead build a tower that radiated similar energy to his. As he was looking at the smiling Freya, Leylin suddenly grew dazed. His field of vision shifted, going past the Morning Star area to arrive at the dim subterranean world. In an ornate office, Selene caressed a stomach with an even greater bulge on it, a faint loneliness in her face. Through the Chemoyan Emperor's power of control, nearly all of the descendants of the Chemoyan bloodline in the Magus world could be seen by Leylin, and he had control over them. Of course, Leylin's preparations weren't limited to Freya alone. Besides his wife on the surface, he also entered intimate relationships with many female warlocks. It was obviously voluntary, they'd done it to obtain his bloodline. In fact, there were even a few duels that had broken out in private as many of them fought for such a place. The growth of my bloodline has begun. Leylin himself was also unclear about how he felt in his heart, and ended up just sighing. An astral gate flashed with brilliant light, and Leylin's Morning Star clone stepped through the curtain of light and onto the floor of his Magus tower. Welcome back, Master. To the tower's spirit genie, this clone who had the same energy waves as the main body and was familiar with all the traps and passwords would be a master as well. Okay, time to see the two dukes. The current Leylin could be said to be the backbone of the Ouroboros clan, and all major decisions needed his permission. Although it was still possible to contact him through secret imprints, there was still a large amount of information and even documents to sign and the like. A physical body was still required to resolve that type of thing. Ever since Leylin had purified his bloodline into that of a Chemoyan emperor, Gilbert and Emma no longer treated him like a junior. Instead they gave him the sort of respect one would their liege. Perhaps strength was a part of the reason why, but the main cause was probably the royal bloodline's natural coercion and secret influence. With regards to this, Leylin could only shake his head. After meeting the two dukes who were evidently slightly trembling with fear, Leylin plunged into a sea of documents. Fortunately, with the AI chip's assistance, he handled these matters with blazing speed while still avoiding even the slightest of errors. After finishing up all these miscellaneous affairs, Leylin left Phosphorescent Swamp to arrive at a commoner's city. This was Boar City, located at the borders of the Black River domain. It had constantly suffered the tragedies of war for decades as it bordered the warlocks' territory. Although it seemed desolate, humans had a natural knack for survival. By the time Jupiter's lightning changed chiefs and the war ceased, this place had regained its prosperity once more. Many horses, mules and scooters pushed their way through on the streets that were filled with the pungent smell of feces. Mercenaries in leather armor, businessmen with accounting books, clowns with colorful faces, there were all sorts of scenes in this bustling city. All sorts of bars and hotels were open round the clock, and some drunkards could be seen lying limp at the corners of the streets. These people were ultimately dragged away by patrols and thrown in jail without any regard for propriety. Unless someone bailed them out, they could only be forced into labor. Due to the war, ordinary people in the Ouroboros clan's territory will have to rebuild their homes. Furthermore, many new settlers are moving in here. Thus the marketplace is born. Watching the flourishing and booming scene, Leylin thought of a reason instantly. Without stopping his footsteps, he directly came to the downtown commercial street, entering the most luxurious and beautiful cold beverage store. Leylin was currently wearing a gold-rimmed tuxedo restricted to nobles. With the enchanting face resulting from his being a warlock, unknown numbers of waitresses blushed as they looked at him. However, he was already immune to such scenes. Minding his own business, he came before a seat. "Can I sit here?" The girl sitting opposite him had a freckled face with vestiges of baby fat still on it. She could not be considered very pretty, and could likely disappear within a crowd. Yet, if one paid close attention, they would realize she had a special temperament to her. This special girl currently had her face stuffed with desserts, one hand holding tightly onto a cone of ice cream while the other constantly sent fries dipped in ketchup to her mouth. There were also many discarded food boxes piled up into a small, thick mountain at the side. It was unknown how she'd managed to digest that much food. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you here for 2 days." The girl mumbled with a full mouth. Her speech was blurry with all the food in it. She casually swept away the messy snacks that were in front of Leylin and made an inviting gesture. Leylin sat down without any restraint. Right at this moment, he seemed to hear the sound of many hearts shattering, and many jealous gazes were directed onto the girl. "Say, Leylin looked at the girl pigging out opposite him with a bizarre look in his pupils. If people knew that the person they were being hostile to was a female magus, and even a rank 5 radiant moon magus, what would their expressions be like? That would certainly be very interesting. You have to understand my problem. I've been a soul for 3,572 years, and have never been able to enjoy these. The girl said resentfully. The glutton in deduction on the commercial street, a handsome guy and a girl who was a glutton sat face to face inside a dessert and drinks store. They appeared to be a common couple just like any other, but their conversation would have terrified anyone who heard it. And yet, due to some unknown reason, the surrounding customers and waiters in the vicinity acted like they did not hear a word of their conversation, preoccupied with their own things. The only thing was that a few beautiful girls and waitresses stared daggers at the girl seated opposite Leylin. If looks could kill, the girl would have been killed 1,000,000 times over. Haha, this is such a great feeling. The jealousy of others is so amazing, perfect. I feel so blessed. The female magus was full of joy, twinkling little stars ready to burst out of her eyes. Yet, Leylin was not easily fooled by such fake displays of emotion. He was very clear on how cunning the freak sitting opposite him was. After all, even Xianxia had fallen into her trap. Stop beating around the bush. So, rank 5 magus, ruler of Jupiter's lightning, what is it that you want from me? Leylin asked in a low tone, his arms crossed with his elbows on the table, covering his face. This female magus opposite him was the current leader of Jupiter's lightning, and there was a high possibility that she'd taken care of Xianxia to usurp his throne. Just a while ago, she'd contacted Leylin and requested a meeting here. Needing more information, Leylin had made the trip. Wait till I finish this ice cream strawberry pie, I've wanted it for quite a while. These things weren't even there in my era, whichever magus created this is truly a genius. The girl was still trying hard to stuff a strawberry pie topped with ample cream pudding into her mouth, her fingers fully occupied by the white ice cream. Let me introduce myself. I'm Melinda. I guess you can call me Xianxia's teacher, sort of, the girl blurted out. Leylin's pupils shimmered a little. AI. Chip. Search this name in the database. The AI. Chip responded quickly. Beep. Searching history database. 391 matches for Melinda. Refining criteria. Rank 5 and above, no matches. Even in Leylin's database that had been strengthened with nearly the entire knowledge of the Great Library, there was not a single mention of this female magus. If she wasn't using an alias, then she must have had another title that was more widely known. As for her real name, it was probably long buried in the past. So Melinda, you only asked me out to enjoy desserts with you. Leylin's stare turned a little cold. Okay, fine. Melinda tried to gobble down the pie quickly, only stopping after she finished a cup of apple juice. Lastly, she wiped the crumbs off her fingers with the tissues on the table. After she cleaned up, Leylin felt a sudden change in her. It was as if she'd suddenly matured completely, having something special in her aura. Great job getting rid of my student, young magus. She looked at Leylin like a kind senior encouraging him. Leylin rolled his eyes, you're the one who got rid of your student. Leylin wasn't really surprised by her split personality. Existing as a soul for thousands of years would change anyone, even a highly intelligent magus. Put into perspective, Melinda's condition was relatively mild. Worse things had happened in the past, such as a spirit magus engaging in bloody massacre after walking out of a ruin. Is that so? Oh ha ha ha, I'd almost forgotten. I warned poor little Xianxia about the dangers in making the Pond of Lamentation. One would be counterattacked by all the spirits if they ran out of power. Melinda changed emotions instantly, appearing to be really sad for Xianxia. Watching the show she was putting up, Leylin confirmed his suspicions on Xianxia's death. He decided to keep as far away from this woman as he could in the future. Leylin began to lose patience, and cut straight into the topic. Anyway, it's great that Xianxia's dead and the battle between the Jupiter's Lightning and the Ouroboros clan has ceased. So, what did you call me here for today? Realizing Leylin's urgency, Melinda spoke her true intentions. Right, are you interested in partnering up with me to kill a monarch? Kill a monarch? You're a nutcase. Meeting you here today was the worst decision I've ever made. Leylin's face turned a cold white as he stood up from his chair. Hee. Wait a moment, Lil, Magus, I'm just joking. However, it really is a good idea for us to ally with each other when dealing with the Blazing Flame Monarch. Melinda seemed to have switched personalities again. Do you have any grudge against the Blazing Flame Monarch? Leylin asked, seemingly having suppressed his anger as he sat down again. To be honest, he played a big part in my death back then. Melinda smiled wryly as she revealed a bit of her secret past, and I don't think I need to mention his relationship with you warlocks. I have much more information about him than you do. Here you go. An hour later, Leylin left the dessert store speechlessly. He'd been forced to foot the bill. Refusing to take another glance at Melinda, he transformed into a ray of light as he left the city. In the midst of his quick movement, he was running through what she'd said. She was supposedly best friends with the Blazing Flame Monarch, but they'd fallen out due to some matter and he'd plotted against her. It had cost her her life, and she'd been turned into a spirit body struggling for life. It was much later that she met Xianxia, helping him become a radiant moon magus and set up Jupiter's lightning. She'd used some means to regain her life, and now she'd definitely be a thorn in the Blazing Flame Monarch's eye. Therefore, she'd sealed her aura using an arcane art, but it was just a matter of time before he found out that she had come back to life. This was why she'd been eager to acquire his support. However, Leylin did not believe a single part of these craps. Leylin didn't believe a single ounce of her crap, but his plight was somehow similar to hers. Thus, he would love to have the necessary help, and would continue to be cordial on the surface. You will see my sincerity in future. These were the exact words Melinda had left behind before they separated, but Leylin was still in doubt. Someone who'd kill her very own student to revive herself wasn't very reliable. Even though he was no kind soul himself, he still detested those magi who were tricky and cunning. It was probably because like poles repelled. Found you. An explosion sounded as fire started to bubble, forming a crimson ocean in front of Leylin. The bubbling flames formed an enormous human face, terrifying rank 5 energy blocking Leylin's path. Scorching hot flames that could burn even spacetime away caused the surroundings to turn into a formless mass. The laws of fire. Breaking dawn magus. You're the Blazing Flame Monarch. Leylin blurted out while he was swaying and cursing Melinda in his heart. Melinda. Damn that woman. However, the giant face did not bother replying to Leylin. A mass of crimson light hit directly engulfed him. Breaking dawn magi could begin to comprehend laws, advancing to rank 7 when they fully grasped them. Leylin was incapable of handling such a thing as the law of fire right now. Leylin's layered defense collapsed in a flash of light, the massive will crushing into his body like a mountain crashing down on an egg. It even bored into his sea of consciousness. Pow! Leylin immediately turned fierce, a mass of destructive power arising directly within his sea of consciousness, forming a horrifying thunderstorm. Rumble! The violent explosion was engulfed by the crimson sea of fire. A vague voice sounded out, "It's actually a clone." That's a pretty good cover-up. Fire elemental particles were activated just by the voice, causing their density in the region to increase tremendously. Beep. Spiritual. Imprint is self-destructed. The AI chip notified emotionlessly within the Morning Star area. Leylin was absorbed in looking at the last images sent by the clone. He had only lost a clone. As long as he had enough resources, he could easily make more with some time in the AI chip. It was actually more difficult to observe a Breaking Dawn magus attack. The death of a clone caused only a little loss in soul force, while the death of the main body would cause great damage to a clone. The relationship between the two was never balanced. The Blazing Flame Monarch, someone who can control the laws of fire, Leylin murmured, data and equations flashing past his eyes as the AI chip slowly deduced data on the battle might of the monarch. AI chip. Simulate combat with the Blazing Flame Monarch. Beep. Simulation has begun. With the sound of the AI chip, numerous images flashed into and out of Leylin's vision, the future seeming to hold infinite possibilities. The AI chip couldn't predict the future even with its current calculative power, but he was confident in its deductions for combat after a few optimizations, even if the opponent was a Breaking Dawn Monarch. Beep. Deduction complete. Battle results between Host and Blazing Flame Monarch. Host being badly injured and fleeing, 15.7%, host dies and the opponent is lightly injured, 45.3%, 39% unknown. The AI chip concluded. Advancement and meet up. Leylin's expression changed when he saw the deduction produced by the AI chip. That's to say, if I meet the Blazing Flame Monarch, there's only half a chance of success. And I die in the other half as well. Leylin narrowed his eyes at the result. Although a 20% chance of surviving a Breaking Dawn magus attack was actually quite reasonable, it still felt rather low for Leylin. Were he to meet the Blazing Flame Monarch today, It was too much of a risk for him to bet on that 39% unknown result. Looking at the vague data, Leylin guessed it was probably due to all the secrets about himself that he kept. Thus, there would be more such unknown results. He didn't dare to bet on his luck. Is the blazing flame monarch really that powerful? Or is it that all breaking dawn magi are just that strong? Leylin stroked his chin. He felt like there was a huge gap among breaking dawn magi, entirely dependent on their ability to comprehend laws. No matter what, the most important thing is to increase my power. Leylin flipped his palm over to reveal a piece of flaming red ruby, releasing waves of mysterious energy. This was the phoenix egg, something that was great for the soul. Leylin had used it previously to increase his soul force to the peak of Morning Star, unable to extract more afterwards. At that point in time, his true soul had already reached its maximum capacity, unable to store any more soul force. Now that he'd advanced to Radiant Moon, the true soul was like a vase that had grown bigger, now able to store a greater amount. The phoenix egg was currently a great cure for the soul damage from the death of his clone. The lava world is currently in the hands of Wade and Melinda. I can use our alliance to get a chance to enter it, collecting the remaining scattered pieces of the phoenix egg. Leylin rugged his chin. The mysterious creature called the Phoenix had been of great help to Leylin. Wade and Melinda would have acquired all the easily obtainable pieces, but he still wanted to give it a shot. This current fragment is good enough to last me a long while, though. A miniature phantom of the Chemoyan Emperor appeared behind Leylin's back. A stream of black flames shot out of his fingertip as well, coiling onto the Ferocor stone. With the assistance of Fireplume, streams of pure soul force flowed out of the phoenix egg. Like water from a clear spring, Leylin was joyous as his true soul was rejuvenated, the speck of dullness caused by the fall of his clone quickly being filled up again by a brilliant glow. Soul force which seemed as taintless as the moon spread continuously, filling up his true soul and rapidly advancing it towards the half-moon stage. Awesome yet terrifying, what a unique soul force. Leylin heaved a sigh as he glanced at the message by the AI. Chip, beep. Large quantity of phoenix egg essence has been absorbed by host. Soul force increasing, spiritual force strengthening. Beep. Host status has changed, recalculating statistics. Leylin was shocked by the AI. Chip's notification as he realized the rapid increase in his soul force and spiritual force. His soul force had reached 161 units in just a few short seconds. The moon that was his true soul shone brightly, almost at the half-moon stage. His spiritual force was stimulated by the abundant soul force as well, so much so that the sharp increase even burdened his body. Leylin stopped extracting essence from the fragments once he realized something was wrong. His statistics had changed drastically once more. The AI chip finished its recalculation. Leylin Farlier, rank 5 Warlock. Bloodline, Chemoyan Emperor, complete body, strength, 76, agility, 62, vitality, 138.9, spiritual force, 1613.7 magic power. 1613 magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force, soul force. 161 new moon. Gazing at the shrunken phoenix's egg in his palm, Leylin murmured to himself, my spiritual force has increased by nearly 300 units in one shot. And my soul force by 30. If I were to absorb the entire egg, my true soul would probably advance to the peak of full moon. But, Leylin smiled bitterly. Such a growth rate placed an extreme burden on his body. Unlike the Chemoyan Emperor's bloodline, the phoenix egg would only support the advancement of his soul force, rather than give him holistic development over a period of time. Such an increase in a single element was troubling Leylin greatly. It was the main reason why he couldn't just use the entire egg. The new plans to increase vitality need to be brought forward. Thankfully my Chemoyan Emperor bloodline is still growing, and it still has room to improve my vitality. Bloodlines greatly improved warlocks' physiques. Why do I feel like using my devouring ability to absorb the egg should yield a better result? Leylin's eyes brightened, and he ordered the AI chip to start simulations comparing it with his current method. It was a blessing for a magus to find any method to utilize such a rare object, but Leylin felt like he was being wasteful. Such rare objects could never be found normally, so he could not let even a tiny bit of it go to waste. Beep. Trial completed. Efficiency of absorption Fireplume, 87.8%, Devour, 92.6%. Devour also has a certain chance of inheriting the bloodline power of the ancient phoenix, inheriting the bloodline power. Leylin shook his head. If even the AI chip was vague about the result, It showed that not only was such a thing very troublesome, it really depended on luck. He was not very confident in his luck. It's not like it wasn't good, in fact, he was just like any other normal person, his luck good at times and bad at others. It's just that he would never rely on luck in such matters. If the efficiency of absorbing the soul force was higher while devouring it, Leylin would definitely use this method. However, he would not harbor hope for anything else. After all, the higher the cliff of expectation, the greater the fall. It seems like he'll be able to build up a foundation of soul force for the breakthrough to breaking dawn soon. Leylin could not help the tinge of excitement that was growing in his heart. This was rank 6. The realm of monarchs. Rank 6 magi were the elites among the magi of the central continent, its rulers. They even had the power to control and direct the continent's development. To be exact, once Leylin advanced to rank 6, he would hold his fate in his own hands in the Magus world. However, there was a huge problem at the moment. His bloodline still shackled him. To evolve from a giant Chemoian serpent warlock to a Chemoian emperor warlock had pushed Leylin's genes to their limits, and the AI chip had confirmed this. His bloodline would evolve no further. Great amounts of calculations and the help of the AI chip only managed to push the bloodline shackles from Morning Star to Radiant Moon. They still pressured down on him. On top of that, the attention of the Snake Dowager had disturbed Leylin further. He'd always been cautious of this mythical being. Her control of the darkness element was something Leylin's could not begin to compare to. It was definitely not a good sign for her to pay attention to him when he advanced to Radiant Moon. Leylin didn't like putting his safety in the hands of someone more powerful than him, viewing it as extremely pathetic. It was a viable option if he was weak, but now that he had the power to control his own future, he would only be a fool if he remained in hiding. Bloodline shackles and the Snake Dowager, maybe these two are two facets of the same problem. Leylin's eyes twinkled with rays of hope, as numerous possible methods were brought up in his mind only to be denied quickly. Many different possibilities for the future were quickly deduced. Suddenly, a call came for him, his book of imprints glowing. It was an imprint in the form of a funny clown face, a new one that was at the back. Leylin thought for a second and tapped on it. Melinda, you can actually send messages directly into the Morning Star area. You still owe me an explanation for what happened just now. It was such a coincidence that Leylin had been attacked by the Blazing Flame Monarch right after he parted ways with her. Thinking over the incident, Leylin refused to believe that it was just a coincidence. This Melinda's mysteriousness was the exact reason Leylin wouldn't develop a close relationship with her. He had the feeling that he would end up like Xianxia if he had trusted her, dumped mercilessly when he was no longer of use. Finally, Melinda replied after a long silence, "What would you do if I intentionally attracted the Blazing Flame Monarch's clone to test your ability? Plotting and reconnaissance, test my ability." Leylin sneered, "If it's true, I'll slaughter you and imprison your soul, having it burn for 1,000,000 years." The coldness in his voice seemed to drop the ambient temperature. "Haha, I'm just joking with you. It was definitely an accident." Melinda's voice had once again switched to that of a sweet little girl. "Anyway, I prepared a gift to make up for my dear brother's loss. Open up the astral gate." A gift. Leylin furrowed his brows, but soon arrived at his astral laboratory and opened up his gate. Flame-like blue light gathered together to form a passageway. Leylin was very cautious about Melinda. The astral stone energy that was inputted and the spell patterns only allowed for the transfer of non-living objects. If there was any invasion of external force or spiritual force, he would shut the passageway immediately. However, Melinda seemed to have been honest this time, and a black cube was sent through the gate. In spite of the high energy consumption, this was a popular way of transferring parcels in the central continent, especially among the Morning Stars of the Warlock Union. There were numerous seals on top of this black box. At first glance, there seemed to be an ice elemental rune that kept whatever was inside fresh. Leylin blew at it, and the rune on the surface of that black box split apart. The box then opened on its own, revealing its contents. A stench of blood immediately spread around the room. Ugh, what happened to this magus? Inside the box was the head of a magus. Worse still, Leylin was very familiar with him. It was the leader of the Magi who'd attacked him in Twilight Zone. This was the full moon magus who'd escaped from his attack. It's not just the face. The soul fluctuations match as well. Leylin nodded after a check by the AI chip. It was pretty easy for any magus to counterfeit a fake body part like the one before Leylin, but the lingering aura of the soul and the strong resentment were hard to fake. Hee hee, What do you think about this? His name is Marriott, the top lackey of the Blazing Flame Monarch. It took me great effort to get rid of him while the Blazing Flame Monarch was away. So, dear brother, are you satisfied with the surprise? Of course. I'm more than satisfied. Leylin's hand made a gesture and the head of Marriott floated into the air, the resentment on his face evident and the level of hatred accumulated beyond what words could describe. Dark magi could often extract memories and information from a fresh brain. Despite being a radiant moon magus, Marriott was still subjected to such means. This gift is definitely something more than just a surprise. To be able to kill a full moon magus, she was surely no less powerful than a breaking dawn monarch. Leylin had long understood that she could not be underestimated, having become a radiant moon right at rebirth. Even though Marriott had been severely injured by Leylin before he got killed, he could not deny the fact that she was incredibly powerful. I have to admit that you're good enough to work with me. Huge black flames shot out of Leylin's palm, and Marriott's head slowly melted under the heat until there was nothing left. Hee, you're the bees hold on for a sec, she's coming out. The little girl's voice turned mature once more. Hello there, young magus. We meet again. You freak. Here's another one with a split personality. Leylin rolled his eyes in secret. Let's get straight to the topic. Why do you want me? To get rid of the Blazing Flame Monarch. Are you interested? The female magus was frank and straightforward. This time, though, Leylin did not beat around the bush as he had before. Yes, but we aren't strong enough. I know the Blazing Flame Monarch's weakness, as well as when he'll be at his weakest. I've also roped in a few other friends. Melinda sounded very confident, evidently having an extraordinary understanding of the monarch as well as great amounts of intel on him. In that case, why look for me? Wade and Offa should be rather interested in this as well, right? Leylin stated his query. It's because you're the most powerful warlock in the Warlock Union. Furthermore, after the fall of the Blazing Flame Monarch, the fewer the participants the greater the benefits. If more people come and share the profits, it'd be such a shame. On top of that, those rotten old bloodline warlocks only focus on the warlock who's inherited a bloodline from a rank 6 being, which is just inflexible and short-sighted of them. Melinda seemed to have issues with the rank 5 warlocks in the Warlock Union. You can inform them of our operation of course, but I am sure they won't be interested. Even if you get them to come, you won't get any extra for it. This communication channel is extremely secure, so there's no need to be worried about eavesdropping or anything. I'll hand over this method later, so let's keep in contact in the future. Having said this, Melinda broke off the connection, leaving Leylin behind in deep thought. A long while later, Leylin touched his chin. It seems like Melinda's true identity shouldn't be simple. She might have a deep relationship with the Blazing Flame Monarch. In reality, Leylin was in favor of Melinda's methods. From the memories he extracted from Marriott's head, Leylin himself had acquired a lot of information and intel. At the very least, him chasing Leylin to Twilight Zone and attacking him there was confirmed to be by order of the monarch. With Leylin's temper, he would viciously fight back in answer. However, it was impossible to accede to Melinda's requests. Even if she suddenly became benevolent and did not try to backstab him, she would definitely possess most of the benefits. Leylin had no desire to tussle with a breaking dawn only to end up with nothing. It was very important to first conduct a few probes and rope in many people. Other magi might think Leylin and Melinda were lunatics, lacking the calm and rational judgment typical to magi. It was a joke for 2 radiant moons to even think of causing the fall of a breaking dawn magus. In reality, however, Leylin and Melinda were extremely confident in their own abilities, and could not be compared to regular radiant moons. However, at their cool appearance, an underlying fervent desire coursed through them. They both shared a common goal in seeking revenge, hence the formation of this paper-thin alliance. Who else did Melinda find though? Leylin had his doubts. There are at most over 20 radiant moon magi in the central continent, with 5 in our Warlock Union. Those who came up by themselves like Xianxia are extremely rare, and most are subservient to other monarchs. Could Melinda be thinking of convincing some other monarchs? There weren't that many radiant moon magi in the central continent, and even if there were hidden magi in large organizations, Leylin estimated that there definitely wouldn't be more than 30. He had eliminated 2 radiant moons who worked under the Blazing Flame Monarch. Along with Marriott, who Melinda had brought him, perhaps the monarch no longer had any subordinates of great power, having to come attack Leylin himself. This possibility was very likely. Perhaps there wasn't even a single radiant moon under the Blazing Flame Monarch now. And now, He probably held a deep-seated hatred towards the main causes of such a disaster, Leylin and Melinda. If not for the Morning Star area being renowned for having fended off Breaking Dawn Magi before, he would likely have rushed over long ago. As for Melinda, this woman was just too mysterious, and she might even have more trump cards than Leylin and definitely had aces up her sleeve. Leylin wouldn't bother worrying about her safety. I heard from her that after eliminating the Blazing Flame Monarch, I can get some amazing benefits. Leylin's pupils shone with light from the AI chip's large numbers of images and scenes flashed in front of him. The AI chip's processor had been stretched to the limit, and it had begun operations. Her words are very credible. In that case, I won't need to invite Wade and the rest. Of course, I can still get the Warlock Union to gather intel and stuff like that. Leylin made up his mind. It was not just the Warlock Union. Leylin was already preparing to command the Chemoyan warlocks in the Ouroboros clan to expend all effort on finding news regarding the Blazing Flame Monarch, especially anything that had to do with Melinda. He had a feeling that the relationship between the two was definitely not as simple as it seemed, and perhaps when the truth was revealed at the end, everyone would be shocked. However, rather than gathering information, Leylin was more focused on the information she had leaked. So there's a warlock in the Union whose bloodline has reached rank 6. Leylin's eyes began to flicker with intelligence. It should be that Radiant Moon warlock who hasn't shown himself yet. Even though his Chemoyan bloodline had risen to that of a Chemoyan emperor, his bloodline was still at rank 5, a level lower than a rank 6 bloodline. Such a person would only encounter bloodline shackles at the end of rank 6, which was much better when compared to a warlock like Leylin. Of course, before a rank 6 bloodline appeared, warlocks with rank 5 bloodlines could be said to be regal amongst warlocks, and they were the ones who had been supporting the Warlock Union. The inheritor of a rank 6 bloodline was their hope, someone who could cross over into Breaking Dawn and become a monarch of bloodlines. Rank 6 bloodline. I'm afraid the reason that Jeffrey and the rest invited me to help manage the Morning Star area is in order to increase its security. Leylin pondered silently. With a rank 6 bloodline appearing in that prophecy, all the high-ranked warlocks probably believed that that person would be their hope to rise once more. Leylin wasn't the least bit envious. No matter how talented a warlock was, they would still need to grow over a period of time. Those with high-ranked bloodlines would need even more time to develop, and before such a person matured, he was just a warlock that showed good potential. Leylin would happily encourage and guide the warlock along, even sending some items to him as an investment. However, if that warlock did not meet his requirements, he would need to be taught reality. And if the warlock started to hate him for it, he might just make the fellow disappear. No matter how much of a genius one might be, they were nothing before they had the chance to completely develop. As for the hopes of the Warlock Union to have a monarch among their ranks, Leylin had never bothered with that. He would never entrust his hope to someone else to accomplish. He could only rely on himself. Those Radiant Moon warlocks hid something so important from me, and I even had to find out from an outsider. At the thought of what the Radiant Moon warlocks had done, Leylin shook his head in disappointment. Of course, he was aware that the warlocks had their reasons. A bloodline monarch meant too much to the bloodline union, because that meant hope for the rise of warlocks. Hence, it was a necessity to dispose of any dangers before they could develop. Leylin's own background was mysterious and obscure, and he'd spent little time in reaching the realm of a rank 5 warlock. Not considering the possibility that he was a spy, the fact that he could go head-to-head with that genius had these warlocks frowning. It was good for one hero to take care of another, but in the Magus world two absolute geniuses who did not see eye to eye would likely end up hating each other. It was natural for the high-ranked warlocks to worry. Hence, they chose not to be direct, instead only mentioning it to Leylin in passing. Their line of thought was simple. Once that genius advanced to rank 6 and widened the gap between them, there would be nothing to worry about. Though he was aware of what these people who were originally his higher-ups were thinking, this did not mean Leylin agreed with them. The development of a rank 6 bloodline was terrifying. With the passage of time, he would eventually surpass Leylin. But, these high-ranked warlocks did not know that Leylin had a lot of trump cards up his sleeve, which was why they were more biased towards the other warlock. That was not surprising. It was impossible for Leylin not to have any opinions about the Warlock Union. However, he only cared about himself. Once he broke through the bloodline shackles to arrive at the realm of rank 6, these warlocks would come and surround him instead. In the Magus world, strength meant everything. Though it wasn't as if organizations were useless, but if there was a huge disparity between an organization's power and the individual's strength, it was like gilding the lily. At this thought, Leylin began to snicker as he tapped on a secret imprint in the shape of a bat. Your Highness Geoffrey. I have something to ask you. Leylin, I'll be there soon. These rank 5 warlocks all had their main bodies in the Morning Star area, so moving around was easy. Shortly after the call ended, Geoffrey arrived at Leylin's castle. Multicolored petals floated on hot tea, giving off hot steam and emanating a rich fragrance. A few adamantine maids served snacks and then bowed elegantly towards Leylin and Geoffrey before leaving quietly. Your Highness, these robot puppets of yours have great workmanship. There's something especially unique about their movements. Geoffrey watched the backs of these maids, seemingly deep in thought. In his opinion, Leylin's puppets were created with great precision, and they were at least at the level of a grandmaster alchemist. This was rare, and even Radiant Moons would have to expend some effort for it. The programming of these puppets was such that their movements carried a unique air. Their lack of stiffness was something to reflect upon. As most movements had been thought of and executed, the workmanship of the puppets had attained an even higher appraisal. Hee hee, it's something I did whilst bored. If your Highness likes it, I can send you a few. Leylin laughed. The blueprint was something stored in the AI chip from his previous world, and he had now used it only for some nostalgia. The etiquette in his previous world was different from that in the Magus world, and it was understandable that Geoffrey had noticed it. Ever since the inception of astral experiments, the Magus world had an increasing amount of contact with the other worlds. At most, Leylin's works would be believed to have some influence from other worlds, and there was nothing strange about it. After they made some small talk, Geoffrey finally cut to the chase. May I know what your Highness has invited me here for? Well, Leylin placed his teacup on the table slowly. I met the leader of Jupiter's lightning recently. This female magus, Melinda, invited me to attack the Flame Monarch's organization. Leylin summarized his experiences and, of course, omitted the content about Melinda inviting him to deal with the Flame Monarch himself together. That was just too crazy, which was why he merely mentioned attacking the other party's organization. Even so, that caused Geoffrey to turn pale with fright. What? You're laying your hand on a rank 6 Magus organization? Is she crazy? Geoffrey shot to his feet, a trace of suspicion on his face. Melinda. I seem to have heard this name somewhere, but it's been too long and I can't remember. Based on what she said, she's confident she'll be able to keep this under control. When the time comes, she'll split the benefits with us. What do you think? Seeing how he had reacted, Leylin shook his head inside, but still said the words that he prepared beforehand. I don't agree. This suggestion was rejected without hesitation. A monarch is not an existence we can provoke at the moment. Though you'll be working alone, you're still representing the Warlock Union. I don't want you to do this. Geoffrey watched Leylin, eyes showing his sincerity. I know you must be feeling indignant, but what we need to do now is wait. With another 150 years. Will the new bloodline monarch have risen by then? Leylin continued coldly. How did you know about that? Learning that Leylin was aware of this earth-shattering news, Geoffrey's eyes went as wide as saucers, and he almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Melinda told me. Leylin betrayed his teammate bluntly. Seeing Geoffrey's fearful look, he knew that Geoffrey would definitely use all his sources and strength to check up on her. On top of that, I've already heard several lines that seem like prophecies, and some that have to do with me, Leylin answered, as if finding it funny and embarrassing. From Geoffrey's point of view, this was Leylin mocking his own bloodline. They, who were restricted by their rank 5 bloodlines, could never reach rank 6 unless they destroyed their bloodline shackles. However, this was an issue that had plagued countless warlocks since ancient times. How could it be so easily solved? The prophecy of that radiant moon. I've heard of it. Geoffrey nodded. Actually, we leaked out quite a few ourselves, to conceal the true content. What content? Leylin shifted slightly forward. Before the wave of chilliness flows back in the cycle of this world, which means within 150 years, there will definitely be a warlock who will rise to become a monarch. Geoffrey's face flushed, his eyes emitting rays of hope. Warlocks had accrued a ton of hatred during this long period of suppression, and this prophecy had given them great hope as a result. Due to the bloodline shackles, Radiant Moon warlocks like us cannot reach Breaking Dawn even if our true souls have reached the peak of rank 5. However, things are different now. Someone with a rank 6 bloodline has finally begun to grow, and with the bonus strength from his bloodline, his breakthrough to Breaking Dawn will definitely be much smoother than that of regular magi. Afterwards, he will only grow stronger, bringing about the revitalization of us warlocks. Jeffrey began to exaggerate. As for Leylin, his eyes were only filled with pity as he watched the man, another fool who's placed his hopes on someone else. Even if he gets stronger, he's only trash. Intelligence began to flash in Leylin's eyes. How many warlocks out there are like Jeffrey, putting all their hope on that fellow? How many others out there do not wish to see the growth of that warlock? I'm quite interested. He'll only advance in 150 years. You mean? Leylin pretended to make a guess. That's right. The one rank 5 you've yet to meet, our final trump card, is the warlock who carries a rank 6 bloodline. Jeffrey bowed towards Leylin with sincerity. Please forgive us for keeping this from you. It is just too important a matter for us bloodline warlocks. Leylin helped him up, looking solemn. I truly admire your highness for your feelings towards this. Rest assured, I will do all I can to protect him. While Jeffrey didn't necessarily believe Leylin, this show would definitely keep him satisfied. After setting up a specific time and space to meet with that warlock, he got up and left Leylin's castle. Reflection and experimentation. After Jeffrey left Leylin's castle, the sunny smile on Leylin's face slowly crumbled, a brooding look taking its place. A warlock that has inherited a rank 6 bloodline. Interesting. Very interesting. Till now, the highest bloodlines he'd seen were those of the Sun's Child, which was rank 6, and the blood of the rank 7 bronze female giant who'd comprehended laws. As for the Fire Phoenix, perhaps that wasn't even a bloodline creature at all. Even though he possessed the egg, Leylin had no way to extract a bloodline from it. The bloodline of the Sun's Child had been completely exhausted after Leylin had created 2 bloodline imprints, and the bloodline of the bronze female giant had been a huge driving force in Leylin's bloodline. Evolution. Not only were the quantities of blood in both cases meager, neither had even come with a real body. After they were used up, they had disappeared. Things would be different with a warlock who had inherited a rank 6 bloodline. The fellow would have a complete body, and even if he were to lose some of his bloodline, he could probably make up for it with the natural regeneration of blood by his body. Based on what Jeffrey said, he has already become a Radiant Moon warlock. The bloodline in his body meets my requirements as well, even if barely. However, if I want the best effects, I should wait till he advances to Breaking Dawn. When his bloodline force is at its best, I can reap the most perfect fruit. Leylin stroked his chin, his lips curving up. Though warlocks had the ability to regenerate blood, bloodlines were not quite as simple. Leylin believed that ancient bloodlines inherited by warlocks could not be extracted without limit, as they had a close connection to their sources. There was no issue if a small part of the bloodline was extracted, but if the other party was used as a bloodbank, their bloodline would soon be exhausted. This would have the same effect even on ancient creatures. Whatever it was, the bloodline of a rank 5 warlock, especially that from a warlock who had inherited his bloodline from an ancient Breaking Dawn creature, was basically a moving treasure trove for Leylin. Forget purifying it or making imprints from it, just observing how a rank 6 bloodline interacted with the body would bring great benefits to his bloodline experiments. But of course, the other party would definitely not let himself be treated as a guinea pig. Forget that for now, I'll decide on that after looking at his attitude. Right now, I need to think about the Blazing Flame Monarch. Leylin stood up and entered the astral laboratory. Melinda had tried to entice him into dealing with the Blazing Flame Monarch together, stating that she knew of his weakness. In order to gain his trust, she'd even given him some information, and the AI chip had tested its veracity. However, the most important bit was still in her possession, and there was nothing Leylin could do about that. He obviously knew that she wouldn't divulge key information until the time for the operation came. There was no other way about it. And since the other side would give him no more information, Leylin could only begin thinking of ways to increase his own strength. No matter what the situation was, he could not go wrong with that. Truth be told, it's best that I hole myself up and deal with the Blazing Flame Monarch only after I reach Breaking Dawn. Although Leylin thought this way, it was a pity that he had been attacked by the Monarch. He now knew that this was impossible. Leylin could feel an obvious malicious desire from him. It told him the Monarch was intent on eliminating him. The only reason for the current silence was that the opponent needed to recover some strength. Once they reacted completely, the most terrifying of strengths would be brought to bear on Leylin like lightning. Shit. When did I ever provoke them? Even if it was the previous time, he was the one who dispatched Magi to attack me. Leylin felt that he was being wronged, and was rather confused. There was no reason for the Flame Monarch's hatred towards him. Of course, the Blazing Flame Monarch had always had a strange temper. Back then, if not for Alpha and the other rank 5 Radiant Moon standing up to the leader of the Warlock's Purge campaign in time, perhaps the Central Continent would not exist today. After cursing the opponent a few times, Leylin found he could not do anything about it. He'd been walking as he delved into thought, and the AI chip's robotic voice sounded automatically the moment he walked through the laboratory. Beep. Host body has entered range of astral laboratory. Beginning sterilization and disinfection. Beginning automatic sterilization and disinfecting. Once the voice sounded, Leylin's body was covered with a layer of black as fiery red light cleaned it top to bottom. This was an essential procedure for interplanar experiments. With such complete measures that cleverly made use of magic, Leylin felt like this laboratory matched up to the high-end laboratories of his previous world, even surpassing them in some aspects. Completing the sterilization and having prepared his defenses, Leylin arrived at the astral laboratory. He did not head for the astral gate straight away, instead entering one of the binding rooms beside it. Blue light rippled in a massive pool made not of water, but condensed lightning. Densely packed confinement and isolation runes separated it from the outside. This sort of strict defense was obviously prepared to confine a creature or material from the astral plane. After he reached Radiant Moon, Leylin's ability to explore the astral plane had improved greatly. With the additional help of the AI chip, he'd obtained various harvests every time he activated his gate. Though he hadn't yet found a foreign world with no worldwool, he'd acquired quite a few scraps, even meeting a wanderer in the astral plane and making a few deals. There were even a few astral beings who were unlucky enough to charge headfirst into Leylin's side, arriving at this world through his gate. These beings eventually became Leylin's spoils from his explorations, and were all collected here. Large numbers of confinement runes formed several separate frames at the bottom of the pool. Various strange items were placed within each. One of them was a creature similar to a black octopus with numerous illusory tentacles touching the edges of the frames, as if trying to probe something before being frightened back by the terrifying current. Woo-woo, practically at the very moment Leylin arrived, the octopus quickly withdrew into a ball, as if Leylin was some horrifying demon. Looks like I was too rough with it, Leylin laughed as he read through the records by the AI chip. Spectral octopus. Astral being. Period since capture. 15 days, 9 hours. Currently in good condition, no distinct need to eat. The image that the AI chip provided had numbers all over the different parts of the octopus, with some conjectures included. Everything about this spectral octopus was being shown to him. Training the soul is extremely troublesome. The method the ancients passed down is to constantly probe the astral plane, simulating and understanding its rules to allow one's own soul to evolve. Such a method took too much time and consumed a tremendous amount of astral stones. However, it was safe and effective. The vast astral plane was truly boundless, and it encompassed all things. Experiencing the working of such a thing was very beneficial for a magus true soul. Leylin, however, had the cheat that was the phoenix egg. He had no need for this. If not for his own vitality being unable to keep up and his fear of the issues that would arise due to a lack of coordination between the body and a rapidly strengthened soul, he would long since have broken through to the peak of Radiant Moon. To him, interplanar experiments carried a whole different meaning. I've already pushed the paths of a warlock and magus to the limits for now. If I need to strengthen myself quickly, the only ways left are in other worlds. Leylin's eyes were calm. He who had the AI chip constantly analyzing things for him knew very clearly the paths of warlocks and magi. He understood that his strength had reached its peak until he could deal with the issue of body-soul balance, which was why he'd shifted his attention to the astral plane. Since he had reached a bottleneck in his own path, it was a good idea to walk on others. Such a thing would definitely be beneficial to him. On top of that, Leylin had never given up his search for the purgatory world. The attention from the Snake Dowager had given him a terrible premonition. He did not want to meet her when he was caught unprepared one day, and wished to solve this problem himself. Finding the coordinates to the purgatory world was therefore of extreme importance. The coordinates to the purgatory world were something the warlocks of the Ouroboros clan yearned for, which was why after obtaining the information left behind by those Chemoian warlocks, Leylin's progress in this area had increased rapidly. Leylin, who had the innate ability of control due to his Chemoyan Serpent Emperor bloodline, naturally knew how terrifying a creature like the Snake Dowager was. If possible, he obviously did not want to meet her now, but it was necessary to make some preparations for the future. I've been using so many astral stones without care, and I only got so much. Leylin gazed at the items in the restraining lightning pool, speechless. It's no wonder that Morning Star Magi spend so many resources to no avail. Things like this that rely on luck are too scary. This is my result with the aid of the AI chip. Other Magi won't even have this much. Leylin's astral stone consumption had reached a terrifying stage, and he'd even used up all the astral stones belonging to the Ouroboros clan. If not for the Warlock Union replenishing his supply, he would have faced a problem with the energy for his future experiments. Even then, he wasn't lucky enough to have gathered many resources, and he was facing a net loss. Feather and dream, a trip to the astral plane is like a sea voyage during the era of exploration. Few people successfully found new continents, returning with gold. Most just ended up as skeletons buried deep under the sea. Leylin sighed. He left the binding room and came before the astral gate, a gray feather appearing in his palm. This feather looked very ordinary, with nothing different about it, as if it was a regular feather from a bird. However, Leylin knew how unordinary it was. The feather had been a gift from the owl which had come from the crack between reality and dreams. Dreamscape is in actuality another world of dreams. I wonder if I can make contact with it using the astral gate. Before this day, Leylin had already used the AI chip to scan the feather multiple times, performing many experiments. However, he'd had no results. The results showed that this was the most ordinary of feathers. Now, with no other ideas, he decided to use it in an interplanar experiment, hoping to link to Dreamscape. In the boundless astral plane, the two most powerful worlds he knew of were the Magus world and the world of gods. Of course, due to the ancient war, both of these worlds had been weakened, though the Magus world was now gradually regaining its former glory. Dreamscape was the strangest and most mysterious world. Time and space were misleading and the place was filled with various indefinite laws. Things that were obvious and followed common sense did not exist there. In other words, everything was topsy-turvy, and it was a world with no real laws. Even the ancient Magus world had been taken aback when met with the invasion by Dreamscape. Of course, it was also due to this very instability that Dreamscape's attack had started strong but sputtered out. Though it's full of all sorts of strange things, that's an opportunity for me. Leylin's eyes gleamed. Other worlds had existences that abided by objective laws. Personal growth required much time and energy there. However, anything was possible in Dreamscape. If he wanted to obtain the most strength in the shortest amount of time, he would have to go in there and try his luck. Of course, he had to be prepared to return with no benefits. AI chip, Leylin commanded inwardly. When he had entered, Leylin's soul force had long since taken control of all the apparatus and energy sources here, and then handed it over to the AI chip to manage. Though Leylin had set up a spirit genie here, that was just a ruse. How could such low-leveled programs match up to his AI chip? Beep. Energy source beginning preparations. Roots detected to be normal. Rate of wear and tear at 0.0017. Beginning connection with Astral Gate. The AI chip quickly intoned. Along with its robotic prompt, all the apparatus in the laboratory activated methodically. The rays of light and the sounds combined to form the most splendid of symphonies. Under the control of the AI chip, Leylin's usage of everything in the laboratory was as fluent as him using his own arm. Astral Gate has been engaged. In the laboratory, the stone gate emanating weak starlight rumbled, being covered by blue light in the form of flames. Countless mysterious links were generated in the flames, and the void crumbled, revealing the shadows of innumerable unknown places. A river of light was formed entirely out of blue stars that were the shadows of these foreign worlds, majestically surging into the darkness unknown. No matter how many times I see this, I can't help but praise it, Leylin murmured as a glint of fervor shone in his eyes. After his advance to the radiant moon realm, the form of this astral gate before his eyes had been changed as well, and his exploration of the astral plane had become more thorough. A great, ancient aura was being transmitted from the astral gate, and Leylin immediately turned serious as he closed his eyes, sensing everything attentively. Bits of blue starlight covered his body, and with the passage of time, the rays on it grew more solid, to the point that they resembled actual flames. Within the point mass, the crescent that was his true soul abruptly emanated clear rays of light. It seemed to have absorbed something from the astral plane, in the process becoming more pure and dazzling. His soul force that had been supplemented greatly by the phoenix egg seemed to be rinsed and purified as it completely stabilized. The mysteries of the astral plane, and its resonance with the soul, Leylin's eyes seemed different as he opened them. I need a complete harmony between my soul and the rest of the world. Once I reach the realm of that fusion, the next step will be to synchronize my soul with the astral plane. No matter what path to power I use, at the end it still feels strangely familiar, like I'm coming back home. It was great that this experience strengthened his true soul. However, when he glanced at the astral gate, the elation on his face turned into a wry smile. The blue flames on the surface of the gate had shrunk to about half their original size, and part of the astral stones outside had lost their luster, becoming fragmented. Leylin froze before asking the AI. Chip. AI. Chip. How long was I out of it for? Beep. Host has been standing for 2h34 minutes 12s. The AI. Chip answered faithfully. So much time has passed already. Leylin shook his head and suddenly came to a realization. No wonder most of the energy from the astral stone reserves has been consumed. He now knew why Morning Star Magi did not use the astral gate to train their souls. There was no other reason than that it was too extravagant. Leylin had prepared a lot of astral stones for this experiment. He had merely been a little absorbed in feeling the aura for a short period of time, and this had happened. If he were to be caught in a trance for a while longer, he might just use up all the astral stones here. The amount of astral stones here was something many Morning Star Magi took decades to earn, and would use over 10 years. Since the effort put in and the rewards were not proportional, it was understandable that this method had been discarded. Even Breaking Dawn Magi will find it painful to engage in such an extravagant method of training. Even they might not be able to keep up with the cost. Leylin shook his head and produced the gray feather. The soft feather fluttered and, following a breeze, slowly flew through the air towards the blue flames of the astral gate. What kind of world is Dreamscape? Is this attempt going to be useful? Leylin seemed slightly nervous. Using the feather as a coordinate and throwing it into the astral gate was something he did with no other option. Whether he succeeded or failed, the feather would completely disappear, which was why he was rather apprehensive. Pooh! The moment the edge of the gray feather made contact with the flames, there was a wondrous change. Large amounts of blue fire crawled onto its surface, and with a gentle sound they began to flash. The owl's feather burned to ashes in the flames. Rumble. As if gas had been poured onto them, the flames rose several meters high, being colored a bright orange. The whole stone gate began to shake, as if it had been linked to some immensely powerful existence. Have I succeeded? AI. Chip. Leylin called out lowly. Record of data from astral gate complete. Beginning search of coordinates. The AI. Chip's emotionless voice rang out, and the flames grew more intense. The shadows of countless worlds came into view and quickly slipped away, flashing past in front of the astral gate, allowing it a mere fleeting glance. Leylin, whose soul force was linked with the astral gate, seemed to see a very mysterious world. On the exterior, numerous dream worlds formed a long starry river. The world itself was like a twisting hourglass, full of mystery and a feeling of asymmetry. Is this Dreamscape? Leylin muttered. However, this scene did not last for long. A piercing warning sounded. Warning. Warning. Astral gate undulations have grown unstable. Recommended action. Halt search. Are you kidding? I've only just seen the edges of Dreamscape, and haven't been able to deduce the coordinates. Leylin's eyes were fixed on the scene in the astral gate as he muttered, faster. Faster. Cracks appeared on the surface of the astral gate, but the scenes behind were gaining more clarity. Leylin didn't bother with the change as he took several steps forward. Rumble. At this moment, however, the fissures on the gate expanded, forming large explosive ripples that swept Leylin within. The virtual image of Dreamscape immediately disappeared. Amidst the explosion, Leylin's roars could be heard. No, damn it. I just needed a minute, or even half a minute. With that, I can completely determine the coordinates of Dreamscape. Host's laboratory has exploded. Handling using emergency plan number 3. In process of stabilizing space. Allocating usage of rank 2 rune. The AI. Chip's robotic voice rang. With its operation, groups of robotic puppets went ahead, coordinating with the spell formation and beginning to clean the rubble in the laboratory. A neutralizing water current that carried the piercing smell of disinfectant was sprinkled from the ceiling of the laboratory, drenching everything. In just 10 or so minutes, the rubble in the laboratory had been cleaned, and the radiation from the other world had been isolated. At the heart of the explosion, Leylin stood expressionlessly. A black layer emerging on his body. He had not sustained any injuries in the explosion. Spatial conversion. Leylin stared at the large pit in front of him absent-mindedly, hands still maintaining the position from when he had been casting the spell. In front of him, all that was left of the astral gate were ruins. Terrifying electric currents and radiations were still present in some places, but with the AI chip's directions, those, too, were quickly isolated and extinguished. Though the explosion of the astral gate was dangerous, danger depended on the individual facing it as well. In the face of Leylin's chemoian scales that had been strengthened to rank 5, the stray undulations from the explosion were nothing. Even the area around him was completely safe. Even so, the destruction of the astral gate, as well as the loss of the coordinates, left Leylin's heart aching. The amount of astral stones needed to construct an astral gate again was negligible, with the large organization of the Warlock Union backing him, and amassing even more astral stones wouldn't be a problem given some time. However, the loss of Dreamscape was a huge blow to him. Did I fail? Leylin sighed, expelling the sorrow in his heart. When he raised his head once again, his eyes were now calm once more. If the coordinates of Dreamscape are gone, then so be it. I was expecting too much when I thought I could use the material from a strange creature and find the coordinates anyway. Furthermore, as I am now a foreign world is too powerful for me to explore, Leylin shook his head as he ordered, AI chip, tidy up the place. He turned to leave the laboratory, but when he pulled the door open, Leylin's pupils shrank. This place, in front of him, was a tremendous barren desert. 3 strange suns shone in the skies, boiling heat waves everywhere. The friction between his shoes and the rocky yellow sand was audible. Leylin looked up and around, finding the place completely desolate. At the base of a hill, he could see the broken tip of a building. The thing seemed to have toppled over an unknown amount of time ago, the signs of age extremely obvious on the surface. AI chip, begin scan. Leylin picked up a signboard that had landed near his feet. He could not read the words, but he felt a sense of familiarity from them. The black board did not feel too heavy in his hands and creaked with the slightest application of strength, as if ready to break into smithereens at any moment. Blue light from the AI chip scanned the thing, and it immediately came to a conclusion. Based on carbon-14 dating, estimated age, 21,982 years, 11 months, over 20,000 years ago. Leylin stroked his chin and tossed the signboard. As soon as the thing hit the ground, it cracked apart into fragments, some bits even turning into powder. Where is this place? Leylin raised his head, looking at the 3 strange suns that were still scorching the place. Of the 3, the one on the left was distorted, like a circle that had been twisted multiple times. The one in the middle was round, but there were numerous tentacles on the outside that made it seem rather horrifying. The one on the right, it was a complicated polygon, with its sunlight holding a different tint. Leylin turned back, and found his astral plane laboratory still standing tall, its doors still open. However, the surface was visibly aging. Silver metal was being corroded and fell off. Very quickly, his brand new laboratory had aged to a state where he would have to abandon it. What's going on? The metal on the surface of the laboratory is an alloy known for its resistance to corrosion. Leylin's eyes swept over the place, but he could not find anything in the vicinity that was related to his castle. The situation now was as if he had brought his laboratory along and, as one entity, crossed over to another plane from the castle. Could this be Dreamscape, or did the accident with the astral gate bring me to another world? In that instant, all sorts of conjectures appeared in Leylin's mind. He took a deep breath and re-entered the laboratory. Boom. He closed the door. If it's another foreign world, I'd definitely have felt like I was traveling through space, and from my experience, there's only one world that can take me elsewhere without any warning: the Dreamscape. The phantom of a chemoian serpent emperor appeared behind Leylin's back. Its amber pupils blinked open, scanning the area with vigilance. Bring it on. Leylin opened the door once more as the eternal light spell shone ahead of him. There were many small roads around, connecting the laboratory with other constructions within the castle. Leylin raised his head, the shattered sky unique to the morning star area entering his line of sight. He glanced at the surface of the laboratory. The signs of aging had long since disappeared, as if all he had witnessed was a mere illusion. Master. With Leylin's will, a few metallic puppets arrived before him. The AI chip confirmed their identities, leading Leylin to ascertain that he was truly in the castle in the Morning Star area. Interesting. Leylin's eyes flashed with curiosity. He pondered over it for a moment and returned to the laboratory. When the door was opened once more, the barren land and oddly shaped suns appeared before him again. Compared to before, however, there were some changes in the surroundings. Traces of yellowish-green weeds tenaciously grew from the seams of rocks, and the collapsed buildings were now covered with vines and seemed full of life. There were even some small shrubs in the distance, growing with vigor. The life force here has grown richer, as if tens of millennia have passed. Leylin narrowed his eyes. The three strange suns now shone with a green hue which he could not get used to. Arriving back at where he'd tossed the signboard, Leylin found that the thing wasn't in pieces anymore, and was instead at its original place. The cracks from before seemed to have faded to an extent. AI. Chip. Test age. Beep. Based on carbon-14 test, estimated age, 1328 years, 7 months, the chip quickly replied. The last test showed it was over 20,000 years old, and it even broke apart on the spot. Leylin stroked his chin. Time is behaving strangely here. Only an unbelievable world like Dreamscape could be in such a situation. But, the last time I came here, my soul had been caught in a trap, and this time I managed to enter with my body as well. Am I in someone else's dream? What is the boundary between dream and reality? The further he pondered, the more Leylin found that the secrets of Dreamscape were terrifying. However, there was not one riddle he could solve. There are even such strange changes. Is it a spacetime wormhole? Or perhaps some sort of garbled effect from Murphy's Law? Seeing the vines climbing all over the laboratory, Leylin walked in and closed the door. Opening it once more, he found himself in the Morning Star area. Leylin immediately ordered, categorize this area as a special first-rank region. Seal the whole region, and move away all nearby constructions. Carve runes to protect it from radiation and contamination. The metallic puppets immediately got to work, startling Freya. What's going on, darling? Freya was currently in a loose nightgown, looking dazed. Leylin went forward and pulled at Freya's hand while consoling her. Nothing, something just went wrong with an experiment, and the contamination from the radiation is growing more intense. It's best you move out for a while, staying far away from the castle. While he didn't really understand the current situation, that explosion in his astral laboratory had resulted in an even more mysterious change. It had now become a bridge between this place and Dreamscape. One needed only enter to change what space it was connected to, something that immediately piqued Leylin's curiosity. He could now move between worlds without consuming any energy. If any magus were to find out about this, they would go insane. Hence, using the excuse that an experiment had gone wrong and he was afraid that the contamination would leak, he was taking necessary emergency measures. However, the reason for this situation still had Leylin befuddled. Is it because of that owl feather? Or was it the explosion of the astral gate? Or did both those events somehow affect each other, causing this mysterious change? He thought as he stroked his chin. Whatever it was, this accident was a good thing. Not only had he obtained the coordinates to Dreamscape, but he'd also acquired a bridge between the two worlds. However, this can't last forever. Leylin recalled some spatial theory. The Magus world and Dreamscape were like two parallel sheets of paper, and his astral laboratory was a point between the two, the only link between them. However, with how space worked, this point would eventually break. In other words, his laboratory would eventually lose its connection to Dreamscape. I need to speed up my exploration. Leylin's heart was burning. Dreamscape was the most mysterious of worlds, one that had even invaded the ancient Magus world. It was an extraordinary place whose inhabitants lacked true bodies. Formed of the dreams of intellectual beings, it had a mystical strength. If he could find the dreams of some ancient Magus that had comprehended laws and obtain his understanding, he would reap huge benefits. Basically, in front of Leylin was a gigantic treasure trove. Dreamforce, Dreamscape is a huge treasure trove, but it holds perilous dangers within. Leylin pondered deeply over this. Unlike the Magus world, Dreamscape hadn't suffered any damage, and was still a terrifying world that retained its ancient splendor. The demons inside this place were beings even ancient magi had been fearful of. On top of that, Dreamscape was even more dangerous than the real world. The slightest of mistakes in there would result in the loss of one's true soul. Whether it was an encounter with a demon or some other danger from the environment itself, everything would be extremely terrifying for him. What if they found his laboratory and used it as a springboard to get to the Magus world? Just the thought of it left Leylin's scalp numb. While he didn't mind being treated as a traitor to humanity, he wasn't going to do anything that would not benefit him. Besides, Leylin had long since begun treating the central continent as his own. He did not want an even stronger organization to occupy it. With the consolidated might of the central continent as it was, just a random demon would cause the Magus world to tremble in fear. There would be nothing for him in that situation. It's better to keep a low profile and focus on exploration. Leylin consoled Freya and immediately made the decision to move the castle. He'd completely sealed off this area, turning it into an observation zone. Freya was very considerate, leaving quickly. It was quite normal for there to be issues during high-ranking experiments. Leylin was the most serious she'd ever seen him, which meant that this particular incident was extremely dangerous. Reasonable as she was, she immediately supported his decision. Truth be told, she had no other choice. Such powerful contamination would be very dangerous for low-ranked warlocks and magi, and she was not going to risk her child for that. As for Leylin, he stayed behind in the name of surveying the contamination. Through many disastrous experiments, the various situations and processes were excellent research material. With the faint traces of a failed experiment formed by the AI chip, many warlocks were deceived, not in the least suspicious of his actions. His secret exploration of Dreamscape could continue unperturbed. His astral gate had now turned into a strange bridge connecting the Magus world and Dreamscape. Leylin currently stood before a half-body statue of a human, looking deep in thought. As expected, Dreamscape's invasion has already begun. Noticing the unwanted presence of this statue in his laboratory, Leylin stroked his chin in contemplation. As the bridge linking the two worlds, the laboratory itself was greatly contaminated by Dreamscape. Especially after a few experiments on Leylin's end, the laboratory had now undergone some changes. Leylin could sense that the invasion from Dreamscape hadn't ceased for even a moment, constantly modifying the materials and other things in the lab. If not for Leylin having moved everyone away from the castle, something big might have happened. The laboratory now seemed extremely dangerous even by the standards of the Radiant Moon Leylin. He couldn't help but move forward, his hand running along the surface of the statue and allowing him to feel the coarse texture. Beep. Scan completed. Target has no obvious signs of radiation. Style is from the Eiffel era. Determined to be constructed 6,231 years ago, the AI chip projected some densely packed data before Leylin's eyes, but it did not contain what he wanted to see the most. From my past observations, this should be the time when the invasion from Dreamscape peaks. Afterwards, the space between it and the lab will widen until the link to Dreamscape is lost. Dreamscape and Magus World were two completely different large worlds. They were like two parallel lines, and the laboratory was the point that connected the two together. It might have been because of the owl's feather, or the unique explosion of the astral gate. Whatever it was, the chance of such a thing happening was almost negligible, and it was impossible for Leylin to create it. With the movement of space and the worlds themselves, they would eventually separate and the laboratory would lose its mysterious function. This would not last for a long time. The energy required to connect two separate worlds was massive, and though Leylin did not understand the specific principle of how this connection worked, he was quite sure it would break. Through the tests of the AI chip, it was made known that the concentration of Dreamforce within the laboratory had reached its peak. Given how high the rate of corrosion is, demons might be able to come over as well. Looking through the graphic the AI chip had given him representing the corrosion, as well as the graph showing the density of Dreamforce, cold sweat appeared on Leylin's forehead. The connection between his laboratory and Dreamscape had reached a peak, and it would weaken past now. However, this peak was enough for even someone at rank 7 and above to pass through. In other words, if a demon in Dreamscape found the laboratory, it could very well make use of it to enter the Magus world. This was a convenient path, not requiring all the blood rites and soul sacrifices that were currently obstructing the demon's invasion. Thankfully, there aren't any demons on the other side, and this peak period will last a few days at most. An expression of relief flashed on Leylin's face. In this short period of time, the chances of demons finding the laboratory were extremely low, and his luck would have to be very poor for it to happen. Because of that, he could be at ease and use this time to explore Dreamscape. At this thought, Leylin surveyed the items in the laboratory. Besides the statue, there was now another experimentation table where the astral gate had been, with large amounts of plants and ore samples gathered atop it. Many items from the dilapidated buildings, such as abandoned coats and hats, were placed in a messy pile. Around it were powerful binding runes, isolating their auras and radiation. Dreamscape is an illusory world. How is it that these things can continue to exist even after they enter the Magus world? This question had vexed Leylin greatly. The owl had told him that Dreamscape was created out of the dreams of all intellectual beings, so all things there should have been virtual. Something in a virtual land could be brought into the real world, and even ancient demons and the like could actually appear in the Magus world. There were too many mysteries surrounding Dreamscape. Could the main culprit of all this be Dreamforce? Dreamscape and the Magus world were different. Even the concept of air might be absent there, and regular humans could suffocate the moment they entered. However, the flora and fauna was still abundant, which confused Leylin further. Dreamscape was permeated by an unusual energy, a power that Leylin had named Dreamforce. He believed that it was this very power that resulted in Dreamscape being so strange and not following any rules. AI. Chip. Engage astral vision and set up the multicolored graphics. Begin automatic filter, Leylin ordered. Beep. Launching astral vision. The AI. Chip loyally intoned. Astral vision was the unique visual ability of the heavenly astral race. As they were beings of the astral plane, their eyes could see things that Magi could not. Having gathered information about them from Sky City, Leylin had tried to imitate the structure of their eyes. With the ability warlocks had at working with bloodlines, he'd managed to create a strange effect. With the robotic voice of the AI, Chip, Leylin's eyes were wrapped up in a sparkling blue light, as if having turned into sapphires. Colors were filtered out of his vision layer by layer, leaving behind only a dark red. Unlike the crimson of bloodline force, this red was filled with a certain darkness, as if containing the malicious intent of the world. It made Leylin feel incredibly uncomfortable. The dream force wasn't this dense yesterday. Leylin watched the dark color grow increasingly deep scarlet and shook his head, feeling anxious. He came before the experimentation table, sweeping away the miscellaneous items atop it away to reveal a fine petri dish that seemed to be formed entirely out of crystal. One could even see its contents from the outside in spite of it being covered. Inside was a tiny organism, what looked like a black bug with massive compound eyes and 6 limbs with reverse hooks on them. It was squirming around. Leylin could see large amounts of Dreamforce amassing in his sight, entering the bug as if supplementing it. Dreamforce. A muddled mix of illusion and reality, a power that exists to transcend laws. Leylin mumbled to himself, hands emitting a layer of sparkling white light. Whoosh. Dark red streams of air were caught in his hand and quickly dissipated. The sole force of a rank 5 warlock that he was proud of could actually do little to this Dreamforce. It's something of a completely different system, Leylin laughed bitterly, mulling it over for a moment and then submerging the petri dish in another pool crackling with thunder. Begin experiment number 581. Leylin had been performing all sorts of experiments, looking for something capable of interfering with Dreamforce that would allow him to use this strength himself. Obstruction and success were their treasures in Dreamscape. Yes, and many at that. Dreamscape housed many rank 6 and above beings with various kinds of materials and treasures, they were all enough to drive Radiant Moons and even Breaking Dawn Magi crazy. But the dangers that Dreamscape offered were terrifying as well. The world was ever changing, and the bug that one stepped on today could grow into a powerful fiend tomorrow, stomping you to death. It was a world full of uncertainties where the real and the virtual, past and future were all mixed up. It was one that Leylin did not wish to easily come into contact with. He hadn't even finished exploring the surroundings of his laboratory yet, precisely because he didn't dare to go in too deep. Furthermore, he didn't think treasures and comprehension of the Dreamforce were the most precious things in Dreamscape. No, Dreamscape's biggest offering was precisely the Dreamforce that was everywhere. Dreamforce was the foundation of Dreamscape. Whether demons or strange treasures, they were all based on it. And if one could control this power, not only could they avoid most of the dangers in Dreamscape and explore it freely, there would also be a great benefit to their body. Dreamforce, I'm afraid it's slightly more powerful than even Soul Force and Bloodline Energy, a higher form. Leylin's pupils sparkled with desire. If I can completely control this power, not only will I be free of obstructions in Dreamscape, I can even just abandon the laboratory and try to form a connection to Dreamscape by myself. The connection between this laboratory and Dreamscape was definitely going to break one day. Leylin wished to take precautions, finding a way to communicate with Dreamscape himself. Activate the isolation layer. Enable circuit number 52, adjust power level to 5. With Leylin's command, terrifying thunderbolts suddenly gathered together in the pool as it rippled endlessly. A few plates made of silver slowly rose, forming a metal box that completely isolated the petri dish within. Large amounts of lightning adhered to the top of the plates, forming a blue surface. It was as if there was a layer of blue at the top. Enter observation mode. The blue radiance grew more intense, almost piercing through the air before him. In his field of view, the dark red Dreamforce passed through the cage of lightning without the slightest obstruction, stopped by the metal plates for only a moment. It then drilled into the beetle's body without hesitation. Experiment failed. The AI chip's cold sound echoed, making Leylin's expression darken. Again, Leylin had already experienced this many times, whether it be in this life or his last. He didn't feel dejected, and instead began once more without expression. None of the third series alloys work. I have to replace. Leylin's eyes blazed with an endless fighting spirit. Time crawled by, making Leylin feel a little numb. His hand movements remained extremely meticulous though, and he made not a single error in replacing the components as he redesigned the parameters of the experiment. A large number of electric runes formed, attaching to a glass-like material in which the petri dish was kept. The black beetle climbed continuously, trying to pry open the seal with its mandibles. Pop! The beetle's movements grew sluggish, as if it was weighed down by something. Its figure suddenly distorted slightly. Dreamforce has been isolated, creature's vital signs are unstable. Beep. Interference detected, unable to scan, backdropped by the robotic voice of the AI. Chip. The beetle in the petri dish suddenly turned manic, sounding out harshly. The piecing insect screech was extremely sharp, carrying a hint of anxiousness. And igniting Leylin's spirit in an instant. He looked at the outermost glass pane as a blue radiance emitted from his eyes. In his astral vision, he could see a large amount of dark red vapor being blocked out by the glass pane, leaving it unable to enter the petri dish. Due to the simulation from the experiment, streaks of dark red gas were continuously emitted from the beetle's body. Whenever a streak of red gas emerged from the surface of its body, the beetle's figure grew duller, causing the lines to become unstable. It made it seem like this beetle was just a virtual projection after all, and its source was now being disrupted. Bang! After the last bit of Dreamforce was extracted, the beetle let loose another sharp cry as its entire body exploded. A little black light dissipated, finally disappearing entirely without a trace. Mass in petri dish is now 0, no traces of any remains found. The AI chip followed up. Indeed, illusory things are still illusory in the end, but because they're transformed by Dreamforce, they can exist in real life. Leylin stroked his chin. This experiment's success had also authenticated many of his conjectures. The demons, although they are almost omnipotent in the dreamscape, in the Magus world and even any other real world they will be weakened significantly. Once the Dreamforce stored in their bodies is nearly exhausted, they'll need to return to Dreamscape to replenish it. Perhaps this is why they ultimately gave up on the invasion, vanishing without a trace. Leylin felt that the events around the invasion and ultimate end of ancient Dreamscape had been lifted off their mysterious veil now. Because of the initial intersection of the two worlds and the abundant Dreamforce, even ancient magi were rendered helpless by these fiends. However, the Magus world was too big, even containing a 7-layered subterranean world that was not in the least inferior to the surface. As they invaded downwards, the assistance of Dreamforce reduced, and with the separation of the two worlds, it was dwindling anyway. In the end, had these demons not withdrawn of their own accord, what awaited them was probably being annihilated like the beetle. Dreamforce, even if it's a powerful weapon, it still has serious restrictions. Upon reaching this state, Leylin had begun to pity these demons instead. Although they were almost omnipotent in Dreamscape, once they reached the outside world and without Dreamforce supporting them they were weaker than bugs. In comparison, although the systems of the Magi and the gods would be affected in other worlds, they were still quite common and they could retain a large portion of their strength. Precisely because of that, the leaders of the ancient world were the Magi and the gods. No matter how mysterious and powerful Dreamscape was, it was ultimately just short-lived. Leylin looked at the obstructed Dreamforce and fell into deep thought. I can dabble into the system of Dreamforce, but I absolutely cannot make it a fundamental. Otherwise, once I'm targeted and restrained, the consequences will be too severe. AI chip. Record this experiment, list all the parameters as classification level 1, begin simulating the possibility of affecting Dreamforce, Leylin commanded. The success of this experiment was only the first step. What he had to do next was to grasp the basic properties and regulation of Dreamforce through continued experiments, assimilating it into the path of a magus so he could develop a spell that mainly relied on it. This was what the ancient magi did as well. Discover everything, study everything, use everything. It was the essence of the path of magic. Although Dreamforce is extremely limited, if it's deployed as an ambush the effect will be equally terrifying. Of course, Leylin would not underestimate his opponents because of Dreamforce's limitations. The power of the ancient demons had been recorded firmly in the AI chip's database. After I'm familiar with Dreamforce, I can then make use of this period of time to begin exploring Dreamscape. Leylin stroked his chin, a faint glimmer in his eyes. He had lost a great opportunity to explore Dreamscape because of this research. Now, the two worlds were almost separated from each other already. Still, for Leylin this contribution was definitely worth it. Compared to the mere coordinates of a world, his control would now be a guarantee for him in Dreamscape from now. Furthermore, his expectations were different from that of the owl. If he successfully gained control over Dreamforce he could then enter and exit Dreamscape freely from anywhere. After all, Dreamscape was different from other worlds. It was existing everywhere, and in theory communicating with the dreams of all intellectual creatures was even more boundless than the astral realm. One had to transcend the worlds and dimensions connected. Of course, this was only the best assumption, but Leylin had seen unlimited possibilities in it. One day, all the profound mysteries of Dreamscape will unravel before my eyes. A smile emerged in Leylin's blue pupils, ka-cha, ka-cha, and at this moment, a fine shattering sound suddenly echoed into Leylin's ears. What's the matter? He turned his head over, directing his gaze onto the half-statue that had suddenly appeared today. As the laboratory that connected with Dreamscape was most affected by Dreamforce, some strange things happened almost every day. Leylin had almost reached a point where he was inured to these strange things. A great amount of cracks emerged continuously on the statue of half a human. And yet, once he used the AI chip to scan it he saw an undamaged statue instead, without the slightest cracks. What's going on? Is it that I can only see this scene through astral vision? Leylin revoked astral vision, and all he saw was an undamaged statue. A profound chill suddenly emerged in his heart. Accident and meeting the sudden appearance of a half-human statue, and the hairline cracks that could only be seen through astral vision, all this caused a chill in Leylin's heart. The things in Dreamscape were way too mysterious, but the attraction they held for Leylin was incomparable. Precisely because of this, Leylin, who had all along been immersed in experiments, had slightly neglected the extreme dangers contained there. Leylin looked at the continuously enlarging cracks on the statue, and could not help but say with a deep voice, "Seal. Ring." A blood-red radiance emerged from underground, instantly transforming into a translucent cage. The runes he'd previously set up near the statue began to flicker as well. Suppressive energy waves gathered together, firmly sealing the half-human statue within. The range of cracking on the statue grew wider even as it was sealed off, all the cracks coming together to form a terrifying large mouth. A wave of tiny black bugs wriggled out of the big mouth, each one the size of an ant. They crawled out of the statue layer after layer, covering the ground in a flash. The concentration of the dark red Dreamforce was amplified several times as it formed a dense whirlpool that rippled back and forth in the air. Why is the Dreamforce circulating so fast? This discovery dulled a lot of the joy from the experiment's success. Leylin began reflecting on himself. With just one insignificant step in the study of Dreamscape, he had only pulled off a corner of the veil. He still needed to be wary of the unknown. The little bit of complacency that had appeared was immediately suppressed. Squeak. Accompanied by a creepy screech and a fine gnawing sound, Leylin found to his horror that the binding runes were shattering apart one by one. Even the spell formation on the ground was terrifyingly being corroded. The dark red Dreamforce constantly darkened further, and its strange power even caused Leylin's expression to change. Damn it. If I wait until tomorrow, I'll use up all the isolation materials found today. Leylin's heart was very hateful, but he was helpless. Destroy. He suddenly attacked, and a strange black flame swept across the room violently, completing drowning all the places the half-human statue had previously been. The temperature of the entire laboratory rose to an extreme for a moment, before falling rapidly once more. The original floor had melted due to the high temperature, hollowing out. At the bottom of this hole were all sorts of molten materials that mixed together and solidified again, forming colorful gem-like crystals. Creak. Black spots started appearing on these crystals one by one. Although the statue disappeared, those black bugs had impressively survived Leylin's demonic flames. They're based off Dreamforce. I need to solve the problem from its roots. Leylin's eyes turned gloomy. He waved both hands, and the current experimental boards in the lightning pool flew out in a flash, exploding to form dust in the air. As if some power was bringing them together, they then formed a fine membrane, covering the area where the black bugs were. Isolate. A great amount of lightning covered the membrane and formed an isolation layer similar to that of the previous experiment. Dark red Dreamforce was isolated to the outside. A large amount of Dreamforce condensed, unexpectedly causing many holes in the membrane, causing it to crack under the attack. Although the Dreamforce can be isolated, it can also break through the latter. My last experiment only targeted an ordinary dreamscape creature, so this kind of thing can happen when encountering something of a higher rank. Leylin's pupils narrowed. This meant that, if he encountered an even more powerful existence, this membrane he set up would likely be torn apart immediately. Thinking over it once, that made sense as well. A rope net could catch small fish, but how could it catch a tiger shark in the ocean? The priority is to completely eliminate all these hidden dangers before the opponent gains Dreamscape's support. Determination flashed in Leylin's eyes as the demonic flames burned once more. This time, the black ants that lost Dreamforce melted apart very quickly, turning into motes of black light and dissipating. As if due to this event, the Dreamforce outside the membrane grew richer, causing fine cracks to appear on the membrane. It would rupture at any time. Faster. Make it faster. Leylin shouted deeply. Cold soul force merged, being injected into the flames. The black flames immediately burned tenfold more vigorously, burning all of the black ants into ashes. In the instant when the last ant disappeared, the isolation membrane emitted a saddening cry, unable to bear the heavy load any longer as it shattered. The Dreamforce had lost its target though, and it hovered for a while before dissipating automatically. It caused Leylin to let out a deep breath. He turned around. All of a sudden, it was as if the half-human statue was pasted in front of his eyes, the huge cracked mouth seemingly ridiculing him. A terrifying gloomy breath was constantly emitted from the crack that was the huge mouth. Leylin's pupils narrowed as dense chemoian scales emerged in an instant, new moon soul force bursting forth from his true soul to cover his body. Squeak. The terrifying black ants emerged once more, covering Leylin's entire body. His magus robes, which were a magic artifact, did not even manage to block them for a moment, thousands of holes forming on it instantly. The black ants covered Leylin's body, and even the rank 5 chemoian scales could not resist the opponent's fangs. An intense pain was transmitted from his skin as countless nicks appeared on Leylin's body. *HSS* behind him, the phantom of a chemoian serpent emperor emerged, growling as a layer of black flames burned on Leylin's body. Huff! After the flames stopped burning, Leylin was momentarily taken aback. When he came back to his senses, all the black ants had disappeared. However, fine black wounds were still densely packed on his body, making it seem a little horrifying. Is this the invasion of Dreamscape? Leylin looked at the blue lightning pool, the hollow ground, and the scales that had automatically emerged on his body, heaving a deep sigh. Dreamscape was a world where reality and virtuality were mixed, and all sorts of things could happen in there. I'm afraid that with that sort of influx of Dreamforce, this lab has already become a building of Dreamscape. Even the nature of the materials has changed. Such a situation was very similar to the process of a high-ranked magus irradiating his castle on his own accord, only at a much deeper and more overbearing level. AI. Chip. Raise the alert level once more. Forbid all entry other than my own. As he walked out of the laboratory, Leylin was slightly gloomy. The feeling of being shrouded in an illusion, as if he had been struck by magic but had not realized it, really left him uncomfortable. Moreover, although Dreamforce was not like magic, it could still affect reality. No matter what he experienced in dreams, it would all be reflected on his main body. Dreamscape experiments are indeed full of dangers. Leylin sighed. Even the current him did not dare to live near this laboratory. Your Highness Leylin, you're finally out. Geoffrey's voice was heard as Leylin walked out of the castle. This rank 5 protector of the Morning Star area had actually been waiting outside the castle without his knowledge. What's the matter, Your Highness Geoffrey? Leylin asked curiously. This was considered his personal territory. Geoffrey could not intrude on his own. It would be considered disrespectful to its owner. I tried to contact you several times, but there was some hindrance so I could only wait outside. Geoffrey shrugged his shoulders with a bitter smile. I see. Forgive me, I was immersed in an experiment. Leylin immediately apologized as an embarrassed look emerged on his face. The effect of the pollution and isolation of Dreamforce was much more terrifying than other spells. If a laboratory in such an environment was still able to receive communications from the outside world, that would truly be something fishy. What experiment are you performing? I heard that there was even an accident before, and the pollution caused by the leakage is very serious. Jeffrey looked at the tightly guarded castle behind Leylin that had no signs of life, seeming curious. Of course, the leakage due to an experiment was something Leylin had deliberately made up so he could tighten the vigilance in this place openly and seemingly righteously. Nothing much, just the leakage from an interplanar experiment. Something seems to have escaped as well. Leylin's words were both true and false, showing the great improvement in his acting skills. Even without the AI, Chip's coordination, he was able to deceive an old sly fox like Jeffrey. It's a cute, timid creature. In order to play hide and seek with it, I had no choice but to seal off the entire castle. Leylin smiled. Oh, Jeffrey nodded but did not pursue any further. Magi's experimental information was definitely top secret, not to mention that both Leylin and himself were rank 5 warlocks of equal ranks. It would have been way too out of line. This Sir Leylin has not invited us in even now, isn't he too rude? At this moment, a warlock standing beside Jeffrey spoke up indifferently, actually displaying slight hostility towards Leylin. Leylin was also shocked. Only now did he notice this figure beside Jeffrey. He was very handsome, his eyes containing an exuberance and vitality. His body's aura was extremely abstruse, yet also very easily neglected. Bevis, this is. Leylin was on guard. This person was able to hide from his sense, which meant he was no ordinary fellow. Let me introduce him to you, Leylin. This is the person I mentioned before. He's Bevis, the last of the Radiant Moon Warlocks in our Warlock Union. Following Jeffrey's introduction, Bevis proudly lifted his head slightly. Archduke Leylin, you come out to meet your guests looking like this. Aren't you violating etiquette? Leylin was stunned, and quickly looked at himself. Due to the mishap previously, his robe was now utterly tattered, and he did seem rather impolite. My apologies, that was my mistake. Please, come to Black Serpent Castle next door. It's not far away, and my wife is there as well. Leylin apologized sincerely, and directed them there while still in front of his castle. He did not intend to invite the both of them in to tour this castle. According to Leylin's plan, this area would be completely isolated and abandoned. After what happened today, he surely had doubts about the safety here. The invasion of Dreamscape came as silent as the night, yet contained a vast amount of terror. Even rank 5 Radiant Moon Warlocks might not be able to effectively protect themselves in the face of such an invasion. Before having complete control over Dreamforce and being able to defend himself, Leylin would maintain distance from this place. His safety wasn't a joke. Seeing that Leylin acknowledged his mistake and apologized so readily, Jeffrey's smile became more gentle. After all, he didn't want to see a divide between the military powers of his own organization. As for Bevis, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but he concealed it well. Leylin, who noticed all of this, sighed secretly. This Bevis, he isn't the haughty and brainless person he appears to be. Previously, Jeffrey had mentioned that there were a group of warlocks that had the highest hopes of obtaining a throne, and Bevis was the last warlock that did not appear back then. He'd always thought that this fellow was outside of the Morning Star area, but didn't expect that he would actually appear right in front of him directly. Is his ability to block me from probing also brought about by the rank 6 bloodline? Leylin carefully sized up this warlock who possessed the bloodline of a rank 6 creature. As he tried to probe him, a rich layer of bloodline energy that surrounded Bevis like a dense fog warded off any prying eyes. Perhaps it was because of this ability that he was able to avoid the hostility of many magi, and thereby grow to this stage. AI. Chip, is it possible to bypass this isolation layer from his bloodline energy? Leylin appeared to be talking cheerfully to the two warlocks as they walked along, but he was actually commanding the AI. Chip and making continuous attempts to gather information about this warlock. Beep. It is necessary to break the protective layer to gather information about this warlock. This will attract his attention. Continue with action. The AI. Chip swiftly intoned. No. Leylin wouldn't be so reckless, of course. He didn't want to be seen as an enemy. Ancient bloodlines at rank 6 that possess concealment abilities are few and far between. Leylin stroked his chin and glanced at Jeffrey. Jeffrey himself should have the bloodline of a rank 5 creature, an ancient bat. Bevis on the other hand, a crystal dragon. Or a misty fog giant. The many possibilities surfaced at the bottom of Leylin's heart. After the AI chip made continuous comparisons, it finally narrowed it down to the two most probable bloodlines. Bevis was of course, unaware that, within a short span of time, Leylin was already close to completely understanding him inside out. He was aloof throughout their journey, standing at the side while Leylin and Jeffrey conversed. He only occasionally interjected. After connecting to Dreamscape, Leylin had constructed another Black Serpent castle next to his original castle, and shifted Freya and the servants over. The Morning Star area was extraordinary in that the land available was endlessly vast, hence Leylin effortlessly obtained ownership over a large amount of land. As for the construction of the castle, it was made simple with the assistance of spells and numerous giant adamantine puppets following his orders. A short moment later, Leylin and the guests took their seats in the living room of the new castle. The maid served milk tea and some light refreshments. Freya came out to meet them for a while, but retreated soon after, leaving the space to the three warlocks. Leylin fiddled with the cup in his hands, and didn't take the initiative to speak. He hadn't expected Jeffrey to bring Bevis here. However, since he already knew about the rank 6 bloodline, Jeffrey probably didn't have anything to hide as well. Perhaps he brought Bevis over with the intention of resolving misunderstandings and to remove any grudges that Leylin might harbor. After all, the Warlock Union had intentionally hidden Bevis' existence for a long time. If not for Leylin's discovery, they might have continued hiding him. He could sense how distant their relationship was merely from their attitude. Bevis' attitude towards him was also worth pondering over. Seeing Leylin behave in this manner, Jeffrey felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, they were in the wrong to begin with, and now could only smooth things over. His Highness Leylin is the warlock who has spent the shortest amount of time in advancing to Radiant Moon in the history of Bloodline warlocks. His innate talent is astonishing, and his future is limitless. HMPH, Bevis spoke coldly. If not the fact that I sealed myself previously in order to conceal my bloodline, I wouldn't have let this achievement go to someone else. Judging by the additional strength of a rank 6 bloodline, Bevis might just have been able to surpass Leylin's record. Hence, it was very normal for him to have complaints, but Leylin felt that it wasn't that ordinary. Sounds like he seems to be dissatisfied with me. Leylin glanced curiously at Bevis. Today should have been the first time they met, yet he was in a hurry to show off. What was he trying to do? Could it be that the prophecy led him to feel like he was about to face some kind of crisis? Or perhaps it is purely because he's a spoiled brat? Or even more likely, is he trying to make the other warlocks declare their position through such an attitude? Leylin suddenly had a premonition that his existence would create problems for Bevis. Bevis had always been thought of as the last hope of the warlocks, and one could not imagine the extent to which he was valued. Leylin's appearance at this moment was a forceful attack on his position. He advanced to Radiant Moon faster than him, and was even younger than him. Even though there were bloodline shackles to consider, he had a history of creating miracles, and it was not as if there was no hope for him to break through them. Furthermore, even though Leylin's limit was rank 5, he was already a top figure among the warlocks, and was worth investing in. Thus, the entire Warlock Union was now more inclined to allocate some resources to him. Even though it was just a tiny portion, it was enough to arouse discontent and vigilance on Bevis' end. Afraid that my recent rising will affect your status. Having had an exceedingly rich experience with power struggles, Leylin immediately sniffed out that something was different. Still, this possibility left him speechless. Sometimes it was easy to build animosity. Perhaps it was because of baseless conjectures, or maybe purely because Bevis found Leylin an eyesore. Your Highness Bevis, bloodline is beyond me. Leylin paused for a moment, then continued, but as the hope of the Warlock Union, what your Highness should do now is break through the boundaries of rank 6 as soon as possible, and become a monarch so you can acquire a larger space for us warlocks to live in. Since Bevis' attitude was clear to him, there was nothing for Leylin to be courteous about, and he directly returned the compliment. Leylin was proud of his age and experience, and this attitude instantly made Bevis turn red with anger. Leylin was practically instructing him like a child. In fact, Bevis was doing pretty well. Leylin didn't have to break through his barrier to find, with the help of the AI chip, that he was already a half-moon Radiant Moon. With the amplification of strength by his bloodline, he could probably match even Alpha in battle, albeit with difficulty. he would probably be ranked second in terms of strength within the Warlock Union. Such was the terror of a rank 6 bloodline. Any ranks below rank 6 could be slowly cultivated and broken through with the strength of the bloodline. With such a huge asset on his side, it was perfectly fine for Bevis to have a slightly arrogant personality. Besides, since he had always been taken good care of, he probably didn't have much life experience to speak of. The emotions of rank 6 creatures were far more frightening, and would be a fatal weakness for him. Hence, after hearing Leylin's provocation, Bevis erupted without the slightest hesitation. I am here today because I have something to say regarding your Highness Leylin's suggestion from before. From before, Leylin looked at Geoffrey, puzzled. Your Highness Leylin mentioned it previously. It's about taking action against the powers of the Blazing Flame Monarch. Although I think it's better that we do not take part, we should discuss it. Geoffrey explained awkwardly. Your Highness Leylin, as a radiant moon in our Warlock Alliance, how can you enrage a rank 6 being such as the Blazing Flame Monarch because of your personal hatred, without a care about our interests as a whole? Even if it's done in your name, this cannot do. Can you guarantee he won't take out his anger on the other warlocks? Bevis' voice was very loud, and he appeared to speak forcefully and with justice. Personal hatred? Leylin gave a light laugh. The recent persecution of warlocks nearly ended our legacy. It was quite recently that he dispatched assassins to end our excellent bloodlines. The numerous offenses he's made are mere personal grudges in your eyes, Your Highness. Don't forget that you too are a warlock of the Union. Having never experienced such mincing words before, Bevis was at a loss for words momentarily. Exploring dreamscape, seeing Bevis flush red with embarrassment, Leylin spoke slowly and deliberately. Our alliance nurtured your Highness Bevis in hopes that one day you would be able to lead us to break the Blazing Flame Monarch's seal. If you don't have the courage to even come to terms with his powers, I am greatly disappointed. When did I? Bevis' face turned red in a flash, yet he couldn't find the words to retort. Even Geoffrey, who wasn't part of the conversation, seemed to be in deep thought. Just as Leylin said, they had spared no effort in grooming Bevis, and didn't hesitate to put everything on the line just so that they could assist him in being promoted to rank 6 so that he could face the Magus Monarchs. However, if Bevis' performance was so weak, then even if he successfully advanced in the end, whether he would fulfill his promise was another question altogether. After all, if he didn't even have the courage to go up against their enemy, what would he defend the interests of the warlocks with? Leylin did this to make the other rank 5 radiant moons plant seeds of distrust in their hearts. What was more crucial was that he was telling the truth, which left no room for Bevis to explain himself. Bevis was gloomy, and practically looked as though he was about to cry because of Leylin's sinister motive. The discussion between the two ended on bad terms. When Bevis left, Leylin inwardly stroked his chin as he looked at his retreating back. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea if he made a few more rank 6 bloodline imprints. Inside Dreamscape, Leylin was clad in an entire set of protective gear. Having successfully built new isolation technology, he could now repel a large amount of Dreamforce. Due to the protective gear he was wearing, Leylin appeared very swollen. He was like a humongous human-like stuffed animal trudging through the lush forest with difficulty. The environmental changes in Dreamscape are happening too quickly. After dealing with a gigantic man-eating banyan tree, Leylin stood at the top of a mountain peak. From here, he could see the circular open-air structure of his laboratory not far away. But now, numerous vines surrounded the laboratory, and there were even a few bright red flowers blossoming on them. The lush greenery covered the entire area, nearly blocking off the huge laboratory from view. When Leylin was here for the first time, this area was still a barren plot of land. The second time he came, it turned into a grassland. And now, the landscape had given way to a primitive jungle. The rate of the change in Dreamforce is too high. Even the operational capacity of the AI chip cannot catch up with these undulations. Is this also the reason why there are so many complex changes in Dreamscape? Leylin guessed as he gazed at the sky. The 3 suns hung in the sky, each shaped differently. The circular sun in the center had the brightest corona surrounding it, and the blue rays made it even more dazzling. At this moment, the robotic voice of the AI chip sounded, beep. Gathering Dreamforce, Vessel 1 has been filled, Vessel 2 filled to 76%. In front of Leylin were 2 metal balls hovering in midair. Now, one had turned dark red, and more than half of the other was also filled with dark red. Not bad. Leylin nodded, and kept the metal ball that had already been completely filled. Dreamscape is full of treasures everywhere. Leylin was greatly satisfied with his harvest of dreamscape energy. Such power was more than half a grade higher than bloodline strength, and was even comparable to the legendary power of laws. It was incomparable, and was very attractive to Leylin. With such a huge dreamscape waiting for him to explore, it would be extremely silly to tangle with a warlock like Bevis. If I can thoroughly exploit the power of dreamscape, and use this as the basis to create spells unique to me, then I'm afraid that even a Breaking Dawn Magus will suffer greatly. Leylin was rather excited. In his previous experiments, he had only found methods that could slightly influence Dreamforce. To thoroughly understand clearly the fundamentals of Dreamforce and even develop customized spells was a heavy responsibility for him, and there was a long road ahead to get there. However, with the assistance of the AI chip, there was hope. He didn't have to completely understand what constituted Dreamforce. That was an impossible task, and anyone who could do so would become the world's master. What Leylin hoped to do was to slightly utilize the formational laws of Dreamforce to allow him to gain a bit of control over it, so that he could make use of Dreamforce in his attacks. As long as he could achieve this, it would be a great spell. However, Dreamforce was ultimately a whole other system of energy, so he still needed a lot of time. Leylin could already feel Dreamscape breaking away gradually, especially after the peak of the two worlds connection had passed. It wouldn't be long before his laboratory would lose the effects of such a convenient spatial gateway. It was exactly because of this that it was necessary for Leylin to collect a few items and store them up as reserves while he still could. Dreamscape is different from other worlds. It is everywhere and is connected to the dreams of every intelligent creature. Perhaps, after I understand the workings of Dreamforce, I will be able to free myself from the complications of traversing worlds through a laboratory, and instead be connected to this world directly. Leylin was looking forward to it. The snippet of understanding he had about Dreamforce gave him the confidence to explore further away from the laboratory. My puppets have never even been to this place. Leylin stepped foot on a black plot of land, cautious. Due to the unique rules of Dreamforce, even if he used an adamantine puppet or servant or the like, he wouldn't be able to explore beyond a fixed range from the laboratory. Whenever they stepped outside of the confinements of this fixed distance, the puppets and servants would automatically lose contact with him, and Leylin had no way around this. Warning! Warning! Concentration of Dreamforce has exceeded rank 5, and reached top warning level. A red box showed up from the AI chip at this moment. The dark red Dreamforce surrounded Leylin, extremely concentrated. It had already materialized in the real world, and was now trying to break through Leylin's protective gear and enter his body. In a matter of seconds, Leylin felt as though he was at the bottom of the sea, surrounded by a terrifying water pressure everywhere which even made him feel weak and oppressed. If it's to such an extent, it's already very dangerous. Leylin's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but clench his fist tighter. Inside was the scarlet earring. Ding dong, the cheerful and light-hearted sound of a bell sounded from afar as colorful neon lights flickered, making Leylin stop in his tracks. He glanced around his surroundings. The dense forest had disappeared who knows when, and a hazy mirage appeared in the distance that seemed like a gigantic amusement park. Have I entered someone else's dream? Or some other dangerous area? These are still too perilous for me. I must leave. Leylin treasured his life greatly, and upon seeing these sights that were out of the ordinary, he made plans to retreat. But at this moment, the AI chip suddenly sent a warning. Beep. Energy undulations detected ahead, rank 1 creature detected. Heat radiation and chemical reactions comply with the criteria, determined to be the characteristics of the existence of a living being. Probability of existence of an intelligent creature, 52.9%. The prompt, which came out of nowhere, dumbfounded Leylin completely. Is it the indigenous people of Dreamscape? Leylin muttered, his pupils burning with fervor. If it's them, their understanding of Dreamforce will be greater than mine. It would be even better if they have their own path to power, which will save me a lot of time. Leylin's pupils twinkled continuously, and he was clearly weighing his options. Although there is danger here, with the isolation provided by the protective gear, I'm very certain that I will at least be able to retreat in one piece. The possibility of finding intelligent beings in other places is very low, so this is totally worth fighting for. After assessing the pros and cons, a trace of resolve appeared on Leylin's face and he entered the hazy mirage directly. Leylin felt his body turn heavy, as though he had jumped into a pool. At the same time, it was just like he had broken through a world boundary and arrived at another world. The dream force around him was extremely active, and the sights that appeared startled Leylin slightly. A merry-go-round moved to a lively melody as colorful lights flickered. Not far away was a humongous Ferris wheel, and other recreational facilities, such as a balloon machine and a Viking ship, could be seen everywhere. Huh, how could it be? Isn't this a replica of an amusement park from my previous world? No, this layout is centuries older than modern amusement parks. I've only seen them in exhibitions that are in fond remembrance of times past. Leylin was slightly taken aback. Were they formed according to my leaked memories, or is this another dream from a similar world? Lights twinkled throughout the amusement park as various kinds of machines operated automatically. A humongous clown statue wobbled back and forth, and let out a gentle chuckle. Not a single living creature was in sight in the entire amusement park, which made Leylin feel a little afraid. AI. Chip. Activate probe. Launch navigation. A blue fluorescent light crept into Leylin's pupils. Beep. Navigation activated, searching for life undulations. The AI. Chip replied robotically, and it found a response very quickly. Target position. 1900 meters ahead and to the left. Surrounding Dreamforce undulations are clear, and it is a level 5 threat. Level 5. Leylin was mildly hesitant. It seems to be higher than what I expected, but still within a controllable range. With a stamp of his feet, his body immediately transformed into a phantom that vanished into thin air. Whoosh! A ray of white light surged into the distance, the most splendid brilliance. Regardless of what buildings obstructed its way, be they steel or concrete, they were all cut apart, revealing a sleek incision. The white light seemed to have almost caught up with the fleeing shadow ahead of it in a flash. The shadow grunted and dodged aside, but its arm rubbed against the periphery of the white light. Its sleeve was directly smashed into smithereens, the skin and muscle underneath it cut apart, exposing a violet tissue. Dreamscape inhabitants *BZZT. The white rays that had lost their energy disappeared into the ground. One end was stuck in the floor, and the body of white light was still trembling, revealing the face of a poker card, the 7 of spades. On the white poker card, some traces of purple, as well as the fresh blood spilt by the fleeing figure ahead, was left behind. Even with a heavily injured arm, the short black shadow seemed exceedingly strong, not stopping for even a second as it bounded into a gigantic pool of colored balls to the side. The balls flew everywhere, some landing outside and bouncing continuously. Countless streaks of white whizzed forth, each holding the face of a poker card within. These thin cards seemed to have been bestowed with a terrifying slicing ability, and whether it was the balls or the buildings, everything was cut evenly into halves. The colored balls fell apart, scattering all over the ground, but there was now no sign of the black figure from before. A pair of black leather shoes rubbed against the floor, producing crisp sounds. The poker cards on the walls seemed to be drawn back by some invisible line, and automatically returned to the hands of a person to form a thick deck. This person wore a well-ironed suit with a hat to complete the ensemble. Their features were obscured by a white mask, and they seemed similar to a dealer in a casino. Creak. A robotic sound was transmitted from his body as his head turned a full 180 degrees, aiming at an area beside him. His body swayed wildly as he ran with motions that didn't conform with physics. He collided with a steel railing, bending it out of shape even as the building crumbled down loudly. White streaks were sent forth once more, and the supporting rods of a tremendous Ferris wheel broke down as a gigantic black figure toppled down. Amidst the flying dust, the thin little black figure crawled out pitifully. Turning back to glance at the dealer, fear arose in it as it began to run even faster. Boom! All of a sudden, it crashed into a human body in front. This was someone in white protective attire, with a bloated form. A handsome face could be seen through the transparent glass. Kak DG Moag KM Lamgal. The thin black figure said something hastily, but Leylin could not understand it at all. However, his soul force picked up a feeling in the general vein of, the thing behind is dangerous. Run. Don't worry, little fellow. Leylin gazed at this intelligent being in front of him. It was similar to a human, with 4 slim limbs and a head on top. It looked like a human child, only that its entire being was black, and it was impossible to tell its features apart. It was wearing clothing made of a coarse sackcloth. One other difference between it and humans was the fine purple patterns on its body. They were like tattoos, but emanated a demonic luster. There was a wound on its arm, revealing purple musculature inside. Large amounts of dream force gathered around this wound, allowing it to recover. Leylin's pupils shrank as he patted the head of the little creature, the peaceable undulations he emitted allowing it to calm down. Creak. The figure that looked like a casino dealer from Leylin's previous world appeared before the two, the white mask still covering its face. As it noticed the dealer, Leylin felt the little fellow next to him grabbing onto his clothes tightly, the uneasiness it was feeling peaking. Has he been chasing after you? Leylin turned around, and then laughed involuntarily. I forgot that we can't communicate. A few poker cards whizzed towards him, and Leylin dodged them easily. Fire. He indifferently chanted a word. Though most of the laws in Dreamscape were different from those in other worlds, magic could still be used in other worlds. It was just a matter of how effective it would be. A bundle of crimson flames engulfed the dealer opposite him, the tongues of fire spreading everywhere. The little fellow beside him widened its eyes, evidently not expecting Leylin to be so powerful. Meanwhile, however, Leylin frowned. A rank 4 spell from the Magus world can only do so little in Dreamscape. The paths followed by the Magus world could be used in many worlds, but their effectiveness would vary. Evidently, the suppression caused by Dreamscape was at the limit. Of course, the common power here was Dreamforce. Powers from foreign places would not have an advantage. A black humanoid figure slowly walked out of the flames. Swaths of fiery tongues devoured the dealer's black suit, where the wounds festered and even caused terrifying injuries on its body. However, there was no emotion in its eyes. Another conscient that has manifested, how troublesome. Leylin's brows furrowed, the scarlet earring shooting out a blood moon that crashed into the opponent's poker cards. Buzz. The light trembled, and the poker cards were separated into two. The crescent of scarlet light brought with it the energy of high-grade magic equipment as it swiped across the opponent's neck. The dealer's body froze for a second, and then rumbled in continuous explosions. Let's go. Knowing the opponent would not fall so easily, Leylin took hold of the little fellow's hand beside him and began to run at a rapid pace. Rumble. Some red and white powder that Leylin had scattered suddenly fused, forming a complicated energy attack that caused the area behind him to be submerged in a sea of energy. The scenery on both sides quickly disappeared behind them, and with Leylin's terrifying speed, he had brought the little fellow and fled from the scope of the theme park in the blink of an eye, appearing within a primitive forest outside. Upon reaching this place, he could sense from the little fellow's breathing and pulse that it had regained its calm. Kalfji. The little fellow struggled and exclaimed. I forgot we can't communicate. Leylin laughed, tapping a finger on the little fellow's head and sending a strand of soul force in. Communication through soul force transcended language. With Leylin's current knowledge of the soul, he could grow proficient in a language in an instant. It's safe here now, the little fellow repeated, and Leylin could now understand what it was saying. Who are you? You're amazing. How did you win against those monsters? It gazed at Leylin, eyes sparkling with worship. Those monsters, are there a lot of them? Leylin asked. Noticing that the little fellow still seemed slightly weak, he found level ground and passed over biscuits, white bread and the like over to it. It received the items with suspicion, first smelling them with curiosity and, as if it had seen some treasures, gnawing at them carefully. What surprised Leylin was that it only consumed a small portion of the food and kept the rest well. Seeing what it was doing, Leylin nodded inwardly, now having a better understanding of the scarcity of food in Dreamscape. Leylin did not waste any time as the little fellow ate. The AI chip had constantly been sounding out as it scanned all the physiological characteristics of it, sampling it. The priority was the purple patterns on its body. These patterns seemed to be naturally formed, possessing the ability to attract Dreamforce. The wounds on its arms had already completely recovered, leaving behind a mere scar. Thank you for your this, mister. You must be very wealthy. The little fellow seemed rather curious about Leylin, especially regarding his protective gear and the lack of patterns on his skin. Wealthy, perhaps, Leylin chuckled. What's your name? Jillian, mister, my name is Jillian, the little fellow answered. Leylin laughed as he asked another question. All right. Well then, can you tell me what happened just now? Though Jillian was doubtful of Leylin's question, perhaps Leylin's smile had allowed her to lower her guard. It might have been some sort of bewitching spell which caused her to disclose all that she knew involuntarily. After a long while, maybe tired after a day of running for her life, Jillian wrapped herself in Leylin's blanket and fell asleep. In the meanwhile, Leylin looked to be deep in thought. Is this what Dreamscape is about? Preposterous, bizarre, and even somewhat terrifying, Jillian said she was an inhabitant of Dreamscape. She'd been fleeing for her life along with her family since birth. It seemed like the area was filled with dangers, and even if they found a place to live in peacefully for a few years, it would still meet the ultimate destiny of being destroyed. This seemed to be a common situation. The land and buildings had been wrecked in a night, and her elders, accustomed to this as they were, continued their journey since they had been forced away from their home. Based on what Jillian said, the theme park from before was a node. In Dreamscape, situations like these were common, and nodes could appear at any time, engulfing the surrounding people. The items and buildings within were very strange. There were some they knew of, and some that were odd to the extreme. There might even be all sorts of living creatures. Some of Jillian's elders had gathered immense benefits from the nodes, but others had died within. For them, the nodes in Dreamscape were places where risk met reward. A node like this where a terrifying monster appeared was the most terrifying of all, and Jillian had been unlucky enough to be swept in. If not for Leylin's help, she probably would have wound up dead. Based on what Jillian said, her race is the bottom-most stratum of Dreamscape. She hasn't even left this region before. Help and discovery. Leylin was slightly disappointed after listening to Jillian's story. It would be excessive of him to expect any good power system or training method from such a weak race. However, they are the natives after all. There should be some valuable items or information. Leylin stroked his chin. Furthermore, Dreamscape can't be judged with common sense. Perhaps the next time I come, she'll have turned into a terrifying existence. Of course the chances of that are so meager they're negligible, but even if she's more likely to die instead, there's some hope. No, don't go. Jillian seemed to be restless in her dreams, her hands clutching the blanket and her brows deeply furrowed. Her eyeballs were rolling around under her eyelids, and she looked miserable and pitiful. Don't leave me. Ha, ha, it was a dream. She suddenly sat up, looking bewildered. It was only after she saw the bonfire blazing constantly that she huffed out a long breath. Nightmares. Leylin laughed and pushed a piece of roast meat in front of her. Grease and roast meat combined to present the most tantalizing of scents, one that caused Jillian to swallow. This is, for me. Jillian's stomach growled, much to her embarrassment, but she still questioned in disbelief. Of course. Leylin's smile was very gentle. There had not been any unhappiness between them, and was giving her roast meat and bread considered a waste. This bit was nothing at all to Leylin, so he obviously wouldn't mind being gentle and kind. Experience told him that such a pretense was very effective in concealing him in an unfamiliar environment. On top of that, Leylin didn't mind showing benevolence to stray cats and dogs. Thank you. Jillian spoke in a low voice, and immediately grabbed the meat and began to bite at it ravenously. Halfway through, she suddenly sounded like she was choked with emotion and began to sob. There's no hurry, I still have a lot of food. Finish eating first, then I'll bring you to your companions. Leylin understood what she was feeling very well. He comforted her slowly, and the girl eventually calmed down. Ka-cha! Withered branches snapped when stepped on. Leylin and Jillian carefully skirted the theme park, pushing through the primitive forest. Those terrifying monsters never leave the scope of the node. As long as we don't go there, there shouldn't be any problems. Jillian was wearing the hunting attire that Leylin had given her, her clean face revealing a vigorous spirit that made her seem pretty. What's truly scary in Dreamscape are the wanderers and masters. They can cause tempests to descend at any time, destroying homes and crops, resulting in massive casualties on our end. Her voice became low. If not for them looking down on us and treating us like ants, we would probably have all died long ago. At this point, she gazed at Leylin. From what she could remember, the methods Leylin used were very similar to those employed by the masters. No need to worry, I'm not anything like that. I've only just studied some other methods. Haven't any of you met with other intellectual lifeforms and interacted with them before? In front of Jillian, Leylin did not conceal his identity as a foreigner. Yes, it's not just in the forest, but even in the nodes. There are existences that we can communicate with, but they seldom appear. Normally it's just monsters that only know how to kill. Jillian tilted her head as she thought it over. I heard from father that long ago, a giant castle appeared at a node. An old grandpa with a white beard lived inside, and he was like the masters with the ability to control lightning and fire. He even passed down methods to manipulate these powers to Uncle Morin. Leylin's interest was aroused, for this sounded quite similar to a magus, and then, Jillian's eyes grew dazed. After grasping the tremendous power, he said he would take us away from the forest to see the outside world, and then, He disappeared, never to return. What a sad story. Oh, my apologies. Leylin had nothing to say in response to that. It's nothing. Jillian seemed rather strong, and after seeing a sign by the road, she even cheered excitedly. We're quite close to our camp. Whiz. A bone arrow landed in front of Leylin, the arrow's feathers still shaking. Who is it? A deep voice sounded from the forest. Leylin laughed, not answering. He had actually noticed the other party long ago, but it was obviously better for Jillian to deal with him. Uncle Mark. It's Jillian. She happily yelled into the depths of the forest. Little Jillian. The trees on the opposite end began to shake, revealing a middle-aged burly man with sideburns. This man, who was clothed in animal hide, spoke out, I heard that you'd fallen into a node. I thought you'd died. Do you know how much I cried for you, Uncle Mark? Jillian went forward and hugged him tightly. I'm sorry for making you worry. Here, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Leylin who rescued me from the node. Jillian pulled at Mark's hands and dragged him before Leylin. Evidently, the lack of purple patterns on Leylin's skin left the man on guard. Leylin chuckled, not minding at all. It was fine as long as he found the place. After all, given his abilities, could the natives even block his attacks? Of course, Leylin did not dare overstep his boundaries due to the mysteries of Dreamscape. It was best not to use violence when it could interfere with him obtaining any harvests. After all, this was a world filled with the unknown. The warped reality and complexities in here far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps the next time he came here, these natives would have undergone a tremendous change. If he were to invest some effort here and strike up a good relationship with them, it would be worth it in the future. What happened next was obvious. After Leylin displayed his kind intent, and with Jillian's vouching for him, Mark brought Leylin to their camp. Leylin took a look around. This was evidently a temporary base, with many wooden piles that had been cut down and were yet to be tidied up in the surroundings. At the back of the camp were traces of a large fire, as well as a small plot with vegetables and the like. These farming methods are rather ancient. Leylin shook his head, but he knew this was inevitable. These natives could find the next time they woke up that their land had lost all fertility, turning into an arid desert, a forest, a river, or even a volcano. There was no need for more effort than this. Such simplicity extended even to the buildings. A wooden house was made with a few trees put together. Many of the natives chose to rest out in the open or found a hole in a tree. Leylin felt that the tent he had brought along could be considered a palace compared to this. In the simple and crude wooden house, Leylin met Jillian's father. He seemed like a haggard middle-aged man, hard work over a long period of time making him look as if he already had one foot in the grave. Cough cough, thank you, guest from distant lands. Jillian is my everything. I really don't know what I can do to show you my gratitude. There's this food as well. This, the middle-aged man surveyed the white bread, biscuits and other food piled in front of him, a flush rising on his face. Such first-rate food was something he could not normally enjoy. Please don't mind it. Jillian is a very lovable girl. Nobody would want to watch her come in harm's way. Leylin smiled gently. Please forgive my bluntness, but based on what Jillian has said, you are a magus. The man coughed for a while before asking suddenly. Yes. Leylin's astonishment was outweighed only by his curiosity. Have you seen a magus before? Where did you make contact with them? Cough cough. It was Morin who told me this. The flush on the middle-aged man became even more serious, to the point that Leylin sensed that the fires of his life were about to be extinguished. Morin was once viewed favorably by a magus and studied under him for a period of time. We were told many epic stories, but unfortunately, Leylin had heard about what happened after from Jillian before. May I know if the node where the castle was still exists? Leylin was rather curious about his kind. No. On a certain day, the entire castle and the node completely disappeared. If not for Morin spending the night elsewhere that day, I'm afraid, the man shook his head, and seemed to think of something. Shivering uncontrollably, he produced a portion of animal hide and respectfully placed it in front of Leylin. This is what Morin left for me. Though I can't understand it, it's definitely got to do with the magus. Take this gift as my thanks. This, after taking the skin, Leylin's pupils suddenly shrank. Atop the animal hide were some brown designs and runes. It was no wonder that the man couldn't understand it. The real information was concealed by spiritual force within the hide. Beep. Discovered data interface. Information being transmitted. The AI chip's voice was transmitted as well, and a look of glee appeared on Leylin's face. I am Morin, what Mentor calls an inhabitant of Dreamscape. If you see this information, please treat my clan members well. What you will see next is the path that Mentor has come up with after spending decades studying my body a magus. The information on the animal hide gave rise to a look of elation on Leylin's face. Exchange and consternation, a magus coincidentally chancing upon Dreamscape who was enchanted by the bizarre environment here and took in an inhabitant as his acolyte. Leylin secretly made a guess about what happened at that time. To adapt to this environment, he even specifically targeted Dreamforce and the acolyte's vitality, developing some kind of customized meditation technique and spells, and due to some external factors which could not be resisted, the castle of this magus had turned into ashes overnight and that acolyte disappeared soon after. That should have been the gist of it. Leylin wasn't all that interested in investigating the incident. As long as he gained information, this expedition into Dreamscape would be considered a success. That magus that was stranded here was at least a breaking dawn, and might even been a higher existence that comprehended laws. The more he studied the information on hand, the more Leylin grew to admire that magus. The AI chip's assistance was why he could make an analysis of Dreamforce relatively effortlessly. However, other magi did not have such convenience on hand, and this one had to have slowly worked out and perfected an energy system that suited Dreamscape using his own experiences. To Leylin, obtaining this system of Dreamforce was more important than anything else. The uses for it would aid him greatly. Thank you so much, this information is very important to me. Leylin put away the animal skin with a cautious expression, interrupting the hesitant speech of the middle-aged man opposite him. I have important matters and there's always great danger beside me. I'm afraid I cannot reciprocate your kindness enough. These 2 documents contain methods to obtain strength. I hope you will accept them. Light shone in Leylin's hands and 2 rolled documents emerged. These were methods for the cultivation of knighthood and magic. Although each only contained a basic portion, that was already enough for these inhabitants. The steps for cultivation were very easy to follow. Leylin even wrote it down in their language so that they could understand it. Truly, the middle-aged man looked to be taken back by surprise, but he still accepted the 2 gifts. After all, these things Leylin was giving him were way too important for his tribe. This left Leylin slightly doubtful. Why hadn't that Morin spread the power system when he obtained it? Once he mulled over it, he thought it might be because the magus left him with strict orders at that time. Either way, he had already disappeared, and this would probably remain a riddle. Leylin's eyes sparkled upon seeing his gift being accepted, and he said with a smile. I actually have more diverse types of food as well. I was thinking of a trade. Are you interested? Trade? Of what sort? The middle-aged man was a little doubtful. What would this magus from a world rich with products need? Various kinds of specimens, be they plants or animals. Also anything of unknown purpose. You can sell it all to me, and I'll purchase them with food. Leylin spoke without even blinking his eyes. He had many spatial artifacts with him anyway, and he'd grown into the habit of bringing piles of rations with him whenever he went out. As such, his supplies were extremely abundant. Moreover, even if there wasn't enough, he would have to make a trip home at the worst. With the rich resources in the magus world, who would be afraid of a lack of food? Specimens. That sir from last time asked for the same thing as well. Please rest assured, I will definitely fulfill this request of yours. The middle-aged man patted his chest as he made the guarantee. Then I'll be here waiting for good news. Leylin smiled faintly. He was a single person, with only so much time and energy. Matters like gathering ordinary specimens were best left to the inhabitants. Moreover, the animal skin they'd given him had inspired him greatly as well, giving him hope that there were even stranger things on their hands. Food was abundant in the magus world, but it was scarce here. This gave Leylin a bargaining chip, and for the sake of his benefits Leylin didn't mind becoming an unscrupulous businessman. Compared to everything he had invested, those gains would only be insignificant. Once this news was announced, the entirety of the temporary camp went wild. Large amounts of plants, animal tissues, and even rocks were sent to Leylin. He welcomed it all, as long as it was a specimen he hadn't seen before. He would give them a portion of food for it. Because they lacked manpower, even Jillian and her father were hired specifically to do this work. To these inhabitants, Leylin was a fool who used precious food to exchange for these items. Unfortunately for Leylin, this kind of opportunity to make unrestrained purchases was quite rare. Given that the value of all this food added up wasn't even worth a few magic crystals, he was simply making a huge profit. For now, both parties were very satisfied. Uncle Leylin, take a look at this. Jillian passed Leylin some bizarre flesh that looked like numerous eyeballs bound together. I've never seen this thing before. Leylin tried to analyze this bizarre material, a blue glow being emitted from his eyes. Detected unknown article, unable to scan. The AI chip immediately responded. Where did you find this? Leylin glanced at the inhabitant behind Jillian. It was a youth, the purple pattern on whose forehead formed an odd flower bud-like shape. When Leylin's gaze swept over him, the youth grew very tense, even beginning to stammer. Near the new node. This is pretty good. You can get 3 pounds of black bread for it, or anything else of equal worth. The youth immediately laughed when Leylin nodded. Something that he'd casually picked up already had such value, it was simply a giveaway. Leylin casually took the item from Jillian's hands and stowed it away. Truth be told, this bit of expense was nothing at all to him. Even if the items they handed over was worth nothing much to him, as long as Leylin hadn't seen them before he would basically accept it. With such a high rate of accumulation, it was a short period of time before Leylin effectively controlled the surrounding geological and botanical specimens. Plenty of strange, unknown items were now in Leylin's possession. Although most of it was junk, as long as even one bit had value he would profit. Uncle Leylin, the number of people is much smaller today. Jillian came before Leylin, both eyes turning round and round. Her thoughts were indecipherable. That's obvious, of course. I already have the basic specimens with me, and specimens from distant areas require time to collect. On the contrary, Leylin had already guessed this long ago. He had the AI chip after all. As long as things were already stored in his database, he wouldn't need a second copy. That, Uncle Leylin, Jillian also had a hesitant look. I know what you want to say, little Jillian. Leylin stroked Jillian's head, but it's very dangerous beside Uncle, and also very troublesome. If you follow me, it'll be a disturbance. Watching Jillian lower her head, Leylin comforted her again with a laugh. Hasn't your father found a batch of youths, preparing to pass down what I've taught him? You can go and learn as well. Also, I'm preparing to make a trip back home. I'll come back in a few days. You can hoard all the items you receive for now, and I'll bring even more food and supplies next time. Leylin sent Jillian away and began checking the day's gains. After the botanical and mineral specimens were sterilized, they were numbered by the AI chip and kept away properly under their own categories in his waist pouch. The resources in the Warlock Union were very abundant, and a radiant moon like Leylin could deploy some of them as long as he didn't touch the bottom line. He'd found himself a magic equipment pouch, whose capacity greatly exceeded his original storage pouch. Even so, his food reserves were almost all used up. After all, he'd stored it with only himself in mind, and it was already a big thing for it to have lasted all this while. In fact, if not for the restrictions on astral gates, trading with other worlds would be the best. Leylin's eyes sparkled, and he sighed. Trading, then colonization, followed by complete dominance. Although other worlds have differences in power systems and other aspects, they still follow this principle. Of course, Dreamscape is different. This world is too strange, and any investment can cause us to lose everything. The next day, he bid farewell to Jillian and the inhabitants at the temporary camp. Loaded with specimens and strange items, Leylin embarked on a journey back home. Judging from the laboratory's energy waves, this space-time travel can still be supported for a period of time. I'll have just enough time to get a hold of all the surrounding specimens and strange items littered throughout this camp. Leylin stroked his chin. Moreover, that Jillian seemed to be leaning towards me. So long as I tempt her a little more, she will enter the Magus world willingly. At the same time, I could secretly capture some inhabitants, which would guarantee enough specimens in the future. The current Leylin was taking precautions in case he couldn't use his astral lab anymore. However, no matter what, the Magus message on the animal skin is already a great harvest. Leylin smiled in satisfaction. Warning. Warning. Astral laboratory under attack. Activating rank 1 runes, stored energy at 34.7%. At this moment, the AI chip flashed a red warning, immediately making Leylin anxious. Spider and breakage after all. If the astral laboratory was destroyed, not only would he lose his channel to Dreamscape, he would be trapped here, forever. Impossible. I set up a concealing technique and spell formation before leaving. I even left behind. Leylin's mind began to work rapidly. He was confident in his setup, but the warning from the AI chip definitely wasn't false. Could it be some kind of unique creature that can see through my illusory spell formation? Or, is it demons? The possibility instantly turned Leylin gloomy. He suddenly sped up, coming to the area where his laboratory was, but the scene that came into his vision made Leylin's eyes widen gradually. This, in his sight, was a huge spider the size of a tall mountain, spitting out threads that wrapped up the entire laboratory. The runes around the laboratory flickered continuously, rippling with a dazzling luster. The defensive layer and spider web depleted each other. On the spider's abdomens were large numbers of patterns, coming together to form a distorted male face. A whimpering sound echoed from its wide-open maw. Warning! Warning! Formation genie energy reserves at less than 10%, approaching critical value. Immediate countermeasures recommended. The AI chip's red warning window shot out again. Is it possible to scan the opponent? Leylin quickly asked. Mission established. Attempting to scan. Beginning to break through opponent's force field. Chick chick. Even as the AI chip sounded out mechanically, the huge spider in midair seemed to be provoked by something. Its compound eyes turned, aiming directly at Leylin. A forceful scan would release a feeling of a malicious invasion. It was likely to trigger the opponent's hatred, something Leylin expected long ago. The male face on the spider's abdomen let out a sob, and terrifying sound waves swept past the area where Leylin was, tearing off the topsoil to reveal the thick bedrock. Leylin had taken precautions the moment he commanded the AI chip to scan. His body was covered in a layer of chemoyan scales, and a few blood-red shields emerged. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! The blood-red shields and the sound waves came into contact, and it seemed to be unable to defend for much longer. Many cracks emerged on the surface of the shields, and they soon shattered. The sound waves swept across Leylin, causing intense pain to be transmitted. From his chemoyan scales, arg! This power! Weirdly enough, a hint of happiness emerged in Leylin's eyes. At the very least, he could confirm through this attack that his opponent had not comprehended laws. The opponent was not a regulatory existence. This was more important than anything else. If not, he could only have turned around and fled, abandoning the laboratory and wandering alone in dreamscape. Beep. Target has resisted scanning. Not all data has been obtained. Display what is available. The AI chip asked mechanically. Of course, Leylin assented unhesitantly. The AI chip responded immediately, projecting a data panel with many incomplete fields before him. Beep. Unknown creature. Power. 200 plus. Agility. 100 plus. Vitality. Not enough information. Spiritual force. 2000 plus. Estimate abilities. 1. Detection. Has a keen perceptivity towards the energy waves in its territory. 2. Unknown. 3. Unknown. That detection ability should be why the opponent could discover the laboratory in spite of my meticulous concealment. Leylin sighed. He was reminded of the saying, man proposes, God disposes. He had observed this area for a long time. Only after ensuring that there weren't any terrifying creatures did he go out to explore with peace of mind. He hadn't expected that such a terrifying monster would be attracted when he was out. The opponent is a rank 6 creature at most, there's still a chance. Leylin's figure twinkled endlessly as he dodged the snow-white spider web in midair. His thoughts were running endlessly. Of course, the beings of Dreamscape did not follow the Magus World's rankings. Because of the inherent uncertainty of Dreamforce, their rankings were very vague. But through the AI chip's detection and his own observations, Leylin could already confirm that the opponent was at least a rank 6 creature, ferocious and powerful. These kinds of creatures all occupy their own territories normally. Why did it come out for no reason? Leylin immediately shook his head even as this thought came to mind, I'm too foolish. This is Dreamscape, why would it follow such rules? Right at this moment, the abdomen of the spider in midair suddenly bloated as it let out a cry, expanding and lastly exploding. Large quantities of densely packed spiders fell from the sky like raindrops. A translucent thread at all their tails connected them to the main body. An even finer radiance flashed across these closely packed threads. Terrifying amounts of Dreamforce condensed with a bang, converging on that man's distorted face as he let out a horrifying growl in the sky. KDALKG Malk. Terrifying Dreamforce crashed down on Leylin's body, causing the defensive suit to begin cracking inch by inch. So powerful. Is this the power of rank 6? As Leylin mumbled, a blood-red radiance burst out from his body. The power from his point mass had concentrated to an extreme as it boosted a spell, resulting in a new transformation. Radiant Moon Arcane Art Chemoyan Transformation. Along with a terrifying hiss, an enormous serpent over 100,000 meters long suddenly appeared in the sky. The large bones at the top of its head formed something like a crown, the smooth and elegant lines of its scales emitting the aura of nobility. This was the ruler of the ancient giant Chemoian serpents, the rank 5 Chemoian emperor. Whoosh! A huge phantom flashed across the sky. The Chemoian emperor suddenly flung its tail out, which struck the face in the sky and caused it to explode. Mysterious petrifying light shot from the amber pupils that were like morning stars. Many of the tiny spiders were petrified right in midair, turning into rocks and falling down. Innate skill devour. Along with Leylin's soul force, the Chemoian emperor suddenly widened its serpent's jaw and a big black hole formed faintly before him. The spider web in the sky was directly broken, disappearing into the terrifying black hole with the surrounding rocks, branches, and even light itself. Get out! Accompanying Leylin's explosive shout, the enormous serpent suddenly crashed into the large spider in the sky. With a mountain cracking, space-shattering rumble, terrifying shockwaves of air swept out in all directions. The large spider that was hovering in front of the laboratory was struck some distance away. Chick. This kind of attack obviously enraged the spider. With ear-piercing yells, a few blades of dark light suddenly burst forth, leaving deep scars on the Chemoian emperor's body. Large scales fell down as blood splashed in all directions. Yet, under the effect of the innate devour skill, the serpent recovered very quickly. A poof sounded as countless black streams of air gathered together, restoring Leylin's true body. There was an unusual blush on his face as numerous black flames formed on his body, making him resemble a demonic phoenix. Soaring demonic phoenix. Together with an exalted phoenix cry, the Blackfire Phoenix tore open the layers of webbing that had wrapped around the laboratory and Leylin dashed inside. Go! Various potions were thrown out from Leylin's body, forming a terrifying combination spell. It mixed with attacks from the Scarlet Earring, and they drowned the enormous spider that was rushing over. He did not even look at the outcome of that, suddenly closing the door of the laboratory. Bang! When he opened it again, the surroundings of the laboratory had already transformed into the scene of an ancient castle. I'm back, Leylin murmured. His expression suddenly changed and a great amount of dark red dreamforce shrouded his body, forming the phantom of a huge spider. Indeed, I still can't resist the attack of a rank 6 creature, he mumbled with a bitter smile on his face. Suddenly, his expression showed another drastic change. Rumble. Glaring blue lightning bounced around the surroundings of the laboratory, even emerging in dreamscape. A huge red spider spat out a large amount of thread from the other side that seemed to stretch across the void. With his astral vision, Leylin saw a large amount of thread twisting on top of the laboratory, aiming to drag it back into dreamscape. No. If this goes on, no matter whether the laboratory is dragged over there or that thing gets access to the channel leading here, it isn't going to be something I wish to see. A rare look of hesitation emerged on Leylin's face, but ultimately dissolved into resolution. I need to break the connection. Leylin had studied this space switching of the laboratory extensively. Although he hadn't had many results, he'd still deduced how to stop this phenomenon. Leylin's right hand dropped a little powerlessly. AI. Chip. Command the formation genie to activate self-destruct procedures. Beep. Authority confirmed, enforcing command. Without human thoughts, the AI. Chip only carried out his orders mechanically. As it sounded out, a slightly dark red gas emerged from the floor of the lab. The dark red dreamforce grew more concentrated as it converged, eventually even forming a layer of dark red flames. With a series of bangs, a great amount of webbing melted and broke apart. Even the laboratory itself began to melt slowly. Chick Kai, Leylin felt like he could hear the furious growls of the spider all the way from the distant dreamscape. The loud sound was originally very intense, but as soon softened as it gradually disappeared. The dark red flames then extinguished, leaving a big black hole where the laboratory had originally stood. It had disappeared without a trace. Dreamscape alteration. Dreamscape. Leylin sighed. He could sense that the unusual area that connected two spaces had vanished. From here on, this place would completely lose its link with Dreamscape. Though he had expected this day to come, Leylin was still dejected. This is only a temporary farewell. Dreamscape. Jillian, with large amounts of Dreamforce and valuable information at hand, Leylin was confident that he could enter Dreamscape on his own. However, that would require a lot of research and experiments. He would not be able to make contact with Dreamscape in the near future, but he would eventually establish a connection between the two sides using his own strength, then return there. What a pity, Leylin's eyes showed sadness within. With how things were, he could have continued interacting with Dreamscape, getting even more profits. Still, Leylin would not regret his decision. After being discovered by a rank 6 creature, keeping a spatial node around was just irresponsible towards his own safety. That gigantic spider had almost descended into the Magus world. If it attracted even more high-ranked existences, Leylin would be left with no option but death. It was worth losing this channel. Thankfully, most of the specimens and research materials from those surroundings are with me. Most important is the Dreamforce system I obtained from the natives, and the runic structures on their bodies. Leylin's eyes flashed as he pondered. With all this, I'm more confident in deducing a Dreamforce spell that's suited to me. I can use it as a fatal secret attack. Leylin had experienced the mysteriousness of Dreamforce himself. It was a powerful force that was comparable to laws, and it could even suppress them. Even existences that are above rank 6 would be troubled by it. Hence, a spell that relied on Dreamforce would be a terrifying issue for many rank 6 magi, even though he himself was at rank 5. The information I got only details the usage of low-rank Dreamforce, and is specifically targeted at the natives. I'll still need a lot of time to alter it to construct a rank 5 spell model. Leylin touched his chin. At this moment, he suddenly jerked. Large amounts of dark red gas condensed to form various faces and spiders that crawled on his clothing. Boo-hoo! Wails crawled into Leylin's eardrums, causing him to go deathly pale. Go away! His eyes immediately turned into amber pupils, a terrifying phantom of a Chemoian emperor appearing behind him. Boom! Boom! Crackle! Large numbers of faces exploded, but the rest persevered on as they surrounded Leylin's body. Dreamforce. It's from the injury. Leylin's expression darkened. The gigantic spider was a rank 6 existence after all. Leylin had been extremely lucky to catch the spider off guard and enter the laboratory, but he had suffered an injury while doing so. Even though he'd devoured matter to make up for the loss in life energy, the Dreamforce from the attack still lingered on. The mysteriousness of Dreamforce was something Leylin knew quite well. If not for him having done some research in the area and producing some antibodies, the backlash would not be so meager. It looks I need to solve the issue with my body before I deduce any new spells. Leylin laughed wryly, a dense layer of black air covering the surrounding masks and spider figures. A few months later, within a laboratory, white fog at boiling temperature caused a wave of hot air. Crimson light reflected off the wall, forming a projection of something like fire. In the middle of the laboratory, Leylin sat within a gigantic red pool, his eyes closed as if in thought. Within this red pool, one could see a lustrous black ink-like fluid constantly oozing out from Leylin's pores. After leaving his body, the black ink quickly dispersed and contaminated a large region. Faint sounds of wails were emitted from it. Scree. A large phoenix phantom appeared above the red pool, spreading its two flaming wings over it as scarlet flames arose. Woo-woo! The cries grew even more mournful as the black ink gradually became fainter within the red flames. It even began to evaporate, returning the pool to its original color. A few hours later, there was even more steam in the laboratory, practically becoming a fog that shrouded the entire area. Within the scarlet pool, the thin threads of black that seeped out from Leylin's pores gradually turned brown, weakening completely. Malicious intent and hatred from a foreign world is truly difficult to deal with, Leylin muttered to himself, grabbing at the towel on his face as he gazed at the red pool. The injuries caused by the gigantic rank 6 spider in Dreamscape had been very serious. It took till now for the harm to be somewhat dealt with. Thankfully, that annoying resent has been completely expelled. All that's left is pure Dreamforce, which I have other uses for. Leylin changed out of his loose robes and arrived at the other end of the laboratory. Beep. Retinal scanning passed. Brain waves verified. Unlocked through soul force. Opening. With the AI, Chip's robotic voice sounding, a wall section opened up to a crevice. The walls on both sides automatically withdrew, revealing a large, glossy door. One could see 2 rows of shelves lined with precious materials upon entering, intricate runes carved into the wood like the most delicate of artwork. Thud. The large door closed automatically, causing the light to dim. Once Leylin grew accustomed to it, he could see the many items on the shelves flickering with a dark red luster. Atop the shelves were a few leaves kept in glass bottles, as well as ores and the like. Thankfully, with the other Dreamforce I collected before and the Dreamforce the items themselves have, they can stay in this world for a large period of time. Leylin was very pleased. This was his dream laboratory, in which the AI, Chip took care of central administration. The defensive measures here were especially strict. Most of the things he had obtained from Dreamscape previously were placed here. I've finally expelled all the malicious intent from Dreamscape. If not, I wouldn't dare meet Freya. Leylin went past the shelves and came before a black metallic instrument. Seeing the results of the scans, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had antibodies against Dreamforce, and was a rank 5 Radiant Moon Warlock. The Dreamforce in the attack before had merely caused him some troubles. However, things were different for Freya. She was still a rank 3 Warlock, and being contaminated by even a bit of Dreamforce could have a terrifying effect on her. Hence, before he was certain he had completely rid himself of all Dreamforce, Leylin hadn't dared return to the castle. He'd stayed here instead. It was only now that the malicious intent that Leylin had on his body was completely expelled. Leylin gazed at his arm. The skin now had a dense layer of red around it, filled with a type of energy. This was not bloodline energy. It was the Dreamforce that had been purified after the ill intent was eliminated. Great timing. I'd already determined that I'd need to alter my body to employ Dreamforce. This dense Dreamforce from a rank 6 being can help me build my foundations. Leylin's eyes flashed with intelligence as he commanded, AI. Chip, begin. The AI. Chip's robotic voice sounded out, beep. Beginning Dreamscape alterations. Microscopic scanning used. Searching database. Affirming runes. Meanwhile, the large instrument in front of Leylin changed its shape. A few large metallic arms extended forth with crackling noises. All sorts of strange tools on them. Partial adjustment to host's body beginning. With the AI, Chip's voice, the skin on Leylin's arm first experienced some changes. A layer of dark red light appeared, forming fine patterns. These were very similar to those on the body of Jillian from Dreamscape, but even finer. They were more orderly and had a unique feel to them, with a beauty to this smoothness. With the AI, Chip in charge, and the large arms of the instrument helping, Leylin's body was branded with a layer of red runes. Why does this remind me of branded swordsmen? There really is a certain amount of similarity here. After the modification was completed, Leylin snapped his fingers and a silver mirror immediately appeared in front of him. The image within was that of a human body filled with strange red runes. A demonic lotus pattern was on his forehead, and he looked very similar to the branded swordsman he'd created before. It looks like no matter what kind of path one takes, there's bound to be some similarity somewhere. AI. Chip. Leylin commanded. Beep. Beginning second procedure. With the AI, Chip's robotic voice, the demonic red runes abruptly emanated bright rays of light, completely absorbing all the Dreamforce that the rank 6 spider had left on Leylin's body and disappeared into his skin. Leylin called out in a low voice, feeling powerful energy flowing in his body. At this point, with the disappearance of the large amounts of dream runes, he had regained his original appearance. Dream spell beep. Host's Dreamscape alteration has been completed. Dreamforce adaptability has increased. Host has absorbed the remaining Dreamforce. Vitality and spiritual force increasing, recalculating data. Following the AI, Chip's voice, Leylin saw his stats being refreshed. Leylin Farlier, rank 5 Warlock. Bloodline. Chemoyan Emperor complete form. Strength. 76, Agility. 62, Vitality. 155.7, Spiritual Force. 1821.5, Magic Power. 1821, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force. 182, New Moon. I didn't expect the alterations from Dreamforce to have so many benefits. Leylin nodded, rather satisfied with the upgrades. The most important thing about this alteration was that with the absorption of Dreamforce, his body was beginning to get used to this strength. That was a prerequisite to employing Dreamforce-based spells. Now, Leylin could see a strange red bar on the histogram that showed his elemental affinities, a third place below darkness and fire but still ahead of even his ice affinity. Affinity with Dreamforce, Leylin muttered to himself, knowing what this represented. Elemental affinity, or the attraction of specific forces, was the prerequisite to Magi being able to cast spells. His affinity with Dreamforce surpassed his expectations. Beep. Host body's Dreamscape alterations completed. Gained Dream ability Illusory Dream. Might when casting illusory type spells increased by 50%. Resistance to illusions increased by 35%. Host has a possibility of creating a dream force field around the body, bewitching intellectual creatures. The AI, Chip called all this to his attention. It seems like this Dreamscape alteration had a lot of benefits. If not for Dreamforce being too unstable, it wouldn't have been bad to focus on training it. Leylin stroked his chin. Dreamforce was very powerful. If a magus were to train in this area, the rise of their strength would definitely be very quick. However, Leylin was not going to consider this. There was the aspect of his own affinity to it, but more importantly the instability of Dreamforce left Leylin unwilling to gamble on it. Leylin's view was that the Dreamforce would have restrictions when being used in a different world, and also had terrifying variance in the power. If other sources of power ranged from 1000 to 1500, then that of Dreamforce would be from 1 to 10,000. This meant that creatures in dreams might be frail little bugs a day ago, but could turn into a demon god the very next day. Beings that were demons the day before could very well turn into creatures not even comparable to bugs due to the weakening of Dreamforce. More importantly, these changes had no pattern. They might never happen, but could also happen continuously, which made it seem like a fraud. Hence, Leylin would at most use Dreamforce as a tool, but not train mainly in it. However, with an affinity with Dreamforce, I can now cast basic dream-based spells. Leylin came to the center of the laboratory. A thick isolating glass there held within a gigantic ball of dark red Dreamforce that was dense to the extreme within. This was all the dream energy that Leylin had collected in this period of time. With the push from a few incantations and soul force, an illusory spell model floated above his hands. Opening sluice gate No. 1. Along with the AI chip's voice, one of the channels on the glass revealed a tiny opening. Dark red Dreamforce squeezed out like an earthworm, revolving around Leylin and seeming extremely lively. Seeing that the Dreamforce was enough, the sluice gate ruthlessly closed once more, leaving the Dreamforce that had escaped outside. Rank 1 Dream Spell Eternal Light. A spell model that was complex and strange, with the energy node within constantly changing, was sent from the AI chip to Leylin's memories. With the push from a few incantations and soul force, an illusory spell model floated above his hands. The dream force around Leylin immediately disappeared into the model. Rumble. The energy from a rank 1 spell caused dazzling white rays of light to fill the laboratory. Beep. Casting of rank 1 spell, Eternal Light, is successful. Undulations in data has been recorded. Recording into spell database under dream spells, rank 1 the AI chip quickly intoned. Eternal Light, a rank 1 spell that creates light for eternity. Estimated duration to be 50 years, 8 months. Power, 100 to 300 degrees. Following that, even more detailed information was shown on the screen of the AI chip. A regular rank 1 spell should have a power between 20 and 80 degrees. The amplification from Dreamforce is so terrifying. Leylin touched his chin, gazing at the light on the walls that would not extinguish. Regular light magic and even eternal light can last for at most a few years. However, the energy provided by Dreamforce can last for 50 years. It had to be said that the great effects of Dreamforce surpassed Leylin's expectations. Once I research and create an offensive rank 5 dream spell, even rank 6 magi can only tremble under it. Leylin's eyes flickered with a fervent heat. The spell model of the rank 1 dream spell he had just cast had come from the animal hide of the natives that had come from Dreamscape. The anonymous magus had spent decades and come up with a system suitable for natives of the Dreamscape to use. He had even invented a series of dream spells. Though they were only from rank 1 to rank 3, that was still astonishing to Leylin. To be able to incorporate Dreamforce into a magus path and then invent usable models meant that this magus attainments in spells could even surpass himself. The information left behind by this person had allowed him to avoid detours, and even aided him in creating a good foundation, thus saving him much time. Even with the foundations and systems, deducing rank 4 and rank 5 content would usually take magi a long period of time, but for the AI chip it was just a matter of how much power it allocated. With such sensitivity towards spells as well as knowledge of laws, the magus who accidentally landed in the Dreamscape should at least be rank 6, or even a rank 7 magus who grasped laws. Leylin's eyes shone with yearning, and he threw himself into the nerve-wrecking experiments. Time was fast approaching to fulfill the arrangement he had with Melinda. Before that, he had to constantly amass more strength so that he had enough to save himself, and even escape her schemes. Whatever conspiracy there was, strength would be key. Once the difference in strength grew insurmountable, any conspiracies or plots would be useless. Whether it was dealing with the blazing flame monarch or other dangers, dream spells could be used as Leylin's hidden trump card and be the deciding factor of victory. Hence, Leylin dedicated most of the AI Chip's operations into the experiment. Ellipsis. One needs to employ Dreamforce for dream spells. Though I've done all I can to prepare some, I can't use it more than a few times. The energy needed for spells at and above rank 4 is terrifying. Leylin donned a large white gown, translucent goggles in front of his eyes. Watching the ball of dark red Dreamforce behind the wall, his eyes twinkled. Dark red Dreamforce constantly drifted from the ball. It was similar to a scarlet python that swept across the wall, but it was forcefully blocked. This was the material that Leylin had identified to isolate Dreamforce over many experiments. In a situation where no people rigged it, just the instinctual attacks of the Dreamforce could do nothing against the isolating reinforced glass. Based on my estimations and the AI chip's calculations, this dream energy can only be used to cast a rank 4 spell 6 to 10 times, while a rank 5 spell can only be cast 3 times or less. Leylin's expression was dark. After breaking the connection with Dreamscape, gathering Dreamforce had turned into a large issue. No matter how he tried to store them properly, Dreamforce was constantly dissipating. While this was a slow process, the keen AI chip had discovered it. Finding a way to store and transport Dreamforce was another aspect that it was working hard on. Spells that use Dreamforce as a base are most effective when related to illusory spells. Dreamforce and the illusory magic are extremely similar, and fusing them is the best option. The spell model that the AI chip was calculating constantly improved by his conjectures, and gradually revealed its true form. A spell model with numerous illusory runes flickering to and fro, emanating multicolored misty brilliance that all seemed like a dream began to take shape in the AI chip's simulations. Remaining time till rank 5 Dreamforce spell is deduced, 3h 41 minutes 12s. The AI chip had now given an accurate prompt, 3 months and 9 days for the deduction of a rank 5 spell to be completed. Leylin's excitement could not be concealed. While he had been recuperating and altering his body, the AI chip had not been idle, analyzing and studying this area. Now, the fatal dream attack that he had been anticipating was about to be completed. While he was waiting, time seemed to flow incredibly slower. Finally, Leylin heard the prompt from the AI chip. Beep. Rank 5 dream spell deduction completed. Progress of construction of spell model, 100%. What had always been a robotic voice sounded incomparably gleeful in Leylin's ears. It's finally done. Leylin clenched his fist and immediately read through the content given by the AI chip. Communication and stealth in the simulation space of the AI chip. A spell model that was extremely intricate and had multicolored flowing runes had completely taken shape. The AI chip's voice transmitted at this point. Beep. Rank 5 dream spell Radiant Moon Dreamforce spell Destray Dream. Type. Dreamforce. Illusory. Effect. Causes target to sink into their own dream realm and lose all senses with the external world. 90% chance of causing confusion to a Radiant Moon Magus true soul. Effects weaken slightly depending on number of times used. An illusory technique that targets the true soul, with a success rate of 90%. Leylin's pupils shrank. He had experienced the mysteries and dangers of Dreamscape for himself. If not for the AI chip and some luck, he might not have been able to escape at all. It had such a high rate of success amongst those of the same rank, and could even bypass ranks even if the effects would be weakened. Still, the rate should be above 50% then as well. In other words, the moment Radiant Moon Destray Dream was employed, there was a 50% chance that even a rank 6 Breaking Dawn Monarch's true soul would get lost in confusion. A magus who lost their true soul was basically a piece of flesh anyone could take advantage of. Even as the creator of the spell, fear lingered in Leylin's own heart for the terror it held. It's a pity that I need to use Dreamforce sparingly. I can't test the might of this spell in the real world. A look of regret rose in Leylin's eyes, before he grew dazed. AI chip. Begin the simulation of a dream. Create a virtual world using the rank 6 spider as a standard. This was a unique ability of the AI chip. It could run simulations in virtual reality, and after its upgrades, it could simulate all existences under rank 7, under those that comprehended laws. White light flashed, and Leylin appeared in Dreamscape once more. Not far away, a large spider with a strange male face on its stomach hovered in the air, countless webs shooting out and covering the laboratory. Every single thing was the same as it had been in Dreamscape. Dense Dreamforce continuously surged from around Leylin, causing him to almost feel suffocated. It can even imitate Dreamscape to this extent. Leylin gazed at his hands. There seemed to be no issue when he launched Soul Force, so he could not help but nod in satisfaction. Even a rank 6 existence was imitated flawlessly. There's practically no difference from the being I saw before. Though this was all simulated by the AI chip, everything had been reconstructed exactly the same as the scene from before. Chick chick asterisk. The gigantic spider ahead discovered Leylin and immediately began to snarl, its abdomen exploding to release a large amount of tiny spiders. Good, I can test this out against a rank 6 existence. Leylin chuckled and darted forward, terrifying dark red dreamforce forming a tide around his body. Rank 5 Dreamforce spell Radiant Moon Distray Dream. Strange ripples spread with Leylin's voice, swirling around the gigantic spider. In the real world, Leylin's pupils flashed and he regained his consciousness, though the amazement on his face did not decrease. A rank 5 Dreamforce spell has such a frightful effect. It had to be said that even though he'd already had a conjecture about it, the shock that came from watching it in a real test had rendered Leylin speechless. Very good. With this spell, there's a much greater chance of me surviving against a monarch, and I'll even have a fatal attack. Leylin touched his chin. He had always liked planning ahead, first considering the losses before the victory. With confidence that he could retreat unharmed, he was even more interested in the hunting scheme that Melinda had proposed. After all, the blazing flame monarch had never expressed any interest in letting him off. Even when Leylin had been hiding in the Morning Star area, he'd received a lot of intel regarding the Ouroboros clan being spied upon. Even Emma and Gilbert had met with danger several times. If not for the warlocks from the Morning Star area lending a helping hand in time, the two dukes would probably have died already. He evidently wanted to use the two dukes to lure Leylin out, but Leylin hadn't fallen for that at all, instead holding himself up. This had allowed him several months of peace. Sometimes, compromising in the face of a threat would only cause the other party to become even more aggressive. Only when the enemy knew you didn't care for their blackmailing could the passive side grow active and gain the upper hand. The blazing flame monarch found that Leylin had no intentions of making a move, and didn't care for his side's lives. Hence, any plans he had along those lines were dismissed, and the harassment the Ouroboros clan faced was reduced. If Leylin had made the wrong choice, the situation would have turned worse and worse. The blazing flame monarch, a breaking dawn magus who is like a blazing sun, eternally illuminating the entire magus world from the horizon. Ha! A cold smirk appeared on Leylin's face as he stroked his chin. Even a star will lose its light and warmth one day, turning into a black hole. You're merely a rank 6 magus. The underlying tone of his words lay a boundless bloodlust. Having thought this through, Leylin placed a call through a secret imprint, on the encrypted channel Melinda had given him before. Melinda, it's me. You've finally made up your mind. Melinda's voice sounded from the other side. It was a mature female voice, not the voice of the small girl. Yes, I cannot stand an opposing organization constantly eyeing me from the shadows like a vermin. I believe you feel the same way. Leylin's voice was low. Hee hee, a mouse. I like your metaphor. Melinda's cheerful laughter came from the other side. She was just like Leylin, caring little for law and having no natural morality. Hearing the meaning in his words, she grew excited as well. I know all the weaknesses of the blazing flame monarch. Sometime in the near future, his strength will be at its lowest. With a few other helpers of found, we can definitely kill him in one go. I hope things are as you say they are. Leylin began to tap the table with his finger subconsciously. He expressed his tentative support of Melinda's plan, but not so much so that he would involve himself in some trap. In all honesty, even if he was cooperating with her, he would not let himself become a leader. When working together with a sly old fox, just a slight blunder would result in him falling into a trap. Leylin was very cautious about this. What he wanted to make use of was her knowledge of the pathways and the opponent's weaknesses. Once he gained all of that, he would come up with a plan of his own. Melinda then tossed out some bait. The items we get afterwards will definitely be able to satisfy you, I'm anticipating it. Leylin's voice was extremely calm. After agreeing on a time and place with her, he ended the communication. Rank 6, only Leylin was left in the room. He sunk deep into thought for a long while, and then rubbed his temples. Time is scarce. I'll need to start preparing a lot of things. In the central continent, rank 6s were at the top of the pyramid. They were emperors among magi. The current Leylin didn't have any hope when dealing with them, but even he had little confidence. Other people would even think he was crazy. However, Leylin and Melinda were both clever. They possessed battle strength at the peak of Radiant Moon, and if they found a few other helpers at the same rank who would fight with their lives on the line when the opponent was weak, there was a huge chance of success. With ample preparation, Leylin could practically be in an invincible position, something which made this transaction acceptable. Silver spatial turbulence streaked around outside the Morning Star area, bringing a dark silver luster to the pitch-black galaxy. A bit of faint light appeared in the distant starry skies, like that from a firefly. Black light flashed at the edge of the space, and Leylin's figure appeared. His eyes were bright as they scanned the area, his thin and nice eyebrows furrowing before they relaxed. Come out. It was tranquil in the void, with no sound at all. Leylin snorted, and two streams of black air converged to form a double-headed snake that pounced on an area not far away, the space there fluctuating. Your Highness Bevis, did you think I was playing with you? Crash. Space was pulled apart as if it was a door, leaving behind a bundle of fog. Large amounts of this fog converged to form a human body. The face was that of Bevis, who had previously visited Leylin and left with the two on bad terms. How did you see through my innate fog? Large amounts of white fog emanated from Bevis' body, drowning the double-headed snake. Bevis' expression was dark as he stared at Leylin with malicious intent. It seemed like he was quite miffed at being discovered. Why should I tell you? Leylin gazed at Bevis as if ridiculing him, causing the latter's face to flush red. Leylin Farlier. On behalf of the organization, I'm here to stop you. You act willfully as if the resources you obtain from us are a trifling matter. Bevis yelled. HMPH. Representing. Who are you representing? Alpha, Wade, or Jeffrey? Leylin glared at Bevis as if provoking him. Where are they? Did you think you alone could represent the Warlock Union? Even if you ascend to Breaking Dawn, you won't possess that kind of authority. In the Morning Star area, Alpha and the other two Radiant Moons were huddled together, watching the scene through an old stone basin. Multiple scenes and voices were transmitted through the basin, of the confrontation between Bevis and Leylin. Everyone, isn't how we're treating Leylin and Bevis a little? Jeffrey spoke slightly anxiously. This is a matter between the two. It's not right for us to interfere. Besides, there's one thing that Leylin said that was absolutely correct. Alpha spoke coldly. Fog Giant, the Warlock Union isn't the personal property of a single warlock. It's an alliance between all warlocks, each of whom have their own wills and requirements for benefits. Alpha's voice was icy. Even when Bevis reaches Breaking Dawn, he still won't have the authority to represent us all. Wade and Jeffrey did not refute out of their desire to protect their own interests. Furthermore, Leylin wants to raid the Blazing Flame Monarch in his own name, and Bevis is trying all he can to stop this. In principle, neither of them are wrong. Hence, let's give them a chance to sort it out among themselves. We'll appear later to adjudicate. Isn't that appropriate? An intelligent glint flashed in Alpha's eyes. As the oldest and most powerful Radiant Moon Warlock, his might in the Warlock Union could not be underestimated. That's true. They're young people after all, they need to be hot-blooded sometimes. Wade exclaimed from the other side. Completely golden, he looked like a god of battle. But, Bevis is someone who can advance to Breaking Dawn. If some enmity arises between the two warlocks because of what happens today, the future of the warlocks of our union, Jeffrey was slightly worried. Bevis has yet to attain Breaking Dawn. Besides, how are you so sure that he will be the one to become a rank 6 warlock? How can I not be sure? He has, Jeffrey instinctively retorted, and then saw Alpha's expression that was somewhat like a smile but not quite. He immediately went mute, sinking into deep thought. Though Alpha kept saying he wanted to be impartial, one of the two involved was a warlock with a rank 5 bloodline and the other a warlock with a rank 6 bloodline. Letting the two fight out a personal battle was already unfair to some extent. Perhaps Alpha has great expectations of Leylin. Jeffrey suddenly understood this fact. Seeing his look of sudden realization, Alpha nodded in gratification. The prophecy didn't indicate who it was that would reach Breaking Dawn. Although Bevis being the one is most probable, Leylin still had hope as well. Even you and I, as well as all the warlocks limited to Morning Star, have a chance. That's why we need to make some bets when we need to, that is how we can maintain our influence. Although we're putting a lot of our hope on Bevis, we can't reduce our support towards other warlocks, I understand. Jeffrey nodded solemnly. Alpha beamed as he spoke. Good. No matter who wins or loses, you just need to express goodwill to the loser and show our kindness. Could it be that your highness thinks Leylin has a chance of winning? Jeffrey gaped. Not only has Bevis reached Half Moon, he has a rank 6 bloodline. Hee. someone who can become a rank 5 warlock with his own abilities isn't a nobody. Offa laughed, as if hinting at something. He pressed in closer, his eyeballs that were glazed over glinting with a strange light. Leylin is someone who can create miracles. Nobody can tell the results of this fight, but whatever it is, it's pointless to speculate further. Let's watch. Hearing Offa say this, Jeffrey and Wade watched the battlefield grimly. Leylin had long since noticed the concealed Bevis with the AI chip's scans. The other Radiant Moon warlocks weren't around, something Leylin found strange. Offa and the rest didn't come with him to put pressure on me, are they maintaining a neutral stance? Rather unexpected. Leylin's eyes flashed with intelligence, their meaning is quite clear. If I don't exceed Bevis, there's nothing else to say, but if I achieve victory over him or breakthrough I can do as I like. They're placing their bets on both of us, what a bunch of sly old foxes indeed. Leylin lamented. Immediately after, his gaze towards Bevis turned piteous. No matter how talented he was, he lacked experience. He evidently hadn't pondered over this, and was still frustrated by the previous events. Ah, Leylin Farlier, I won't let you off. Come back with me obediently. Bevis roared, a large fog surging from his body. Just as well, I'll play with you as a warm-up. Besides, Leylin laughed, and large amounts of demonic black flames suddenly emerged from his body. High-pitched phoenix cries sounded from within. All of a sudden, the flames flew into the sky, gathering to form a devilishly enchanting blackfire phoenix. Soaring demonic phoenix. With the high-pitched buzzing of flames breaking through space, the arrogant phoenix spread its wings, spurring on immense tides of black flames. Space itself was melted down, and the fog that Bevis emitted was devoured and absorbed. After acquiring the devouring ability of the Chemoyan Serpent Emperor, Leylin found that the same ability of his black flames had been upgraded as well, the two seemingly complementing each other well. Is that what you're so confident in? A black phoenix? What kind of bloodline ability is that? The vigorous fire energy and the demonic devouring ability caused Bevis' expression to change slightly. Whatever it is, in front of my bloodline, all odd abilities need to bow down. His eyes immediately turned crimson. A powerful and profound force from an ancient bloodline emanated from his body, even suppressing Leylin to some extent. That unique aura that came from an ancient rank 6 bloodline was something regular rank 5 beings did not dare offend. Just this alone gave Bevis a huge advantage when battling warlocks with bloodline sources of a lower rank than his own. However, Leylin was different. As the ruler of a race, the Chemoyan Serpent Emperor had a high resistance to the pressure from a rank 6 being, and the suppression was far lesser than what Bevis had expected. Beep. Host affected by opponent's bloodline suppression. All statistics have decreased slightly. Leylin was speechless as he saw his stats. The only decrease was in the unit place. Is the suppressive ability of a rank 6 bloodline so weak? Or is the Chemoyan Emperor too overbearing? Chirp. Under Bevis' disbelieving gaze, the Blackfire Phoenix flew before him without being affected in any way. Two wings that were like long flaming blades crossed each other, and terrifying black flames instantly devoured him. How is this possible? My bloodline is rank 6. How can't it suppress a mere rank 5 bloodline? After the wave of black flames passed, Bevis looked to be in a sorry state. There was a thick layer of fog armor wrapped around his body, resulting in him receiving very slight injuries. The blow to his ego, however, was incomparable. Isn't it just the bloodline of the Misty Fog Giant? It's not as if it was the peak of ancient rank 6 beings or something. Is there a need to conceal this? Leylin snickered disdainfully, and Bevis froze up. How did you find out? What do you think? A look of satisfaction hung on Leylin's face, which only made Bevis want to vomit blood. His bloodline had the innate ability of concealment, which was one of his trump cards. Even those other Radiant Moon warlocks had not seen through this, and yet it was nothing in front of Leylin. Fear of Leylin rose in Bevis' heart. It grew increasingly intense, and much of it transformed into hatred. You must die. You must die. Bevis howled. Rumble. Large amounts of fog exploded, forming the figure of an immense giant. This giant had 4 thick and sturdy arms, and a vertical eye at the top of its bald head. Its skin was colored in the green of marble, large amounts of gray fog being produced from its pores. Its body seemed rather misty. Since Leylin had seen through it, Bevis had nothing left to hide. Awoo! The gigantic Misty Fog Giant's 4 large arms were held high as it began to howl fiercely. The dense dog spread to form a large gray fog space. It really is the Misty Fog Giant. Leylin's pupils flickered. Now that they were fighting, Leylin had nothing holding him back. He immediately ordered the AI chip to forcefully break through the opponent's force field to obtain the correct information on his bloodline. Everything about the Misty Fog Giant was presented to him in detail. Appearance of Misty Fog Giant, rank 6 being, ancient times. Habitat, a wetland with dense fog, or in abandoned Magus cities. Rumored to be the descendants of the ancient Thunder Giant, with the ability to manipulate fog. Likes eating plants like green algae. Gentle nature. Special ability has been concealed. Innate talents. 1. Fog concealment. Covers up one's aura and information about their bloodline. 2. Gray fog space. Creates a subspace that can be maintained for a short period of time. Ah, Leylin, I want to kill you. Kill you. Bevis snarled, the insanity in his eyes growing even more obvious. Arcane Art Giant transformation. His body crackled as his body grew larger, fusing with the phantom behind him. 2 extra arms grew underneath his ribs, and with the execution of the arcane art, he turned into a real Misty Fog Giant. It's a head shorter than the one in the database. It should only be half grown at rank 5. Leylin laughed, red rings of light fusing behind him. He dissipated, turning into large amounts of black gases that reformed into a terrifying Chemoyan Serpent Emperor. Innate Arcane Art Chemoyan, Serpent Transformation, Rumble. Within the gray space, a giant serpent with a body over 100,000 meters long collided with a 4-armed giant. Much of the void shattered under this power, the stray undulations causing the Morning Star area nearby to shake slightly. Drawing blood, what's the matter? Didn't we agree before that he'd only stop his opponent? Why has it gone this far? Jeffrey was a little stunned at the side. This isn't good. I'm afraid Bevis, extreme personality has led to an emotional breakout at rank 6. Quickly, go and stop him. If not, His Highness Leylin, even if the warlock themselves weren't as strong, metamorphosis to a rank 6 creature was definitely more powerful than that to a rank 5. Jeffrey was worried that Bevis would harm Leylin, which wasn't good for the Warlock Union. After all, Leylin was in the Radiant Moon Realm and was one of their executive members. That's a rank 6 bloodline growing emotional. I'm afraid it will affect us as well. Wade, standing at the other side, grew very worried instead. There's no need for that. His Highness Leylin is still there. Offa waved his hands, seemingly very relaxed. Not only he did see through his opponent's bloodline, he even forced Bevis to fall into his own trap step by step. His Highness Leylin is truly growing more and more amazing. Perhaps he'll give us many more surprises. What? Jeffrey and Wade exclaimed involuntarily. Does His Highness still have more strength remaining? I cannot say. Offa waved his hands as he watched the battlefield with more concentration. The Misty Fog Giant growled, and large amounts of gray fog seeped out of its pores, forming armor and a weapon. Its destructive power was great enough to shatter space itself with every attack. Bevis' heart was already filled with anger, and he even wanted to directly kill Leylin. This was very different from his previous intention of just teaching him a lesson. His shame and anger at being discovered and irritation at his pride taking a blow had erupted. Especially after seeing Leylin's unexpected and incredible strength, the flames of jealousy and insanity in the genes from his bloodline mixed together to form something even more terrifying. The result was that Bevis' rationality had all but disappeared, and he was prepared to kill Leylin here regardless of the consequences. What a pitiful child. Leylin's voice was transmitted from the enormous body of the Chemoyan Emperor. Layers of black runes constantly emerged from its scales, easily blocking even the Misty Fog Giant's fog attacks. Leylin watched the 4-armed Misty Fog Giant in front of him attentively, and it seemed as if a mysterious radiance was shot out of his pupils. Eye of Petrification. The Chemoyan Emperor's gaze turned the 4-armed giant sluggish. A layer of ash-gray stone instantly emerged on his skin. No, how can my bloodline lose to this low-ranked creature? Bevis growled frantically as large amounts of blood-red light burst forth from his body, forcing the petrification out. However, the Chemoyan Emperor had taken this time to rush directly in front of him, its huge tail sweeping across the horizon. A power that seemed like Armageddon burst out from it. An explosion sounded as the Misty Fog Giant was swatted away. The large amounts of fog in the surrounding area shattered, exposing the original starry sky. This rank 6 Misty Fog Giant bloodline, I'm taking it. A whisper sounded in Bevis' sea of consciousness. Before he could even figure out the situation, the Chemoyan Emperor had already opened up its maw, its 2 fangs ruthlessly piercing into his neck. A terrifying attractive force was transmitted from its fangs, causing Bevis to shriek hysterically. Large amounts of fog shattered with a bang, and the misty fog giant began cracking up inch by inch. Light flashed within the gray fog, and Bevis' true body appeared once more. Only, the current him had two large bloody holes in his neck, and looked battered and exhausted. His gaze towards Leylin was as if he'd seen some sort of demon. Ah! When he gazed at Leylin's pupils, Bevis seemed to receive a great deal of shock. He let loose a weird shriek as his body transformed into a ray of blood-red light that rushed back to the Morning Star area with extreme speed. Indeed, small and weak, radiant flames emerged and Leylin returned to his normal form as well. The lack of battle experience and willpower was a shortcoming that had caused Bevis great losses. With a card like the AI chip up his sleeve, Leylin had abundant experience and strategies that were shrewd and ruthless. It's more or less enough, time to go. He sneered, looking at a point in space with a dazzling radiance in his eyes. Soon after, his entire body turned into black flames that disappeared in the sky. Within the Morning Star area, Offa and the other two Radiant Moon Warlocks looked at each other in dismay. His Highness Leylin actually discovered us spying on them. But this tracing pensieve is a piece of high-grade magic equipment, forget that. I'm more amazed by his battle strength. Even a half-moon magus like Bevis isn't his match. Wade crossed his arms, and a strand of short golden hair stood up vertically like a steel spike. One had to admit, Leylin's military strength gave them a great surprise. Not only was Bevis at the half-moon stage, he also had a ranked 6 bloodline inheritance in the Misty Fog Giant. Originally, he was only second to Offa in the Warlock Union. And he was defeated just like that. Didn't that mean that Leylin had strength comparable to a peak Radiant Moon? This conjecture was something too crazy for Wayne and Jeffrey to accept immediately. Moreover, His Highness Bevis' bloodline seemed to be slightly damaged at the end. Should we tell His Highness Leylin about this and hope he returns that blood? Jeffrey asked a little hesitantly. Do you think that's possible? Offa speechlessly rolled his eyes. Now that he recalled, he felt like he'd underestimated Leylin. From the start, he had obviously laid a trap for Bevis, who walked in like a fool. Leylin had played him step by step like a marionette. What an interesting kid. He started by stimulating his opponent and causing him to harbor killing intent. Then he defeated Bevis openly and righteously, seizing his bloodline. Did he plan all this out before? Then, if we appeared, did he have other plans for it as well? The more Offa thought of it, the more his previous indifference was replaced with fear of Leylin. This junior's tyrannical strength and meticulous planning had left him heavily surprised. Maybe he's the one who'll fulfill the hopes of the Warlocks. Offa found growing expectations in his heart. Then what about us? Jeffrey didn't really know what to do. Bevis' defeat was a totally unexpected situation to him. What else can we do? Just allow Leylin to go out, he's attacking under his own name anyway. With the Morning Star area's fortress, even if it's the Blazing Flame Monarch, can he break through our defenses directly? Offa flicked his fingernails, his tone carrying a will that did not allow any questioning. Also, increase the security of the Ouroboros clan and Leylin's relatives by a level, especially for Lady Freya. We cannot allow the Blazing Flame Monarch or any others to find even a single loophole, get it? Offa looked at Jeffrey meaningfully. Yes, I will visit Lady Freya myself soon. Jeffrey nodded with a bitter smile. Our rules cannot be broken. There shouldn't be any desperate infighting within us. Warlocks, that is our bottom line, Offa said. I'll go and remind Bevis about this in the near future. All the Warlocks present nodded in agreement. After all, if such a thing happened internally to an organization that was supposed to be unified, it would be a huge blow to their soldiers' morale. Furthermore, if one person crossed the bottom line, the enemy would definitely counterattack with the same level of danger, causing both sides to suffer. Magi were intelligent people, they knew what to do. The only thing that needed to be done was suppressing Bevis' emotional craziness. After he calmed down, everything would become easy. We cannot relax our support for Bevis either. Send the skeletal remains of the Misty Fog Giant in the warehouse to him after this. Offa suddenly said something that shocked Jeffrey greatly. Your Highness, why? Jeffrey's jaw dropped. If Leylin advances to Breaking Dawn, what will we use to suppress him? At this moment, Offa stroked his beard and said something that left a deep impression on Jeffrey. I've gained quite a bit this time. On the other side, Leylin looked at the bloodline in the test tube in his hands that was emitting a misty luster. A hint of happiness emerged on his face. Although the Misty Fog Giant isn't some kind of high-grade being amongst ancient rank 6 creatures, it creates bloodline imprints using its blood as materials. This explains its ability to cast ordinary rank 6 spells. It could be said that Bevis had fallen into Leylin's scheme from the moment they met. Moreover, because the opponent had displayed his killing intent during the battle, even if Leylin forcefully extracted his bloodline, those warlocks could not say anything. After all, compared to Bevis, who was in hot pursuit of him, Leylin was instead very magnanimous, even letting Bevis go ultimately. Probably, even if the current Leylin were to draw blood from him, Bevis himself wouldn't have the face to ask for it back, as it was too embarrassing. Seeing from the attitudes of Jeffrey and the others, we can still temporarily ease our worries regarding the Bloodline Alliance. Surely they will also try their best to contain Bevis, making him calm down. They won't attack my forces. A thoughtful glint flashed across Leylin's pupils. These kind of things were mutual. Once Bevis exceeded the bottom line, igniting the flames of war with him, Leylin would definitely follow suit, even paying back tenfold. Hence, so long as a magus had a little rationality, he would not do something like this that caused both sides to suffer. Convergence. A plot hatched. A chandelier hung loosely and emitted a dim orange light in the hazy night. The light from the street lamps was diffused, making one feel sleepy. Beside the chandelier was a bar that was already closed. A "thank you" sign was hung on the door, the surroundings quiet. After a day's hard work, the residents nearby had already entered slumber in their tiredness. Even the drunkards, tramps, and the like had found their own cozy kennels, not intending on sleeping outdoors on the streets in such cold weather. At this moment, the sound of leather boots rubbing against the ground echoed through the area. A tall figure walked out of thin air, coming before the door and knocking on it. Thud thud thud. The dull sound carried a unique rhythm and charm. The door opened after a while, exposing the face of an old lady. There was a slight reverence amidst her vigilance. "Sir, you're finally here. I was slightly delayed by some matters on the way." The person walked into the bar and took off his hood, exposing his original appearance. His handsome face was strange, and his long black hair casually stuck to the back of his head. He seemed very youthful and capable. Mysterious spirals spun continuously in his black pupils, even a single glance able to draw in a person's soul. After defeating Bevis and obtaining his bloodline, Leylin had worked incessantly on turning it into an imprint. He'd even almost missed his appointment with Melinda because of this. However, Leylin felt like all this was worth it. Spending more time here would add another bloodline imprint to his deck, and was definitely worth more than the cost. After all, he was here this time to deal with a Breaking Dawn monarch. This was the highest level of existence in the central continent, and Leylin could not afford to not be more careful. After entering the bar, Leylin followed the old lady to a cellar. Passing through a helical dark and damp passageway that smelled like rot, Leylin finally saw Melinda once more. "Leylin, you're finally here. We've been waiting for a long time." Melinda's eyes sparkled upon meeting Leylin, and she spoke a little coquettishly. Leylin's gaze twinkled, immediately looking at the few other people in the room. The old lady had already withdrawn respectfully. There were 3 other strange figures remaining in the room besides Melinda. One of them was a hefty fellow who wore black armor, and another was a woman whose entire body was wrapped in a black magus robe. The last one didn't even look human anymore, and was simply a black shadow in the mirror. Spirit magus. Leylin looked at the shadow in the mirror attentively, and could explicitly sense that he was not using any kind of clone. He couldn't help but utter a deep sigh at the fact that the shadow was his main body. The spiritual force of a magus was tyrannical like no other. Even after death, there was a very high chance of transforming into some sort of evil spirit. And if this kind of evil spirit still held their rationality, they could learn spells and become a spirit magus. And for a morning star who possessed soul force, transmuting the soul was but a small operation. Although Leylin had heard some things about spirit magi, that circle was very narrow and remote. He'd never expected that Melinda would actually be able to get one here, and a radiant moon magus one at that. "Your insight is still as good as before." Melinda gasped in admiration. "This Jinhee was once a good friend of mine. The other 2 are Clark and Joanna, assistants I've hired. As for the twin Gemini, I've long since heard of you too. I didn't expect that Melinda would actually be able to bring you here as well." Leylin greeted Clark and Joanna with a smile. According to his intelligence, these 2 radiant moon siblings assisted each other in the central continent, and each was fairly famous on their own. They were also the rare type that didn't have any organizations attached to them. Your Highness Leylin, Joanna, whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe, seemed to be bad at socializing. All of these matters were settled by the hefty black-armored Clark. And Sir Jin. Leylin looked at the shadow in the mirror again. Although he knew perfectly well that he was a spirit magus, he still felt as if there was something hidden to this person, their aura making him uncomfortable. Z's, your body, the shadow in the mirror suddenly fluctuated for a moment, emitting the strength of a conscient, has something that makes me feel danger. It's what I specially prepared for this operation. Leylin smiled. His right index finger suddenly felt tighter, and a gray ring now on his finger emitted a mysterious light. This ring would normally be very inconspicuous, as if the shoddy work of some slipshod salesman in an ordinary shop. However, it was indeed notable when it appeared in the hands of a radiant moon warlock like Leylin. After hearing Jin's words, Clark and even Joanna, who'd been quiet all this while, looked at Leylin with interest, as if wanting to find out about his cards. All right, no matter what Leylin brought, it'll be useful to our operation this time. Melinda clapped her hands. Comrades, don't forget why we gathered here. How could I forget? Clark let loose a deep howl, blue veins popping out on his hands as his entire person stirred up. Seeing his distorted face, Leylin was certain that he definitely had some painful past related to the blazing flame monarch that was unbearable to recall. However, this did not concern him at all. He was instead constantly calculating the probability of using him. No need to worry, brother. I will help you this time. Joanna placated Clark by patting the back of his hand, causing the berserk aura to fade. He then regained his rationality. Sorry, I was too agitated. Clark, who had sobered up, bowed deeply. There was an unwavering determination on his face, carrying the smell of blood. As for Sir Clark's previous encounter, I've also heard a little about it. Melinda nodded but did not continue. Everyone present here has hatred for the blazing flame monarch. And today, we've gathered to act on it. Melinda's voice suddenly grew dignified. Stop spouting rubbish. I'm only concerned with your promises. When can you fulfill them? The spirit magus in the mirror said with initiative. I agree as well. We're already at this point. You should explain clearly about your plan and the blazing flame monarch's weakness. And what about the benefits that come afterwards? Leylin parroted Jin's viewpoint. Joanna and Clark shot a glance at each other and both nodded. We agree as well. I only waited for everyone to arrive before I said it. Melinda glanced at Leylin with a slight look of grievance. As everyone knows, there are only two large bottlenecks as a magus. One from rank 3 to 4 and another from 6 to 7. The challenges at both these times are extremely huge, but a breakthrough also has abundant benefits. It is to the extent that those who do can steamroll over those who haven't. Melinda began to speak with fervor and assurance. We already know all this. There's a limit to my patience. Clark yelled deeply. Relax, I'm almost there. Melinda rolled her eyes at Clark. The gap between Breaking Dawn and Radiant Moon, although not as obvious as that between rank 3 and rank 4, it is still an insurmountable gap, but at that time, a problem occurred during the Flame Monarch's advancement. There was even a period of time where his strength was at the lowest point. This is why I absolutely had to gather all of you here at this time. Melinda's mouth curved in a smile, but it carried an intense hatred. The Breaking Dawn monarchs in the central continent are all very terrifying. They've even begun to touch upon laws and the origin of the world. The Blazing Flame Monarch is the same. In the process of familiarizing himself with the laws of fire, Melinda's voice seemed to carry a strange attraction. The Blazing Flame Monarch is at his weakest, almost falling below rank 6. I know the layout of his lair like the back of my hand. If we can kill the opponent at this time, we may even be able to obtain his law comprehension crystals. Law comprehension crystals? Clark exclaimed, and a sparkle appeared in Leylin's eyes. Yes, the law comprehension crystal that contains all of a former magus' understanding of the power of laws, and even some of his previous experiences, memories and such. It will be very helpful for our promotion to rank 6. Melinda looked at the few magi present. Even if it's a Breaking Dawn, one's ability to comprehend laws is a huge threshold that divides strength. If we can obtain the Blazing Flame Monarch's law comprehension crystal, we'll be able to attain rank 6 the moment we advance there, and even be at the boundary of rank 7. Indeed, among the rank 6 magi, the only discernible intra-ranking is whether they can access the laws or not. There was a clear understanding look in Leylin's gaze. Breaking Dawns were very knowledgeable in the true soul and soul force. After reaching rank 6, they would soon near the limit of their spirit, and the only difference would be how much they could comprehend laws. A Breaking Dawn who didn't have contact with laws and one that was beginning to comprehend its power were on completely different levels. Once a magus gained complete control over a certain law or power, they would also enter the rank 7 realm. Leylin was faintly excited in his heart. He was beginning to vaguely discover the path after rank 5. Magi practice spiritual force before rank 4, soul force before rank 7. Rank 7 is when one has gained control of a certain law. He stroked his chin. In that case, what does Dreamforce represent? Does city based on what Melinda said, whether one had begun to comprehend laws made up for the greatest power distinction among Breaking Dawns. The monarchs of the central continent had obtained the strength of the worlds they conquered, and each began to touch upon a specific law. This was why they were called monarchs. The blazing flame monarch obtained extra strength from the origin force of the fiery world, and began touching on the law of fire. Once he completely wielded the power of flames, that was when the title of monarch could be held high in the sky, when one could advance to become a rank 7 magus that controlled laws. The knowledge and memories that Magi at this level of strength had about laws was very beneficial to a radiant moon like Leylin. The blazing flame monarch's power is at a low. How long will this last? This was what Leylin was focused on. At least a month, and it could approach 100 days. 3 months, effectively. Melinda laughed like a little fox. Because of certain reasons that everyone knows, the radiant moons under the blazing flame monarch like Carol and Eugene are dead. This means his defenses are definitely weak. Leylin stayed silent. Those 2 radiant moons had died at his hands. Of course, Melinda had been even more vicious in eliminating the remaining peak radiant moon. Now that he thought about it, everything that Melinda had done so far was to clip the opponent's wings before dealing the final blow. It all had meaning to it. I've invited all of you here so that we can take care of the blazing flame monarch in one go. Do you have any questions? Terrifying energy waves rippled out from Melinda as she spoke, showing a strength at the peak of radiant moon. Her voice had lost its childishness, the callousness now as chilling as winter's ice. Clark started by yelling out, "All right. As long as I can have my vengeance on the blazing flame monarch, I'll do anything. Brother's decision is my decision." Joanna watched her brother, her eyes full of tenderness. "Kiki, law comprehension crystals will be distributed without any issues. What's so bad about doing this?" The soul magus in the mirror laughed coldly. "How about you, Lord Leylin? The blazing flame monarch seems to have you in his thoughts, plotting so many attacks against the Ouroboros clan." Melinda seemed rather knowledgeable regarding this matter, which led to a hint of dissatisfaction inside Leylin. However, their goals in attacking the blazing flame monarch intersected, and they would get the same benefits. Leylin nodded. "I'm joining in as well. One thing though, how will you ensure the benefits are distributed evenly? Can you ensure that each one of us will get what they want?" Having said this, Leylin's eyes twinkled as he watched Melinda intently. Meeting his gaze, Melinda could only laugh wryly. "I can't guarantee that the operation will definitely succeed, the opponent is a Breaking Dawn magus after all. However, I can ensure that the earnings from this will definitely be distributed evenly. We can even sign a contract under the Trial's Eye. With our strength, the Trial's Eye we summon will definitely be a clone with its own thoughts. It won't glaze over any loopholes that we can make use of." "All right then, that's fine by me." Leylin nodded his head. Every word of a radiant moon had enough weight to it that one could consider that a contract in itself. With the restrictions by Trial's Eye, he had no way to break the agreement. After all, the Trial's Eye that they could summon was a highly ranked existence that had its own sentience, and was linked to the main body at all times. With such a Trial's Eye, the solution of the nefarious Filthbird's feathers would no longer have any effect unless a clone of the Filthbird itself descended as well. However, that would cause too great a disturbance. "Good. Since everyone has agreed, let's discuss the plan." A streak of light flew from Melinda's hand to the air, forming a translucent screen. "My intel says that the target isn't hiding in his nest, but instead holed up in one of the world cracks surrounding the fiery world with many mazes constructed around him. Our objective this time is to launch a surprise attack on his nest city. The opponent's astral gate and the coordinates to the fiery world are all there. Afterwards, we'll force our way into the fiery world and kill the monarch." Melinda waved her arms resolutely, extremely determined. She glanced at every one of them. There might not be a single radiant moon in Duz City right now. There's probably just a group of morning stars subordinate to the blazing flame monarch watching over it. After we take it down, we can obtain all the wealth of a rank 6 organization. After they listened to Melinda's plan, a light glinted in the eyes of the magi in the room, save for Leylin. An organization with a monarch at its head, its members had plundered the central continent for thousands of years. Even if only a small portion of that wealth was in Duz City, it was enough for rank 5 magi to grow quite wealthy. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Melinda's hands were on her waist, her chest puffed out and her voice back to its original childlike tone. The huge contrast with her solemn expression almost caused Leylin to burst out in laughter. The other magi didn't have as many doubts as Leylin. A few streaks of green light rumbled past, and Melinda and the others completely disappeared from the underground room. Endless darkness engulfed the area. Duz City, the capital of the Blazing Flame Monarchs organization, had thick city walls that had many reinforcement runes on them. Giant adamantine cannons had their own great history as they displayed the prowess of the monarch to his people. There was an unending flow of wandering magi and scholars here, each of them having arrived due to its reputation. Most of the new arrivals were full of reverence towards this gigantic magus city. This was Duz. With the protection of a breaking dawn magus like the Blazing Flame Monarch, it was said that this place would never fall. Duz City did not have any floating techniques like Sky City, nor did it have such rich reserves of knowledge, but it did occupy much more land than Sky City. The city was divided into many districts, with the monarch's residence occupying the center. A bundle of unending flames burned at the heart of the city, radiating a holy light that proclaimed its glory and might to the masses. However, all of Duz's glory and might would become history today. It all started with the rumble of an earthquake. The sand on the ground began to pulse without pattern, the vibrations becoming increasingly intense. This earthquake spread through the houses, rocks, and mountains. It was as if the ground had softened, forming constant waves like the sea. A large number of clouds filled the skies, completely blocking the sunlight. Dazzling white snakes made of lightning rolled about in the clouds, seemingly shattering space itself. Terrifying spells rippled with boundless might, pressing closer towards the city. Countless magi within the city looked up, staring at the scene with incomprehension. Only a tottering old man seemed to think of something, beginning to tremble. Spell attack. Pooh. He immediately turned into a white streak of light. Grabbing a few youngsters behind him, he ignored the ban on flying and fled quickly. There's actually someone who'd dare attack Duz City. We're in a huge crisis. In spite of his shock, the old magus' abundant life experience had instantly alerted him of the approaching danger. An existence that could disregard the might of the Blazing Flame Monarch and brazenly challenge him was definitely no fool. Since they had come here, then they must have been extremely confident. The Blazing Flame Monarch was a rank 6 magus, a peak existence in the central continent. Even a finger from either party could crush an old magus like him. They probably didn't even need that, just the stray undulations from battle would reduce his body to nothingness. Hence, he immediately thought of fleeing, bringing his descendants away from this place that would soon become a battlefield. What's going on, grandfather? A youngster was still confused. Immediately after, he cried out involuntarily. How's it possible? Terrifying earthquakes and thunderstorms could be seen in the direction of his gaze. It was as if a natural catastrophe had struck Duz City, and was now wreaking havoc. The magi below the Morning Star realm could not withstand this apocalypse, and died in swaths. Faced with the ire of high-ranked magi, all these low-ranked magi were as minute as ants. The acolytes and regular humans, who were even weaker, obviously suffered massive casualties. Only those like the old magus who acted quickly and fled from Duz City left the scope of the disaster with some difficulty, watching Duz City in fear. The capital of the Blazing Flame Monarch has been attacked. Oh, goodness. Heavens, am I dreaming? A few children exclaimed in shock. Quick. Look. Following the direction of a child's finger, the old magus looked into the sky where there were 5 existences that seemed like gods. The berserk lightning disappeared around them, forming a strange vacuum. Tens of figures appeared in the air, surrounding them. However, it was the side that had more people that seemed to be feeling dread. Perhaps only existences at Morning Star and above have the qualifications to take part in this battle. The old magus sighed inside and flew even quicker. Crushing and sneak attack. Seeing only a few streaks of light fleeing from the range of their attack in Duz City, Leylin sighed in disappointment. Even magi have lost their awareness of danger. It's not that they've lost their awareness. It's just that they don't believe it. The safety of Duz City is as guaranteed as the fact that the sun rises in the east and water flows downhill. It is their truth, their law. They never considered that there would be a day when their city is attacked. Melinda spoke disdainfully. Magi like these are a disgrace to our magus world, vermin. Let me purge them. Her hands pushed downwards with complete coldness. Rumble. Ka-cha. The earth rumbled and countless lightning snakes crackled, their berserk behavior intensifying tenfold as they charged towards Duz City. The earth seemed to cave into some formless pressure, forming a pit. It was as if the air itself was being crushed. Countless acolytes and regular humans instantly turned into a bloody mist. The thunderstorm crashed down on Duz City, causing the rank 2s and 3s who'd been lucky enough to flee to suffer massive losses. Thunder purgatory. Wash away all that filth. Melinda's expression was callous, her voice strangely spreading far and wide. Lightning struck down violently, plowing through the city. This woman is insane. Leylin's pupils shrank as he felt the power hidden within the rank 5 spell. Though he wasn't any sort of good Samaritan, he wouldn't kill people for no reason at all. His murders were committed for benefits. Melinda's actions made it seem like she was venting some repressed emotions after a long period of time. Leylin touched his chin, having some conjectures of his own. Enough. It was at this juncture that someone like a retainer to the monarch yelled from amongst those magi at Leylin and the rest, even if all of you are radiant moon magi, you can't trample on the territory of a breaking dawn like this. The blazing flame monarch will punish you. The tens of morning star magi surrounding Leylin and the rest all wore magus robes with flame runes carved into them. It was similar to a uniform. This magus who was like a retainer was their leader. Ho ho. He said they want to punish us. I'm so scared. Melinda covered her mouth, voice turning into that of a young girl. How are you going to punish us? Just burning our souls. It's been long, have you no creativity? Though she looked innocent, what Melinda said caused the surrounding magi to shrink back. What? Aren't you going to come and punish me? Melinda took a step forward, and the tens of magi around her couldn't help but retreat, cold sweat on their faces. Good heavens. While they were subordinates of the blazing flame monarch, they were only morning stars facing 5 radiant moon magi. If Carol, Eugene or the other radiant moon were around, they definitely had the courage to do so, but now. Hee hee, if you're not coming here, then I'll go there. Melinda's eyes seemed to flash with white lightning, and she turned into a gust of wind. What do you want to do? I won't let you do whatever you want. Morning Star Domain. Arcane Art. The Morning Star Magus that looked like a retainer struggled, the rings of light that represented 4 innate spells beginning to flicker behind him. Boom. In that moment, Melinda had arrived in front of him and raised her arms, her pale slender palms penetrating his innate defenses. Under his astounded expression, the rings from his innate spells were extinguished. How's that possible? The old retainer spat out blood. The backlash from his spell being interrupted had even cracked his sea of consciousness. Power of isolation again. You really do lack in creativity. Melinda shook her head, grabbing him by the neck. Peak Radiant Moon. She's a peak Radiant Moon magus. Everything Melinda had just done was executed exquisitely, but even so, it would require a strength at the peak of rank 5. Only that would suffice to suppress a Morning Star arcane art and even cause a backlash. After this was made obvious, the many Morning Star magi stared at Melinda in immense fear. The retainer who was being held by the neck flushed red, gritting out a few words from between his teeth. Ma Master Blazing Flame Monarch won't let you off. I'll be waiting. Even if your master doesn't come for me, I'll go look for them. Melinda chuckled. Her outrageous words resulted in even more dread on the part of the Morning Stars. Warning. Warning. Large numbers of enemies have appeared, determined to be at rank 5. Automatic defenses have been activated, dispatching Discipline Legion. A robotic voice sounded in the golden flames at the heart of Duz City. This was the spirit genie that controlled the city's defenses. The giant adamantine cannons and defensive runes on the city walls that were yet to be destroyed flickered to life with its words. Rumble. A short distance away, 2 legions of magi advanced like a black tide. It reacted in less than 10 seconds and even dispatched troops. Not bad, Leylin praised. Hee hee, that's the Monarch's elite corps, the Crimson Fire Legion and the Discipline Legion. It's a pity that their leaders have all fallen at our hands. Melinda surveyed the area, and then asked disdainfully, which of you are going to take care of this? The moment she jabbed forward, a black streak charged into the Discipline Legion. A gigantic black sword could be seen weaving through the troops, spilling blood and flinging flesh. Their terrifying magic attacks seemed to have no effect on the giant sword, and the Legion immediately fell into chaos. Kiki, since Clark has chosen the Discipline Legion, I'll go for the Crimson Fire. Just as well, I need a large number of spirit bodies as supplements anyway, Jin snickered from nearby. He currently looked like a hologram, his extremely blurry body suddenly increasing in size. His black robe spread around to cover the Crimson Fire Legion like a curtain. Woo woo, with a strange whistling, the Magi of the Crimson Fire Legion collapsed one after another, rays of light that seemed like souls floating from their heads. These things that were similar to white flames were all absorbed by the black robe. Whether it was rank 1 and 2 Magi troops, or even the squadrons of rank 3S and 4S, everything completely fell apart. Numerous Magi howled as they cast blindingly bright spells, with some Morning Star arcane arts even, but Jin easily blocked them. With ruthless resolution, the black robe continuously absorbed the souls. A spell that specifically targets the soul. Leylin's eyes flashed. Though it can only deal with Magi below rank 5, it's best for harvesting weaklings. In their short confrontation, the Blazing Flame Monarch's 2 elite legions completely crumbled down, and many of their Magi immediately tried to flee. The few Morning Stars at the corners exchanged glances, coming to a mutual understanding as they turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the distance. Don't go. The magus that Melinda was holding onto by the neck was still struggling, but unfortunately, it was to no avail. In a situation where the 2 elite legions were decimated, and the Blazing Flame Monarch was not showing himself, the Morning Star Magi would be fools if they continued to stake their lives on this and fight radiant moons. Let me do something as well. Leylin stood up at the moment, staring at the giant cannons and adamantine puppets controlled by the city's spirit genie. It'll be strange if I don't. He laughed slightly, producing a few gray test tubes from his pouch and tossing them into the air. The sound of shattering glass sounded as the test tubes collided in midair. A white powder spread from the point of impact, constantly increasing in volume until it covered all of Duz City in a few moments. The giant adamantine cannons on the city walls creaked as if under an incredible burden, eventually collapsing with a rumble to reveal a frame that had been completely corroded. A thick layer of rust formed on numerous adamantine puppets, as if a long period of time had passed. They turned into a huge pile of scrap iron. Numerous runes lost their luster inch by inch, and even the spirit genie's voice from the heart of Duz City seemed to lose its coordination, as if something powerful was interfering with it. Hee, good job Leylin. If the spirit genie continues to control the defensive forces of the city, it would have been comparable to a radiant moon. Though we aren't afraid of it, it's best to eliminate such troubles. Melinda encouraged him with a smile on her face. How did you know? The retainer in the air widened his eyes in astonishment. You don't need that information. Look how the city has crumbled, you should die and rot with it. Melinda sighed, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Swish. At this moment, something strange happened. The void beside Melinda crumbled, and a translucent figure emerged to form a bayonet spike that pierced towards her abdomen. Rank 5 energy was emitted from this translucent figure, even if only at new moon. This sudden attack was enough to land Melinda in trouble. However, she still chuckled as she let go of the retainer's corpse, a crystal shield appearing in front of her. In the distance, Joanna suddenly ended her inaction. Large amounts of vines spread through the space, wrapping around the assassin. So you're the hidden trump card of the Blazing Flame Monarch. A Radiant Moon Assassin. Just Duz City alone has tens of morning stars and a radiant moon guarding it. I'm growing more interested in my future profits. Control and discovery. The translucent figure being bound by the vines had a pair of deathly still eyes. Even though the assassination had been unsuccessful, there were no undulations whatsoever despite his life being at risk. Rumble. A terrifying force from his true soul formed 5 different rings of light. Radiant Moon Arcane Art. His voice was hoarse, as if he had not spoken for a long time. The surrounding Morning Star Magi also gritted their teeth, power pouring forth from their point masses to support their Morning Star arcane arts. This Radiant Moon evidently had made contact with these Morning Star Magi at some point and arranged a counterattack. Pock. Leylin instantly came before a Morning Star Magus, a giant serpent figure from his hands ruthlessly piercing through the other party's innate defenses, causing him to cough blood while quickly retreating. The backlash from a Morning Star arcane art being interrupted caused that Magus to howl in agony. If the 10 or so Morning Stars were to attack me together, I might find it slightly troublesome, but now. Leylin looked towards Melinda. A terrifying rank 5 energy storm was swallowing the region around her. However, Leylin could sense Melinda's aura. She was fine. After so many years, it's only these few magi that are loyal to the blazing flame monarch. How pitiful. As Leylin's eyes scanned past the area, the morning stars could not stand the immense pressure and the rings of light from their arcane arts collapsed behind them. They held their heads and escaped. Rumble. Radiant moon soul force spread brazenly about the battlefield. A few rays of light suddenly pierced through and dispersed the energy storm, revealing the figure of that rank 5 radiant moon magus. Although there was a cross-shaped wound on him that was corroding into his body, a terrifying radiant moon arcane art had taken form in his hands. Void flames, the radiant moon murmured under his breath. A formless flame energy emerged from the void that caused even Leylin's expression to change. Melinda and Joanna, those two idiots. How could they let their opponent finish his arcane art? He cursed, fingers pressing on the gray ring causing fog to permeate the area. Melinda saw her opponent casting void flames from in front of her, but surprisingly her expression was as if she'd gotten away with something. She began chanting, seriousness emerging on her face. Her right hand pointed in the direction of the void flames. Adhering to the ancient agreement of the true soul, void flames. Devour everything before me for my sake. The formless flames crackled and flowed backwards, enveloping the very magus who'd cast them within. Boiling heat spread through the area as the sound of an innate spell crumbling mixed with cries of disbelief and pain. Impossible. Why can you manipulate the flames? He was cut off at this point, devoured by the formless flames. His blood and flesh separated from his skeleton, and in the end even his bones melted down. The energy from a true soul being destroyed spread out. This radiant moon arcane art even targeted the soul. Seeing the opponent's figure being annihilated, Leylin removed his palm from his ring, pupils shrinking, controlling a radiant moon arcane art and causing it to act on the user. This is more difficult than interfering with it. Unless, swish. Seeing that their radiant moon had fallen and the blazing flame monarch still wasn't showing himself, the remaining morning star magi completely lost their will to battle on. Air exploded and light flashed as they fled or teleported away. This radiant moon should have been the blazing flame monarch's last line of defense. Having done all this, Melinda seemed to be in a strange state. She seemed sorrowful yet relieved, as if a heavy weight had been lifted off her shoulders. The rule of the blazing flame monarch hereby ends. Melinda sighed, hand making a grabbing action towards the heart of Duz City. Rumble. A large white palm appeared in the air, grasping the holy fire right at the center. Under such an attack, even the tower genie was completely wrecked instantly. Duz City quieted down, and the light from its large-scale defensive spell formation dimmed. Could it be, is Duz City is going to have a different master from today on? What about the blazing flame monarch? Where is he? The surviving magi let out noises of disbelief. Yet all of them had one premonition from the extinguishing of the holy fire. Today would be a turning point in the history of the central continent. Groups of magi wearing robes with lightning patterns on them arranged the defenses outside in an orderly manner, gathering resources and the like. Occasionally, a few old people worked on decrypting the warehouses, defensive formations. These lightning-patterned magus robes were the signature of Jupiter's lightning. Besides them were magi with a Gemini sign on their robes, doing the same thing. Seeing Melinda and Clark so brazenly ordering their organizations to plunder the area, Leylin was left speechless. He hadn't considered these matters when they'd set out. Even if he wanted to dispatch the warlocks of the Union, he didn't have the authority yet. As for the warlocks of the Ouroboros clan, they were too low-ranked, and would only serve to embarrass him. Melinda approached Leylin and stared at the magi of Jupiter's lightning outside, her eyes undecipherable. My subordinates will set up defensive spell formations and guard them, which will help us gain some time. She had helped Xenia build Jupiter's lightning, and now the whole organization was in her hands. If Xenia were still alive, he might have died of rage. The magi with a Gemini symbol on them belonged to Clark and Joanna. Seeing the bulging sacks under their clothes, it was obvious that they had obtained many treasures. Duz City was the core of the blazing flame monarch's territory, and the precious items within were innumerable. If not for the blazing flame monarch currently being in a weak phase, staying somewhere else to avoid danger, Leylin and the rest would not have taken the area down so easily. With the action of 5 radiant moons, the change in leadership of Duz City had occurred smoothly. Besides Leylin and the rest who had obtained some great items, even their subordinates had gained ample rewards. A woo! Roar! At this moment, Leylin saw a monster formed of several gigantic beasts charging forward, showing berserk determination and bloodlust. What is that thing? Leylin stared at what seemed to be a giant mutated slime formed from gelatin and was stunned. That's the biological laboratory of the blazing flame monarch. I let out all the experiments being imprisoned there. Melinda took out a mirror and tidied her long hair, not really caring about this. Such a dangerous thing. Leylin was speechless. Some of these monsters were evidently as powerful as morning stars. One of them was laying low, and Leylin could sense its desire for slaughter. Once let out, a calamity would descend on this region. Even morning star magi would be in trouble if they were besieged by these creatures. It's not our organization nor our territory. Is there a need to worry about this? Melinda blinked at Leylin, seeming innocent. All right, come with me, everyone. I've already analyzed the coordinates of the fiery world from the astral gate. Joanna's voice sounded, and all the magi gathered at the heart of the room. A flaming astral gate was there, already activated. This was the gate in Duz City's astral laboratory, and the coordinates had been decoded from it. It was also why Melinda was confident in bringing Leylin and the rest to their final target, the place where the blazing flame monarch was hiding. The blazing flame monarch was currently at their weakest. Leylin and the rest had already plundered Duz City, which would completely offend the monarch anyway. If they didn't want to be attacked in revenge, the only way was to strike first and eliminate the monarch. Perhaps this was also why this woman had us break Duz first, to compel us to follow through. Leylin shot Melinda a glance. The female magus seemed to be very calm now, but he could see a trace of emotion in her eyes. The opponent has hidden the coordinates to the fiery world within a pile of wrong data, but I still managed to find it. With a tap by Joanna, a few sparks flew towards Leylin and the others. Beep. Discovered spiritual force information, determined to be astral coordinates. No records in database. The AI chip immediately intoned. All the information in the spark was immediately transmitted to Leylin. Melinda nodded. The coordinates to this world was one of the prizes from this operation. We've agreed before on everyone having it. Immediately after, the spark was flicked into the astral gate. Blue flames flickered violently, forming something like a door. A terrifying boiling heat was transmitted from behind the astral gate. The last step in our operation shall be completed in the spatial crack of the fiery world. Let's go. Melinda was the first to step into the astral gate. We've all left behind puppets or clones here. If the situation is off, we can immediately open the astral gate and return. Joanna spoke slowly. Outside there's the chaos from the beasts, and we have subordinates keeping watch. We have ample time for warnings. Having said this, she walked in together with Clark. Let's go. Leylin watched Jin, who was in void form, and rubbed his nose. They stepped into the radiance of the astral gate together. Maze Leylin had already experienced spacetime travel several times, and by this point was used to it. The moment he passed through the astral gate, the peak new moon true soul in his sea of consciousness began to twinkle, a layer of gentle and quiet yet very solid soul force enveloping his body. Whether it was spatial turbulence or terrifying world's will, everything was kept out by it. Even morning stars could roam around nearby world cracks using just their body defenses. This was no issue at all for radiant moons. Through a soul force scan, Leylin sensed a world full of fire elemental particles. Unlike the lava world he'd been to before, this place lacked rocks and other energy particles. It was a world of pure red, filled only by fire. The world's origin force of fire elements was several times greater than that of the lava world. If the lava world was a celestial body, then although one couldn't liken this world to a boiling sun, it would be a moon. The larger a world, the richer its world origin force. Under the influence of the origin force here, it's not strange for a rank 6 magus to comprehend some laws of fire, Leylin sighed. As a rank 6 magus that had taken over the whole flame world, the blazing flame monarch was undeniably the world's child, here. With the support of the world's origin force, his comprehension of the laws of fire could progress rapidly. It was natural for him to understand them. Leylin suddenly understood a fact. It's no wonder that all magi, whether ancient or recent, frantically take over the surrounding foreign worlds. So there's this type of benefit to it. Once you take over a world, you can gradually combine with the world's origin force and finally comprehend laws, breaking through into rank 7. If one magus can completely take over the magus world, which is much more powerful than the fiery world, and be nurtured by its origin force, what sort of benefits can they get? Leylin's heart was set aflame. The Magus world was vast, and even the surface had yet to be explored, not to mention the countless subterranean worlds. It was much easier for a Magus now to conquer these areas as compared to the ancient era where there were many existences who comprehended laws. Just taking over a small world would bring immense benefits. What about taking over the largest, the Magus world? If someone can successfully unify the Magus world and obtain the nurture of its world origin force, they can make use of this strength to reach the limits, to reach rank 9. Leylin mumbled to himself. He could not conceal his desire to enter the highest realm that a Magus could achieve. Did achieving the peak of rank 9 grant immortality? This was a question that was whirling through Leylin's mind. However, it was also a question that he could probe into only when he did attain that rank. Immortality was Leylin's goal, magic simply a means to an end. If a rank 9 Magus was not immortal, then he would explore further and look for something else. He would not regret it even if he died in the process. This was a path of hope. He would not tolerate doubt, weakness, he would not waver. Not even ancient magi could unify the Magus world, but I'll take this task on. Leylin clenched his fists. Golden and crimson was everywhere in the flames, and the already boiling heat only continued to increase. The air was very dry, to the point that one felt suffocated. A few fire elementals roamed within the flames. Although the fiery world was hell for any life form made of flesh and blood, it was their heaven. Lightning flashed in the void, opening up a gigantic, sparkling door. The door opened to reveal the figures of Leylin and the remaining magi. Energy at Radiant Moon caused the flames to part automatically, not daring to approach and harass them. What high temperatures! The fiery world really isn't a place for non-elemental life forms. Melinda carefully placed a defensive layer of icy water on her skin, something that caused Leylin to roll his eyes secretly. She turned around after taking care of her skin, looking serious. Be careful. The fiery world is the blazing flame monarch's nest. Most of the fire elementals at Morning Star and Radiant Moon are stationed here. If not for having to suppress the rebellion of the fire elemental particles and the pressure from the world, he would long since have sent these elementals to the Magus world. Leylin and the other nodded. How many morning stars and radiant moons could a world produce? If they went over to the Magus world, they could probably cause a huge ruckus. However, there was an issue with this as well. Not considering their duties as guards of fiery world, a change of environment and the additional suppression from being inside another world were large issues. The Magus world was one of the most powerful worlds, and its suppression of foreigners would be one of the most terrifying. A drop in several ranks would be considered slight. The unlucky ones would directly be crushed by the world origin force itself, joining the boundless dust in the void. For Leylin and the rest, going from the Magus world to other worlds was like going from a high-ranked dungeon to a lower-ranked one. The suppression of the world wasn't that serious, and there wouldn't be instances of drops in rank. Things weren't as rosy for those who went from lower-ranked worlds to higher-ranked ones. For instance, if Scarlet Eye entered the Magus world, he was likely to drop to Morning Star from Radiant Moon. This would be even more serious for elemental life forms like the fire elementals. The most suitable environment for them was the fiery world. The blazing flame monarch is hiding in one of the world cracks of the fiery world. There are many maze spells as well as powerhouses of the fiery world guarding it. There are many rank 4 and 5 fire elementals, and this is a world where they get the greatest increase in strength. They'll outperform themselves. Melinda spoke slowly, and Leylin and the rest looked grim. It would be hellishly difficult to defeat large numbers of morning stars and radiant moons in a hostile environment and then butt heads with the blazing flame monarch who was at rank 6. And yet, that was all that was required for a monarch to fall. The blazing flame monarch was currently at his weakest point anyway, something that allowed Melinda's group this opportunity. Don't worry. When the monarch massacred my people, I vowed to the astral plane that I would use his blood and wash away the humiliation. Clark brandished the large black sword in his hands, terrifying sharpness exploding. My baby is also thirsting for blood. No matter what brother does, I'll be supporting you. Joanna looked towards her brother. Morning Star and Radiant Moon fire elementals are nothing much. Kiki, I'm having more expectations towards the blazing flame monarch's comprehension of laws, the blurry phantom of Jin snickered. Since we're already here, we're prepared for all that. Leylin chuckled, fingers brushing over his ring involuntarily. The cold surface of the ring felt smooth, giving him more confidence. Many thanks, Everyone, we'll definitely win this time, and the rewards will definitely satisfy you. Please wait for a while, I'll use a technique to look for the spatial crack that the blazing flame monarch is hiding in. Melinda's eyes suddenly changed color, her pupils shrinking and disappearing to leave just the whites behind. Gazing at her eyes, even Leylin felt as if his mind was empty, all his secrets being exposed. His heart couldn't help but palpitate with fear. Found it. All of a sudden, Melinda opened her palm and a purple daffodil floated out of it. It gave off endless energy waves. Space was pulled apart like a door, revealing a pitch-black tunnel. So quickly. Leylin was slightly astonished, but he followed her in anyway. Light flashed and space rumbled, and Leylin and the rest instantly appeared outside a world crack. Within, the fiery world was like a blazing sun, filled with dazzling rays of light. A large-scaled labyrinth floated outside the world barrier, as if the highest ruler of the fiery world. Outside the black building, many eyes flickered with various lights. They were morning star elementals. Even more powerful auras were transmitted from within. Leylin even felt like he was being spied on, causing his hair to stand. Joanna sucked in a cold breath, such a complicated labyrinth, and so many fire elementals. This will be difficult, now is the best opportunity to kill our target. Melinda did not take another glance at Joanna. This is the Alinor labyrinth. Each magus that enters will be sent to different areas, and we'll only be able to meet again in the main hall. I'll be off. Melinda turned into a streak of lightning, and practically in an instant broke out of the perimeter of the fire elementals as she disappeared into the labyrinth. Haha! Blazing flame monarch, here I come. Tremble. Repent. I want you to pay the price for all that you've done. Clark's expression was excited to the extreme as he waved his terrifying large black blade and charged in. Schlick. A three-headed giant fire elemental dog in his way was slashed into two, boiling lava blood flying everywhere. Seeing her brother this way, Joanna sighed and followed closely behind him. I hate elemental life forms the most. The lack of souls will cause my works of art lose their beauty. Jin muttered to himself, turning into a large black shadow that covered practically half the labyrinth. The black figure began to pervade through the insides. Blazing flame monarch, they're all lunatics. Leylin could only sigh at how insane his group members were. Lunatics with power are the most troublesome lot. As a tremendous chemoyan appeared behind him, and a terrifying black hole formed that exerted a tremendous suction force on the fire elementals. Devour. The terrifying might of a rank 5 chemoyan emperor drew everything in, be it flames, light, or even space itself. The fire elementals began to bawl miserably, looking ready to retreat. However, their bodies were constantly being pulled into the black hole, and they were eventually devoured. There was a clear path in the space when Leylin moved. The 5 radiant moons had successfully broken through the outer layer and entered the interior of the labyrinth. Powerful auras could be felt occasionally from its various parts. At the heart of the gigantic labyrinth, on a throne of pure gold, a human figure shrouded completely in flames raised their head, a translucent mirror forming in front of them. Footage flashed, showing Leylin and the others. The blazing flame monarch's eyes constantly twinkled as they scanned past Leylin, Clark, and the rest. Their eyes rested on Jin's body for a brief moment before focusing completely on Melinda. The power of fate has brought everything back to its original trajectory, the blazing flame monarch murmured, two red figures splitting from his form and darting in different directions, the numbers on the screen of the AI chip were in constant flux until it came up with a conclusion. Beep. Scan completed. Determined to be the first level of the Alinor labyrinth. 12,800 meters ahead, high-grade energy has been detected, determined to be a rank 5 being. Possibility of it being a fire elemental, 87.18%. So I'll need to break through all the barriers ahead to reach the blazing flame monarch. Leylin was now walking along a large and wide passageway that was tens of meters high. It looked like an area made specifically for giants, and he seemed minuscule in it. It also prevents teleportation, and has such scary confining runes. Leylin shook his head. Any loopholes or gaps that can be taken advantage of have been plugged. One can only move forward step by step with momentum. Why does this feel like clearing the stages of a game from my previous world? Leylin touched his chin in speechlessness. The blue light in his eyes did not weaken. The AI chip's scanning ability had been employed to its limit. This maze-like structure had completely split the 5 of them apart. Even if Leylin wanted to search for and make contact with his companions, there would be no response. If Leylin was the blazing flame monarch, he would be a fool not to take advantage of this and attack his enemies when they were divided. Hence, besides being cautious of traps and obstacles, he was very focused on the possible attacks from the Flame Monarch. Rumble. Boiling heat waves blew towards Leylin as he walked out of the passage, and a gigantic lava lake appeared before him. White air bubbles constantly exploded in the area, giving off a very strong smell of sulfur. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see, into the boundless red horizon. As the rank 5 creature the AI chip detected in here, Leylin's eyes focused on the lava lake, seemingly penetrating through the thick lava and into its depths. "Come out," he said with a smile on his lips as a gigantic two-headed figure abruptly darted into the lake, splashing around at will. The lava exploded, crashing down everywhere like rain. A black figure grew in size as it suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lake, revealing terrifying mandibles similar to that of an alligator. Crack. The two-headed snake figure was torn up by the alligator's mouth, and the large black figure continued to ascend from the lava lake. Roar. The alligator-like being in front of Leylin had flames burning all over it. Droplets of scarlet lava dripped down from its scales and cracks constantly, its thin body still enormous. Its sinister-looking teeth were set in a large mouth, above which were two scarlet soul flames. It looked like a flame alligator that had evolved vertically, possessing the arms and long legs of humans. Its fingers were like black reverse hooks, and appeared very sharp. AI. Chip. Conduct scan. Leylin ordered without hesitation. Beep. Flame Sovereign King, rank 5 being. It is an elemental life form. Strength. 238. Agility. 124. Vitality. 495. Spiritual force. 1523. A unique resident of the fiery world, it is a rare mutation among hundreds of Morning Star fire elementals, allowing it to be a commander. Innate abilities. 1. Fire affinity. 2. Fire skin. 3. Fire elemental summon. 4. Unknown, the AI. Chip quickly projected a 3D image of a large fire sovereign king in front of him. Beside the image was also a column with data in it that presented the opponent's statistics in detail. A rank 5 fire elemental life form with such stats. The figure of a Chemoian serpent emperor appeared behind Leylin. If he didn't want to use his trump card, Leylin would have to make use of certain methods to deal with a radiant moon rank creature. Roar. The flame sovereign king snarled, and 3 dark red bundles of light separated from its body, falling into the lava lake. Dark red bundles of light constantly expanded and eventually exploded, revealing 3 fire elemental life forms that had strange forms. Each of them had energy undulations that were at least at Morning Star. Swish scarlet energy channels appeared at the Flame Sovereign King's legs, and the water level of the entire lava lake sank. With the absorption of a large amount of lava, the toll on it from having a few subordinates separating from it had completely disappeared. A summoning spell that allows it to split up into beings with Morning Star strength, and it even has methods to replenish its energy. Leylin stroked his chin. This guy's vitality is just too powerful in the fiery world. With just a slight misstep, I'll have to deal with an arduous battle, which is rather disadvantageous. Roar. The 3 Morning Star fire elementals charged out at this moment, accompanied by the enraged howls of the Flame Sovereign King, Bloodline Seal. Leylin spread his hands and red bloodline force formed a ring of light, binding a Morning Star fire elemental. Icy Sphere. At the same time, a sparkling giant ball of ice exploded in the air, and snowflakes fell everywhere, even causing the temperature of the lava lake to drop by a few degrees. The 2 fire elementals that were attacking were covered by a layer of frost, solidifying and fusing with the ground. They were completely frozen. Warning. Warning. Energy in the opposing fire elemental's body has violent undulations, determined to be on the verge of self-detonation. Host, please take note. The AI chip's prompt caused Leylin's expression to instantly change. At this moment, the sounds of the Flame Sovereign King's roars were transmitted over. Awoo. Bang. Bang. Along with terrifying sound waves, the 3 Morning Star fire elementals were filled up with a bright layer of red as they exploded, boiling hot heat waves spreading through the area. Though Leylin had gotten a warning beforehand from the AI chip and darted away in time, he still hadn't escaped completely unscathed. Roar. 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 At this moment, 4 bundles of glimmering dark red balls formed 4 Morning Star fire elementals, and Leylin's expression went dark. If I don't take care of the main body, this will be endless. Demonic black flames formed around Leylin's body, devouring the waves of fire from the previous detonations. The black phoenix flames raged in the fiery world, their devouring ability causing the opposing elementals to retreat. Even the sovereign king was put in fear. Obscure fireplume technique soaring demonic phoenix. Along with a high-pitched phoenix cry, a large black phoenix appeared in the air, two blazing flames sweeping across the region. The four elementals immediately burst apart, and their flames were absorbed by the black, demonic fire. This allowed the black phoenix to become even more enormous as it charged towards the flame sovereign king. Roar! The flame sovereign king bellowed, a layer of flaming skin covering it as it collided with the tremendous black phoenix. Demonic black flames flew in all directions just as the scarlet flames did, both using up each other's strength and devouring each other. The enormous vibration spread in all directions in the labyrinth. In another area, Melinda chose a path with extreme familiarity. She'd met almost no dangers along the way, and was moving without obstruction. Her eyes were now glimmering with something brighter than light itself. I'm here. Are you ready? All of a sudden, the immense waves caused by Leylin traveled here, causing even this path she was taking to shake. The helpers this time are very powerful. Melinda laughed in satisfaction, her figure disappearing into the darkness. Whoosh! A giant black blade slashed out, the sword lights instantly causing 4 attacks that each beheaded an elemental. 4 large heads fell, blazing with raging flames. You did well, brother. The sword-wielding fighter was naturally Clark. Behind him, Joanna stared at him with an unspeakable tenderness within her eyes. These 2 rank 5 magi had somehow bypassed the limitations of the Alinor labyrinth and were working together. Soon, Joanna, soon, brother will bring you along to take revenge. Clark chuckled. All of a sudden, his expression changed. Be careful. The labyrinth's collapse void shattered, and a red figure appeared beside Joanna. Endless flames lay docile on his body, flickering with scarlet light. This was evidently a peak rank 5 magus. He solemnly grabbed at Joanna, pure golden flames turning into sharp claws that caused Joanna's defenses to break inch by inch. Blazing flame monarch. Clark howled with fury, arriving in front of her. The sharp, flaming claws ruthlessly grabbed him, causing the steel armor to break. Even the skin underneath had been roasted a charred black, revealing bright silver, metallic bones. Within the Alinor labyrinth, there was only one person who could move freely. And that was its owner, the blazing flame monarch. Clark spat out fresh blood as he and Joanna were sent flying. Brother! Brother! Joanna kept screaming, eyes instantly turning blood red. How dare you harm my brother? I want you dead. Thin, translucent threads emerged from her hands, and even the void itself was cut through as they headed in the direction of the red figure in the air. Fierce golden flames struck the translucent threads. Under the burning of the flames, the threads gradually melted. Not far away, Joanna turned pale. Joanna, get behind me. At this point, Clark stood up once again, as if he did not have a life-threatening injury on his chest. Blazing flame monarch, I've waited for this day for a long time. BZZT. Clark's hands were on his giant black sword, emanating the terrifying undulations from high-grade magic equipment. The sharp rays of light were bright and dazzling, and even the void was constantly crumbling in front of it. Sorrow of Gaia. Clark yelled in his anger, the phantom of a vast land appearing behind him. An aura of rot converged on his body, forming terrifying sword glints. Death and decay are not something a living soul can control. The scarlet being in the air spoke slowly, a red sword with flames on it similarly appearing in its hands. In the name of fire, your only destination shall be the stillness of an eternal death. The whole world seemed to tremble and cheer as large amounts of fire elemental particles wound automatically around the surface of the flaming sword. These 2 longswords that had surpassed the limitations of space connected in the next instant, the dark green force that represented death and wilting up against the scarlet fire. Their collision formed a storm that annihilated everything. Red sword light flashed in the roiling storm, and Clark's whole body fell backwards. To be precise, half his body fell back. Everything under Clark's lower abdomen had completely disappeared, as if he had been chopped in half at the waist. It revealed a mechanical backbone and translucent fluids. The scarlet figure of the blazing flame monarch was revealed once more as the energy storm dissipated. He stared at Clark's wounds and suddenly laughed. It's not even a mechanical modification, just the puppet of a soul servant. The true Clark should have died long ago. He turned around, staring at Joanna who had tears in her eyes. A pretty good soul division technique. It's no wonder the 2 of you weren't separated when you came in, you are one and the same. Clark's your courage, longing and hatred, After removing these qualities, your main body is only left with weakness. No, my brother isn't dead. Joanna cried out like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, tears spilling out of her eyes. Don't cry, sister, the half-bodied clerk on the ground consoled her with a smile, but the voice grew increasingly rigid, and the sound intermittent. It eventually turned robotic. Ah, wait, I seem to remember only a little girl surviving during that massacre then. Was it you? A strange smile appeared on the blazing flame monarch's face. You actually placed all your hopes on someone else. Even if you've reached rank 5, you're still trash. Words that were as sharp as a blade caused Joanna's face to turn deathly pale. No, I'm not, she hugged her head, on the brink of a complete breakdown. The blazing flame monarch looked proud, and just as he was about to deal her another blow and upset her further, his expression suddenly changed. Joanna was still hugging her head, but streams of black gas were dispelled from her body. A dangerous aura formed around her, one that even had him considering retreat. What's going on? Wait, she's the descendant of that deceased clan. Could it be? The blazing flame monarch's eyes shrank, and large amounts of flaming shackles appeared and shot towards Joanna. He was one step too late. Joanna looked up and began to scream. An endless terrifying undulation immediately enveloped the whole region. Thud. The terrifying rank 5 fire elemental, the alligator-human hybrid flame sovereign king toppled down, the flames on its body extinguishing bit by bit. The two bundles of soul flames gradually dimmed in its eye sockets. Soul light was constantly dispelled from the body, bringing with it dense fire elemental particles that were like fireflies. They quickly disappeared into the air. Chirp. A high-pitched cry sounded and a large black phoenix descended from the skies. The flames withdrew to reveal Leylin, who was within. The rank 5 flame sovereign king really was quite troublesome. I almost had to use my arcane art. Leylin stood at the edges of the lava lake. After the death of the sovereign king, the black walls of the labyrinth at the other side of the lake pushed and pulled each other like toy building blocks, revealing a pitch-black pathway. It's hard to tell how many stages there are in the labyrinth, unless, Leylin stroked the ring on his hand. A maze set up by a rank 6 magus was something a rank 5 like him could only solve directly. It required another rank 6 to act to break it, or other special circumstances. Ah! An ear-piercing screech was transmitted to Leylin's ears, the hatred and terrifying energy it held causing Leylin's expression to change slightly. It came from there. Did anything happen? Boom. One of the walls slowly crumbled following the explosion, and large amounts of black dust fell down. The labyrinth is already showing signs of collapsing. This power seems to be a unique type that's rumored to have existed in ancient times. Leylin's eyes glinted coldly. While he was focused on the energy undulations, space suddenly collapsed around him. A scarlet figure appeared before him like before. Flames seethed in the opponent's hands, seemingly breaking their limitations to possess a terrifying heat. They caused the other energy particles to constantly draw back. There were only flames within this domain. The origin law of fire. So you're the one who's been spying on me, Leylin snickered, his right hand unhesitatingly activating the silver ring. Streams of fog dissipated, instantly forming a world of fog. Roar. The phantom of a four-armed cyclops with hard skin emerged from the ring. The fog space of the ancient misty fog giant. The world of fog enveloped Leylin and the person who had launched a sneak attack. The opponent's law of fire was already tangled up by the fog, using up its energy. With the blood from Bevis as the basis, and via in-depth processing by the AI chip, Leylin had successfully created a bloodline imprint of the misty fog giant and sealed it within the ring. Since it was a spell that could be activated using a bloodline, Leylin's bloodline imprint had reached a might of rank 6. As this, the law of fog, Leylin could sense a deep-seated force in this world of fog. This was the law that controlled it. Due to its connection with the bloodline imprint, he gained some rudimentary control as well. Large amounts of gray fog were like the most docile stream of water to him, allowing him to do as he liked. Crush him. With Leylin's command, great amounts of gray fog immediately turned into hardened rock, bringing with them the world will as they rained down on the red figure. This isn't your own ability, it's an ancient rank 6 spell. The tremendous force caused the scarlet figure to cry out involuntarily. He was covered by the fog immediately after. Red light constantly penetrated through the fog, yet it grew increasingly dark. This is the real ancient fog space. If Bevis had used a spell like this, I might have long since been defeated or even killed, Leylin sighed. While Bevis did have the blood of the misty fog giant, he had no AI. Chip, and it wasn't as if he could endlessly consume his bloodline for spells. Leylin was different. After being purified by the AI chip, the blood of the misty fog giant now displayed its might like in ancient times. Damn it, there's another one. Another voice sounded from within the fog, and it soon turned deathly silent. The world of fog dissipated, returning to the scene of the lava lake from before. Another one. Light flashed, and Leylin's figure emerged. Looks like it isn't the first time he's been at such a disadvantage, and Leylin stared at where the scarlet figure had been. There was now nothing there. A rank 5 clone. Looks like the blazing flame monarch has no helpers nearby, and has no choice but to do this himself. Good timing. I'll make use of this. Leylin waved his arms, and the fog that had not completely dispersed spread out, completely corroding the walls of the labyrinth. Crack, crack. The labyrinth walls that had already gone through immense damage could not hold on any longer and began to break apart inch by inch. Much of the wall turned into powder, and this was still spreading further. Flame Monarch, the Alinor Labyrinth was a maze pattern that a rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus had painstakingly set up. The Magi who wished to intrude would have to advance by passing through all of the stages, only then reaching the end. Now, after withstanding all this damage, as well as 2 intentional attacks on Leylin's end, the labyrinth had begun to crumble. Bit by bit, the walls split open, glowing runes turning to powder. The lava lake from before was gradually drying up, revealing a surface full of cracks. The pathways were continuously crumbling with this area as the center. The collapse of the Alinor Labyrinth is happening earlier than I expected. Melinda furrowed her beautiful brows and sank into deep thought. A dark shadow then charged towards the heart of the labyrinth at a quicker pace. Within the barriers of the boundless world crack was the fiery world. It was like the sun, the exterior of which was the imposing and serene Alinor Labyrinth. All of a sudden, the labyrinth creaked. It was like it could no longer hold its burden, and began to collapse inch by inch. Once the foundations completely crumbled, the large building began to topple with a loud rumble, and the surrounding fire elementals fled for their lives. Along with a tremendous rumbling sound, the labyrinth completely broke down, revealing a minor plane. Light flashed in the air, and Melinda took the first step onto this minor plane. This minor plane was like the Morning Star area, a world that was yet to mature. This minor plane was obviously much smaller than the Morning Star area, with only a single layer. One could even see it end to end. With just one look, Melinda could see a flaming figure sitting on a throne of pure gold at the middle of the place. At the same time, the flaming figure turned and met Melinda's gaze. Terrifying energy that reached rank 6 emanated from the opponent's body, hovering around him. This was a rank 6 Magus, a Breaking Dawn. It was a monarch. The Magus sitting on the golden throne had evidently grasped some bits of the laws of fire. This was the blazing flame monarch, the ruler of an enormous territory and the one who almost caused the extinction of the bloodline warlocks. You're here? The blazing flame monarch asked, the voice androgynous. Yes, I've returned to take back what belongs to me. Melinda muttered, her tone becoming increasingly resolute. You were mere emotions that I intentionally dispelled so that I could advance to Breaking Dawn. You're just garbage I tossed out. What are you taking me back for? The flames dissipated, revealing the figure of the Magus on the throne. Yet, this Magus was obviously female. What's more, her face bore some semblance to Melinda's. No, I am the consciousness of the main body, you're only a thief that took it over. A despicable thief. Melinda's face flushed red. So you're making use of this opportunity and trying to steal everything back? The female Magus on the throne chuckled, as if she was watching a mischievous child making a fuss in front of her, but I have to admit, the allies you've found are excellent Magi. They're powerful and hold the possibility of advancing further. They could very well become new monarchs in the future. Everything's over. Return what's mine to me. Melinda took a step forward, her aura fluctuating abruptly, seemingly even exceeding the peak of rank 5. Having lost me, you're at your weakest. And the more powerful I am, the weaker you get. Melinda took several steps forward, eyes glimmering with light. As long as I can suppress you, I'll be able to obtain everything. Pure golden flames rose once more, and the female Magus atop the flame throne slowly got up. You're wrong. No matter how weak a Breaking Dawn Magus is, there's still a Breaking Dawn at the core. It's already been 3,000 years. Did you think I did nothing at all in this time? It's just an issue pertaining to the soul. With the support of Fire Origin Force, as well as the amassed knowledge of the Magus world, I found a way to mend the loss of a part of my true soul. As if to verify her words, a golden sun appeared behind the female magus. Boiling hot strength rippled out from the true soul, emanating energy waves that put Melinda on the verge of suffocation. This was a breaking dawn's true soul. The icy cold of moonlight had transformed into terrifying, boiling light. Its volume and power showed that it had reached the peak. You've recovered. Melinda abruptly halted her footsteps. Not only have I recovered, I've even forged ahead to greater heights. The blazing flame monarch stated, an unquestionably terrifying energy held within her. Kiki, I seem to have heard something amazing. A translucent figure emerged, and Jin's hoarse voice sounded from the shadows. So Melinda, you're my enemy as well. Joanna and Leylin hurried over around the same time. Joanna was quite different from before, and Clark hadn't appeared, as if he'd disappeared. Joanna was now glaring at Melinda with hatred. I trusted you so much in the past, but you betrayed me. Leylin observed Joanna's state, so it's her. I'd thought the first vibrations were from Jin or Melinda. This appearance, she looks quite similar to one of the 12 top-grade bodies written down in ancient records, the AI. Chip completely recorded down Joanna's external appearance, and presented it to Leylin with a projection. The Joanna in the projection had completely dark purple hair, and a strange flower-shaped pattern appeared on her forehead like a tattoo. Yet, it rippled with some sort of luster. Beep. Detected abnormal radiations from target's body. Vigorous increase in ability to attract energy particles with runes seen on the surface of the body, the AI. Chip began to present the results of its scanning, and in Leylin's eyes Joanna's body seemed to turn into a gigantic magnet, attracting the free energy particles in the air. They formed a mysterious circuit in her body, allowing her spiritual and magic power to replenish itself continuously. It even seemed to rise, breaking through a bottleneck. I really want to. Leylin lowered his head, eyes flickering with an intelligent glint. I really want to study her. It's not just her physique. This ability clearly has something to do with a natural ability to increase the aptitude of the soul itself. I can increase elemental affinity, but a natural gift like this to strengthen the soul has practically gone extinct in the central continent. Whatever she did to your clan occurred after I separated from her. It's the same with the bloodline warlocks. I am not your enemy. Melinda glanced at Joanna and Leylin, smiling wryly as she gave an explanation. Her strength slightly exceeds my expectations. I'll need your help. I don't care about that. Jin was the first to retort, you promised to share the law comprehension crystals with us once we killed her. Was that all a lie? It was only at this point that Leylin remembered that Melinda had promised to split the law comprehension crystals from the blazing flame monarch's death evenly. She didn't even seem to mind losing her own share. At that point, they had all been against the blazing flame monarch, and Leylin had assumed Melinda was like them as well, only satisfied with the monarch's death. However, by the looks of it, she had left behind a loophole that wasn't quite a loophole. She was part of the flame monarch's soul, and once Melinda returned to her main body and gained control over the blazing flame monarch, that meant the monarch was dead. Yet, as the other party had not truly died, it was impossible for there to be any law comprehension crystals, and even more impossible for there to be any distribution. This woman harbored terrible intentions from the very beginning and wanted to use us as laborers. Leylin shook his head inside, though I never did expect much from her, this is still quite upsetting. He could tell that if Melinda succeeded, their only gains from this mission would be what they got from Duz City, nothing more. On the other hand, Melinda would have become the blazing flame monarch. Even they wouldn't dare to complain about a rank 6 magus even if they had thoughts against it. Melinda's plan was very perfect, but she had not thought Leylin and Joanna would have strength surpassed her expectations. On top of that, the blazing flame monarch had actually eliminated the issues from the breaking up of a true soul, and was perhaps now at her peak. All who have the audacity to violate my city are to kneel and repent before me. Boiling hot soul force was like steel that sealed the space around them. The blazing flame monarch's low voice resounded through the area, putting Leylin under immense pressure. Melinda's expression was first terrible but quickly brightened up. No, that's not it. We still have a chance. If her injuries were really completely healed, she wouldn't hide here and watch us invade and destroy Duz City, even letting her subordinates be massacred at our hands. Leylin, Joanna, I'm depending on you now. No matter what requests you have after this is over, I'll agree to them. Before, Leylin and Joanna's strength had been too outstanding and caused there to be some changes in Melinda's calculations. However, it was these changes that gave her hope. How ridiculous. Before, Leylin and the rest could reply. The female magus in front of the throne snickered. Golden rays of light were like a world of their own, dazzling gold soul force pouring out with large amounts of flames. It led Leylin to almost believe he was watching the rebirth of the sun's child here. In the midst of this scorching first sunrise, a pitiful cry rang out. When Leylin opened his eyes once more, Jin was now raised and held in the blazing flame monarch's hand. Trump card and resolution, out of all these people, you were the one that I felt was the most dangerous. I didn't expect it to be an old friend. The female flame magus stared at the faint human figure in her hands, a slight smile on her face. I don't know what you're saying. Jin's voice was hoarse and robotic. Kellard, I cannot tolerate any outsiders peeping in on my land of flames. The blazing flame monarch seemed to be confident in herself. A terrifying golden soul force entered Jin's body with her declaration, threads of gold traveling through the faint body as they burst into golden flames. The blazing flame monarch conjured an illusory scene from of Jin's body. A platinum figure seemed to be seated on a throne within a spacious place. The golden flames seemed to pierce through the void, descending in that area. A low sigh was heard from the platinum figure. A feather appeared, turning into an odd-looking longsword amidst white light. There were feather-shaped ornaments on the hilt of this sword that swung down viciously. The void surged and separated, the palace from before disappearing. Jin exploded like a balloon in the blazing flame monarch's hands. Kellard, is that the monarch of the skies, real name? I'd assumed Jin was a spirit magus, to think he was actually a puppet. It looks like it isn't just Melinda that's plotting against the blazing flame monarch. Intelligence flashed in Leylin's eyes, and he looked towards the blazing flame monarch who seemed completely fine but was silent. But a monarch's plot can't be so weak, can it? A hint of anticipation rose in Leylin's eyes. After all, this was a breaking dawn magus working behind the scenes. Jin shouldn't be so easy to deal with. BZZT. At this moment, a few pure white goose feathers fell on Leylin's shoulder like snow, causing him to freeze. Immediately after, a snow of feathers fell down on the place. The ground was covered by a thin layer of white that even shrouded the blazing flame monarch's golden soul force. Cracks began to appear on the boundary of the half-dimension, but the effects were even worse on the blazing flame monarch herself. Rumble. Golden flames burst forth from her body, immediately burning the feathers that drew close to ashes. However, there was still some white that managed to pass through her defenses. Her expression changed. Damn you, Kellard. Boom. The feathers exploded, causing her to sway a little. Immediately after, the scorching sun that was her true soul suddenly dimmed, and the temperature nearby quickly lowered. The oppressive aura in the half-dimension was reduced. Brown cracks streaked across the faint figure of the blazing flame monarch's true soul, and even the monarch's own aura weakened. So you still can't completely suppress your injuries. Melinda moved forward, an odd aura being emanated from her body as it pounced towards the monarch. Die. Joanna was even faster. Her aura had already reached the peak of radiant moon, and purple gas converged to form a trident that pierced towards the blazing flame monarch. Get out of the way. The golden flames on the monarch's body grew tenfold as exuberant with her cry, incinerating everything the monarch of the skies had arranged. After launching that attack, the blazing flame monarch staggered backwards, and cracks began to appear on the golden throne behind her. Facing the attacks of Melinda and Joanna, the monarch's expression grew solemn. It was as if she was a god when she made the declaration. I am the blazing flame monarch. The laws of fire in this world shall be controlled by I alone. Large amounts of scarlet fire particles appeared, forming something on a level higher than a domain that completely enveloped the area. You've comprehended the laws of fire. Even just a bit is already so powerful. Leylin's head hung down a little, covering his eyes that were constantly emitting light. He could feel with his senses that the moment the blazing flame monarch summoned this plane of fire that was even more powerful than a domain, the fire elemental particles that he could normally control seemed to have an aura that rejected the summons of his soul force. This was much more intense than the elemental isolation of a morning star domain. Leylin even felt that the fire element now had a life and will of its own, and was automatically rejecting his control over it. Just comprehending a tiny portion of a law gives you a huge advantage over weaker existences, Leylin sighed. At this moment, the blazing flame monarch's right hand ruthlessly grabbed forward, law of fire. Rumble. A bundle of flames emerged in front of her, seeming neither strong nor very hot. However, it was like the most primal fire in the world, filled with a great ancient aura of leadership. The tip of the purple trident sizzled and melted the moment it came into contact with the fire. The sound caused Joanna's expression to warp. The scarlet flames seemed to have a life of their own in the blazing flame monarch's hands, and immediately flickered as they turned into a fiery whip. Joanna's body was sent flying backwards, a long luminous burn mark on her body. I am the master of the flames, one who has grasped the power of law. You can't stop me. A berserk soul force radiated from the blazing flame monarch as if to prove her point. Melinda took several steps backwards. The soul force at the Breaking Dawn realm had caused a backlash to her hand, and 2 streams of blood dripped from her eyes. She quickly retreated, and transmitted to Leylin, "You're not going to fight back. I can do that, but what benefits will you give me?" Leylin's arms were bunched together as he stared at Melinda coldly. "What do you want?" Melinda was about to go crazy. At this point, Leylin was still ignorant of the big picture. Did he not know that once the blazing flame monarch killed her and Joanna, he wouldn't be able to escape either? "I want the method you used to divide your true soul and sever the soul." Leylin was very confident that he could flee, which was why he was in no hurry and was even bargaining for the best benefits. With his strength, he was confident he could escape even the blazing flame monarch at her peak, much less now when she was incomplete. He was rather interested in the technique of soul separation that she possessed. Though he wouldn't do it himself, it would be a good supplement for his database. All right, Melinda agreed to Leylin's condition unhesitatingly. As of now, the priority was eliminating the blazing flame monarch. No matter how important the technique of severing souls was, it was just some information. There was obviously no issue at all. This was not all. Leylin instantly sensed Melinda's sincerity. Beep. Discovered spiritual force data interface. Allow transmission. The AI chip asked robotically. After Leylin chose to allow the transmission, large amounts of information instantly emerged in his mind. Though he did not go through it in detail, the AI chip's scans showed that this was the real deal. The power of laws can only be dealt with by laws. The gray ring on Leylin's right hand exploded and a puff of fog appeared, forming a gray world that contended with the opposing monarch's flame plane. A rank 6 bloodline spell. Gray fog and scarlet flames each consumed the energy of the other, and space itself was torn apart where these 2 tremendous domains met. A cry sounded from the blazing flame monarch's side. "Darned bloodline warlocks. I should have completely destroyed you long ago." These words that were filled with hatred did not cause Leylin to stop. He smiled instead. "I've always loved listening to the anguish and ire of those who want to eliminate me. It means they're completely defeated." Even if Leylin had sealed a bloodline imprint from Bevis, Misty Fog giant bloodline in the ring, he could only launch 2 attacks. One had been used on the blazing flame monarch's clone, and the other was being employed here. AI chip, focus on collecting information. Leylin ordered. With the chip as a medium, Leylin could somewhat sense and manipulate the laws of fog. How could he not record such precious information? Beep. Beginning to record under laws of fog, the AI chip quickly intoned. At this moment, large amounts of gray fog formed a monster with 3 heads that was under Leylin's control. Toxins, lightning, and frost were being spewed out by these heads, striking the flame plane. Even stray energy from the toxins, lightning, and frost caused Melinda and Joanna to retreat in a hurry, afraid to get hit. "My bloodline imprint only has 1 attack left. If you have any methods, use them now. I'll break through the opponent's defensive laws." Leylin stared at Melinda and Joanna without much emotion. The 3-headed monster roared and tore at the flame plane, revealing the main body of the blazing flame monarch. Whoosh! A sharp gray claw descended and extinguished the flames that the blazing flame monarch had summoned, and even tore apart the flame shackles. At this moment, a trace of astonishment appeared on the monarch's confident face. She had evidently never thought that Leylin's control over the power of laws would grow this quickly. "Brother, wait for me. I am about to be done with my vengeance." A deep hatred rose in Joanna's eyes for the blazing flame monarch. She pounced forward, streams of purple gas appearing from her back to form a gigantic plant that was similar to the flower on her forehead. "Erosion of the sun, let's perish together." Joanna had on an insane smile. It was as if death was not the end for her, only a beginning. Many roots formed from her body, wrapping around her and the blazing flame monarch. The faint image of the purple plant solidified, and the roots wound tightly together as the 2 fell into the half dimension. Branches and leaves spread out, the bud at the very top growing and blooming. With the blazing flame monarch's infuriated howls, a purple flower bud with unworldly beauty slowly blossomed in the half-dimension. A terrifying strength took form at the same time, forming purple light that spread in all directions. Even the world of fog was affected as it crumbled down. This is bad. Leylin's pupils shrank. The remaining fog force immediately created a thick wall-like structure in front of him, behind which Melinda squeezed in unceremoniously. Following that, purple light spread through the skies and drowned the area. The half-dimension hidden within the labyrinth burst apart under the purple light, and many black holes appeared in the region, devouring the surroundings. The scene looked to be of the world's end. The stray energy from the explosion still bombarded the protective sphere of the fiery world, causing it to shake. Once everything calmed down again, the original world crack now looked completely different. Large amounts of irreparable spatial rifts had appeared in the place, and endless turbulence streaked past the void, causing what was now in ruins further damage. Even the nebulae around the place, what was similar to his previous world, had completely dissipated in the explosion. Bits of dimmed starlight flashed every once in a while from the edges, as if fading away and reconciling to this fact. A large bundle of fog dissipated in this shattered void, revealing the figures of Leylin and Melinda. As expected from the physique of an ancient clan, the destructive force from her self-detonation, Leylin seemed to be praising it, yet there was still some regret in his words. He was very interested in studying this sort of physique, and had never expected the other party to so resolutely detonate herself. The terrifying storm that formed as a result was enough for Leylin and Melinda to be affected even with the defense from the rank 6 energy of the misty fog giant, and they cut sorry figures. The bloodline. Leylin's eyes turned red, and a small-scale vortex formed in his hands. Some of the items in the void seemed to be attracted by some formless strength and automatically reached Leylin's hand. Large motes of light condensed to form a droplet of purple blood with bits of gold shimmering within. So this is all that remains. What an overbearing spell. Leylin sighed, stowing the blood away. Not yet. The blazing flame monarch isn't dead. There was glee following Melinda's gasp of surprise. This was the best situation for her, with the blazing flame monarch heavily injured and unable to resist her claim to dominance. She's a breaking dawn magus after all. How could she die so easily? Leylin nodded solemnly. He'd never dared to underestimate such a high-ranking magus. On top of that, the AI chip did not give any conclusion of sorts, and instead scanned the space for the aura of the blazing flame monarch. This made Leylin even more acutely aware of the result. Golden flames abruptly surged in the void, increasing in volume to form a giant blazing door. The blazing flame monarch walked out of this giant door, her detached eyes full of ruthlessness. Rumble. The flaming door quickly shrank to form a golden magus robe that draped over her body. I never thought a bug like you would interfere with the reincarnation procedure this time. It seems like ancient clans like these and the bloodline warlocks should all be exterminated. A peak rank 6 aura was being emitted from their opponent's body, and Leylin and Melinda shared a glance as they laughed bitterly. The ability to be revived by flames. Leylin stroked his chin, seems rather well suited to the fire element. It even has a healing effect which shares some similarities to the icy world's freezing innate skill. We're already in this situation, and you still have time to think about that. Melinda didn't know whether to laugh or cry in response. Yet, the blazing flame monarch had already raised her right hand, and a longsword made of raging flames appeared in it. In the name of the blazing flame monarch, I shall judge you. Immense flames surged out with sword lights. These flames were not ordinary, they were from the law of fire. Just the descent of a few wisps drew out all the fire elemental particles in the region in an instant. All the other elemental particles were tyrannically rejected and repelled. With her rebirth from the flames, not only had the blazing flame monarch managed to survive Joanna's self-detonation, but she'd also healed all her injuries. She had regained her strength as a peak rank 6 monarch. Get out of the way. Leylin pushed at Melinda, and a large amount of crimson light surged out, bloodline shield. Rumble. The flaming sword struck the shield, emitting a frigid sound. On the other side, Melinda tossed out a piece of magic equipment similar to a statue, blocking the blazing flame monarch's attack. With Joanna's death, Melinda and Leylin were the only two invaders remaining. Leylin's rank 6 bloodline fog had left a deep impression on her, so Melinda transmitted a query to him: do you still have another bloodline imprint? No. Do you think a rank 6 bloodline is so easily obtained? The amount of blood I had was only enough to create 2 imprints. Leylin glared at Melinda, waving his right hand. He was speaking the truth. The ring on his hand had long since disappeared. Upon hearing this, a hint of despair appeared in Melinda's beautiful eyes. I can't take this lying down. Am I really going to die with Big Brother here? She's going crazy again. Watching Melinda, whose voice had turned into that of a little girl once more, Leylin was rendered speechless. It seemed like the original Blazing Flame Monarch had discarded more than one portion of her soul, which was why Melinda had such bizarre emotions and a split personality. Despicable warlock bloodline and the trashes that I had disposed of before, let me purge you completely today. The Blazing Flame Monarch that had regained her full strength took several steps closer, the peak rank 6 strength causing Leylin's expression to change. Only when face to face with her did he realize how terrifying the might of a monarch was. The opponent's true soul was like a scorching sun, tens of times larger than that of a radiant moon and of better quality. This golden soul force exceeded the strength of radiant moon soul force, and made even Leylin feel suppressed. Erosion of the sun. The monarch raised her sword once more, the faint image of her true soul appearing behind her. Black light formed at the heart of the sun, converging on the tip of the flaming longsword. From the black spot, Leylin could feel a terrifying energy that could obliterate everything in its path. Opposing qualities. This is incomparably close to the antimatter theory in my previous world, Purify. Along with an exclamation, the Blazing Flame Monarch swung her sword out, pitch black light beginning to shoot towards Leylin and Melinda. Full of destructive energy, it surged like a stormy sea and roared. The world origin force of the fiery world beside them boiled and disappeared into the Blazing Flame Monarch's body, causing this attack to grow even more powerful. An attack befitting one at the peak of rank 6. Leylin sighed, and then did not hesitate as he commanded, AI. Chip. Begin defensive plan number 2. Beep. Mission established. Beginning usage of host's energy and forming defense. The AI. Chip's icy voice intoned immediately. Meanwhile, a layer of black chemoyan scales appeared on the surface of his body. He tossed out large numbers of potions that formed a colorful defense. At the outermost layer, the bloodline shield changed its shape with the manipulation of the AI. Chip. Welcoming the black light headed their way. Rumble. Space itself crumbled. Even a world crack could not withstand such a powerful explosion, and spatial storms were formed everywhere. Leylin emerged from the explosion, much of his magus robes torn apart. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. So, Melinda, are you dead yet? Leylin's eyes flashed with wit as he glanced in Melinda's direction. White light flashed in the void, and Melinda's head appeared. Her body had completely severed from below the neck, and on those body parts, there were signs of burns that had clotted and turned into scars. If I died, you'd definitely have died before me. Melinda's face was now as pale as a dead person, as if she had lost all blood. I can't hold this for long. Do you have any other methods to deal with her? I have one more. Melinda, who now only had a head, glanced at Leylin and seemed to have made up her mind. Yes. Leylin pretended to struggle with the decision and spoke in a low voice, but that's my life-saving trump card. Once it's used, I'm not going to bother with you. You don't need to. As long as you can successfully suppress her for a period of time, leave everything to me. All the benefits that I spoke of in the contract will be given to you. Melinda gritted her teeth. Fine. Leylin chuckled, and a few balls made of crystal appeared. Within these sparkling crystal balls was a dark red gas that was like a river. Boom, boom, boom. Many of the balls exploded, and a strange power spread outwards. It's no use. I've already grasped authority over flames. Any attacks below laws? The flame monarch stopped abruptly, her beautiful eyes suddenly showing astonishment. Seizing an assist in actuality, the blazing flame monarch was still on her guard against Melinda and Leylin. Not taking into account her opponent's secret plan before, the tens of crystal balls that Leylin had sent out and exploded made it seem as if he was about to cast some spell. That already made the flame monarch feel some unease. This was an ability similar to prophecy, and was common among high-ranked magi. However, it was extremely rare for the blazing flame monarch to get one with such a violent warning. Hence, she instantly made her move and golden soul force swept the area as the law of fire covered the void. However, her strength strangely had no effect on the dark red fog, and no matter how hot the golden flames blazed, the dark red streams of gas still flowed in the air undisturbed. Damn it! Erosion of the sun. The blazing flame monarch raised her longsword high in the air once more, the black point swelling and emitting a terrifying aura that was even more terrifying than before. This is about half of the dream force that I amassed. Leylin's heart was aching as well. There was a limit to how much dream force he could store. He needed to use vessels from Dreamscape, and for this reason he'd used up much of what he'd acquired. It could be said that in order to create this environment, he had thrown in most of his gains from Dreamscape. However, it was because he had put in these hard-earned savings that the effects were extraordinary. Leylin could sense the dense dream force spreading through the area, something that caused even Melinda's eyes to glaze over slightly. Dreamforce was no weaker than the power of laws, which was why the blazing flame monarch's fires had little effect on it. After all, she had yet to completely grasp the laws of fire anyway, or she would long since have advanced to rank 7 instead of hovering around rank 6. At this point, the results from the AI chip's scans were presented before Leylin's eyes. Beep. Emission of Dreamforce complete. Meet standards of using Dreamforce. It's not as if I've never defeated a rank 6 before. Leylin's lips quirked up in a smile, and immediately a complicated and illusory spell model with colorful rays was used in that instant. Dreamforce condensed in boundless tides around his body. Radiant Moon Dreamforce spell Destray Dream. Leylin's eyes seemed to glaze over, and formless waves enveloped the blazing flame monarch. The monarch's eyes showed her confusion as the energy undulations from her body strangely came to a complete stop. Destray Dream. This rank 5 Dreamforce spell targeted a Magus True Soul, and had a 90% chance of being effective on a Radiant Magus, leading them to be unable to control themselves even if they were about to die. Even when facing a Breaking Dawn Magus, it had a success rate of over 50%. The blazing flame monarch was now in a dream, her true soul having lost its way. She was completely unable to move, and her only defense came by instinct. Quick, I can only hold it for 3 seconds. Leylin yelled at Melinda. I never expected you to have a trump card like this. Melinda's head stared at Leylin, eyes full of meaning. Immediately after, flames began to burn and incinerate the remaining flesh and blood she had. A pure white soul figure suddenly emerged amidst the flames. Though I have a strong desire to expel the opponent's conscience and return to my body, there's no time. The soul figure suddenly broke through the boundaries of space-time and appeared in front of the blazing flame monarch. She was now in a despondent state, and her instinctive defense had no effect towards Melinda. The soul figure disappeared into the forehead of the monarch, the entire process going through without a hitch. Damn it! Get out! The dream force quickly dissipated, and the blazing flame monarch had regained her senses. However, her expression kept warping, and her muscles trembling. She abruptly raised her right hand, as if trying to pull something out of her forehead. Yet, the left hand strangely grabbed the right. It was as if there were two people fighting in her body. As expected, in a situation with no other methods, Melinda chose to return to the main body. Watching this, a smile appeared on Leylin's lips. Melinda was merely an incomplete soul, while her opponent had the main body that had been tempered over thousands of years. Her soul force was tremendous beyond belief, and Melinda was surely no match for her. Her initial plan was to take advantage of the blazing flame monarch's strength being at a low, using Leylin and the rest to deal the monarch a serious blow. She would then destroy the soul and place her own conscience in the blazing flame monarch's body. It was a pity that the blazing flame monarch had a method of suppressing the injuries to her soul, which had caused setbacks in Melinda's plans. Thankfully, with the monarch of the skies helping from behind the scenes and the surprising strength of Joanna and Leylin, the situation had reached this stage. The situation was currently do or die. Perhaps Leylin had a chance of surviving a Breaking Dawn's hunt, but Melinda was definitely going to die. As part of the opponent's soul that had awakened its own senses and wanted to eliminate the main conscience, she would definitely be hunted down endlessly by the monarch. Hence, after weighing the pros and cons, the only thing she could do was take the risk and enter the other party's sea of consciousness and strive to achieve control over the main body. Though there was a powerful conscience in the sea of consciousness, it wasn't as if Melinda lacked any advantages. At the very least, she had an ally in Leylin. The blazing flame monarch had accumulated injuries over the various battles and the self-detonation, but she either had some secret methods or was forcefully suppressing them. This was why she was confident in her success. Though her chances weren't greater than 50%, this was a better option than dying without even a corpse remaining. Die, you unnecessary trash. An unusual scene appeared on the monarch's body. A few illusory female faces appeared on her own, like layered masks. There was malevolence, anger, even peace on some. The one similarity was that they all looked like Melinda. I am the ruler of flames. How can I lose to you? a white illusory face abruptly emerged, its appearance and tone very similar to the flame monarch. Stop struggling. You or me. In addition, my control over the law of fire isn't inferior to yours. Melinda's face appeared as well. Following that, this face switched to one that was childlike, eyes full of tears as it gazed up at Leylin. Big brother, help me. How? Leylin's expression was cold. I can temporarily suppress her defenses. You use your soul force and invade the blazing flame monarch's sea of consciousness. Believe me, this will be extremely beneficial to you. The young Melinda's expression was miserable and moving, yet Leylin remained apathetic. Yes, there are definitely benefits from experiencing how energy revolves in a rank 6 magus body, and I'll even be able to make contact with the law of fire. However, I've my own method of dealing with this. Leylin chuckled, a malicious intent gleaming in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll help you now. Crimson rings of light formed at Leylin's back, causing him to transform into a terrifying ancient Chemoian emperor, two gigantic amber pupils staring at the blazing flame monarch. You're thinking of, the young Melinda showed the expression of a struggle before she went silent, and the blazing flame monarch's face got out. Damned warlock, what are you going to do? Boundless golden shackles appeared around the monarch. I'm obviously going to help. A callous voice was transmitted from the Chemoian emperor, and petrifying light burst forth and caused the flame shackles to be covered with a layer of stone as they cracked. The Chemoian emperor's tail ruthlessly struck the blazing flame monarch, and with a flicker of black light she flew backwards a great distance. The defensive magic equipment on her body shattered. With the monarch's wealth, she definitely had at least a piece of high-grade magic equipment on her person, but under Leylin's attack it was as fragile as papier-mâché. This wasn't purely because of the frightful offensive ability of the Chemoian emperor. It had to do in part with there being nobody controlling it. The flame monarch suddenly stopped speaking, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard, causing the soul's face to contort with pain. The light dulled by a large extent. Very good. Continue attacking her and attract her attention. Lights flashed and Melinda's face appeared. It's my pleasure to do so. Leylin laughed, and immediately after terrifying rumbling could be heard in the void. Pock, pow, pock, pow. The terrifying force from an ancient rank 5 creature caused the void to shake in the world crack. The blazing flame monarch at the center had now sustained injuries that were difficult to even imagine. If not for the support of the law of fire, as well as the durability of the body of a breaking dawn magus far exceeding that of regular people, she would long since have become minced meat. Two tiny worm-like souls nibbled away at the largest soul body on her face, causing the blazing flame monarch to let out cries of misery. Gradually, the soul's light dimmed and allowed Melinda to gain the upper hand. Good. That's enough. Stop attacking. When I've gained complete control over the body, Melinda's face showed her glee, but that quickly turned into an enraged shriek. What are you doing? She could see the Chemoian emperor that Leylin had turned into constantly shrinking until it turned into a python that was only tens of meters long, abruptly charging towards her. Its fangs were bared. Departure and harvests. The Chemoian emperor was originally over 100 kilometers long, but its figure had shrunk 1,000-fold as it became a python that was only tens of meters in length. Terrifying light burst forth from what used to be its scales. The two eyes of the python stared straight at Melinda, and her heart couldn't help but palpitate upon seeing the merciless expression in them. Leylin's voice came from the python. You've had enough, but that doesn't mean I have. According to our deal, I've come for my reward. Following these words, the humongous python suddenly spread its mouth wide open, and a black hole formed within. Innate ability. Devour. No. In the midst of Melinda's pained cries, the Chemoian emperor that Leylin had transformed into bit ferociously onto the arm of the blazing flame monarch. Soon after, it ripped open the space without hesitation and escaped. Buzz. Its scales flashed with a glaring brilliance and even had traces of blood. Leylin had obviously used some sort of secret method that allowed him to disappear from Melinda's senses almost instantly. Whoosh. Golden blood droplets suddenly started splashing from where the arm was broken. Blood dripped into the empty space drop by drop, forming a large ball of golden flames in the blink of an eye. It was only now that Melinda started to let out a hysterical blood-curdling screech. As a breaking dawn magus, limb damage was not even considered a severe injury to her, but what Leylin had used earlier was his own innate ability, devour. He had bitten into her flesh and devoured her bloodline. This even included a portion of her comprehension of laws in her soul. Her comprehension of laws had been stolen. The anguish of her soul being ripped apart almost made Melinda think she'd returned to the moment when she'd split her soul. It was at this time that the blazing flame monarch's conscience, which had been suppressed, appeared suddenly and unleashed a ferocious counterattack. Damn it! Damn it! Melinda roared, and horrifying golden flames spread out in all directions continuously. Her other losses were still tolerable, but the disappearance of her comprehension of laws and the damage done to her bloodline could even make her drop in rank. The counterattack by the blazing flame monarch's conscience at this moment left her without any time to chase after and attack Leylin. She could only roar in depression and once again concentrate her energy on fighting the monarch. The pure gold flames gradually filled up the region, and even traces of dust were burned until there was nothing left. Only the gigantic golden yellow cocoon in the center was still throbbing rhythmically, as if a phoenix waiting to rise from the ashes. In a world where flames were everywhere, space was pulled apart as though it were a curtain, revealing Leylin's silhouette. He peeked at his surroundings before giving a command without hesitation, AI. Chip. Beep. Begin connection sequence. Activating astral gate. With the AI, Chip's voice sounding out, an enormous door bathed in blue flames slowly formed in front of Leylin, and he stepped into it without the slightest situation. The world began spinning with a single step, and when he ran his eyes over his surroundings once again, he had already arrived in the laboratory at Duz City. Faint roars and shrieks could still be heard from outside, Duz City having descended into chaos. Outside of the laboratory, the subordinates of Jupiter's Thunder and Joanna stood on guard, and all seemed still. In the midst of such a disorderly scene, it appeared even more eye-catching. A few civilians and such came forth to request for help from time to time, but were all rejected without mercy. The bodies on the ground still emitted a strong aura of death, effectively intimidating the few who still wanted to try their luck. As for the biological beasts, having seen the terror that Leylin could bring, they had run away as far as they could long ago. Whether they created disasters elsewhere was not of Leylin's concern. Sir. A few of the Morning Star Magi who were standing guard saw the astral gate open. Upon seeing that only Leylin had returned, their expressions changed. Leylin nodded his head, indifferent. His entire being then transformed into a ray of black flames which dispersed. In just a few flashes, he vanished into the horizon. The Morning Star Magi from the other powers looked at each other in dismay as they gazed in the direction that Leylin vanished in. They were of Morning Star rank at most. Forcibly stopping Leylin was simply an impossible task, and having seen how cold-hearted Leylin could be, they didn't dare to do anything that would provoke him. In the air, blood was still seeping out of the corners of Leylin's mouth, yet his face was filled with excitement. Those few Morning Star Magi are rather tactful. I didn't have to take any further action, AI. Chip. Erase all the useless memories and emotions. At this moment, layers of flesh suddenly grew from Leylin's body, carrying along with dense comprehension of the laws of fire. His devour skill was still digesting the arm of the monarch. The AI, Chip swiftly operated per Leylin's orders, getting rid of all the useless memories and emotions in what he had obtained. The useful information was then processed into specialized folders, and the blazing flame monarch's comprehension of laws, the most important part, was carefully extracted by the AI. Chip into a specially established database. The most important bit, the comprehension of laws, has been obtained. Leylin was brimming with excitement. To him, no matter how plentiful the blazing flame monarch's treasury was, it was not enough. The only thing he was currently interested in was the pursuit of an even higher realm, one to which the power of laws was key. Leylin still couldn't believe himself as he recalled how he had made use of his devouring ability to absorb the comprehension of laws and memories from the blazing flame monarch's body. The exhilaration and delight almost made him break through the boundaries that he had set himself, and greedily take in everything that the blazing flame monarch had to offer. Luckily, at the final juncture, he forcibly controlled his body with an unwavering determination that was as strong as steel, and left the fiery world. He didn't deal any killing blows to the flame monarch directly as he was afraid of her counterattack. Regardless of the differences between Melinda and the original blazing flame monarch, with their lives under serious threat, there was a definite possibility of an alliance. In fact, the AI Chip's derivations revealed that if Leylin took advantage of the time when both of them were battling, there wasn't even a 10% probability that he would be able to directly take one of them out. The remaining possibility was that both parties would ally under immense pressure, which would result in Leylin returning without achieving anything, or even resulting in his fall. In such a situation, Leylin would, of course, choose the method that was in accordance with his own interests, and leave after fishing up the best gains. Although he was unable to get rid of the blazing flame monarch, making her suffer some losses was good enough. Initially, when he was extracting the blazing flame monarch's bloodline and laws, Leylin had almost lost control of himself, and the AI. Chips had alerted him in time. He was so close to even being a threat to the flame monarch's life, which would cause unforeseen repercussions to the situation. But fortunately, all went according to Leylin's script. Although his final blow made the blazing flame monarch suffer heavy losses, it did not exceed Melinda's tolerance. Hence, she didn't choose to reach a compromise with the original conscient, and instead continued to annihilate her greatest enemy. It was because of this that Leylin managed to escape successfully. As for what happened prior to that, Leylin had simply scoffed at how Melinda had invited Leylin to help. While his soul force was relatively powerful, it also depended on what it was being compared to. In the face of the breaking dawn soul force of the blazing flame monarchs, his soul force was so meager that it was not worth looking at. Even if he was called in to help, he would just be a mere soldier who wouldn't even have autonomy over his own soul force. His life and death would be controlled by his opponent. What annoyed him even more was that after fighting such a tumultuous battle, the items received would depend on whether the other party would fulfill their promises and also their mood. Leylin wouldn't do such a silly thing, of course. However, I didn't think that merely the arm of the fire monarch contained such a crazy amount of energy. Furthermore, there seems to be a mystery hidden in the knowledge and memories of the laws of fire. Leylin faintly felt like his body grew bigger, but it was actually an illusion due to the excessive energy in his body. The corners of Leylin's mouth curled up in a bitter smile as he recalled the past few times where he had transformed into the Chemoyan Emperor. No matter what he had devoured before, nothing had possessed such terrifying energy. It's fortunate that I chose to devour only one arm. If I'd chosen to swallow her whole, I'm afraid that even if she didn't retaliate I would have burst apart due to this force. Leylin's gaze flickered, as he changed his route of travel, his silhouette turning into a phantom. This ability was brought about by Dreamforce. Not only did it strengthen his resistance towards magic, it formed an illusionary force field which was effective at concealing his tracks. The fruits of this battle were plentiful, so much so that even the almighty Leylin needed to find a spot to digest them fully. Leylin didn't expect that what he originally thought would be a simple digestion process would end up extending into a few months. The blazing flame monarch had her own imprint of power of flames, and one of its characteristics was that it was extremely concentrated. This had given him a headache. A squirrel bounded about continuously, a pine cone cupped between its paws as it nibbled on it with its buckteeth as quickly as lightning. White mist encircled the mountain range that stretched endlessly into the distance. Together with the green forest, it formed a dreamlike scene straight out of a fairy tale. Countless runners formed a natural protective screen under a humongous tree, leaving a rather big space inside. Black fog filled the air here, hiding and isolating the place. In the heart of the fog, Leylin slowly let out a breath and opened his eyes. The energy composition of a rank 6 magus and its characteristic concentration is truly horrifying. Practically all of the blazing flame monarch's flesh was densely constructed by the most concentrated of fire laws, and merely the digestion process required vast amounts of effort on Leylin's part. He still felt traumatized at the thought of it. In actual fact, without the innate devouring ability of the Chemoyan Emperor, analyzing the monarch's arm would have been a huge problem. It had taken him this long to finally figure it out. Just a moment ago, Leylin had not only fully swallowed the last trace of the blazing flame monarch's bloodline energy, but he had also completely sorted out the memory fragments and made the comprehension of laws his own. Flame laws, the structure of a rank 6 magus blood and flesh as well as information on the modifications to their body gave Leylin much inspiration and sprouted fresh ideas. He had also obtained many other benefits from the blazing flame monarch's abundant life energy. He pulled up his stats with a thought, and quite a few of the information on the AI. Chip's screen was refreshed. Beep. Discovered high-grade cell structure. Simulating. Host has absorbed large amounts of life energy. Vitality increasing. Beep. Host soul has been strengthened. Spiritual force crossed bottleneck, reached half moon. Beep. Host stats have changed. Regathering info. It was after these messages that the AI chip showed Leylin's new stats. Leylin Farlier, rank 5 warlock. Bloodline. Chemoyan Emperor, complete form. Strength. 76, Agility. 62, Vitality. 176.9, Spiritual Force. 2003.5, Magic Power. 2003, Magic Power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Soul Force. 200, Half Moon. Leylin had long since expected a rise in soul force, but the huge increase in vitality gave him a great surprise. With a treasure like the Phoenix Egg, raising his soul force wasn't an issue. It was just that his body couldn't keep up. It was funny now that he thought about it. Most warlocks' vitalities surpass the growth of their spiritual force, but he was different. He progressed much too quickly, to the point that his spiritual force advanced by leaps and bounds and left his vitality far in the dust. A half-moon true soul, and such soul force. Leylin focused on his point mass. His true soul was perfectly round as before, but the cold light of his soul force already occupied over half of it. A true soul like this is very powerful, but in comparison to a rank 6 magus, it's quite lacking. Leylin sighed, thinking back to the true soul of the blazing flame monarch that was like a scorching sun. The soul force seemed to have solidified. A true soul like this could be said to have reached a peak, and could exist for a long time even without the magus body. Soon after, he couldn't help but burst out in laughter, finding himself too greedy. The path of a magus was one of accumulation. Not only was the blazing flame monarch of a higher rank than he was, she had spent tens or even hundreds of times longer than he had on searching for the truth. He was confident that, once he reached breaking dawn, his true soul would not be second to hers. In this, Leylin began to check all his profits. He'd been assigned many treasures from the attack on Da City, a portion of the holdings a rank 6 organization had amassed over time. Whether morning stars or even radiant moons, everyone would go green in envy at such wealth. And yet, these things were all additional items to Leylin, not something he paid much attention to. What he was more interested in was the information recorded in the AI chip. Soul-splitting technique. Leylin glanced through a document in the AI chip while muttering to himself. He'd gotten this terrifying technique that could split apart a magus true soul when he'd taken advantage of Melinda earlier. This technique could separate a true soul into two parts, forming individual bodies that could think for themselves. It could also be used to discard unnecessary emotions or memories from the main body of a magus, an extraordinary effect. Sometimes, psychological issues can be a hindrance to the advancement of a magus. This technique is even better for warlocks. Perhaps Afa and the others would be more than willing to take out all their wealth in exchange for this. Leylin stroked his chin. After obtaining this true soul-splitting technique, they could strip off the berserk emotions from their bloodline instability by placing it in another soul. To some extent, this was a way to completely cure the warlock's bloodline instability. A rational warlock still retained their advantages but had no weak points. It was a terrifying thought, but it had one small issue. After the true soul was split into two, the separated soul was, in some way, an individual body of its own. It could even become like Melinda, forming a will of its own and becoming hostile towards the original magus. However, because they had originally been one body, Magi could not just destroy this parted soul, or else their true soul would be affected. They could only choose to banish the soul or suppress it, which would leave a danger lying around. Whatever it is, this technique is very valuable. If not for that being an emergency, Melinda probably wouldn't have given this to me. Leylin thought about Melinda. The female magus had initially been one with the blazing flame monarch, but there seemed to have been some issues when splitting the true soul which led to her returning for revenge. She's lost part of her energy and bloodline, and is also facing issues from the cracked soul which haven't been solved yet. It'll be difficult for her to recover to her original strength. Leylin's eyes flickered. This was a situation he had intentionally created. The conscience of the original flame monarch was done for, and Melinda had to heal the wounds to her body and soul. None of these were easy tasks. It would be a miracle if she could even remain at rank 6. Leylin thus concluded that the blazing flame monarch's organization would die down for a very long time. After gaining control of the body, Melinda wouldn't be the same as the monarch was before, and it was unknown whether she would come after him in the future. He'd made the best choice in the situation. AI chip, show me the database on the blazing flame monarch. Leylin commanded. Immediately after, a large file was projected in front of Leylin, the information within an incomplete mess. Leylin hadn't just devoured his opponent's flesh and blood with his innate skill. He'd also managed to absorb her memories and her comprehension of laws. However, due to a lack of time, the memories he had were incomplete. Yet, they were good references for the AI chip. Leylin's eyes scanned through these incomplete memory fragments and came to the deepest ones. The few fragments here were like crystals that gave off a majestic aura, emitting burning hot rays of light. Given that this was how the information was being displayed within the AI chip's database, it aroused Leylin's interest. Beep. Comprehension of the laws of fire incomplete. Unable to scan and present as data, host needs to perform a soul force probe. The AI chip's explanation rendered him speechless. This was the bit on the comprehension of laws that the AI chip had separated from the remaining memories in the bloodline Leylin had forcefully obtained. However, it was currently in a strange state that even the AI chip could not decipher. This is the issue of having different power systems, Leylin sighed. In his view, the world was one complete existence that had various focuses. His previous world was one that focused on atomic studies. The Magus world, on the other hand, was a world of energy and laws. In reality, there was only one real world. Atoms, energy and laws were all just the same thing viewed from different perspectives. These differences in perspective allowed Magi and the people of his old world to come up with different conclusions. The AI chip was a result of microscopy, and it could not decrypt things like the comprehension of laws. It was only something to be expected. However, with its continuous upgrades and the establishment of the database on the soul, the AI chip had made continuous progress. It now accepted the embodiment of energy and laws. Leylin was very confident in the learning abilities of the AI chip. Someday, it would be able to analyze anything in the universe, becoming the best tool to search for the truth with. For now, the current ability of the AI chip to store the comprehension of laws separately already left Leylin satisfied. Though it could not be sent to him, perhaps comprehending laws himself was the best way to go about it. Leylin closed his eyes. Half-moon soul force spread out from his true soul, making contact with the scarlet law comprehension crystals. Rumble. A vast current gushed forth, and Leylin felt like an ordinary being standing amidst a flash flood in the mountains. Terrifying force weighed down on him from all sides, pushing and pulling at him with immense power. Many different scenes flashed before his eyes without end, detailing the comprehension the blazing flame monarch had towards the laws of fire. The red fire elemental particles seemed to be magnified a million times over as they appeared in front of him, their mysteries being unveiled layer by layer. Never had he felt as close to the fire element before. This feeling came and left very quickly. In a few seconds, Leylin regained his senses from this comprehension. Host's brain waves in a peculiar state. No records in database. Beep. Host's blood flow rate has increased. Increase in energy wave radiation. Beep. Host's fire elemental affinity has increased. Aptitude has been slightly strengthened. The AI chip's new prompts caused a smile to appear on Leylin's face. Comprehending the laws of fire can increase soul aptitude on top of increasing my elemental affinity. Leylin had never worried about his elemental affinity. His foundations were not half bad, and he'd never misstepped. Through the advancements in and strengthening of his bloodline, his control over darkness and fire exceeded that of most radiant moons. However, his original soul aptitude was only at grade 3. Compared to grades 4 and 5, or even special geniuses, he still had a ways to go. His few advancements had only pushed him to the peak of grade 3. Descendant and Discovery. Not only did Leylin have a lot of information on methods to increase elemental affinity, he'd also attempted some of these methods himself. There were ancient records detailing this field in the central continent, and the AI chip had recorded the information down and used it well. However, even the central continent that was touted as the cradle of the revival of the glory of Magi had very little information on soul aptitude. It had been extremely unlikely for Leylin to find a physique from an ancient dead clan, and it might have been useful to him. However, Joanna had ended up self-destructing, something Leylin found a huge pity. With what he understood, Leylin found that the power of laws could alter his soul aptitude. How could he not go crazy in excitement? The power of laws is boundless and inexhaustible, and can even modify a magus soul aptitude. Leylin's eyes brightened. While he was a bloodline warlock, he still paid much attention to his soul aptitude. But, at the thought of what he had comprehended, a look of hesitation rose on his expression. The blazing flame monarch did not have complete authority over the law of fire, else she would long since have advanced to rank 7. Her comprehension of laws was incomplete, and what Leylin had found from her memories was pieces of a fragmented version. He'd comprehended less than a tenth of the power of the laws of fire, and it was impossible for him to fully understand them and become a rank 7 magus with this. With the AI, Chip's lack of research and information on laws, it was impractical to rely on it to simulate the complete version of the Law of Fire. There's no way around it, Leylin sighed, profiting through that risk was already extremely lucky. Do I have to sneak attack another magus that has comprehended laws and steal their comprehension? He was unwilling to go up against someone who had completely grasped the power of a law and obtained control of it. The world of gods had a special title for existences at rank 7 and above. They were called true gods. This was because once one completely understood the power of laws, even a regular human would step into the domain of divinity. The gap between the two was even wider than the gaps between ranks 1 and 6. Hence, while Leylin and Melinda dared to grievously harm a Breaking Dawn monarch, they definitely wouldn't set their sights on a rank 7. He wanted to live for a long time, hopefully peaking at and transcending to a state of immortality. Why would he intentionally seek death? Those things don't matter yet. For now, I need to break the bloodline shackles as quickly as possible and break through to Breaking Dawn. After all, only peaking the power of my soul force will give me the foundations to begin to comprehend the power of laws. At the thought of what had happened during the comprehension process, Leylin's expression turned grim. With his current soul force, analyzing and comprehending the power of laws was much too difficult. Even though he had compiled all of the information, he had only felt a bit of the aura of the Law of Fire, and had not even understood 0.00001% of it. Only Breaking Dawns could comprehend laws. Even being able to achieve what he had was because Leylin was talented and had the great help of the AI. Chip, whatever it is, I need to obtain the power of laws as soon as possible. Breaking the bloodline shackles will depend on it. Recalling the meeting with the wisdom tree as well as its gift, Leylin's eyes blazed as he immersed himself in understanding the Law of Fire. Crimson light fluctuated around Leylin under a tree in the darkness. His eyes were closed tightly, as if he was in contact with a world full of mysteries. Large amounts of this light surged around his body, the endless information forming a strange code as they hovered before his eyes. He tried to stretch out and grab those flaming words, but the action was in vain. He could sense some flaming words continuously dig into his body like earthworms, causing him to tremble slightly. The comprehension of laws had begun. BZZT. Just as Leylin's comprehension of the Law of Fire was about to begin, a massive amount of crimson light interrupted him. No. What's going on? Leylin almost roared. The state he'd been in was clearly one that was hard to come by, and it had been interrupted just like that. It filled him with a near-insane bloodlust. Wah. Both his bloodline and the innate controlling ability of the Chemoyan Emperor laid a scene out before his eyes. In an extravagant bedroom, the dark subterranean world, a bed sheet had blood stains on it. A woman who was sweating profusely trembled as she held onto a wrinkled baby. Goo-ga. The baby with jet black eyes still had amniotic fluid on its body. The umbilical cord had just been cut, and as if noticing Leylin peeping, the crying baby beamed up at him, causing the woman to be shocked. My blood has been born in Twilight Zone. Leylin opened his eyes wide. All magi had a strange sensitivity to their own blood, and given that the Chemoyan Emperor was the ruler of a race, Leylin's sensitivity was even greater. Has the child I left to Selene been born? His gaze penetrated through the ground and arrived at Twilight Zone. He hadn't let the AI Chip control his interactions with Selene, intentionally leaving behind his bloodline with her. It was about time for the child to have been born. Because these children were warlocks, they would be different from regular humans. They would have some inborn talent, and could cause elemental storms or leak radiation at birth. Selene was a magus herself and had defenses against these situations. Most regular women would be done for. The younger generation would mature quickly with Leylin's rank 5 Chemoyan Emperor bloodline, and they would definitely be terrifying beyond belief. With Selene's influence, what kind of changes would be brought to Twilight Zone? Leylin's eyes showed he was deep in thought. And yet he was the same detached magus after all, and he waited for a long time after observing the Law of Fire. With a slight sigh, Leylin placed his attention on himself, and the AI Chip's prompts popped up. Beep. Host beginning to grasp unknown force, determined to be power of the Law of Fire. Fire elemental affinity increased by 50%. Host's soul aptitude has been strengthened. Recalculating, determined to be upgraded to grade 4. My elemental affinity and soul aptitude have been upgraded after crossing the threshold of comprehending laws. Leylin was surprised by this. From his days as an acolyte to the current day, he'd only been able to raise his soul aptitude to the peak of his initial grade of 3. This one step he took into comprehending laws had pushed it up a grade, something with a terrifying meaning. However, that would be it for Leylin's current soul in terms of comprehension of the power of laws. He was only a radiant moon magus after all, and his true soul was still at half moon and hadn't even reached peak full moon. It couldn't support the study of laws. In other words, Leylin himself wasn't good enough to accommodate a greater understanding. He had to upgrade himself to break through, and that had to be accomplished by reaching rank 6, Breaking Dawn. This discovery rendered Leylin speechless. Though he had stolen about 10% of the Blazing Flame Monarch's comprehension of the laws of fire, he had only understood about 1%. The rest would have to be shelved due to him not meeting the prerequisites. My injuries have completely recovered, and I've gone through pretty much all of my profits. It's time to return. Leylin suddenly sighed, figure turning into black flames and disappearing from the area. In an astral river, countless light years away from the Magus world. A star-like coiled-up snake in the purgatory world revealed the figure of the snake dowager. Every strand of her hair was a different serpent, emitting different kinds of energy. Her face was extremely exquisite, and her eyes held within them the life and death of worlds themselves. Every inch of her body seemed to embody the law of darkness, and it was full of perfection and harmony. Currently, there was a rare grimness in the dowager's eyes. The Emperor of the Chemoyan has already begun to make contact with the power of laws. Its bloodline has begun to spread as well. The snake dowager could see the events in the faraway Magus world from across the astral river, causing her to sink deep into thought. Though the Chemoyans were only a small branch of her bloodline, they still represented a portion of her abilities and authority. The imperial bloodline had left her on guard. This uncontrollable variable could one day become a power that would tear apart her divinity. Through the shore of clouds and stars, my bloodline shall all return to my embrace. The dowager's voice was faint and tender, giving one the urge to lose themselves within it. With what sounded like a prophecy, a tremendous illusory world slowly emanated from behind the snake dowager, and as if she was stepping through time and space, she entered the Magus world. Wooden house and meeting, it was as if he had gone through a long fall. Leylin felt like he was in another world when he finally touched the ground. What is this place? Observing the dusky fog of the mountains and the black forest in the distance, he sank into deep thought. Caw, caw, caw. A crow with 3 blood-red eyes spread its wings and took off from a tree branch beside him, leaving behind a few fallen feathers. Its piercing shrieks spread far and wide. AI, chip. Leylin subconsciously commanded. Beep. Beginning scan of surroundings. Scan completed. Begin. The AI chip's voice was normal at first, but near the end, it suddenly grew rough as if it was facing some strong interference. Ah, ah, ah. After some time, the voice changed to become piercing feminine shrieks. They grew higher and higher in pitch until they threatened to blast Leylin's eardrums apart, at which point he had no choice but to order it to halt operations. Wind probing, Leylin stretched his arms out, and light green wind elemental particles gathered around him, the slight green wind elemental particles gathering extremely slowly, causing his brows to furrow. Soul force appeared, causing a light green gust of wind to spread in all directions. This seems quite familiar, but I just can't put my finger on it. Leylin frowned, feeling as if his memories were shrouded by some fog. Yet he managed to remember a lot of things, such as his magic. Still, he seemed to have forgotten something important, and it gave him a bad premonition. Soon enough, the scattered wind gave him some results which let him know of his current location. He was outside a forest, and there was even a dark red river flowing nearby. There was a wooden house not far away, with what seemed to be a human figure inside. This range, Leylin's brows furrowed. Not only is it difficult to use spells at all, even their effects have been suppressed to a large extent. Could this be some high-ranked world? The temperature of the forest lowered with the setting sun, and the fog around him grew denser. It even turned a dark red, which sent a chill down Leylin's spine. He quickly got out of the area and arrived at the wooden house he had discovered. Golden roses were in full bloom behind the fence, and traces of gray smoke rose from within that allowed Leylin to feel some warmth. The wooden door creaked open, and a kindly woman walked out. The woman seemed rather young, around 20 years of age at best, but the intelligent glint in her eyes made Leylin feel like she was someone with abundant experience. Little brother, you're back. The woman chuckled after seeing him, the brilliance of her smile leaving Leylin intoxicated. It was as if the flowers surrounding her bloomed with her laugh. Who are you? Leylin couldn't help but ask. Me. I'm your sister. This is your home. The woman's face was beautiful, and the brilliant golden strands of hair that blew in the wind felt familiar to Leylin. My home, Leylin mumbled. Yes, your home. Welcome back. His gentle sister spread her arms wide open, as if wanting to give him a warm embrace. You're my sister. Leylin kept repeating it over, and the beautiful woman's face gradually matched to one in his memories. Yes, little brother, you're finally back. There were tears in the woman's eyes. And yet, he suddenly felt immense terror as her arms approached him for an embrace. An unknown malicious intent caused him to quiver in dread. Wait, I'm Leylin Farlier, a bloodline warlock from the Magus world. Why am I here? A voice kept shouting out in his mind, but Leylin could no longer control his body. His limbs moved automatically, and he was only one step away from pouncing into a hug. Defiant Ring of Fire. Shadow of Quandary. Dark Serpent Tendrils. Spell models flashed one after another in front of Leylin's eyes, but his spells that had already been suppressed to a large extent seemed to lose all their abilities. No energy was emitted at all. Come back, come back, come back. The faint voice caused Leylin's eyes to show further perplexion, and the surroundings of the wooden house underwent a huge change. The dark red fog grew more dense, and the bright golden rose gradually wilted to reveal white skeletons below. A few small snakes slithered out of the occasional eye hole. The wooden house had changed behind the roses, becoming a coiled-up bundle of snakes. A few triangular serpent heads popped out from it, spitting out a dark red poison. In an instant, the peasant home had turned into a terrifying hell. This feeling of suppression is familiar. Streams of dark red fog automatically invaded Leylin's body, and it caused the familiarity to grow more intense. Finally, light flickered in the depths of Leylin's eyes. It's Dreamforce. This is Dreamscape. I've been dragged into a dream. Beep. Host determined to be in Dreamscape. As if the fog in his memories had been completely swept away, the AI chip's voice was no longer that of a shrieking woman, it grew clear once more. Feeling his elemental control and his soul force being isolated, Leylin's thoughts flashed to something. Dreamscape is a profound world that rejects all powers that are not Dreamforce. Come back. At this moment, the fingers of the woman nearby were about to touch Leylin's face. In that case, a spell model was abruptly transferred to him by the AI chip. Rank 4 Dream Spell Illusory Scepter. Large amounts of Dreamforce waves gathered in Leylin's hand, forming a strange ancient scepter. Go away. Leylin pointed the scepter at the woman, and dark red demonic flames sprayed out of it. Ah! The woman screamed, covering her face and retreating. Who are you? Leylin's expression was very serious as he watched the woman who stood up once more. A large portion of her face had disappeared, but strangely enough she had no reaction to it. There wasn't even any blood at the site of the injury. I never thought you'd have already altered yourself for Dreamscape and grasped control of Dreamforce. The woman spoke dully, but the familiar voice made Leylin's pupils shrink. You're the snake, rumble. The scene broke apart, revealing an astral river that stretched through the void. A star-like bundle of snakes opened up in the river, revealing the snake dowager within. My child, return to my embrace. The snake dowager's voice held within it some bizarre attractive force, causing the blood in Leylin's body to boil, out of his control. A voice inside urged him to submit and fall at the knees of the dowager. Large numbers of giant snakes were hissing and roaring at him, the sound waves causing his expression to change. This is not Purgatory World, but a dream. My free will shall not be controlled by anything else. Snake Dowager, your biggest mistake today was dragging me into Dreamscape. A decisive look immediately appeared in Leylin's eyes, and an even more illusory, dazzling spell model formed in his hands. Rank 5 Dream Spell Destray Dream. Strange undulations shrouded the region. Feeling wetness across his cheek, Leylin opened his eyes to find a strange large beast looming over him with its mouth wide open. Its scarlet tongue licked at his face, and a terrible stench assaulted his nostrils. The central continent's bone-gray badger. Then this is the real world, which means of escaped. Leylin's eyes regained their radiance as he easily chased the monster away, glee apparent on his face. He took a look around, and found skid marks on the ground, greenish-yellow soil peeking through the tracks made in the grass. That's right, I was on the way back to the Warlock Union, but the snake dowager pulled me into a dream, which is why I suddenly fell. Leylin touched his chin, guessing what had happened. Darkness and dreams share a strong connection. It's no surprise that she can use the power of dreams. The only thing she didn't expect was that I'd already undergone dreamscape alteration and be able to use Dreamforce. Cold sweat streamed down Leylin's back. If not for his prior experience with Dreamscape, the consequences of being pulled into that dream would have been disastrous. There was a huge gap between the Magus world and Purgatory. With the added limitations of protective spheres, the Snake Dowager would not be able to attack Leylin so easily. Yet, Dreamscape was different. Space itself was muddled there, and everything was everywhere. An attack through dreams would be the most energy efficient. Though there were some limitations, it should have been enough for the Snake Dowager to suppress Leylin. Perhaps the only thing she hadn't considered was that Leylin had already made contact with Dreamforce, and his body was used to it. This allowed him to snap out of it automatically, and even use a rank 5 dream spell. While he could do little to her, the time he had gained was enough for him to escape. Snake Dowager, Leylin muttered, his eyes flickering with light. Her attack had made it clear to him that she would not tolerate any descendant escaping her control. The more outstanding he was and the faster he progressed, the more intense the conflict of interest would grow. I never expected that a tiny existence like me would catch the attention of the Snake Dowager. Leylin's lips quirked up in a bitter smile. He'd already felt like he was being watched when he'd evolved to become a Chemoyan Emperor Warlock. He just hadn't expected this day to come so fast. Alsnake Curse, AI. Chip, conduct a full body scan. Leylin commanded. He had just escaped from the Snake Dowager's dream. The Dowager was an existence that surpassed rank 7, and her power exceeded the limitations set by worlds. She could cross world borders and attack through Dreamscape, a strength that was unimaginable for Leylin. When dealing with someone like her, it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Hence, thorough checks were a necessary thing. Mission established. Beginning scanning procedures. Atomic microscope has been authorized. Beginning scan. Large amounts of blue light scanned every region of Leylin's body after the AI. Chip sounded. The images resolved to the cellular level. The atomic microscope scanned everything. The blue light took the form of countless threads that swept through him. Skeleton normal. Internal organs normal. Scanning bloodline and sea of consciousness. Leylin looked rather calm, but when the AI Chip's rays scanned his blood and sea of consciousness, his expression changed. Tiny black runes wiggled out from the surface of his body, and after they emerged, Leylin felt the blood circulation in his body abruptly speed up tenfold. The increase in blood flow caused his face to flush, and fine blood appeared deep inside his pores. The black runes crawled to his forehead, forming the image of a little black snake. Around this snake was a ring of tiny pointed runes, resembling chains in a cage that kept the snake within. What's going on? Leylin felt the bloodline force in his body show signs of going berserk, and the rune on his forehead began to exert more strength. It was restraining him. His bloodline force was rebelling against its owner, and restraining him. It sounded like a joke, but Leylin did not find it funny at all. Quiet down. Innate spell of control. Leylin exclaimed. HS's asterisk, the terrifying image of a Chemoyan emperor appeared behind him. Currently, the phantom was encircled and bound by a circle of black chains as well. The massive Chemoyan emperor hissed and roared, but it had no effect on the bindings. There were even sharp barbs on the chains, and they pierced through his scales into his flesh. The intense pain was transmitted directly to Leylin's true soul. Asterisk HSS asterisk, the Chemoyan emperor roared again, but this one seemed very feeble. Still, the will of a rank 5 ruler could somewhat control the rebellion of the bloodline force, and allowed the odd phenomenon in his body to calm down. What is this? Feeling the binding rune on his forehead absorbing his bloodline force on top of suppressing him, Leylin's expression grew grim. He'd already guessed that this was something left behind by the Snake Dowager. She was someone who exceeded rank 7, an existence that had grasped laws. Even though she had been careless enough to let him escape, she still had enough time to leave something behind. As the source of Leylin's bloodline, manipulating his bloodline force slightly was a simple task for her. The rebellion of bloodline force. All those who walk on the path of bloodlines will eventually be shackled by the very bloodline itself. For some reason, Leylin suddenly recalled the time when he'd first obtained Chemoyan's pupil, more specifically the inscription by Great Magus Sirholm. Beep. Host has been struck with an unknown curse. All stats decreasing. The warning from the AI. Chip was bright red, showing the urgency of the situation. Show me the information. Leylin grew grim as he felt the weakening of his body. The rebellion of the bloodline force as well as the suppression of a portion of his strength made him feel unprecedented weakness. I was too careless before. Strength that depends on a bloodline might be very useful initially, but there are going to be some hidden dangers no matter what. If not for my bloodline having evolved to the Chemoyan Emperor and having gained some degree of independence, this mark could very well have caused me to lose all my strength and become subject to the whims of the Snake Dowager. Leylin's expression was incomparably dark. Leylin Farlier. Rank 5 Warlock. Bloodline. Giant Chemoyan Serpent, complete form. Strength. 45-76 Agility. 40-62 Vitality. 100-176.9 Spiritual Force. 1013.5 2003.5 Magic Power. 1013 Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force. 101-200. Condition. Weakened by curse, stats lowering on all fronts. Currently at New Moon, future undetermined. Leylin now looked worse. These stats pulled him down to the level of one who had just stepped into Radiant Moon. Though it had only been a short period of time, the curse had lowered his strength by about half, and there was a possibility of worsening. Leylin looked at the future undetermined in his status screen, and his voice was icy as he asked, "What does future undetermined mean?" Based on evaluation of model, the curse will continuously absorb the host's bloodline and increase its capabilities. The host's stats are set to continue to decrease, and there is a possibility of a permanent drop in rank. The AI chip quickly answered him, but Leylin had nothing to rejoice over. Decrease. To what extent? Unknown. Possibility exists of a complete loss of bloodline force. The conclusion given by the AI chip caused Leylin's expression to grow even more serious. Is it the bloodline shackles or a backlash? Or is this something the Snake Dowager chains her younger generations with? In an instant, Leylin's mind came up with many possibilities. This force was evidently linked to his bloodline force, and the closeness far exceeded Leylin's expectations. In order to go further on the path of a warlock, one would need to be modified by bloodline force, which was why it equated his own power. However, when the Snake Dowager became hostile, Leylin finally knew the terror of the incomparably tame bloodline force when it rebelled. Debts had to be repaid. Bloodline warlocks relied on their bloodline force to amplify their progress, and be it in rate of advancement or battle strength, they exceeded their peers at the same rank. However, they were restricted by bloodline shackles, and once one met the source of their bloodline there was no way to fight back against them. No, they, whose souls fused with the source of their bloodlines, would not even have thoughts of rebellion. Leylin was sure that if Gilbert or any other Chemoyan warlock was in his position, they would not even resist the Snake Dowager. Their wills were all subservient to her. This control extended past their bloodlines and into their souls. This was a powerful manipulation of souls. Unless one changed the soul, it was impossible to eliminate any influences. Once I have the intention of rebelling against you, you strike me down and make me a regular human. How overbearing. Leylin stroked his chin and suddenly began to laugh coldly. But I will never let anyone take control of my freedom. Bloodline force. It's my bloodline, and even though it originates from the giant Chemoyan serpent, it's been altered and refined by the AI chip. I even had it automatically evolve to become a Chemoyan emperor. You can't control me so easily. A similar record has been found in the database. The AI chip intoned at this moment. With the accumulation of knowledge from Sky City and the Warlock Union, the AI chip could be said to be a museum of the Magus world. No matter how rare and obscure a topic was, information could be found about it. Alsnake Curse. The Snake Dowager of the Shadow World has supreme control over all of her progeny. This is a blessing and also a curse, one condensed with bloodline force. Once a descendant has thoughts of disobeying the will of the Snake Dowager, the Alsnake Curse will appear and automatically absorb as well as seal off the descendant's bloodline force, turning into the most powerful bloodline curse. Effect. Continuous weakening of power of Warlock, until target's death. There was also a projection of an image beside this introduction, and it was a carbon copy of the one on Leylin's forehead. Till death. I like it. Leylin snickered. AI chip. Based on this rate, how much time do I have left? Beep. Based on current situation, host will fall from Radiant Moon in 26 hours, and in 267 hours lose Morning Star strength. 312 hours later, bloodline force will be completely lost and host will become a regular human. The complicated calculations were completed by the AI chip in an instant, giving him a conclusion. It's too rushed. Is there any way to slow the process? With its massive calculative ability, Leylin was given an answer. Host can suppress their own bloodline force and seal off their radiant moon strength. Such a situation can easily extend the period by 3 years in tandem with the Medusa's gaze potion. The Owlsnake curse was a curse that absorbed his bloodline force, which was why sealing his own strength would slow the effects of the curse temporarily. Leylin nodded, but suddenly froze. Sealing off my radiant moon strength means I'll be able to maintain this condition for 3 years, but I can't use any strength at rank 5. In that case, if I were to meet a powerful enemy, Leylin knew fully well that the more he used his own power, the closer he was pushing himself to death. However, his enemies would not let him off so easily, especially the Snake Dowager. With the attacks from Dreamscape, he'd been forced to run for his life constantly, and this situation would force him to use his bloodline force. He had then suffered the backlash from the Owlsnake curse, which was probably her intention. In that case, she definitely won't give up after one attack. Leylin's pupils shrank abruptly. At the moment these thoughts emerged, his true soul was distracted as he entered Dreamscape once more. A terrifying gigantic white snake was spitting out its tongue, its gaze of one looking at a dead man. Mask of the Dreamless, AI. Chip, conduct scan. Leylin ordered, and the AI. Chip quickly sent a passage of information to him. Alabaster Devilsnake. Rumored to be a descendant of the Snake Dowager that inherited Dreamforce. Likes to torture its prey in their dreams before digesting them. Matures at rank 5. It gave him a thought. Even the Snake Dowager needs to use a large amount of energy in order to send Dreamforce to a faraway world. That's probably why she just activated the Owlsnake curse and then left the rest to her children. At this moment, the Alabaster Devilsnake was flicking its scarlet tongue as its blood-red eyes were fixed on Leylin. Its body rumbled as it moved abruptly, turning into a streak of white lightning. There's no choice but to act. Leylin laughed wryly, the energy in his body beginning to boil. Dream spell, white lightning seemed to flicker through the void, and when things returned to normal, Leylin was back in the real world. At this moment, his face looked wretched. The Owlsnake curse on his forehead spread a lot of black veins, greedily absorbing his own bloodline force and turning the strength from his own body into a curse. It was a continuous cycle with no cure. Warning! Warning! Host's bloodline force has reached the threshold and is about to drop from Radiant Moon. The red warning prompt the AI Chip sent out caused Leylin's heart to sink. While he'd done his best to hold back his strength, in order to escape from Dreamscape he had no choice but to use dream spells and his bloodline force. It had provided the Owlsnake curse WTIH an opportunity to act up. No, this can't go on. AI Chip, set up a maze in Dreamscape, Leylin quickly commanded. The possibility of being dragged into a dream and assaulted from all sides caused his face to turn dark. Beep. Mission established. Beginning projection of guiding coordinates. Setting up Dreamscape firewall. The AI Chip immediately intoned. That was the result of Leylin's studies on Dreamscape. He could try to prevent others from pulling him into a dream, and while he did not know how well it would go, it was still better than nothing. Making use of this borrowed time that would be hard to come by, Leylin immediately started on other plans. AI Chip, begin procedure D23, let's forge the mask of the Dreamless. This command was to make the necessary preparations for the Snake Dowager attacking through Dreamscape. Mission established. Beginning simulation. Materials required. 300 grams of luck alloy, tooth of single-eyed snake. These were all materials Leylin had found could isolate Dreamforce in his previous experiments. A black gas appeared on his body with the AI Chip's report, and the materials it had mentioned floated out from a flickering light in his waist pouch. A bundle of demonic black light was formed, devouring the materials. Leylin looked calm as he watched the materials dissolve in the flames, occasionally making some seals and transferring some refining runes into the flames. Just these few casual movements were extremely fluid, exhibiting the terrifying abilities of a Grandmaster alchemist. With Leylin's powerful control, it wasn't long before a mask with only one half hovered above the flames. This mask was completely black, its fluid lines and decorative designs giving it a unique aesthetic. A strange aura was emitted from it. The mask flew out and covered Leylin's face, blocking the Owlsnake curse on his forehead. Leylin seemed to change after wearing the mask, and now seemed to have some mysterious charm. The AI Chip soon listed the ingredients and all sorts of information about the mask. Unique magic item Mask of the Dreamless. Weight: 200 grams. Material: Luck alloy, tooth of single-eyed snake. Effect. Prevents being spied on with Dreamforce. Protects true soul from invasions from Dreamscape. The icy cold mask covered part of Leylin's skin, making him feel at ease. Thankfully, I'd already been focusing on dealing with dream invasions, and had invented the mask of the dreamless. His fingers stroked the mask, feeling the complicated and intricate patterns. This mask was formed from simulations based on the AI chip's database. On top of that, with Leylin's eye as a grandmaster alchemist and his creativity allowed him to create this item. It only had a singular function in blocking dream invasions, which meant it couldn't be classified as a magic artifact or equipment. However, its ability did not lose out in value to some magical equipment either. To Leylin, who'd altered himself for Dreamscape and was sensitive to Dreamforce, the mask of the dreamless was something that finally allowed him to relax. Unless the mask is destroyed, my opponents can't just drag me into a dream and use up my strength. Leylin now fully comprehended the terror that was the Snake Dowager. Even while they were in different worlds, he could do nothing against her. Thankfully, with this as a buffer, he could now calm down and think through this matter. AI chip, check the database of all the simulations I authorized and find a method to solve the Owlsnake curse. Leylin's voice was low, and the AI chip quickly began to operate as large amounts of information appeared in front of him. Countless formulae were used, and a faint image of the Snake Dowager even appeared in the virtual space. With the countless calculations, the AI chip came up with a conclusion. Host has 3 options. The Snake Dowager removes the mark of her own accord. Host gets the blessing of a rank 9 existence, using their origin force to purge the host's bloodline. Host completely breaks through bloodline shackles, severing all ties with the Snake Dowager. Plans 1 and 2 are impossible, there are too many uncertain variables. I can't do anything for a high-ranked existence, so I'd have to rely on luck. Leylin touched his chin, light glinting in his pupils. The only choice is to break through the restriction on the bloodline and break away from these shackles completely. The control and curse of the Snake Dowager came from the giant Chemoyan serpent's bloodline force. If Leylin could completely shatter the bloodline shackles and become an independent being, he would no longer be affected by her. As he was now, this was the most feasible plan. But I didn't expect to meet her so quickly. I'll have to find a way to break the bloodline shackles. I can't skip this, and I'll have to go to Purgatory World. Leylin looked grim. With my current state, I need to keep a low profile for a period of time. With this thought, he transformed into a bundle of black flames and disappeared. In the Morning Star area, Jeffrey wore a black swallow-tailed coat with not even a hair out of place, seeming like the most upright gentleman. Lady Freya is about to give birth. This is something worthy of celebration for our warlock union. Yes. The rank 5 bloodline in our union now has been passed on. With the talent His Highness Leylin has shown, the future of his bloodline descendants is going to be bright. Offa laughed as he spoke. He was now waiting with Jeffrey above the castle for Leylin. Flustered maids and servants ran everywhere in the castle. A layer of crimson energy spread through the area, gradually enveloping a room and still traveling outwards. The low voice of a woman sounded within. This is a rank 5 bloodline. Is it the giant Chemoyan serpent? What's going on? Does the Chemoyan serpent have an ancestor or something like that? Jeffrey was rather curious about this. No, His Highness bloodline is the purest Chemoyan bloodline, there's no doubt about it. Based on my observations, the bloodline he's inherited might very well be that of the ancient Chemoyan emperor, the ruler of the giant Chemoyan serpents. Offa's voice was soft, as if he was revealing some huge secret. HS's, in other words, Jeffrey sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes, the royal family of the Ouroboros clan has appeared. There is no leader more proper than the Chemoyan emperor. Ruling bloodlines held immense control over bloodline clans. This was the same case with the Snake Dowager over Leylin, and based on his Chemoyan emperor bloodline Leylin had authority over the lives and deaths of the Chemoyan warlocks under him. His bloodline definitely ruled the Ouroboros clan. The Ouroboros clan will forever be subservient to the ruling bloodline to the day that the bloodline dies off. Unless that happens, betrayal will not occur for eternity. Offa's voice was still as low as before. We have to be even more prudent when dealing with His Highness. That I know, but, Bevis, Jeffrey could only laugh wryly. No matter what organization it was, the appearance of talents like Bevis and Leylin were worthy of celebration. However, the two geniuses did not see eye to eye, which resulted in a great catastrophe. To be honest, the reason they were here was to serve as protection and as a warning. If not, Leylin would definitely not let Bevis go. If he were to do anything drastic, the consequences were not anything they wanted to see. Otherwise, even for the birth of a child with a rank 5 bloodline, there wouldn't be 2 Radiant Moon Warlocks on guard duty. At the mention of this, Jeffrey seemed to think of something and suddenly asked. Lord Offa, did you see the news regarding the Blazing Flame Monarch? Return and birth, of course. The Blazing Flame Monarch's lair in Duz was destroyed. Even the whereabouts of a breaking dawn like the Monarch are unknown now. How would I not know of something so big? There was a bitter smile at the corner of Offa's lips. This was the biggest news these days in the central continent. No, for the core of a rank 6 monarch's power to be struck so severely, this was something that hadn't happened in the past few thousand years. News concerning the Blazing Flame Monarch themselves being seriously injured and their whereabouts being unknown horrified Offa and the other Radiant Moon Warlocks. This was a rank 6 magus, a breaking dawn. It was someone who'd come into contact with the power of laws. Even with the amplification from their bloodlines and having transformed the Morning Star area into a large fort, in front of such an existence they could only defend themselves. In contrast, Leylin not only struck at and robbed the Blazing Flame Monarch's Duz city, but he also left his opponent missing, with no news whether they were dead or alive. Such a terrifying strength and methods caused Offa and the others to grow even more vigilant and fearful. Really, this time His Highness Leylin, even the highest authority of the Warlock Union, Offa, could not help but feel shocked at Leylin's boldness and strength. His group had originally thought Leylin wanted to launch a surprise attack on the Blazing Flame Monarch's troops for revenge. They'd never expected that he'd been targeting the Monarch themselves all the while. The most crucial thing was that he seemed to have succeeded. His courage and exemplary strength were displayed through his success, and it even left Offa incessantly frightened. Jeffrey was a little speechless as well. I've received news that the outside world not only placed Leylin's rank 5 bloodline as the Union's most powerful inheritance, it even listed him as the most powerful Radiant Moon. They're claiming he'll bring about the rise of bloodline warlocks. He'd thought before that he already had a deep understanding of Leylin's prowess, but he hadn't thought that his previous performance was only scratching the surface of his abilities. However, His Highness Leylin's military success will awe many people. Offa lifted his head and looked at the surroundings. A smile emerged at the corner of his lips. It seems His Highness Bevis won't be coming this time. That's great. He was happy that he could avoid internal strife. Jeffrey rolled his eyes. After learning of Leylin's feats, how would he have the guts to come here? We're just here in case anything happens. Even he had no choice but to admit a slight fear of Leylin's methods. You dare offend me, I'll show up at your doorstep to kill you. I won't bother with your soldiers or anything, I'll eliminate the mastermind directly. How many come as how many I will kill, even if the opponent is a monarch. This method that went against common sense would usually be suppressed by the masses, but if one possessed enough power to contend against the opponent, they would turn into the largest threat. At the very least, it was very clear now to Bevis that if he tried any tricks, even if he didn't act himself, if Leylin thought he did it he would find and kill him. Be it Offa or Jeffrey, their counsel would not help. As for the other warlocks of the Union, even if the Blazing Flame Monarch hadn't been eliminated, they'd at least sustained grievous injuries. Did Bevis believe that their help would equate to breaking Dawn's strength? Actually, this is also a good thing. Offa let out a faint smile. For now, His Highness Leylin, said to be invincible below Breaking Dawn, is the warlock with the greatest hope of advancing to rank 6. Gaining a military deterrent like that will greatly improve our circumstances in the central continent, invincible below Breaking Dawn. At this moment, a figure emerged before Offa and Jeffrey. His voice was extremely familiar but it caused their expressions to change. Your Highness Leylin. Jeffrey looked at Leylin who suddenly appeared, fear secretly emerging in his heart. He and Offa were Radiant Moon Warlocks, and on top of that they were actively monitoring their surroundings. Even the flow of energy particles in the air could not escape their senses, yet Leylin had bypassed them so easily to appear behind them. Didn't this mean that, if Leylin intended it, he could mount a sneak attack on any of the warlocks here? Only now did Jeffrey truly realize how different Leylin was from before. The current him indeed was the hope of the bloodline warlocks, the warlock invincible below Breaking Dawn. Leylin was wearing a dark gold magus robe, and it was as if the aura on his body had completely vanished. It left Jeffrey unable to measure him clearly. On top of that, Leylin currently had a strange black mark covering half his face, and it caused him to be slightly doubtful. This is, Offa took the initiative to ask. Ah, Leylin touched the mask on his face, a small injury I got a while ago. Trying to cover it up would easily arouse suspicion, so he felt like he might as well admit it. Indeed, the terror of a breaking dawn is hard to resist, Offa nodded, deep in thought. The opponent was indeed a monarch. No matter how powerful Leylin was, avoiding injury was impossible. Offa had formed his own picture of things with Leylin's misleading words. The wound on Leylin's face had automatically been categorized as the aftermath of his confrontation with the blazing flame monarch. Before I forget, it's been a long time, your highnesses. A wicked smile adorned Leylin's face as he took the initiative to make a bow. Freya and the Ouroboros clan have been in your care during my absence. This humble servant is thankful. Don't mention it. Your highness managed to destroy Duz city in one move, even inflicting serious damage to the blazing flame monarch. Compared to such great news for us suppressed warlocks, is this anything big? Offa and Geoffrey answered respectfully. No matter what, the friendship of a warlock invincible below breaking dawn would be extremely beneficial for them. Let's skip the words of thanks, may our friendship last forever. Leylin smiled. He certainly knew what these two warlocks wanted. Of course, our friendship is like a bond of brotherhood. Offa and Geoffrey were both warlocks with age and much knowledge, while Leylin, too, had a multitude of experiences. The three warlocks kept flattering each other and beat around the bush, but did not get to the point. Watching Leylin's carefree attitude, even as if he didn't care much for Freya who was in labor downstairs, Offa could not help but secretly call him an old fox, in his mind. Still, he took the lead to question him. We're not sure what the results of your highness' trip this time was. The blazing flame monarch, of course, the life and death of the blazing flame monarch was their priority, and how could the news in the outside world be more accurate than the account of Leylin, who was one of the parties involved? This also was a measure of Leylin's military strength, and would have an inexpressible change in the dynamics of the central continent afterwards. They had no choice but to be concerned. Oh, about that, I'm sorry, Leylin laughed with embarrassment. Although I took Duz down with some like-minded friends, and even attacked the fiery world and inflicted serious damage to the blazing flame monarch, I still couldn't quite kill them. Although this was just a short and simple explanation, just the dangers implied by them caused Geoffrey and Offa to break into cold sweat in terror. Hearing that the blazing flame monarch was seriously injured but not dead, relief flooded Offa's heart despite his slight disappointment. If Leylin was already able to get rid of a breaking dawn magus, he didn't know what sort of attitude to hold towards him anymore. However, Leylin deliberately paused, causing Offa's and Geoffrey's hearts to grow alert again. Although we didn't manage to get rid of the blazing flame monarch, we were successful in inflicting serious damage on the opponent instead. Not only would it take a long time to recuperate from such a thing, it's hard to say whether the monarch will even be able to remain at rank 6 even after a full recovery. He then dropped another bomb before Offa and Geoffrey could digest this shocking news. It's also worth wondering if the blazing flame monarch will treat us as enemies in the future. I don't believe that will be a huge issue. The explosive news that Leylin dropped one after the other caused Offa and Geoffrey to be dazzled. They couldn't understand at all. The blazing flame monarch could possibly fall in rank, and on top of that end their enmity with warlocks even in spite of such great losses. How was this even possible? However, looking at the proud Leylin, Offa and Geoffrey couldn't help but consider this possibility from all angles. Leylin smiled. The blazing flame monarch had lost a part of her laws of fire, sustained serious injuries, and worst of all experienced the trauma of her true soul being split and fused back together. With so much damage being stacked on her, if Melinda was able to recover even within a few hundred years, Leylin would look up to her. Furthermore, the blazing flame monarch's will could thoroughly be suppressed or annihilated by Melinda before that. Whether the current blazing flame monarch could still maintain her previous attitude of desiring the extinction of bloodline warlocks remained to be seen. Although Leylin was ruthless in his betrayal, they were still allies, after all. With her power weakened, what she needed now was a peaceful environment to recuperate in, not an impetuous vengeance. Leylin believed that an old witch like Melinda would easily be able to think of that. Hence, it was almost certain that even the extremist portion of the blazing flame monarch would choose to stay low profile and live in seclusion now. Although this was the case, the obstinate ruthlessness the blazing flame monarch showed towards warlocks was deeply seared into their minds. They wouldn't be able to react to this quickly at all. Seeing them like that, Leylin could not help but feel slightly amused. And at this moment, wah, wah. An infant's cries echoed from the castle. The loud and clear cries strangely reverberated through the entire castle, a hallmark to this child's remarkability. Departure and twilight, and now my second descendant is born. Leylin didn't know himself what he was feeling exactly, but the birth of a descendant still caused a slight tenderness in his heart. Please excuse me, he said to Offa and Geoffrey, knocking them out of their stupor. Of course, Your Highness, go handle your own matters first, they answered with understanding. Black flames flashed as Leylin disappeared, only to arrive at a room in the castle. This luxurious room was filled with the smell of blood and amniotic fluid. A few wet nurses had already collapsed on the floor, the main culprit being the infant that was still crying out loud. These wet nurses had been carefully selected, and almost all of them were rank 1 warlocks. Still, the power from the rank 5 bloodline in the child's body surpassed the limits of what they could bear. After all, Leylin, Freya, and the rest normally suppressed their vital radiations on purpose to avoid polluting the surrounding environment. A newborn couldn't possibly have such awareness. As the infant wept, darkness elemental energy particles emerged and began circling around it. Black flames burnt constantly, beginning to wreck the surrounding furniture and bed sheets. Its spiritual force and bloodline force are rebelling. Instead of frightening him, this news actually made Leylin glad. This child's innate skill is very high. This degree of rebellion did not bother him, and he easily suppressed it as he held the infant up. Seemingly due to sensing the bond of their bloodline, the infant immediately stopped crying upon seeing Leylin, and even let out an innocent smile. Being a peak rank 3 warlock whose vitality surpassed most others, Freya had managed to maintain her consciousness till now. When she saw who had arrived, she was shocked at first but then relaxed. Dear, our child, yes, our child is born. It's been hard on you, Leylin comforted her gently, his palm still caressing the forehead of the infant in his embrace. Black light flashed in the room, causing it to fall into a deep slumber. Just like this, Leylin embraced the child and accompanied Freya quietly. Even though she was a warlock, the fatigue due to the pregnancy and labor of a child with such a unique bloodline still caused her to fall into a deep sleep very quickly. A legacy of the bloodline, eternal from generation to generation. Leylin seemed to grow some special feelings as he looked at the soundly sleeping infant in his hands. The pursuit of eternal life was the dream of all humans, but there were almost none who succeeded in the endeavor. Hence there was another method. By producing offspring and passing down their bloodline, one could achieve a sort of immortality of genetics. Then there was a sort of spiritual immortality. By passing on one's own knowledge and perception of the world to others, teaching students of one's culture and wisdom, one could achieve an immortality of its own. Descendants would need to be nurtured. One would need to inculcate their own ideas in their blood descendants, spreading their knowledge. This, too, created an eternal life in some sense. As long as this tradition was passed from generation to generation, one could be considered as having partly accomplished the goal. Hence, be it in his previous life or in this world, humans always held feelings for their descendants. Although individuals who broke this norm did exist, they were not the mainstream. To Leylin, passing down his bloodline was not only a means to form his power. His descendants would inherit his ideas and legacy. Although true eternal life existed in the Magus world, something much more attractive than having descendants, that did not hinder him from keeping them as a last resort. The power of its bloodline is very rich, but it also conceals some dangers. Soul force swept through the infant, revealing everything about its body before his eyes. Leylin's eyebrows furrowed. At rank 5, the Chemoian Emperor bloodline would definitely be detected by the Snake Dowager. With him taking the heat, these bloodlines that were diluted with others might not be given much attention, but even small movements, combined with the infant's inability to stay on guard, would lead to complete annihilation. Hence, he had to take precautions. AI, Chip, construct a dreamscape defense, Leylin commanded. The AI, Chip quickly responded. Beep. Mission established. Beginning to transfer runes, misty runes began to appear on Leylin's hands one after the other, forming a unique seal that merged into the infant's back before flickering and fading. The possibility of his bloodline attracting attention was already very low. With the addition of these defenses it should be negligible. Leylin was nodding as he thought of Celine. I still need to find the time to make a trip to the Twilight Zone. The main door was pulled open with a thud, and he walked out while carrying the child. Outside the door, Gilbert and Emma were waiting alongside Cubular and his other subordinates, all of them with excitement in their expressions. Congratulations, Master. His first subordinate warlock knelt down respectfully. Cubular's actions were followed by the loud sounds of congratulations. Leylin nodded, raising the infant in his hands above his head. This child shall be called Sire. Sire Farlier, son of Leylin Farlier. In the language of the Central Continent, the name Sire carried the connotation of being honorable and blessed. It was a very good name. Hearing Leylin's announcement, Cubular and the others momentarily drowned the area with cheers. Sire. Sire. A grand feast was held that night in celebration. Not only did Offa, Jeffrey and Wade attend, even Bevis had to force a smile on his face and come over to congratulate Leylin. After the grand feast ended, Leylin gathered Gilbert, Emma, Offa, and the others, announcing his decision to set out on a long journey. He told these people that he'd discovered another world, and was preparing to delve into a long-term expedition. Although Offa and others did not really understand Leylin's actions, they still consented and promised to support the Ouroboros clan as they always had. To the outside world, the warlock Invincible under Breaking Dawn was going to conduct long-term research, and he would hence stay in the Morning Star area for a very long time. Leaving aside the effect this news had on the Central Continent's current situation, Leylin had left the Morning Star area the very next day in secret. His departure this time was very low profile. By the time someone realized it, they'd already lost his tracks. Twilight Zone. The lake of lava burst apart, revealing Leylin's figure, looking expressionlessly at his cuff. There, the lava had impressively burned a round hole, leaving a mark. Indeed, now that I'm sealed, I'm not as strong as the last time I came here. I can only be considered an ordinary morning star now. A bitter smile hung at the corner of Leylin's lips. Due to the restrictions from the Alsnake curse, he could no longer utilize power at Radiant Moon, even having taken the initiative to seal his bloodline force. Still, all that had only bought him 3 years of time. He had to use this time to break through the shackles of his bloodline, resolving the curse. If not, the consequence would be his bloodline being completely sealed by it, something that would lead to immediate death. Now that he'd taken the initiative to seal a large portion of his bloodline, the AI chip evaluated him to be no stronger than a Morning Star Magus. The best proof of this was the lava passageways. He could run amok in them before, but now it had managed to break through his defenses and even leave a mark on his clothes. This doesn't feel good. Leylin's eyebrows furrowed. Being sealed due to the Alsnake curse, he was now inferior to an ordinary Radiant Moon Magus. He had to conceal his own aura in the Morning Star area to deceive people, so how would he dare to stay there for any length of time? With his strength having suffered great losses, the Central Continent was too dangerous for him. He had to go into hiding for some time. Leylin never believed in fairness and good blood. Only the most meticulous plans would guarantee his safety as he advanced on his path. Remaining in the Morning Star area would cause unending problems. Going out instead was better for both parties. Before confirming that Leylin had thoroughly died, who would dare to harm the Ouroboros clan, Freya and her child? There was, in fact, a darker thought deep in Leylin's heart. If anyone reached out for his power, he could at most come back for revenge later on, paying them back tenfold. Those with no qualms made the most terrifying of enemies. After resolving the matters in Twilight Zone, I'm afraid I'll need to make a trip to the south coast. Making silent calculations, Leylin suddenly lifted his head to look at the gloomy rock ceiling, letting loose a quiet sigh. The current him had to leave for the Purgatory world to resolve the Alsnake curse. With the Snake Dowager's lair being there, the amount of danger could not be described. Thus, even Leylin wasn't very confident in his outing this time. Thus, settling all matters on his hands evidently became important. The Central Continent was taken care of, and next would be Twilight Zone. After that, he still wanted to return to the south coast in his heart. Be it the rank 3 Magus who inflicted serious damage on him at that time and force him to flee underground, or the matters related to the Farlier family on the Chernobyl Islands, he needed to tie up all loose ends. Even a morning star like the current him would be invincible in the south coast. Only when these matters were totally resolved would Leylin be able to abandon everything completely. He could then enter the Purgatory world, striving for his own path forward even at the cost of death. Twilight Zone's matters are easy. Only, should I leave behind a hand in the shadows? Leylin stroked his chin. His entire figure suddenly transformed into a black flame, whistling into the horizon. Celine was currently beside a cradle. Looking at the figure that suddenly emerged beside her, she exclaimed with pleasant surprise, "Leylin. Returned to the south coast, he named his first child Daniel. After setting up some isolation spells and asking Celine to hide herself for a period of time, he reckoned everything should be fine. With his business done, he headed for the south coast. Though the surroundings were filled with dangerous areas that even rank 3 magi were known to be unable to escape, this north coast that was isolated from the world seemed to Leylin like his backyard. It's been so long, I wonder how those friends and enemies are now. Leylin looked at the clouds through his window, and familiar faces appeared in his mind. George, Nissa, Damien, number 4 and 5, and the former principal who were all his friends and servants. There were also his enemies like Gargamel and Ulrich as well. Memories were dusted off one after the other, especially of him taking an airship to the south coast before he was even an acolyte. It all seemed as if it had happened yesterday. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Leylin raised his arm, glancing at his youthful and energetic palm as his mind drifted away once more. With 5th grade aptitude, Jaden should be alive and well even now. As for George and Callaware, after all, one's soul aptitude is the most important thing for a magus. Leylin sighed. If not for choosing the path of a warlock, he would likely still be stuck as a rank 1 or 2 magus, even with the help of his AI chip. Forget Morning Star, the current him had even reached the Radiant Moon realm, something unheard of in the south coast. His bloodline had a large part to play in these advances. Things were always unpredictable. Besides, Leylin looked at the near volcano city and let out a sinister smile. Red light circulated around his hand, and through his bloodline he could feel the activity of other Farlier descendants in the nearby Teljo city. Descendants of Viscount Farlier. Leylin laughed. Didn't I not have any siblings before I left? Viscount John Farlier is very much like our ancestors indeed. Leylin still held some attachment towards the Farlier family. After all, his current body came from them. Even though he'd sent Damien over to protect them along with number 4 and 5, he still couldn't thoroughly cut his ties to them. Still, because it was difficult for him to face them at that time, he'd done it anyway. A few hundred years had passed since then, and all that would be left of his relatives and friends would be ash and bone. This would make things easier for him. All he needed to do was give a few benefits to his descendants and everything would be fine. Attention to all passengers. The airship is arriving at the terminal in Teljo City. Please gather your belongings and leave the ship in order. The gentle female voice sounded again. Furthermore, the next flight will begin half a year later. The airship will circle the Eastern Line. Please make any reservations if need be. One final announcement. Traces of the primordial spirit slaying sect have been detected in the eastern portion of the city. Please be careful. The first few announcements didn't net much of a reaction from the passengers. After all, the airships here were not comparable to those of the central continent and needed a period of maintenance after each flight. If not for the fact that Teljo City was the trade center of the south coast, they wouldn't have set up any airship routes at all. The last announcement with regards to the primordial spirit slaying sect, though, it wreaked havoc in the hearts of the passengers when it was made known. What do we do now, Darley? The primordial spirit slaying sect's disciples are all madmen. Won't it be too dangerous for us in town? A few female magi near Leylin got anxious. Rest assured, Teljo City is one of the main camps of the light magi, and Lord Ulrich is protecting us. Nothing will happen here. Forget that. Aren't the death soul protection and soul pollution isolation spells our forte? The girl named Darley quickly calmed her partners down. The presence of the light magi and Ulrich gave them a lot of confidence, and even the rest of the airship's passengers started to quieten down afterwards. Primordial spirit slaying sect. Ulrich. Leylin laughed. It seems like I can settle that debt quite easily this time. He hadn't taken this airship out of convenience. There was a slight sentimental value to it, but most important was that it would allow him to collect crucial information. With his current abilities, just his Dreamforce force field could force many magi to hand over a large amount of information that included their secrets. With the AI chip's abilities added on top, Leylin grew more or less clear on what had happened in the south coast after he'd left. During his escape after the fight for the essence of the wisdom tree, the light magi had suffered great losses. This incident had sparked off the Third Great Magus War. With multiple rank 2 light magi injured or killed, the dark magi were stirred into action. With the additional encouragement from the incident with the wisdom tree, they started vying over the eternal river pocket dimension and launched the war. High-level members, all previously hidden from the world's eyes, emerged in an unprecedented battle above the Thousand Soul Island. Spells of darkness and light blotted out almost half the sky, and the battle ended with the island sinking down. Both parties had suffered great losses. The Third Magus War was supposed to last for a long time, but it was halted abruptly due to the appearance of another strong party. Right after the battle at Thousand Soul Island ended, the ancient primordial spirit-slaying sect took advantage of the fact that both sides were severely damaged and rose quickly in power and position. Their leader was rumored to be the Terminator of all souls, Gargamel. Members of the primordial spirit-slaying sect were demon fanatics, and even wantonly collected souls in the South Coast, regardless of whether they belonged to magicians or humans. They also didn't care whether they were attacking light magicians or dark ones, all in their sights were attacked. With so many souls in hand, Gargamel's power recovered quickly. It had even advanced to the peak of rank 3 in a short period of time. With all this, both sides decided that they could not let such a thing go on, quickly ending their original war and cooperating to suppress Gargamel's rise along with her primordial spirit-slaying sect. Finally, in an intense ambush, the rank 3 magi of all three sides suffered grievous injuries or even death, and the magi used their many inherited treasures to inflict great damage to Gargamel and the sect. But Gargamel was indeed an ancient demon. It had managed to escape from the dark and light magi and recuperated in hiding, silently waiting for a chance to make a comeback. Rumors in recent times said that Gargamel's wounds were healing quickly, something that explained the increasing activity of the sect's members. They were conducting massive blood sacrifices and collecting souls. The entire South Coast was laden with anxiety. So to say, the South Coast is currently experiencing a three-way stalemate between the dark magi, light magi, and the primordial spirit-slaying sect, Leylin. Even if he'd sealed the majority of his abilities, enemies of such a level were still ants to him. Let's end things here quickly and find the purgatory world. My time is far too precious. Leylin stood up and came to the entrance queue, waiting to alight. Darley and his partners were in front of him. Hey Darley, look, the hunk who sat with us before is here too. The female magus in front tugged on Darley's sleeve. Yeah, let's go strike up a conversation. I'll count myself lucky today, none of you can fight me. You guys, Darley's voice was soft and she looked like she was done with them. Aren't you guys afraid of offending him by speaking so loudly when we're so near? And didn't you guys try the other time as well? That sir over there hates to be disturbed. The female magus looked at Leylin stealthily again after Darley finished her words. The elegant black robe exuded a sense of royalty and the black mask on his face gave Leylin a few pints of mysteriousness. Though only half his face was revealed, the charm he gave off unknowingly was driving all the female magi mad. Darley, he had to say, with his bloodline strengthened, his charm had also achieved a new peak. The current him could even charm ghosts and humans of any age. Even Darley's face flushed and she lowered her head. At this sight, Leylin couldn't help but feel a little good about himself. He smiled at Darley. Unfortunately, the action misled the female magi in front of him. Oh my god. He smiled at me. No, it was me. Frustration colored their faces as they fought over it. It's so good to be young. Leylin shook his head, sauntering out of the airship after it came to a halt. Sir, over there must be a magus with a rich history. Darley watched as Leylin walked away, curiosity burning in her eyes. She was someone with pretty good aptitude and could be considered a talented person. On top of that, she was hardworking and had advanced to rank 1 at a young age. She'd even started on her elemental conversion already. Despite this, her past few attempts at probing Leylin failed, and she realized that Leylin was not any ordinary magus. Sadly, her other companions did not seem to notice this. She sighed as she looked at her starry-eyed friends. Teljo's city still looks the same as it did. Standing in front of the city wall, this large city built around a volcano seemed to have remained the same. The only difference was the aging of the walls. Leylin couldn't help but think of the first time he'd come here. That poor magus, Jenna, and her meditation technique of sacred flame. He managed to enter the city quite smoothly when he revealed his power as a magus. The place was as bustling as it used to be, and had been separated into different strata. As his soul force probed through the city, he managed to find his old villa. However, it was now decked out with a whole new set of spell formations, set up by the magus currently residing there. Leylin shook his head and dismissed all thoughts of probing further, instead moving towards a tavern. He'd gotten a general idea of the current situation, but there was still some information he needed to probe further into. This was especially true of the issues surrounding the primordial spirit-slaying sect. Furthermore, since he was already here, Ulrich and the other magi wouldn't be able to escape him. He could wait at ease. Descendants of my blood, heed my command. Head here. Leylin's eyes turned crimson as his terrifying soul force spread out. His power, however, couldn't be detected by anyone. Soul force was far too advanced to be detected by anyone in this city. Still, it was a bad omen for the magi who'd been picked by him. A fountain pen broke apart in Ulrich's hand as he stood up clutching his chest. What is this? What's going on? Magi usually had accurate premonitions. As a rank 3, Ulrich's intuition had saved him from umpteen dangerous situations. That same sense of danger hit him again, and this time it was 10 times as strong as the previous times. How could he stay calm with that? Someone get in here, he shouted. A handful of old magi arrived in order, standing outside the door. What may I do for you, my lord? What has the primordial spirit slaying sect been up to lately? I need to know everything about them, and I mean everything. Ulrich looked gloomy. Yes, sir. The magi echoed, looking at Ulrich as if he were their god. A rank 3 magus was the top of the pack in the south coast. After the Third Magus War, the status of rank 3 magi had even increased by a huge amount given how many had perished in it. Ulrich himself actually oversaw the entirety of Teljo City, and was one of the best light magi. Naturally, his orders spread out like wildfire. It took no time at all for everything about the primordial spirit slaying sect to cover his desk. That's all, he asked, flipping through indifferently. Whatever we could find is in here, my lord. The recent batch of sect members who came here seemed to be hunting someone down instead of collecting souls. I saw the report. For a rank 2 magus to be leading the team, it seems like those thereafter are a force to be reckoned with. Ulrich sat back down once again, and rubbed his forehead. Bothered by the look of hesitation on the aged magus face, he asked, Is there anything else you're hiding from me? I wouldn't dare, my lord. Now intimidated, the magus immediately knelt before him and sought forgiveness. It's just that there are a few rumors related to the magi we caught. However, we wouldn't dare come to any sort of conclusion before verifying them. Speak. Ulrich's face grew gloomy. Of course, the old magus shot Ulrich a look, and started breaking out in a cold sweat. The rumors state that the magus who's being hunted down by the sect members is a member of Leylin Farlier's family. All the magi present tensed their bodies the moment the name was mentioned. That name was an absolute taboo to Ulrich. His only son had died at Leylin's hands. When he'd chased after him, he'd instead been used by Leylin, who escaped with a teleportation spell formation. Furthermore, he barely escaped the rank 2 magus trap, something that had caused him immense humiliation. Boom! A terrifying energy ripple spread out, and all the objects in the room began to shake. A surviving member of Farlier's family. Ulrich's voice held a tinge of bitterness. In his hatred towards Leylin, Ulrich had once disregarded the unspoken rules of the South Coast and brazenly sent troops to exterminate Leylin's family clan. During that operation, the entire Farlier family seemed to have been uprooted. Only a few specific bloodlines seemed to have received the protection of some mysterious characters. My lord, I can't be too sure of this as well, but the only thing I know is that they have already infiltrated our city, the old man stuttered out. Despite being a magus himself, he was only rank 1 while Ulrich was rank 3, the peak of the South Coast's magi. The disparity between them was simply too huge. Go look for them now, Ulrich commanded, and all the magi rushed out of the room while cursing at their target. Leylin, Ulrich's gritting teeth echoed throughout the room after all the magi had left. Please come back, my lord. An elderly man accompanied Leylin to the entrance of his shop, maintaining a half-bow until Leylin's back disappeared from his sight. He ran a store that specialized in the sale of information and data. He'd met hardly any customers who were as straightforward as Leylin was in his store. Moreover, the energy coming from Leylin's body had stifled him slightly. Things seem to be the same, but the people have indeed changed. Leylin sighed in thought as he wandered the streets. The information he'd acquired on the airship only formed part of the picture, barely scraping the surface. After they touched down in the city, he obtained a lot more detailed information through the information broker he'd found from the tavern. First was the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Leylin's alma mater still seemed the same as it was before, the only difference was the dean of the academy had changed. Siley was nowhere to be found, but other than that there were no anomalies. And even though the Four Seasons Garden greatly suffered after their encounter with Leylin, they'd slowly recovered due to their strong foundation. Other than stronger groups like the Four Seasons Garden, Many names which Leylin was once familiar with had all vanished into the annals of history. Leylin had even gone to the extent of intentionally revealing the names of his past friends like George and company, but that got him nothing. After all, when Leylin left he was only an acolyte, it was impossible to leave footprints. Or maybe the events in the Eternal River Pocket dimension had discouraged all of them so greatly that they chose to hide themselves from the world. On the other hand, it was Leylin himself who caused trouble between the dark and light magi. Even now, his work was being described in detail and with much cursing. Furthermore, many magi and even the primordial spirit-slaying sect had put a bounty on Leylin's head. Learning that it hadn't been taken down till date, he was left speechless. Sir, I really am capable. I know some things about alchemy and potioneering, and I know how to. A female magus was dragged violently out of a store, the owner a magus as well. Many of the onlookers took a step back, not interfering. The owner himself was actually a semi-converted magus, a faint halo of elemental particles surrounded him. Sir, my lord, please give me a chance, I really need this job. The female magus grabbed onto the hem of her skirt, pleading with urgency and yearning. Still, she was rejected mercilessly. Don't make me repeat the same thing twice. A tremendous amount of power started to bleed from the owner's body and Darlie started moving back uncontrollably. A powerful supporting force surfaced suddenly and helped Darlie to her feet. Thank you. Oh, aren't you the mister from? Count yourself lucky. The store owner had obvious reservations about Leylin and stomped back into his shop while shaking his head. Are you alright? Leylin looked at Darlie, thinking this situation was a little ridiculous. Judging from Darlie's current state, she was evidently in a poor predicament. Want to go for a drink? Traveling together in appearance, I was too naive. No matter how lax the professor from the Enya Ivory Ring Tower could be in his requirements, a novice magus like me isn't competent enough. Leylin and Darlie sat facing each other in a fruit juice shop. Leylin was watching the passers-by outside the French window as he listened to Darlie narrate her experiences after they parted ways. Darlie was a talented magus who had perseverance. She had a fault, however, in her youth. Knowledge was the foundation of a magus power. She was extraordinary for advancing to become a magus at her age, but compared to those old freaks who'd amassed knowledge over hundreds of years she was nothing. Hence, she had completely failed recruitment into the Enya Ivory Ring Tower, being rejected at the start itself. Her other female companions had fared the same way, and after the setback from the huge difference between their ideals and reality, they had long since returned to their hometowns. Some had even given up completely. Only Darlie had not let up, persevering and staying in Teljo City. Soon enough, however, she was faced with a serious issue. She had gone broke. Official magi might seem extremely wealthy, but those who had just advanced had used up all their resources and magic crystals while breaking through. They weren't particularly skilled in any area, and since they lacked magic crystals to purchase spell models and the like to grow in strength, it was an endless cycle. Magi were normally at their poorest after advancing, and the costs of Telja City were too much for someone like Darlie. On top of that, she still needed to obtain more magic crystals in order to purchase things like spiritual force potions and spell models. Hence, after racking her brains, she had no choice but to swallow her pride and look for a job. However, reality dealt her a ruthless blow. Darlie cared little for regular jobs, but she did not meet the requirements for jobs that needed official magi. She had hit a wall many times already before bumping into Leylin today. It's been just a few days, but you've already had so many experiences. Leylin had the urge to laugh, but he forced it down. Since he'd advanced as a warlock, he was always stronger than others of the same rank as Jim. On top of that, the AI chip was a cheat that allowed him to amass knowledge that did not lose out to those old freaks. He'd never experienced such things. In actuality, magi like Darlie were the norm in this world. Is there anything I can help with? Leylin asked kindly. He had some magic crystals lying around, and it wasn't like they were of much use to him. They were effectively rocks to him, and he obviously wouldn't mind showing some generosity. It's alright. I've taken on a mission to gather starlight grass, and the rewards aren't half bad. I'll be able to survive for a while, Darlie said in rejection. She was a strong and prideful child, and obviously would not accept such charity. Starlight grass, huh? Leylin checked with the AI chip. That ingredient is only produced in Ebol Town. Though it's not far from Teljo's and it's easy to gather it, a wave of disciples from the primordial spirit-slaying sect fled there recently, making it more dangerous. No wonder. Darlie covered her little mouth. I was wondering why the task was so simple, yet the rewards were so generous. Damn it. Seeing her finding this difficult, Leylin could not help but laugh. I need to go there anyway. Let's go together. Mister. Darlie grew extremely emotional, tears forming at the corner of her eyes. I really have something to do there. Leylin emphasized. With a few days of soul and bloodline hints being transmitted, the Farlier descendant had come here, and was about to reach Ebol town as well. Leylin wasn't someone with too much time on his hands. If not for such a thing, he'd just give her some magic crystals. Why would he waste his precious time and accompany her? Many thanks. Darlie bowed deeply, a red flush appearing on her cheeks and spreading downwards. The wheels kept turning, producing creaking noises. The uneven surface of the road left the carriage constantly shaking. Within the carriage, Darlie was watching Leylin's mysterious face that was covered with a black mask. She hesitated for a long time before she spoke. Am I Mr.? My name is Darlie. May I know? As Leylin had kept his mask on all this while, Darlie had assumed that he was hiding his identity, which was why she had not asked for his name. Now, however, the two of them were going to Ebol town together, and it seemed too lacking in manners if she did not inquire into this properly. Oh, I'm Leylin. Leylin told the truth plainly. In his senses, the bloodline descendant was very close to the town. However, the life aura on his body had been weakened to a maximum, and there was even an aura of death coming from him. If Leylin didn't save him, it wasn't likely for him to make it back to Teljo City. Leylin. Darlie repeated the name a few times, and her expression suddenly changed. The name, Leylin, it's the same as a magus who's in our history textbooks. Oh, Leylin stroked his chin. The Third Magus War and the rise of the primordial spirit-slaying sect were very serious issues for the Magi of the South Coast, and every detail about them had been noted down. Leylin was mentioned, obviously. After all, he'd been the person who somewhat sparked all these issues. With Darlie's own studio useness, she'd remembered it to this day. Ho ho, I didn't expect Lord Leylin to have the same name as that magus in history. How interesting. Hee hee. Darlie covered her mouth, shoulders shaking slightly. Perhaps it was because she was not wary of Leylin at all, or because she was charmed by the dream force surrounding him. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Leylin was the same one from history. Oh, may I ask what the books say about him? Leylin was rather curious of how the historians of the South Coast evaluated him. Of course. Darlie nodded, closing her eyes and seemed to recall content about him. Poison Sovereign King, Leylin Farlier of the Chernobyl Islands. A rank 2 magus, and an important figure who caused the Third Magus War. Initially a student at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, he betrayed them and then fled to Four Seasons Garden. Countless battles allowed him to garner a reputation, with the most famous being the battle at the Eternal River Plains Pocket Dimension, as well as that at the Bramble's Iron Door. Whereabouts currently unknown, he is wanted by both dark and light magi. Evaluation. A rare magus talent, seen only once in 1,000 years in the South Coast. It was as if she was reading the textbook itself, and the words she recited left Leylin laughing at himself. I never thought there would come a day that I'd enter a textbook. Leylin touched the glossy and cold mask on his face, and couldn't help but feel incredulous. What about your opinion of him? Leylin asked her curiously. That Leylin. Darlie's eyes glazed over, as if a layer of fog had gone over them. He's a genius. There are rumors that he's even a potioneering grandmaster, but he isn't of high moral standing. I don't like him. Looks like I left behind a bad impression on the South Coast. Leylin could only shake his head. Actually. Oh, by the way, Mr. Leylin, why do you keep asking me questions about that fellow? No matter how dim-witted she was, she finally reacted. Oh, it's nothing, just that we've reached Ebol town. Leylin opened the window on the carriage and nodded. Starlight grass was a distinctive product found around Ebol town. Irregular silver spots dotted its tender green leaves, sparkling with a charming light. It was hard to mistake it for something else. Due to the threat of the primordial spirit-slaying sect, which caused Ebol town to lose all contact with Teljo City, the mission of gathering starlight grass now yielded very generous rewards. There are so few people in the town. I can't even get people to buy from if I try. Darlie felt helpless. Since she knew how dangerous this place was, she was unwilling to stay longer. If she could purchase enough portions of starlight grass, she wouldn't be at such a loss. However, the primordial spirit-slaying sect's bad reputation of going around collecting souls, not even leaving commoners, left the town practically empty. Many residents had left this area and fled, causing the town to become desolate. The potioneers and those who gathered materials had disappeared. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Darlie lowered her head sadly, and then glanced at Leylin, who was beside her. Sir Leylin, what are you here for? Leylin wore gorgeous clothing, just one of his gloves worth everything she was. Combined with his great bearing, he probably came from some ancient noble family. Why would a person like this find value in things like starlight grass? Me. Leylin chuckled, I'm waiting for someone. Oh, you agreed to meet someone outside Ebol town. If it's convenient, could you tell me his name? I'll look out for him, she asked. Yes, he's a younger generation member in my family. As for his name, Leylin scratched his head. He had used the power of his bloodline to guide the descendant from the Farlier family over. How was he to know the child's name? Oh, there's no need for that. He's arrived. Leylin's eyebrows raised up, and he walked out. Darlie followed closely behind, her eyes showing her curiosity. The scene of a chase appeared quickly in front of Darlie as she followed him out of town. Ulrich, that's. Darlie watched the streaks of light that were pursuing someone vigorously, and felt herself getting tense. In front of her were magi from the primordial spirit-slaying sect. They wore loose blood-red robes emblazoned with an inverted silver cross on the back. A white skull was at the heart of the cross, its eyes filled with an abyssal darkness. It seemed to be smirking at her. This was the standard attire of the disciples of the primordial spirit-slaying sect. She could feel the traces of elemental conversion from all of these magi, they're at least semi-converted magi. And that leader, he's, practically the very moment she turned her attention to him, the leader suddenly turned to face her, the terrifying silver light from his eyes paralyzing her, AA rank 2 magus. Someone who's materialized their spiritual force. When Darlie felt her knees go weak and was about to fall, her shoulders suddenly moved and her body was supported by a powerful force. Immediately after, Leylin's gentle words entered her ears, don't worry, it's fine. His voice seemed to be infectious, and she managed to recover from her crippling fear. Thank you. Darlie chanced a glance at Leylin, and felt immediately at ease. From her point of view, with someone as powerful as Leylin whose strength could not be fathomed beside her, she could escape successfully, even from the primordial spirit-slaying sect. Mind calm, she now was able to focus on other things. These sect disciples were chasing a young man with sky-blue eyes and brown hair. The elemental particles surrounding him were near substantial, and helped him move faster and resist the attacks. Peak rank 1, with elemental conversion at least 75%. Who is he? Why is he being pursued by the primordial spirit-slaying sect? Darlie's eyes flashed with puzzlement. You can't escape. The rank 2 magus yelled in a low voice, and silver spiritual particles converged to form an incredibly fine silver whip that was tens of meters long. With an elegant flick of his wrist, the long silver whip snapped straight, pushing towards the back of the fleeing magus. Fallen star pendant. With the magus yell, a layer of dark red light formed a faint armor around his body. Thwack. Boom. A dull thud was heard from his back, and the dark red armor shattered. The young magus flushed red. Because of that, the silver whip halted its movements. It allowed the young magus to dart towards the entrance of Ebol town, the same place Leylin and Darlie were heading for. Don't expect a mere middle-grade magic artifact to be able to save you. Seeing his opponent escape the blow that should have taken care of him in one shot, the rank 2 magus expression grew dark. Phantom skeletons twisted as they brought darkness and despair to the surroundings. Darlie could see practically every pore on the escaping magus face, as well as the crazed disciples whose eyes were glinting with bloodlust. She couldn't help but pull at Leylin's sleeve. Mister. My lord. Let's go. Go. Why should we? Leylin chuckled indifferently. He had merely summoned the male with his soul and bloodline, and not saved him personally. This was to gauge his strength and luck. Seeing this scene, he concluded that the little guy's strength was passable and that he had rather good luck, something that caused him to nod inwardly. The young magus who was currently fleeing was naturally the Farlier family descendant who Leylin had sensed. He was likely related to a brother or sister of Leylin's, and he could see similarities to his father and even himself in the young man's features. Damien has already met with them. He's passed my fallen star pendant over too. Leylin touched his chin. The magic artifact that emitted the dark red armor was the intricate cross pendant on the youth's neck. It even had some broken gems on it. This was the middle-grade magic artifact that Leylin had created in the south coast, the Fallen Star Pendant. Middle-grade magic artifacts had little effect past rank 1, which was why he'd handed it over to Damien in the hope that he would hand it over to the outstanding descendants of the Farlier family. It looked like Damien had completed his task well. Mr. Leylin, is he the person you're waiting for? Darlie pointed at the fleeing magus, something suddenly hitting her. He's a member of your family, so you're especially here to save him. Something like that. Leylin's eyebrows raised, and he then glanced up towards the sky, a ruminating smile on his lips. It's quite lively today. You can't escape. When we of the primordial spirit-slaying sect want to kill someone, we've never fail. The distorted skeletal images soared out with what sounded like a prophecy from the rank 2 magus, turning into a few bone necklaces that instantly locked around the young magus ankles. Thud. The magus lost his balance and fell, seeming very pitiful as blood-laden bandages were revealed on his chest. Evidently, this was a wound from his time being chased. Weren't you running? Go on, run some more. The rank 2 magus steeled his expression as he approached the fleeing magus, watching him from above. I said that there's never been a magus who's escaped on our kill list. Consider yourself lucky. Our sect master will meet you personally and extract your soul, boiling it in fire for 100 years. Just kill me. The magus who had fallen turned over with difficulty, spitting out the words with no hope in his eyes. The long hunt as well as being unable to join any large organizations had already left him weary to the bone. I'm sorry, Grandpa Damien. I couldn't help you in your vengeance. Lock him up properly. Be careful, the rank 2 magus instructed the disciples behind him. He then scanned Leylin and Darlie who were at the entrance of Ebol town. The aura Darlie emanated showed that she was a newbie who had recently advanced. With Leylin concealing his abilities quite well, he was treated like small fry. Kill them all and extract the souls of the residents in the town. We finally managed to get out, so it'll be good to bring something back, the leader commanded, and the sect disciples answered loudly. Crimson appeared in their eyes as they drew closer to the two with malicious intent, as if beasts that had found their prey. Am I Mr. Leylin? You're very powerful and can defeat them quickly, right? Darlie took multiple steps backwards. All of those disciples were semi-converted, and could suppress her easily. There's no hurry. There's someone else yet to arrive. Leylin replied without enthusiasm. There's someone else yet to arrive. What does that mean? Her little face had turned deathly pale. Kiki, this female magus has pretty good meat. How tender. A disciple pulled at his nose, displaying an evil grin. You can do whatever you want with the body, but you have to extract her complete soul. The soul of an official magus isn't too bad, and you can even exchange it for points, a dried-up old man him while snickering. Tears appeared in the corner of her eyes. She was a traditional light magus, and in Four Seasons Garden the most danger she had ever met was some accidents while taking part in some outdoor experiments. However, there had been mentors around and she had always survived, shocked but safe. She had never met with a situation like what was happening now. Don't come over, Darlie wailed, like the last cries of a feeble lamb. It only stimulated the appetite of the ravenous wolves in front of her. Rest in peace. Just as the disciples were about to make their move and Darlie was in despair, the air seemed to freeze. Piercing sounds echoed out from explosions in Teljo City, and a terrifying gust parted the clouds themselves. A white light in the horizon grew increasingly dazzling, finally forming a faint world of holy light. The unprecedented terrifying pressure caused Darlie to go limp and fall, feeling suffocated. The disciples surrounding her all collapsed, and the rank 2 magus expression changed. Watching the white world of light, he turned grim. Holy light domain. A rank 3 magus. A magus appeared out of nowhere in the hazy domain, holy light forming an illusory scene behind him. Lord Ulrich of Teljo City. Are you here to break the balance in the south coast? The magus yelled, though everyone could hear that he was only putting on a brave front. This was a rank 3 magus, a peak existence in the south coast. Ulrich's strength was well known even among rank 3 magi, and he was in charge of Teljo City, which was a large base of the light magi. He was in the top stratum of light magi. Someone like that could kill a mere rank magus like him easily, especially with how tense the relationship between their opposing factions was. Ulrich coldly answered the rank 2 magus question with a word. Scram. You. The rank 2 magus flushed red and finally gritted his teeth. Take him. We'll be off. You can go, but you'll have to leave him behind. Ulrich pointed at the magus on the ground. Recognition and ease. No, he's my assignment. The rank 2 magus of the spirit-slaying sect rejected immediately. Apprehending this magus was the very reason he'd even come here. You've gotten this wrong. I'm not here to discuss terms with you, this is an order. Since you wish to die, let me help you. Ulrich couldn't be bothered to listen to reason, and he instead made his move. A violent, aggressive power crushed down on them, forming a domain of holy light. Rumble. The force field of a rank 3 magus left no way out for any magi below that rank. The disciples of the primordial spirit-slaying sect melted down in the holy light, their blood and flesh just dissipating away. Piercing screams sounded out. Lord Gargamel won't let you off. The silver spiritual force surrounding the rank 2 magus flashed, abruptly forming a cloud of black fog as he planned to flee into the distance. What a bunch of noisy flies. Let Gargamel look for me. Ulrich's brows furrowed as his right hand began to grab towards the black fog. Boundless holy light converged to form a giant blazing claw of platinum. The cries of the rank 2 magus sounded out as well. With the flames burning it up, the black gas seeped out from the gaps between the fingers. Silver spiritual force light gradually dimmed, and eventually was extinguished completely. In mere seconds, that arrogant sect disciple who left Darley with no way out was annihilated. The holy light vanished, turning into a gold-trimmed scholar's cloak that appeared on Ulrich's back. Meanwhile, Darley was completely frozen on the ground. Only after some time did she manage to yell out, "It's Ulrich, Lord Ulrich." A rank 3 magus. For the light magi, Ulrich was synonymous with light and justice. His sword of strength and his terrifying influence were the life goals of all light magi. You're a descendant of the Farlier family. Ulrich did not bother with Darley, instead slowly descending as he looked at the magus on the ground like he was looking at a corpse. His voice held the chill of millennia of winter, and would cause anyone to shiver in fright. Hee, another one. The magus could not be bothered to move, or rather he knew that there was no hope of escape in front of a rank 3 magus. You're very unlucky. Ulrich's eyes were like two balls of flames. If you were caught by the people from the primordial spirit-slaying sect, they'd at most torture your soul for a century. I'll instead torture your soul to death, extracting all your blood to prepare bloodline-sensing magic so the Farlier bloodline will be destroyed completely. It was as if he was narrating something that happened every day. The cruel words laced with bloodlust left Darley shuddering. What's going on? Wasn't that young magus being chased down by the spirit-slaying sect? How has he offended Lord Ulrich too? She felt giddy with confusion. Wait, the Farlier family. I seem to have read something about it. In the battle at the Bramble's Iron Door before the Third Great War, Ulrich's sole son Jojane died at the hand of Leylin Farlier. Because of the modifications he'd made to himself before, Lord Ulrich had lost the ability to reproduce further, and this turned into a blood feud. As a top scorer, Darley was familiar with this piece of history as well. However, the consequences of her having the time to even think of this resulted in Ulrich fixing his attention on her, eyes full of a chilliness. She dropped to her knees. My apologies, Lord Ulrich. I didn't mean to. Ha, ha ha. The magus on the ground began to laugh maniacally. Ulrich, you'll never have a kid even till your death. It serves you right to have no blood kin. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You must all die. With salt sprinkled on his wounds, Ulrich's facial muscles began to contort as flames began to emerge from around his body. Die. Light surged forth from his body, the milky white rays of death able to melt flesh and cause magi to die an excruciatingly painful death. Clap, clap, clap. Applause sounded from within the light, interrupting Ulrich's attack. He could not help but shift his attention. It was only then that he realized there was someone standing at the side, wearing a luxurious black scholar's robe and a mask on his face. He had no aura undulations, which was why Ulrich had overlooked this man's existence before. This realization caused his pupils to shrink, and suddenly left him with a bad premonition. A magus that could conceal his aura so well would definitely be someone difficult to deal with. Who are you? Ulrich glared at Leylin coldly, finding the face familiar the more he gazed upon it. The half of the face that could be seen seemed extremely familiar, yet there seemed to be a fog in his mind that made it hard for him to remember the name. Who am I? Ulrich, you should know best. Leylin chuckled, and turned to encourage Darley. You explained it well. That voice, Ulrich's brows were furrowed and the fog of confusion dissipated slowly. He had the feeling he was about to find the name he was looking for, hidden in the depths in his mind. All of a sudden, Ulrich's body trembled and he was instantly wide awake. Immediately after, Leylin's face lined up with the one in his memories, causing him to bellow hysterically, You're Leylin Farlier. Leylin Farlier. Two cries of alarm were heard from the sides, and the magus on the ground's eyes were filled with emotion as he stared at Leylin's figure. Darly was completely horrified. He's the legendary toxic sovereign king. The rank 2 existence who worked behind the scenes and caused the third magus war. He's Leylin Farlier. Her hands covered her mouth, and her brain halted. Right. He never denied he was that Leylin. I was the one who wishfully treated him as someone with the same name. Scenes of her time with Leylin flashed in her mind, causing Darly's face to turn as red as an apple. He's very different from the legends. Darly watched his back, eyes showing her worry. Ulrich is a rank 3 warlock. Can Mr. Leylin? Ha, you're Leylin Farlier. That voice and that face, even if it's half covered I won't be wrong. Ulrich huffed, his body twitching like he was an epileptic. He was so excited that he was practically frothing at the mouth. You finally appeared. Great, I can finally enact my vengeance. He roared in a low voice, terrifying energy undulations exploding forth from his body that seemed to touch upon the crystal phase. Indeed, it's sensible that hatred can drive one's improvement. Ulrich, you've improved so much from before. Though Ulrich's improvement surprised Leylin slightly, those under Morning Star were still like ants to him. It was no big deal. The terrifying force field of a rank 3 magus caused the magus and Darly to lie on the ground like toads. The young magus couldn't help but yell towards Leylin, "My lord, be careful. Any amount of cautiousness is useless. The hatred from Jojane's death, as well as the torture of the long wait, it can only be purged by all the blood in your body." Ulrich roared, and holy light dazzled as it formed a gigantic cage ringed with pillars of light. He had learned his lesson from chasing Leylin down before. He knew that Leylin was powerful, and what's more, quick. With just a slight misstep, Leylin could flee. In order to prevent such a disaster from happening again, he had to limit his opponent's range. Die. Having set everything up, Ulrich made his move. Boiling heatwaves converged in his hand, the light forming a gigantic statue of a goddess, her two wings spread to form a bow. A holy aura emanated from the bow that had formed. A ray of light condensed to form the bowstring, and a terrifying energy undulation was released as Ulrich pulled back on it. Platinum flames converged, rushing forth from his fingertips to form a blazing arrow. An explosive screech could be heard as the arrow was launched, leaving behind a glimmering white trail in the air. You're focusing on long-range attacks. Looks like the lesson I taught you was deeply engraved in your mind. Leylin shook his head and extended a finger, tapping on the flaming arrow. This slight motion caused Ulrich's expression to go dark, and the magus and Darly both were filled with concern. Unfortunately, just this is far from enough. The flaming arrow struck Leylin's finger, producing a crisp sound. Immediately after, Ulrich's expression quickly changed. The flaming arrow had fallen down, split in two. It charred the surrounding land before the flames went out. If that's all you have, you're too disappointing. Leylin smiled at Ulrich, who in turn staggered back. It was only then that he realized that Leylin was no longer the rank 2 magus who needed to keep fleeing from him. His opponent was considered the greatest genius the South Coast had produced in 1,000 years. With hundreds of years having passed, what level of strength had he reached? What rank are you at now? Ulrich slowly stepped backwards, two snow-white wings of light extending at his back. That question isn't important. You just need to die obediently, Leylin spoke without a care. Coupled with how he was dressed, he seemed very much like the stereotype of a huge rebel. Defeat and curse at this moment, the young magus that had collapsed to the ground immediately shouted out, "Lord Ancestor, you can't let him off so easily. He attacked our Farlier family and even indirectly caused Grandpa Damien's death." Oh, Leylin furrowed his brows. Black flames blazed as he instantly moved to the youth's side. With just a scan, he understood the youth's body like the back of his own hand. Did the spirit-slaying sect give you that wound on your chest? Yes. I got hit by the attack of a soul plague from the sect disciples, and was also poisoned by a malaria spider. The youth looked defeated, but then had an excited flush on his face. A small issue. Leylin's finger moved, and the bandages around the youth's chest automatically fell off to reveal twisted muscles and horrifying wounds. Bear with it for a bit. Leylin dripped a crimson potion onto the youth's injuries. White gas steamed from the wounds, causing the youth to cry out in pain involuntarily. Shortly after, black gas streamed out of the wound and the flesh began to mend itself rapidly. The wounds were healing. What? Darly shouted from not far away, that's even faster than a rank 3 healer. Is this an ancient healing potion from legends? Leylin had no wish to answer Darley's question. Instead, he noticed Ulrich beginning to make a move. TCH, so stubborn. Rumble. Countless holy javelins made of platinum flames appeared around him, shooting towards Leylin like thousands of arrows being launched at the same time. Ulrich himself revealed a large pair of wings as he took to the skies. I said, stay there quietly. Did you not understand the first time? Leylin's expression darkened, and an aura several times more terrifying and powerful than Ulrich's descended. Formless energy rippled, causing those javelins to explode in the air and dissipate into motes of light. Seeing Leylin take care of his attack, Ulrich made a strange sound from midair, spreading his wings and escaping as far as he could go. Get down here. Leylin's right hand pulled downwards, and Ulrich gave a blood-curdling cry from within the streak of light. He fell down, the two wings on his back being torn off by a formless force. Some flesh and blood remained at the end, revealing long gashes on his back from which blood spurted forth. The cage with pillars of light that sealed off the region had, with a sound as if it could not hold on for longer, exploded bit by bit. His wound completely healed, the youth now stood up and watched the scene silently. He was surprised, yes, but the events that had played out so far had far exceeded what he could take. He was now numb to everything. When he'd been fleeing from the sect disciples, a voice in his mind urged him to change course, veering towards Teljo's city. Before the spirit-slaying sect disciples who were after him could attack him, Ulrich appeared. Faced against the sect disciple and a rank 3 magus who both had grudges against him, the youth would rather be caught by the sect than even see Ulrich's face. However, things were far from over. Just when he thought everything was done for, an even more bizarre thing had happened. Leylin, the genius from his Farlier family who'd been missing for centuries, had suddenly reappeared. On top of that, he dominated and defeated Ulrich the moment he showed himself. The youth watched Ulrich lying on the ground like a dead dog, his expression stiff. He had a strong suspicion that this could be a mere clone, or perhaps a fraud. Since when was a rank 3 magus, the best of the South Coast, so weak? Or is it that he isn't weak, but the Lord Ancestor is just that powerful? The youth watched Leylin's masked face, his eyes full of admiration. He was fully privy to Ulrich's prowess. Under the force field the rank 3 magus had shown off, he would have been killed like an ant. However, Leylin had defeated his opponent with a mere wave of the arm. How large was the disparity between them? Your wounds are all healed up. By the way, what's your name? Leylin's face held some rare gentleness as he faced this descendant. My name is Krupp, I'm Audi's descendant. Krupp knew Leylin had no interest in his family tree, and directly mentioned the person in Leylin's generation. Audi, did this happen after I left? Leylin stroked his chin. Yes, he's your brother, born 2 years after you left. Krupp carefully watched Leylin's expression, and then pointed at Ulrich. Lord Ancestor, he once sent people to attack our Farlier family and almost caused us to be completely uprooted from the Chernobyl Islands. Only a few of us escaped under Grandpa Damien's protection. You must take revenge for us. Having said all this, Krupp clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with tears. Don't worry, Leylin nodded. After hearing news that the Farlier family had almost been destroyed, he strangely felt no anger. It was as if he was hearing someone else's story, even he was surprised at his reaction. Leylin immediately thought of the reason for this. He was someone who'd come from another world, and wasn't the original Leylin who was just a playboy. Because he had the AI. Chippen was a grandmaster in the field of souls, issues with things like soul fragments that were retained from the original soul-causing melodrama wouldn't be an issue for him. The old Leylin's soul had long since been annihilated, with not a trace left behind. He would not be able to affect Fang Ming the slightest. Hence, after hearing that the Farlier family had almost been wiped out, he only nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Emotions and the responsibility towards one's bloodline were different, however. Leylin believed he still had some work to do in that regard. Krupp and Darley felt the temperature of their surroundings lower in an instant. A slight explosion could be heard from Ulrich's body, and it seemed like he was strangled at his throat by a formless strength. He now hung before Leylin. Ulrich tried to sound from his throat. With a blink of Leylin's eyes, his face had flushed red. He squirmed as the blood drained from his face, it turned an ashen gray. In that short moment, Leylin had destroyed Ulrich's spiritual force. He was now just slightly stronger than a regular human. You've really got some guts. To dare go against the unwritten rules of the South Coast and take revenge on my family. Leylin's hand grabbed at the void, and crackling sounds were heard from Ulrich's body. The bones automatically broke apart inch by inch, but Ulrich was still awake and had to deal with the suffering alone. Soon enough, blood spurted from his mouth, and some of his teeth were broken. I believe there's a need to set a precedent, so that the other magi will be aware. A thin crimson thread was extracted from his body and hovered in front of Leylin. Let's see. A trace of blood-red light could be seen in Leylin's eyes as countless translucent mirrors opened up before him, revealing vague figures within. No, Ulrich immediately grew agitated upon seeing them, his body trembling unceasingly as his eyes pleaded with Leylin. However, Leylin himself cared nothing for this. You don't have any direct descendants yourself, but there are a lot of other branches. Siblings. Ulrich did not answer, his tongue had long since been bitten off. If not for Leylin intentionally keeping him alive, he would have died long ago. Ulrich would much rather die early than face what was to come. You know my character. I rarely use curses or other spells in that vein. It's not because I'm unfamiliar with them, but because they're troublesome. Not only is the preparatory work tedious, there's also a backlash. Leylin continued on as if he were chatting with a friend, but things are different here. The backlash from some rank 1 and 2 magi, and even regular humans, means nothing to me. As he spoke, Leylin produced a large amount of materials from his spatial pouch, carving strange altar-like runes on the ground. Trace back the path of the bloodline to all branches. Terrifying curses rolled off Leylin's tongue in a strange accent. Ye of his blood, shall become the source of the curse. After a few ceremonies, Leylin extracted some blood with a dagger and threw it onto the altar under Ulrich's look of despair. With sounds of anguish being transmitted from the altar, a faint distorted face with empty eyes wailed as it pounced into the air. Go. Leylin snapped his fingers. Bzzzt, formless ripples spread, and immediately after a blonde magus expression changed in one of the round mirrors, green warts appearing all over his body. They then exploded, spurting out corrosive liquid that caused him to become a pile of white bones amidst his howls. Black fog occupied the entirety of a castle elsewhere, and broken limbs were thrown out of it every once in a while. No, Ulrich lowered his head. All that remained in his dead eyes was boundless hatred. Did you think that was all? Leylin could not help but laugh as he saw Ulrich in this state. Soul extraction. A translucent figure was pulled out from Ulrich's forehead. Fallen star. Magic equipment. AI. Chip. Organize Ulrich's memories. Separate the information I require. Beep. Mission established. Beginning analysis. Extracting data from target. As a grandmaster in the field of soul research who possessed the help of the AI chip, Leylin found what he needed in mere seconds. Ulrich's body died once his soul was pulled out. Now translucent, he'd regained the ability to speak. Information was extracted from his soul as he let out cries of misery. Having memories extracted from your soul wasn't exactly pleasant. What are you doing? I won't let you off. I curse you and I curse all that is yours. Oh, so you have a brother who you're not on good terms with. It's a bit of a pity that he died under the curse as well, Leylin said as great amounts of data streaked past him. Whatever. If he's dead, he's dead. Did you think it would just end like this? Void assassin. A translucent figure appeared instantly with a flutter of his sleeve. These servants that he'd gained from the ruins of Scarlet Crescent each had a strength of up to rank 3, and with their ability to travel through the void even morning stars had to guard carefully against them. They were practically invincible in the south coast. Here's the information. Kill all his friends, acolytes, and anyone else he treasures. With a stretch of his arm and a tap, Ulrich's soul was sealed into the void assassin's head. Make sure he watches everything. Once you're done, sink into the lava underground and have his soul roast for eternity. Understood? A robotic voice sounded from the void assassin. Immediately after, its body disappeared into the void, leaving behind Ulrich's despairing cries that seemed to echo in this land. Are you satisfied with how I handled this? Leylin turned to look at Krupp. Yes, very satisfied. No matter what Patriarch does, you're the most correct. With Leylin's eyes on him, Krupp stiffened in his nervousness. At the thought of what his ancestor had done, Krupp couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was someone who already knew of the darkness that lay in the Magus world. Using a method to extinguish one's bloodline and not even letting off their friends or acolytes, Krupp secretly wiped off the perspiration. Patriarch is no saint. Having taken care of Ulrich, Leylin glanced into the horizon and beckoned to Krupp. Let's go. A few worms will come and disturb us if we don't leave quickly. But before they got onto the carriage, a thought flashed through Leylin's mind. He looked at Darley. It's my fault that she got involved. Since she came with me, I should at least bring her to the next city. Leylin pointed at Darly, but the female magus was in a state of complete shock. The roaring skeletal horse was blazing with black flames. It seemed like a demon from a nightmare, its hooves leaving behind flaming marks. The large carriage sped down the road like a black whirlwind. Krupp sat inside with some reservation, occasionally sneaking glances at Leylin's black leather boots. Darly was still frozen, hiding in the corner and trembling with her arms wrapped around herself. The recent events had dealt a huge blow to this female magus. In reality, if not for Leylin intentionally protecting her, she and Krupp wouldn't have been able to live past the moment Ulrich burst out. However, she didn't believe that her survival was some stroke of fortune. The fall of a rank 3 magus, and the curse that accompanied it, made it easy for her to imagine what kind of chaos was going to arise in the south coast. And as the witness, she was in a bad situation. Though the light magi revered order, they were the first in line to trample over their own rules for the sake of benefits. Darly shut her eyes, and could already imagine a large number of high-ranked magi cutting open her skull and extracting parts of her brain. Though the dark magi were more famous for it, Darly knew very well that many light magi were no inferior at the skill of extracting memories. They could probably clone all her thoughts from her childhood with not a single error. As for what would happen to her, that was something no magi would ever care about. Sacrificing herself for the big picture and for all light magi was something that she should feel honored to do. They'd expect her to serve herself up voluntarily. Darly only realized how helpless she was under such immense pressure. While she'd always been prideful of the order and glory of the light magi, all she wished for now was their destruction. In matters of life and death, everything could be renounced. But as long as this lord is around, Darly peeked up and saw the figure that had caused her immense fear. That stern gaze that shot out from behind the mask seemed to pierce her body, suffocating her. She quickly lowered her head respectfully, her breathing becoming rough. Starting with Ulrich's fall, the return of my lord will bring about great changes in the south coast. Leylin knew what this female magus was thinking of immediately, but he couldn't be bothered with it. To him, she was but a stranger he'd picked up somewhere and embroiled in this because of a coincidence. Even if he wasn't with her, having taken on the task of gathering starlight grass, she would have come to Ebol Town anyway. Without his protection, she would probably be in even worse a condition by now. Thus, he believed she owed him a favor. That last thought was because they'd traveled together and grown slightly more familiar with each other. Reaching a rest point and then tossing her away was a very simple alternative, however based on Krupp's expression this might be a variable that would change things. Leylin chuckled at that thought. Leylin suddenly spoke. Krupp, give me the fallen star pendant around your neck. Oh, of course, Patriarch. Krupp deferentially took the pendant down and passed it to Leylin with both hands. Light flickered from the broken gems on the dark red cross surface. The slight weight in his hands left Leylin nostalgic. Grandpa Damien gave it to me and he even told me. Krupp watched Leylin hesitantly. Leylin nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, this is a magic artifact I created. Damien was under my orders to protect the Farlier family in the Chernobyl Islands. He observed the creation in his hands. With his current insight, he naturally noticed the defects in his original craftsmanship, and the immaturity when he'd made it. Though the materials in this fallen star pendant aren't all that great, it isn't as if there's no room for improvement. Crimson light wrapped around the cross in tandem with Leylin's words, causing it to float into the air and emit powerful energy waves that shocked Krupp and Darly. This is, Darly looked stunned. He's working without any tools. Only Grandmaster alchemists from legend can do something like this. The red glow expanded unceasingly, gradually forming a beautiful flaming daffodil that slowly bloomed within the carriage. When the last petal withered, the pendant suspended in the air now looked different. It was more slender before, its dark red surface more pure. Many fine black lines were on it, making it seem like the back of a python. I've resmelted the artifact, and added a few functions. On top of that, I've restricted its use to those with the Farlier bloodline, Leylin said lightly, and then fallen star pendant fell into Krupp's hands. He resmelted a magic artifact so quickly, and upgraded it to become a high-ranked magic artifact. Still hiding in the corner, Darly's eyes were now shining. Only rank 2 or 3 magi were qualified to possess things like high-grade magic artifacts in the south coast. For low-ranked magi like her, just taking a glance at a treasure of this grade was like a dream come true. The person who was across her, however, had refined one without so much as a change in expression, and gifted it away as if it was nothing. Perhaps, my hopes for the future will all rely on this person. Darlie made up her mind, vigorous flames bursting forth in her heart. Many thanks, Patriarch. Krupp took the pendant, pleasantly surprised. This magic artifact had always been very useful, and it was an unexpected surprise for it to be upgraded to become a high-ranked one. However, after his spiritual force made contact with the pendant, his eyes grew as round as saucers. It was as if he'd been struck by lightning. What? Is anything the matter? Leylin found this descendant rather funny. Magic, a piece of magic equipment. The fallen star pendant. Krupp spoke of the grade of the item. Patriarch, you upgraded it to magic equipment. It was already a huge surprise for the fallen star pendant to be upgraded to a high-grade magic artifact, but the fact that it had become the legendary magic equipment was shocking. This was magic equipment. It was of a level even greater than magic artifacts, and regular rank 3 magi weren't even qualified to have them. These were the trump cards of the largest organizations. However, this ancestor of his had casually managed to refine a middle-grade magic artifact into one. Krupp was rendered speechless, none of Because of the materials used to make the fallen star pendant, it can at best only become a piece of low-grade magic equipment. Although Leylin found this quite a pity, Krupp instead grew so excited he was about to froth at the mouth. On the other hand, Darlie grew even more emotional. Seeing that the fallen star pendant had really been upgraded to become a low-grade magic equipment piece, she was at first frozen before she pounced at Leylin's feet. Revered Lord Farlier, please take me in as your disciple. No, how could I qualify to be the disciple of such a great magus? Please, give me any chance regardless of what it is. Whether as a maid, a servant, or even a guinea pig, just give me a chance to learn from you. You're serious? Leylin watched this female magus. With her thirst and pursuit of knowledge, she was very similar to how he had been back then. Krupp had a stiff expression. It was nothing much for a magus to become a disciple, but becoming a servant or a guinea pig would effectively render one dispensable to a dark magus. This female magus seemed to care nothing for her life. Rather, she was giving up her very life for the pursuit of truth. My lord, Krupp gaped but was unable to speak. He was merely Leylin's nephew. There was nothing beside that relationship that bonded them together. Before he was sure of what place he held in Leylin's heart, speaking out like this seemed rather risky. I don't have plans to teach anyone now, and I'm not lacking in servants either. Leylin spoke indifferently, causing Darlie's eyes gaze to dim. But Leylin's next words brought her from the depths of hell to heaven. But I give you permission to observe and emulate me for a period of time. How much you learn will depend on you. Many thanks, my lord, she replied, tears lining her eyes. However, Leylin had yet to finish speaking. What can you offer me though, that is of equal value? My everything. Darlie's tone was firm. Good. Swear it. Swear it on your soul and your honor, that from here on out your power, your body, your soul and everything will belong to the Farlier family branch head on the south coast, Krupp Farlier. Leylin sounded enthusiastic, but Krupp's eyes went wide. What? Me? Darlie took a look at Krupp who was beside her, and immediately made a vow with her soul, I swear on it. With Leylin as a witness, it would haunt her throughout her life unless a magus who comprehended laws aided her. Of course, the chances that an existence at or above rank 7 would help Darlie were pretty much nil. Patriarch, why? Krupp watched Darlie, looking puzzled. As the descendant of our Farlier family, you should help our family continue the bloodline. Leylin chuckled, Darlie is a great choice. She's talented, and you've seen her willpower and good qualities for yourself. Astute as he was, Leylin had long since noticed Krupp's slight crush on Darlie. This meant nothing to him, but as he was the real descendant of the Farlier family he placed more importance on Krupp spreading his blood than his vengeance. Having done this, he now felt that he'd done enough to make up for everything he owed the family. Hearing Leylin saying something so shameless out in the open, a trace of a blush crept onto the faces of Krupp and Darlie, magi as they were. Cough cough, my lord, where are we going now? Krupp directed the conversation elsewhere. He'd been running for his life ever since birth, and experiences like this one were rare. The only reason he'd felt anything for Darlie was that she was pleasing to the eye. Let's go to the Abyssal Bone Swamp. I want to see how the academy is doing, and there are also some people I want to find out about. Leylin smiled, considerately changing the topic. It also looks like I need to show off some strength, display that the Farlier family has a solid backing. It'll be very troublesome if we keep getting harassed like this. Troublesome. Krupp was first baffled, but his expression quickly changed. An aged voice was transmitted to them. Mr. Leylin, could we trouble you to come out of the carriage? Let's go out, we have guests. Leylin beamed, shaking his robes as he got to his feet. Krupp and Darley exchanged a glance and lined themselves up behind him, seemingly with good chemistry, seeing how they occupied his left and right. The nightmare horse snarled in dissatisfaction and the carriage stopped. Getting out of the carriage, Leylin caught sight of a few aged magi. At the front was a white-browed old man with layers of wrinkles on a face that was covered with spots. He looked about to die at any moment, wearing a simple gray robe that contrasted the dazzling golden staff in hand. He seemed to be the speaker. Beside him was an old woman wearing the clothing of aristocracy, her hair that had pearls and gems embedded within it tied in a bun. The two stood on top of a large banyan tree which was blocking Leylin's path. A large face emerged from the trunk. This banyan tree was actually a magus, and its life force was the strongest amongst the three magi. The three immediately went on guard when they saw Leylin coming out. The one holding the staff was the first to speak, Leylin Farlier. That's me. Leylin's body floated up, and he stood on top of the carriage. While the lack of an aura coming from his body gave no reason for it, the magi opposite him felt a great feeling of danger. I am the Saint Nanav Seal Andrew, you can call me Nanav. Beside me is Mistress Marjorie, and this giant tree is Lord Kifa. The auras of crystal phase magi became apparent as the old magus introduced his party. All three of them were mighty rank 3 magi whose spiritual force had crystallized. Leylin could also sense scattered undulations from some bloodline treasures and other unique magical items, and there was even a high-grade magic artifact on them. It was apparent that they'd brought everything they had. You must be the leaders of the light magi. Leylin nodded. Yes, Nanav said as he forced a smile. Even face to face he couldn't sense Leylin's aura. It was like his immediate vicinity was a boundless sea, drowning out any probes and leaving no traces behind. Is this about the issue with Ulrich? Leylin asked casually. He could eliminate ants like these in one blow, but for the sake of the Farlier family it was prudent to leave them alive to spread word of the terror he wrought. The matter with Ulrich was a personal feud between you and him. Though my lord's methods are a little overboard, they aren't unacceptable. Realizing that Leylin was not to be trifled with, Nanav immediately changed his plans. His conceding seemed quite pathetic to Leylin. If he was considered weak, these magi wouldn't have bothered with such words and instead just killed him. They would cut the person who had tarnished the reputation of the light magi up into 1,000,000 pieces. However, realizing Leylin wasn't going to be pushed around, Nanav gave up his pursuit of enmity on Ulrich's behalf. After all, it was irrational to provoke a powerful magus for the sake of a dead person, what more one whose family, organization, and subordinates had all disappeared. It was all for the big picture. The casual sacrifice of Ulrich even left Leylin wanting to sneer in response. This sort of thing was exactly why he was hellbent on becoming stronger himself, rather than depending on organizations. However, Lord Ulrich was still a colleague of ours. Shouldn't Mr. Leylin do something about this? Nanav finally got to the point. What? Something. Leylin watched the old man playfully. Mr. Leylin was once a professor at Four Seasons Gardens, which means you were once a light magus. As a light magus, it's our obligation to fight against evil. Nanav seemed to be spouting righteous words. The source of all evil in the South Coast, the ancient demon that the spirit-slaying sect believes in, the Gargamel, is alive. Is Lord Leylin willing to aid us in destroying the sect? I'm sure that once you contribute enough, Four Seasons Garden will be very willing to welcome you back. They can't beat me, so now they're trying to assimilate me to their cause. Leylin chuckled inside, but Nanav had already begun stating his conditions. If Leylin were to attack the spirit-slaying sect and even kill the Gargamel, they would compensate him by admitting him once more into the Four Seasons Garden, even allowing him full control of it. It was indeed an enticing offer. If Leylin was a peak rank 3 magus, he would have put some consideration into it. However, there was no need to fake courtesy with his current strength. I reject your proposal, he exclaimed unceremoniously. Though the Gargamel had long since entered the list of beings he had to kill, he hated being threatened to do anything. What? Such a blunt answer put the old man in shock, and his expression dimmed. There should be some enmity between my lord and the Gargamel, no? Wouldn't this be getting the best of both worlds? Or are you thinking of siding with the evil dark magi? Ease in departure, you learned about that too. It seems like you know me quite well. Leylin shook his head, but did you know that the thing I hate the most is being coerced? His expression instantly darkened. Furthermore, It's better to deal with dark magi than the likes of you. As long as I display enough strength to shock them, they become even more obedient than dogs, and won't resort to sneaky actions in the shadows. It looks like Sir Leylin is very prejudiced against us light magi. What a pity. Nanav spoke slowly, the golden scepter in his hand emitting even more dazzling rays of light. Are you done with all that nonsense? Like I said earlier, we should just eliminate him. He started out as a dark magus. Marjorie, who was beside Nanav, began to speak with a piercing voice. Su. The giant tree magus under them did not speak, but large amounts of roots spread out from it to envelop the surrounding region. It formed a grid of roots in the area, increasing your vitality by combining your life with plants. How pathetic. Leylin shook his head, seeing through the tree with a slight glance. While he didn't say more than that, the look of pity in his eyes threw the banyan tree into a violent rage. Boundless green light spread around the area. It was like it had formed a translucent crystal in the air, sealing the air around Leylin. As we discussed before, Kifa will be in charge of restraining him while you amplify our power. I'll take the charge. As he said that, Nanav took the lead, the golden scepter in his hands abruptly increasing in size to become a golden holy lance. Understood. Marjorie answered quickly from behind him. All sorts of complicated and mysterious runes appeared from her body, disappearing into the giant tree and Nanav's body. With that support, more of their spiritual forces crystallized, approaching the limit. Even after the amplification, they're still only close to the limit of rank 3. Leylin sighed, the disappointment evident in his eyes as he waved his arm. Rumble. Black flames began encircling the horse carriage in defense. Wait here, don't come out and block me. Numerous tendrils that had come to probe the area sizzled, instantly burnt to ashes by the black flames. It caused the large banyan tree to let loose a miserable cry. The black flames looked to be about to burn right up the roots, and the tree had no choice but to sever the affected ones, cutting its connection with them. Jade green sap flowed out of the wounds in great amounts. Argor, the human face on the trunk let out roars that nobody could make sense of. On the other hand, the faces of Nanav and Marjorie changed. These flames burned the very soul. Lord Leylin seems to have obtained some amazing inheritance in his time away. Golden light was produced from the lance, covering Nanav's body as if some kind of golden armor. You think I'm relying on some inheritance? You think that's what gives me my strength? Leylin replied, disapproving. Heaven's lance, make a judgment for light and justice. Nanav's body seemed to burst into golden flames. He hurled the lance in his hands into the distance, and it seemed like a golden meteor was launched. The lance reached Leylin in the blink of an eye. Black even streaked near the tip of the lance, fine spatial cracks being formed. I must say, you're quite good for a rank 3 magus. Leylin stretched out his hand as he yawned. In front of that pale hand, be it the golden flames or the spatial cracks, everything was destroyed. The terrifyingly sharp tip of the holy golden lance could do no harm to his skin as he grabbed it. It's best not to show this stuff and humiliate yourself. As if in answer to all the taunting from the 3 magi, Leylin exerted a bit of force with his 2 hands. The golden lance broke apart at the center, the screech it left behind sounding miserable. Golden sand fell from where it had broken apart, causing the main body to quickly collapse. No, how is that possible? Nanav took several steps backwards, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth due to the backlash of having his holy lance destroyed. 2 streaks of red fell from his eyes. This is a treasure that's been passed down in our academy. Even peak rank 3 magi shouldn't be able to so much as move it. Let's go. He's even more terrifying than that Gargamel. Marjorie pulled at Nanav, and the banyan tree below them abruptly pulled up its roots and fled like a giant, each step allowing it to cover hundreds of meters. Activate the interference formation we'd planned for the Gargamel. Nanav seemed to have recovered, but his eyes still held a trace of shock. He took out a white handkerchief to cover the blood from the corner of his mouth even as he gave his command. The earth rumbled as 4 pillars of light, red, yellow, blue, and green, shot up around Leylin. Smoke and multicolor light appeared in the air, forming a tremendous spell formation with runes snaking around its surface. Nanav, the enemy is far stronger than we expected. The 4-pillared stone seal shouldn't be able to hold him down for long. We'll need to use our final treasure. Marjorie exclaimed solemnly. Roar! The banyan tree magus under them thundered, emitting spiritual undulations of approval. In that case, Nanav's expression underwent several changes before he finally gritted his teeth and reached into his robes. Rumble. All of a sudden, Loud thuds sounded from the ceiling formation, causing shivers to go down the spines of the three magi. It was like some powerful ferocious beast had been set free in there, bursting forth with enough force to break it open. Bumps appeared in the barrier, and the runes on top of it shattered like glass. How is that possible? That's our four-pillar rock seal, even the Gargamel was trapped inside it for a few minutes. How long has it been? Marjorie let out a piercing shout. Prepare to strengthen the seal. Use the aquatic devil seaweed and help me gain time. Quick. Nanav looked exceptionally sinister. But that's the last secret trick we have. There's only enough of the aquatic devil seaweed to be used once. Marjorie obviously hesitated. His strength is the greatest catastrophe for us. I even suspect. Quick. Nanav coughed out blood. Fine. Marjorie merely hesitated for a moment and immediately grew clear-headed, tossing a dried-up seaweed into the formation. Emissary sleeping deep within the sea, please heed my call. With her chance, the small dried-up marine seaweed abruptly swelled in midair, as if it had absorbed a large amount of moisture. Even its surface grew wet. Large amounts of moisture gathered within it, and formed a dark green ball of plants, with all sorts of seaweed on it. The plant ball shifted above the ceiling spell formation before it suddenly exploded, threads of black seaweed forming a web that covered the area. Alright, even if it's a peak rank 3, the aquatic devil seaweed can still achieve. The glee in Nanav's eyes only lasted a short while. His eyes nearly popped out from their sockets and he lost all of his previous demeanor. How is that possible? He could see a gap in the middle of the formation, be it the four-pillared stone seal or the threads of seaweed. A magus wearing dark golden scholarly robes and a mysterious mask on his face walked out arrogantly. Immediately after, a black hole appeared in his hands, sucking in the surrounding seal and the aquatic seaweed. Pow! A slight explosion sounded in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the spell formation and the devil algae seal had turned into a miniature model in Leylin's hands. This is far beyond rank 3. You're a morning. Nanav's face immediately seemed to lose all blood, becoming so pale that it was frightening. However, Leylin did not give him the chance to kneel and beg for forgiveness nor flee. The tasteless games shall end now. I'll return this to you. He tossed the model in his hand lightly in front. The seal that was compressed a thousandfold rumbled, abruptly blowing up along with the devil algae. Formless energy buffeted all directions, shaking the earth itself. Multicolored light rippled in the air, the magnificence concealing a deadly danger. I'm warning you right now. Don't provoke the Farlier family, or else. Leylin gently landed above the carriage, and under Krupp and Darley's reverential gazes headed inside. The demonic nightmare horse neighed and galloped wildly, several times faster than before. It even soared into the air after a while, turning into a flash of light that streaked through the horizon. The terrifying explosions continued for a while in the place they'd left behind before gradually ending to reveal two figures, both in a sorry state. Kifa, the gigantic banyan tree of a magus, had already disappeared. He'd used his body to absorb most of the attack. Kifa. Marjorie was not in a very good condition, but what had given her the greatest blow was not her injuries. It was instead the terrifying and invincible figure. It'll be fine. Though his body was destroyed, his seed is still alive. Nanav produced a green seed. Return and change. Kifa has already become a living plant. As long as this true seed of his still exists, he can revive at any time. However, it'll take a long while for him to amass the amount of life force he had before. Nanav sighed, fixing his eyes on the green seed. It was the size of a grown man's fist, with complicated plant runes on it. She could vaguely sense a familiar spiritual force undulation coming from it, as if there was a gravely injured life that had fallen asleep inside. He seems to have let us off intentionally, restraining himself at the last minute. If not, none of us would have been able to survive. Nanav laughed wryly. What do you think? We still have our final treasure. If we're pushed to the limit, we can use it to deal him immense damage, Marjorie said hatefully, before her expression suddenly changed. What? The sound of an item shattering could be heard from Nanav's body. More specifically, it was from a secret compartment in his robes where the final treasure was kept. What's going on? Could it be? A chill rose in her heart. Nanav expressionlessly shoved his hand towards the area and fished out a few shattered metallic pieces. There still remained powerful radiations and complicated, intricate patterns and clearly was a part of a high-grade magic equipment. The Blade of Avarice. What's going on? It's a high-grade magic artifact. How can it suddenly shatter? Marjorie yelled, her extremely sharp voice even dispersing the clouds in the sky. This high-grade magic artifact that was the final treasure of the light magi could recharge itself automatically. It produced a terrifying attack that could destroy peak rank 3 magi, hence it was regarded as the final trump card of the light magi, being safeguarded tightly. It wouldn't be used unless it was a life or death situation. It was this very item that had injured the Gargamel previously, but now, Nanav looked at the blade fragments in his hands, and suddenly felt like the honor and glory that the light magi upheld seemed to be collapsing magnificently. To be able to go past my defenses and even destroy the blade of avarice without my knowledge, lowering the energy waves to the limit so that the explosion wouldn't injure anyone, this strength, Nanav felt as if all the bones in his body had been extracted as he collapsed to the ground. He took a deep breath and then guessed, he must be stronger than the peak of rank 3, having reached the unfathomable Morning Star realm. Morning Star, a rank 4 magus. The old woman shrieked, what kind of joke is this? A magus of this rank in our south coast, a magus of this rank, she kept repeating the words, her voice becoming softer. She was beginning to believe in this conjecture. Perhaps only magi at and above the Morning Star realm could break out of their attack so easily, leaving them powerless and in despair. After staying silent for a long while, she asked a very practical question. What should we do next? What kind of attitude should we use to face that, Lord? I don't know, Nanav laughed wryly, but what I do know is that the whole situation in the south coast is going to experience a tumultuous change soon. Whatever it is, we know one thing for sure: never provoke the Farlier family. At the end, Nanav's expression turned incomparably grim, flames streaked across the sky. Krupp was instantly terrified by their speed once he opened the door to the carriage. If we'd hurried on at this speed earlier, those light magi wouldn't even have had any time to react, right? Why did I deliberately slow down and let them chase up to us? Leylin reclined on the sofa in the carriage, Gus' eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was hidden by the half mask. Perhaps Lord Leylin wanted to exhibit his strength to them. This can be seen from how Lord Leylin let them off at the end. Darlie stammered out while clutching at her skirt. You said it well. Leylin nodded in praise. Darlie was a smart girl, and her talent and qualities were all good. In addition, with the limitations of her soul vow, she could never go against the will of the Farlier family, and instead become Krupp's valuable companion. These magi are obviously nothing to Lord Leylin, but my lord is making plans for us. My lord is taking precautions so that once he leaves, they will be too terrified to give us trouble, Darlie guessed. Patriarch, are you leaving? Krupp turned pale in fright. The south coast is just too small. This place is too barren for me and there's nothing worth my attention here. If not for the Farlier family being here, as well as some debts I had to settle, I wouldn't have returned. Krupp grew disappointed as Leylin nodded, I'll leave the task of restoring the Farlier family to you. The reputation I'll leave behind won't count for much, what you'll really need to rely on is your own strength. I'll teach you and Darlie well in this period of time. News of Leylin's reappearance did not shock most of the lower-ranked magi in the south coast. What made them sigh with sorrow was the change in the leadership of Teljo City, as well as the strange death of the rank 3 magus Ulrich along with his friends, disciples, and family. The acolytes and rank 1 magi were too far removed from the upper echelons, and the news that spread to them was limited. Hence, they believed that Ulrich had been struck by some unknown curse. Suffering a curse due to some lab accident or mistaken summoning was common in the magus world, even ones that ended one's lineage. It was just that the scope of the curse this time was far more terrifying. Though their guesses were rather close to reality, never did they expect that the one who had caused Ulrich's fall was the wanted magus, the toxic King Leylin, the name that was just a symbol in their history textbooks. However, no matter which organization they belonged to, the higher-ranked magi were shaken. This trend did not seem to vanish, but instead became increasingly intense. The fall of Ulrich and his families was like a giant rock being thrown into a lake, resulting in immense ripples in the south coast. As a rank 3 magus, Ulrich was probably one of the top 5 in the Light Alliance. Yet he'd been killed just like that. Even his family and disciples hadn't been let off. Such a ruthless power caused terror in the hearts of both Light Magi and Dark. What they did not expect was that the death of Ulrich was merely a prologue of sorts. The fact that the higher-ups amongst the Light Magi had surrounded the murderer and fought him was concealed originally, but eventually it leaked. The Magi that heard of the real situation sank into a mysterious silence. The news was just too shocking, to the point they believed it to be fake. 3 peak crystal phase magi had been grievously injured and lost the golden staff, aquatic devil seaweed and countless other treasures. Even the blade of the avarice had been reduced to pieces. Such a terrifying battle might dumbfounded the high-ranked magi of the south coast. Meanwhile, news of Leylin's achievements spread like wildfire, and many Magus historians flipped through thick tomes hoping to find all traces of him in the historical records. The most important order now was not to provoke Leylin or the Farlier family. It wasn't just the light magi, even the dark magi enforced this rule. In such a situation, a carriage that was being pulled by a flaming skeleton horse slowly entered the boundaries of the abyssal bone swamp. Caw, caw, a few red-eyed crows flew in the sky, causing nostalgia to arise in Leylin's eyes. Having moderated his aura, he seemed like a regular human. The only thing that showed he was not normal was the aura of nobility that he inadvertently leaked. The Abyssal Bone Swamp belonged to the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, which was Leylin's destination. As the place that had guided him into the ranks of Magi, Leylin still felt something for his alma mater. As the place that had guided him into the ranks of Magi, Leylin still felt something for his alma mater. Furthermore, Croft, Bicky, Neela, Jaden, Durat, Nissa, Leylin announced the names slowly, though a lot of them have probably disappeared. I still want to take a look. Huge tombs appeared before him after he crossed through the dark forest. Several enormous stone statues of gorillas lined the sides of the tallest tomb in the center came to life and screeched, "Invaders!" Shrill alarms began to ring, and white human skulls emerged from the earth one by one. They were followed by torsos and then the rest of their skeletal bodies. The skeletons emitted a dense aura of death as they grabbed rotting metal weaponry before slowly surrounding Leylin and his party. A few double-headed dogs growled gruffly, with pus flowing profusely from the gaps between their teeth as they circled around them, lunatics who dare offend. The dignity of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, you will learn what it means to pay a price in blood. The largest stone gorilla snarled, and the undead troops began to attack. Wait, an imposing voice sounded out, accompanied by large amounts of green flames. Many human figures emerged from underground, all having energy undulations of at least rank 1. Director. The magical beasts bowed towards the new arrivals, but what surprised Leylin the most was that standing in front of the many professors was a female magus. Wasn't the director of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy Siley? So it's someone else now. Astonishment flashed in Leylin's eyes as he curiously watched the person in front of him. Abyssal Bone and People, the director of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, standing in front of their many professors, was a female magus. This had exceeded all of Leylin's expectations. On top of that, Leylin felt like her face was familiar. Leylin couldn't help but begin to inspect her features closely. She had long, wavy blonde hair and a doll-like face. Her star-like eyes, small stature with some baby fat remaining on her face making the woman whose skin was as pale as snow seem lovable and adorable. Materialized spiritual force at the peak of rank 2 was being emitted clearly from her body. These energy undulations are different from those of regular magi. She must be from an ancient branch. Was she fortunate enough to obtain some ancient inheritance? Lord Leylin. The female magus opposite him curtsied, her pleasant voice sounding like a black-naped oriole, "Welcome back. Abyssal Bone Forest shall forever be your home." She was obviously showing her goodwill, and her voice immediately made Leylin think back to the bonfire at the Acolyte camp. He remembered her as a person, but her appearance had drastically changed that he no longer remembered her original visage. "You are Nissa." Leylin spoke slowly. This female magus was the one who had been deceived by her mentor. The one who had turned into a disgusting freak due to a failed experiment. Contrary to her former nickname of swine, the Nissa now was the very personification of beauty. "It's me. Thank you for all your support and encouragement in the past." Nissa's chest bounced up and down, she evidently had many things to say. Immediately after that, she ran her eyes over the surroundings. "Lord Leylin is no enemy. You may return." Understood. The stone orangutans saluted respectfully and brought the skeletal troops back to their original places. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Leylin Farlier, the eternal pride of our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Let us welcome him warmly." Nissa spoke with the poise of a leader to the professors behind her. She was completely different from the fragile and weak girl of the past. "He's that Leylin, the toxic sovereign king." "No, I heard that." His previous actions had earned Leylin a reputation second to none in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. People quickly began whispering under their breaths when his name was announced, some of them who were ranked high enough had received some information that caused them to humble themselves further before him. The chattering stopped with but a wave of Nissa's hand. This simple action showed off her authority. She shot a sweet smile at Leylin, and it seemed to light up the whole graveyard. I know there's a lot you want to know. I have a lot to say myself, so it's best we continue this in my drawing room below. Leylin nodded. Following that, he entered the underground construction that was the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, escorted by the many magi. The surface of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was a graveyard, but it had a huge underground structure that could accommodate thousands of magi and those doing odd jobs inside. It was like a complicated but precise beehive. In the main drawing room, Leylin put down the black tea in his hands and listened to Nissa as she gave an account of all that had occurred after they parted ways. And so I acquired that sage's inheritance and successfully became an official magus. 2 centuries later, I reached rank 2 and was elected the director of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Nissa tucked her long hair behind her ear. It's been hard on you. Leylin watched the girl in front of him. While what she said sounded simple, he could imagine the price she'd had to pay for all these changes. However, she wasn't willing to share more, and he wouldn't pour salt on her wounds. It would do him no good. However, since she wasn't willing to share more, he wouldn't pour salt on her wound. More importantly, it would do him no good. I'd thought I'd need to deal with some bugs and trash in the academy, but it looks like there's little for me to do. Leylin laughed as he spoke bluntly. 3 magus families had managed everything when he'd been studying at the academy, even electing its director. He'd fought with the Lilitel family, which was one of the 3, and was left with no choice but to leave. Though he later dealt the family a huge blow, circumstances hadn't allowed him to completely uproot it from the academy. However, the fact that Nissa was the director and nobody from the Lilitel family disrupted his arrival was telling. I've already completely uprooted the Lilitel family, and the other 2 have been affected as well. They can't meddle with anything to do with the academy anymore. Come to think of it, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't killed a peak rank 1 Grand Elder who had a chance of reaching rank 2, the families would never have grown imbalanced in power. And that was what sparked everything. Nissa was all smiles as she watched Leylin. Although her words were light, the carnage behind them did not need to be described. Whatever be the situation, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was merely a small-scaled organization, with its most powerful magus being Siley, who was only a middling rank 2. However, Nissa was at the peak of rank 2, which made it easy for her to push him off his throne. Since the Lilitel family has been completely destroyed, it saves me a lot of trouble. Leylin chuckled. There are a few other people I want to find the whereabouts of. Hearing this, Nissa's eyes dimmed. I can guess who you want to ask about. Our companions, Wuxia, Dodoria, and even Jaden have all died. Only the 2 of us remain from that batch. Even Jaden, with his grade 5 aptitude. Leylin shook his head, looking grim. However, he would never admit his knowledge of the reason for his death. Jaden's mentor, White Bone Durot, went missing during an expedition into some ruins. News spread that his life imprint dissipated, which means there's little chance of his survival. Nissa spoke calmly. She hadn't dealt much with either Jaden or Durot, and her sorrow for their deaths couldn't compare to what she'd felt when Wuxia and Dodoria died. In reality, magic study and research was filled with dangers. For 2 acolytes from the south coast to survive and even achieve such dazzling results was quite rare. How about my mentor, Professor Croft? Leylin asked on. Potioneering Professor Croft died peacefully of natural causes a century ago. His grave is right behind the academy. Should I take you there? Leylin immediately went silent upon hearing Nissa's words, and scenes of Croft's lectures emerged in his mind. He wasn't surprised that Croft had died of old age, though he was still a little sad. The professor was merely a rank 1 magus, and even if he was adept at potioneering, there was a limit to his lifespan. Leylin had no idea how long Croft had lived before he'd become his student. Since he hadn't advanced to rank 2, it was natural for him to die of old age. Such a death was actually pretty good in the magus world, and it didn't really cause Leylin any grief. It only made him think that time was indeed the largest foe of life. This event only strengthened his resolve to pursue immortality. Leylin stayed silent for a while longer before his voice sounded out. Thank you very much, Nissa. I plan to stay here for a period of time, and there are a few other people whose whereabouts I need to trouble you for. Neela, Vicky, and Anna, who's from Extreme Night City. She's a human who once took over my manor. He announced a few names. Alright, I've remembered their names. I'll give you an answer within a week, Nissa quickly replied. Many thanks. I'd like to be alone now. Leylin reclined on the sofa, waving his arms as if in weariness. Then I'll take my leave. Although Nissa was the host, she seemed to obey Leylin unconditionally. She bowed slightly before retreating in caution. Croft Leslie, the lettering on the mottled black tombstone had dulled with the passage of time, but Leylin was still able to read the name out. He was currently among a large number of tombs, numerous black tombstones and upside-down crosses covering the area. It caused the place to feel ominous and cold. The tomb in front of him belonged to his ex-mentor, Croft. Mentor, I'm back, Leylin said, the words emerging after a long period of silence. The cold wind kept blowing, causing the black trees to rustle. Professor Croft left very peacefully, and he didn't leave behind any descendants. Nissa walked over. Also, I've gotten an answer about what you wanted me to check out, tell me. Leylin's voice was calm, but that only caused a shiver to run down her spine. It was as if she had met some natural enemy. First is Neela. It can be confirmed that she passed away 129 years ago, and her family was extinguished 67 years ago due to a leak during an experiment. Those from Extreme Night City have also returned to report, saying that Anna did live there for a period of time, and even developed the organization to the perimeters of Extreme Night City. She was a very capable woman and never did marry. She later died alone of old age. Her organization withered away after her passing. As for Bicky, Nissa glanced at Leylin. She's gone missing, gone missing. Clarify. Leylin furrowed his brows. After you rescued her in the Tyler family, she left and traveled the continent by herself, apparently to look for you. Nobody knows where she is. Serpent blood modification. Nissa sounded very gentle. The person who was the head of the Tyler family at that time has been waiting here. Would you like to meet him? There's no need for that. Leylin waved his arms. He'd never been interested in those who were so brazen in looking for benefits. Noticing him sinking into silence immediately after, Nissa retreated tactfully. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Neela was a very smart woman after all, while Anna was slightly foolish. I never thought Bicky would have the perseverance to do that. Leylin knew Neela's personality very well. She was adaptable and knew when to advance and retreat. It was only expected for her to meet a good end. Anna's organization had only been a way out that Leylin had prepared while he was an acolyte. It was understandable that it could not hold out for long. What Leylin found the strangest was Bicky. With her personality, she evidently wasn't the kind of magus who liked to work hard. It seemed like that matter had influenced her greatly, to the point that her personality had changed. All three of them were good friends of Leylin's, perhaps even closer than that. If he could still see them, he would naturally want to help. However, it didn't matter if he couldn't. Leylin left the graveyard after indulging in nostalgia for a while, returning to the luxurious room that the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had prepared specially for him. Patriarch. Krupp bowed deferentially. Now, however, he seemed vastly different from before. The color of his eyes and pupils had changed, and they were turning pure black. The lines on his face were more gentle, and he had grown more handsome, emitting a unique charm. How's your body? Can you get used to it? Leylin's eyes shot out blue light that scanned his body up and down. There were many methods that could be used to raise one's strength quickly, but the most suitable for Krupp was the modification of his bloodline. Krupp had been receiving a transplant of Leylin's bloodline all this while. It was rather like contaminating a lower-ranked being with the power of a higher-ranked one. Though Krupp had chosen the path of a magus, he was still only a rank 1. With the methods Leylin had currently, it was easy for him to push him onto the path of a bloodline warlock. Not only was the aura of a bloodline warlock rippling out of Krupp's body currently, his energy undulations had quietly crossed the threshold of rank 2. I'm alright. It's just uncomfortable, like even my marrow is burning. Krupp was feeling very emotional right now. A bit of pain was a cheap price to pay for the modification to a magus bloodline, something that would give them great power. Such a chance was rare, not something one would find even if they were begging for it. Now that he'd crossed over to rank 2 by drawing on the power of Leylin's bloodline, Krupp was completely subservient to him. That's natural with bloodline transplants. Remember to meditate using Chemoyan's pupil a few times when you return. Leylin said, nodding inwardly at the information the AI chip had gathered. Leylin had planned Krupp's modifications out. After all, the South Coast branch of the Farlier family needed a powerful guardian. And once Leylin transported a Chemoyan bloodline into the boy, his ability of control as a Chemoian emperor have him great control over him. A rank 5 emperor bloodline will have an extraordinary effect. Just this bloodline force pushed Krupp to rank 2, and might get him to rank 3 in just 50 more years. The possibility of breaking through to Morning Star is, glints of intelligence flashed in Leylin's eyes. He'd naturally used the Chemoian emperor bloodline, but it wasn't his own. Leylin's own bloodline was far too powerful, and just a single drop of it would cause Krupp to explode. Since a first-generation warlock's bloodline was too much, Leylin had instead given Krupp the umbilical blood that had been gathered from Sire's birth. A second-generation warlock bloodline may be weaker than Leylin's, but it was still real rank 5 Chemoian emperor blood. It was diluted and hadn't matured, but that's what made it suitable for Krupp. Now that he carried Sire's blood, Krupp could be considered a third-generation warlock. In other words, he was effectively Leylin's grandson. At this time, the AI chip's robotic voice sounded again. Beep. Bloodline weakening graph completed. Estimated degeneration to giant Chemoian serpent bloodline, 15th generation. Estimated further degeneration at 34th generation. The weakening of warlock bloodlines was something that couldn't be avoided. In order to keep the family bloodline pure, they had to practice endogamy or use even more sinister methods with hopes that the deterioration of the bloodline could be drawn out. However, no matter how much was sacrificed, the process wouldn't be pushed back more than a century. In other words, the chance of a rank 5 warlock appearing in the Farlier family is pretty high before the 15th generation. Leylin pondered over this thought while stroking his chin. It wasn't true that everyone with the Chemoian emperor bloodline would become a rank 5 warlock. Even within the Ouroboros clan there were many with Chemoian bloodlines, but only Gilbert and the other 2 dukes had reached Morning Star. Even Bevis with his rank 6 bloodline wasn't guaranteed to reach the Breaking Dawn realm and become a monarch. He only had the potential to do so. Hence, while descendants that inherited Leylin's rank 5 Chemoian emperor bloodline only needed to work hard and would easily reach rank 4, whether they reached rank 5 was still a question. As someone who had gone through this process himself, Leylin understood clearly that advancing as Magi did not only require a large amount of resources and hard work. Luck was a very important factor as well. Other Magi did not have an AI chip at the side like Leylin. They couldn't run simulations and predict possibilities for advancement. Understood, my lord. Having been modified by Chemoian emperor blood, Krupp's respect towards Leylin had evolved into a dependence and reverence from his very soul. He had the Chemoian bloodline, and humility before the king of one's race had been carved into his very blood and genetics. It could not be changed. This is truly an intoxicating feeling. Leylin's eyes flashed as he continued to think, as I am right now, Krupp probably wouldn't say no even if I were to order him to kill everyone he loves and then commit suicide. He'd even risk his life for this mission. The snake dowager's control over other serpents the same. I'm probably the only one of my kind. Leylin's finger kept brushing against his cheek. His forehead had been covered by the cold mask, and the owlsnake curse's mark was dead silent with no visible movements. However, Leylin could sense traces of fine bloodline force being absorbed by it from all areas of his body as it increased in strength. Though there wasn't much of an effect on him now considering the rate at which it was happening, his bloodline force would be absorbed completely in 2 more years, leaving him a regular human once more. Krupp's display showed how the controlling ability of the Chemoian emperor was a revolt against the snake dowager's own authority. Were he to break through his bloodline shackles, perhaps all Chemoians would break away from her rule. This was something she would never accept. Hence, a conflict between them definitely could not be avoided. Also, Director Nissa is waiting outside and hoping to see you. While Leylin was deep in thought, Krupp had been standing respectfully at the side like the most loyal soldier or servant. He'd moved forward to make his report only when there was a reaction from him. Nissa, is there anything else she needs? Leylin's brows furrowed slightly. It should be about other visitors. Ever since news spread that my lord is staying at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, many Dark Magus organizations have dispatched emissaries to meet you. Some leaders have even come over personally, the head of the Lighthouse of the Night being one. As he said this, Krupp sighed slightly in his mind. Tyrants among the Dark Magi like the leader of the Lighthouse of the Night were absolute existences in his eyes, ones to be looked up to. However, they'd come forward so humbly and waited for a meeting with his patriarch. It made him feel honored. Also, a few light magi organizations have secretly sent emissaries as well. Krupp saw the calm look on Leylin's face and continued, my lord, do you think, set a time. I'll see them all. Leylin waved his hands. I never thought my lord would visit the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. It truly is the honor of our professors and students. Elsewhere, Nissa was speaking to a magus clad in black robes whose eyes flamed a dark green. She was accompanying him on a stroll through the interior of the Abyssal Bone Forest. The Abyssal Bone Forest managed to produce a genius like Lord Leylin. It surely has some redeeming qualities. The black-robed man was evidently the leader of the Lighthouse of the Night, the strongest dark magus organization. With its massive network, he'd quickly gained intel on Leylin's terrifying battle achievements, followed by other general information on him. He couldn't remain seated after he heard it all. After all, this Lord Leylin was very likely a great magus who had entered the Morning Star realm. Just some advice on his path of advancement would leave him very grateful. Lord Leylin relied on his own talents. The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was merely lucky enough to instruct him. Nissa did not dare exaggerate when it came to this, and instead told the truth. Granting audience and captive, whatever the matter, Lord Leylin is Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's greatest success and fortune. The glance the leader of Lighthouse of the Night shot at Nissa hinted at something, and no matter how hard she tried to conceal it, a hint of glee appeared in her eyes. The greater Leylin's reputation was, the better it was for the Academy. With his fame, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy would definitely be able to expand enormously under her administration. She could even accomplish more than what all the previous directors had been able to. This was the petty and low reason for which Nissa was trying so hard to invite him to join them. If I could make use of their good relationship and get Leylin to become a famed professor at the Academy, just the idea had Nissa trembling in her excitement, she was perhaps smiling even in her sleep. Also, I seem to see a lot of old friends from the Light Magi here. The green-eyed magus stared at Nissa with a half-smile. Yes, there are quite a few. Enya Ivory Ring Tower, Four Seasons Garden, practically all the large Light Magus organizations have secretly sent people to make contact with us. Since it was basically impossible to hide it from him, Nissa just nodded and admitted it. Hoo, looks like his reputation has terrified them. The leader laughed in a strange manner, like an owl in the night. The Magi of Light and Dark coexisted in the South Coast. However, the Light Magi were evidently much stronger and occupied most of the resource-rich regions, and the Dark Magi could only eke out an existence hidden in the corners. The leaders of the Light Magi had steadily suppressed them. With the appearance of the Gargamel, there was now a three-way confrontation. The Dark and Light Magi might have temporarily stopped fighting, but the enmity between them had not been resolved, only inhibited by the existence of a powerful external enemy. Now, with a Morning Star Magus who had started off as a Dark Magus, this was more than enough for the old Light Magi to be like cats on hot bricks. At this thought, a sneer appeared about the leader's lips. Director Nissa and this lord here. At this moment, Krupp appeared before Nissa, and it was as if the figure of a snake flashed in his eyes. The bloodline aura he had caused even the leader, who was a rank 3 Magus, to feel his heart palpitate. The Patriarch is willing to meet you. Please come with me. Krupp's hair and eyes almost turned completely black, darkness elemental particles extremely dense as they strived to outdo each other and wiggle into his pores. Such a scene astounded Nissa and the leader. Having said this, Krupp led the way while Nissa and the leader transmitted each other messages secretly. So this Magus is that lord's grandson? The descendant of the Farlier family? The leader's eyes were filled with curiosity. After all, a powerful rank 2 Magus was very rare in the South Coast. Any one of them could take over an organization and still hold immense power. He's obviously only advanced very recently. While in history, it's common for that to happen to the descendants of high-rank Magi, but, a hint of hesitance appeared in his voice. Yes, this Magus isn't Sire Leylin's descendant, but only a branch from his brother. Nissa knew what he wanted to ask and gave the answer. A lateral relative. His eyes went wide, before he lowered his head to chuckle. I now have even more expectations towards Sire Leylin. We're here. Krupp brought Nissa and the leader into a large hall. There, many Magi were already in wait, but there were two entirely different groups. At one side were Magi, with many wearing black Magus robes. Their auras were ice-cold and evil. After seeing the arrival of the leader of Lighthouse of the Night, many drew close and greeted him like moths to a flame. The Magi at the other side who saw this mostly huffed, not looking very good. They were clad in white robes, with many decorations of plants that represented life on it. Light and a holy aura began to emanate from their bodies. He called them all at one go. I've been greeting the leader of the Lighthouse of Night all this while, But this, Nissa gritted her teeth, and her expression became a wry smile. With Leylin's absolute power, that bit of authority she had as the director was probably even lighter than a feather in the eyes of the abyssal bone forest professors. Hence, after being ordered by Leylin, they carried out what he asked without hesitation and even gave her the misconception that they had abandoned her. No, this wasn't a misconception. Nissa knew very well that as long as that man were to say that he wanted to be the director of the academy, she would immediately be made to renounce her position. Thankfully, he had never been fond of power and status. Furthermore, the academy was just much too small for him, to the point that he might turn his nose up at it. Nissa, who thought about this, finally relaxed, the bit of worry she had disappearing. Everyone. Krupp stood on the platform in the middle of the hall with Darley beside him. While she had not undergone bloodline modification, she'd been observing Leylin and learning from him. Leylin's knowledge was abundant and he could give perfect answers to all her questions, which very beneficial to her without her being aware of it. Flames flickered, and Leylin floated above the place where the master should be, black eyes scanning his surroundings. A terrifying and vast aura that was like countless stars in the skies filled the hall. All the magi that Leylin looked in the eye, whether the rank 2 Nissa or rank 3 leader of Lighthouse of the Night, felt a piercing pain in their eyes, and subconsciously lowered their heads, even bending their waists. Greetings, Lord Leylin. Having personally sensed Leylin's aura and how terrifying he was, the magi had no disillusions about his strength. Rise. Seeing the many magi who had bowed, Leylin raised his arms slightly. Immediately after, the magi below the platform felt themselves being raised by a warm draft, holding within strength that they could not oppose. The magi could not help but stand up straight, eyes full of astonishment. I'm afraid it's true that this lord has already advanced to be a morning star. The leader of Lighthouse of the Night's pupils flashed. He now had no doubt at all towards Leylin, who had easily defeated a top-notch master of the light magi and even destroyed their final trump card, the Blade of Avarice. Leylin glanced through. Lighthouse of the Night, Enya Ivory Ring Tower, Four Seasons Garden, Skeleton Throne, besides the representative from the spirit-slaying sect, everyone in the Magus world from the south coast had arrived. These top-grade dark and light magi organizations were very well-known back in the day. Now, however, they could only creep at his feet. However, Leylin did not even twitch. The magi under the platform could not tell Leylin's expression under the mask and merely lowered their heads humbly. Leylin continued to speak. I wonder what all of the magi here have come for. The magi exchanged glances. The reason they were here was mostly to verify Leylin's might and his attitude. Based on what had happened, there was no question about his strength. Just displaying the tip of the iceberg had them gasping in admiration, and nobody dared personally test it out with a battle. Besides that, this lord's attitude towards the two factions seemed rather mild. It wasn't good or bad, as if he had no ambitions to unify the south coast. This discovery had many light magi sighing in relief. Lord Leylin. At this moment, the leader of the Lighthouse of the Night stood out. Speak. Leylin extended his arm and made a polite gesture for him to go on. Inside, he was sighing a little. In his acolyte days, he'd once seen the leader during the bloodbath for the secret dimension. At that time, just a gaze could cause him grievous injuries or kill him. However, the tables had turned. With just a look, he would immediately be stricken with terror and die miserably. Please forgive me for my boldness in saying this, but, have you already become a rank 4 magus? The leader of the Lighthouse of the Night hesitated but eventually asked. Things like status had long since lost interest to him. The only thing that would attract him and cause him to invest his mind and body in was a thirst towards a higher realm. Hearing this question, the hall quieted down. Everyone watched Leylin expectantly. This question, just as he was about to answer, a smile appeared about his lips. Please forgive me, but I will answer this later. Let us first meet a friend. A friend? The leader was stunned, and immediately noticed two translucent faint figures pressing on either side of a demonic being that suddenly emerged from the void. That's the Gargamel of the spirit-slaying sect. Between the two void assassins was a sole demonic being. It had a mask of a horned demon, and its body was as concentrated as a black crystal. Vast soul undulations was transmitted from its body, causing the expressions on these magi to change. This was a level that surpassed all of them who were advancing towards the path of Morning Star. Is that really the Gargamel? Definitely. This strength that's mixed with resentment and lunacy is something all magi who've seen it even once can't misidentify, Many magi whispered incessantly amongst each other, and then watched Leylin with reverence in their eyes. Confirmation and traveling together with the appearance of the Gargamel, the magi present sank into a mysterious silence. They knew very well how terrifying and troublesome the Gargamel was. Not only was it powerful at magic, it could support its body with vengeful dead spirits, allowing it to maintain peak condition at all times. Even when struck by the light magi's final trump card, the Blade of Avarice, it had only been injured and not killed. It only went low profile for a while before making waves again. If not for the magi being unable to deal with it, the spirit-slaying sect wouldn't be able to rise in the south coast to be regarded equal to the dark and light magi. Now, however, the sect chief, the Gargamel that the disciples fiercely believed in had been seized so easily. The demon that had caused so much terror was suppressed under the platform. The huge contrast left the magi questioning whether they were in an illusion. However, they had no choice but to admit that this was reality after a few tests. Even Leylin's subordinates had the ability to take down a peak rank 3 magus. Capturing someone at the same rank alive was more difficult than killing them. This was something known to all magi. They would perhaps only have a slight increase in respect if Leylin had captured the Gargamel himself. However, this was his subordinates' work, the effect on them was so great that it couldn't possibly be better from Leylin's perspective. The two void assassins bowed slightly and disappeared into the void. Such strange methods caused many magi to have changes of expressions. Now, they understood very well that with just a command, he didn't have to do anything at all. Just his two subordinates could eliminate all the magi here. Recognizing that, they no longer dared to have any thoughts about Leylin, fearing he would notice. Gaga. Gurgur, you are, Leylin. A hoarse voice sounded from behind the Gargamel's horned white bone mask. It sounded intermittent, but was evidently much more quick-witted than when he'd first seen it. Yes. How's that pitiful magi mother and daughter doing? Leylin asked indifferently. He was obviously talking about Old Devil and her daughter in Teljo's city then. The old witch had made a deal with the Gargamel to revive her daughter, and even tried to offer Leylin up as a sacrifice. Of course, after Leylin's counterattack, they had suffered consequences and fused to form a strange being. I ate those two useless pieces of trash long ago. The Gargamel's speech became more fluent. As that so, Leylin seemed to be in a daze for a moment, as if recalling some distant memories. Gaga. At this moment, two bundles of crimson flames emerged from under the Gargamel's bone mask. Numerous runes burst on its body, and a layer of thick black fog spread. Crap, it's gotten out of its bindings. The magi shouted in their fear and anger, bodies flickering with colorful innate defensive spells. The home of all living things can only be the tomb of the soul for eternity, the Gargamel. The Gargamel yelled as if chanting runes of sacrifice that constantly echoed. Boom. Amidst the curse, the Gargamel's body exploded and countless figures emerged from its body. There were the old, young, male, female, and the one common point they had were their vicious faces as well as eyes that were dripping blood. Kiki, let's destroy everything together. Soul disaster. The bone mask exploded with a rumble and turned into powder that flew through the air. Bits of light fused with the figures from before, the terrifying aura they emitted causing even the leader of the lighthouse of the night's expression to change. The peak rank 3 Gargamel had now was treading on the threshold of Morning Star. The dreadful attack formed by ruining its own body meant he had no thoughts that he could survive as a rank 3 magus himself. He knew very well that once such a spell completely broke out and spread, the magi in the hall would die, and even the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy would not be spared. I'm going all out. Though using secret techniques will consume much of our measly life force, it's still better than dying here. The leader called out in a low voice, a layer of fine black runes appearing around his body. They were like tadpoles cruising through the air, as if about to collide with that soul body of nothingness. Wang, wang, wang. At this moment, blue starlight descended, and the leader's body quivered. He found that his spiritual force had gone stagnant, and even the secret technique he was risking his life force for was forcefully being suppressed. He felt no weakness, and the backlash had evidently been pushed down and not consuming his life force at all. His eyes went wide as he watched the stars that spread from Leylin's back. The light blue starlight brought with it a cold brightness that penetrated through the layers of defense and ground of the Abyssal Bone Forest, arriving in the hall. This made it seem as if the top of the hall was a dome showing the night sky with bits of starlight projecting and showing inverted images of gorgeous lights. Accompanying the lights was a terrifying pressure that caused elemental particles to be rejected. The night domain that the leader had always been proud of exploded with a rumble in front of the pressure-like bubbles. Ah, gaga, GG, the numerous spirit bodies in the sky were like bugs frozen in amber, unable to move at all. No magi were injured. This is, the leader trembled, crouching down almost involuntarily, the morning star domain of a morning star magus. Compared to the fake domain of a rank 3 magus, the exhibition of a real morning star domain with prowess that was terrifying to the extreme made him seem to be a joke. Gargamel, did you think I really didn't notice what you'd been doing? Leylin looked calm as he watched the many faint figures in the air. He grabbed forward casually, and a soul that looked dazed automatically flew over. Immediately after, the look on the soul's face became sinister, body covered with black and two horns growing on the tips of his head as it growled at Leylin unceasingly. You look like you're going to implode yourself, but you actually hid your soul in one of the figures. As long one of these figures and vengeful spirits escape, you can use that body and revive yourself. Leylin coldly scanned the numerous vengeful spirits in the air. Very impressive. Perhaps regular morning star magi might not notice and let you escape, but it's a pity, you met me. Leylin clenched his right fist. Boom. Large numbers of vengeful spirits were like popcorn as they popped, a silver vortex forming and pulling the many figures and their remains within. No. A very unwilling roar was heard in the air before it finally became softer and disappeared. The many spirits formed from the Gargamel's self-implosion, as well as the one that Leylin had specifically picked out, all disappeared as they entered the silver vortex. Pock. The morning star domain dissipated, and all that had just happened was like a dream, yet had happened in real life. Anya, greeting morning star magus, Lord Leylin Farlier. At this moment, the leader of the lighthouse of the night sounded. He knelt on the floor respectfully, looking as if he were a pilgrim. Greetings to Lord Leylin. Now, the other magi knelt like they had just woken from a dream, faces filled with excitement. All that had happened just now and the appearance of the morning star domain made it clear that the magus sitting at the main seat, Leylin Farlier, had truly entered the rank 4 realm. In the south coast, after thousands of years, a morning star had finally appeared once more. In that moment, some elderly magi felt their eyes go blurry, filled with heat. In front of the metal door where many light magi were guarding, many peak rank 1 elite troops were with rapt attention as they did their job. Not far away, there were many rank 2 magi undulations transmitting from a few buildings. Su. 3 human figures appeared in the air, flying towards the metal door. Stop right there. This is the entrance to the pocket dimension of the eternal planes, and it's protected by the lighthouse of the night. What do you think you're doing? A spiritual force undulation was transmitted. Immediately after, the magus standing leftmost hummed coldly, eyes emitting dark green light, it's me. Revered leader. The rank 3 magus undulations dispersed, and the magi who had been on their guard had their right hands on their chest as they greeted him. 3 human figures touched down, revealing 2 figures on top of that of the leader. At the rightmost was a beautiful female magus who had an exquisite face like a doll. Now, however, she and Anya automatically took a step back and allowed a space, as if not daring to stand shoulder to shoulder with the magi between them. The magus in the middle wore dark golden, black scholarly robes with a cutting that was very proper. He had a very noble aura and had a black mask on his face with mysterious patterns on it. Such dressing and to be accompanied by their own leader immediately rang the warning bells in this guard magi. Before, there had been no magi that could stand on equal ground with their leader in the south coast. However, this situation had changed tens of days ago. The guard magus knelt respectfully and shouted the arrival's name. We welcome, great morning star magus, Sire Leylin Farlier, we want to enter the eternal planes pocket dimension. Make preparations immediately. Anya ordered. Leylin nodded casually and stood by the metal door with Nissa. The eternal planes pocket dimension, it's been so long. Leylin watched the large metal door before him, eyes full of nostalgia. Scenes of the danger when he had advanced to rank 2 seemed to appear in his mind in that instant, every person extremely lively. Benefits and entrance. The eternal river pocket dimension had been discovered when Leylin was just a rank 1 magus. The fact that it still hadn't been divided into respectful affiliations was something that surprised Leylin. Looking at the detailed patterns on the large metal gate that towered into the clouds, Leylin couldn't help but recall the scene when he'd advanced. That year, He'd used a large amount of this metal gate's spiritual force as well as the souls of numerous magi, to push himself forward and advance to rank 2 in one move. Memories of all that had happened were still fresh in his mind, yet all of the people in them had disappeared. Leylin felt slightly regretful. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. That guard immediately placed his hands on the surface of the large gate. The metal gate immediately rumbled, emitting a dazzling radiance. Looking at the guard captain, Leylin let out a soft gasp. Did you discover something, Lord Leylin? The head of the lighthouse of the night laughed from the side. Leylin nodded. This magus is the reincarnation of the original core of the metal gate's consciousness. When he heard these words, the guard captain's body suddenly trembled. Indeed, we put a lot of effort in then and managed to subdue the gate's core of consciousness. We then nurtured it and had it reincarnate. Finding it a suitable corporeal body required great effort, Anya chuckled at the side. However, with this person, manipulating the gate of the pocket dimension has become much more convenient. Now, it is our Dark Knight Lighthouse's honored Professor Jeans. Jeans. Good name. Leylin analyzed him. Until the other party was a little creeped out, he then chuckled and a spot of light flew into Jeans' forehead. The surface of his body made a futile attempt to emit a layer of metal defense but to no avail. He could only helplessly watch as the radiance entered his forehead. Sir Leylin, this is, Anya grew anxious, but he did not step out and stop him. One reason was that he knew Leylin's strength, that he would only invite humiliation upon himself by doing so. Another was that recent interactions caused him to realize that Leylin was not a magus that was easy to kill. His personality was also good, so he was doing this with some unique intention. Lad, just treat this thing as my gift, Leylin chuckled, stepped into the large gate while Nissa followed closely behind. You guys be careful. Anya was confused, but still followed him in, only leaving behind Jeans who stood there in a trance. He didn't feel pain after the light invaded him. Instead, it transformed into a message that entered his sea of consciousness, instantly causing him to fall into a trance. Many alphabets formed the beginning, high-grade meditation technique, dark gold world suitable for metal innate skill. My lord, Anya asked after he followed Leylin into the eternal plane's pocket dimension, unable to endure it anymore. Relax, I'm just giving him some benefits. Leylin smiled. He owed his rank 2 advancement to the core consciousness of the metal gate to the eternal river plane's pocket dimension. Now that he'd found a body with the same core origin, he naturally wanted to make up for what he'd done. All of this followed his personality, but Leylin wouldn't shackle himself. If he hadn't seen Jeans today he probably wouldn't have thought of this at all. Central Continent, South Coast, Twilight Zone, and Chernobyl Islands, Leylin's gaze flickered continuously. Once I've broken free from the threads of destiny, it'll be time for me to let go of everything and break through my bloodline shackles. Although he didn't know why he wanted to do this, Leylin had a feeling that this would bring him only benefits. Huff, after listening to Leylin's explanation, although Anya was still slightly curious as to why Leylin favored Jeans, he still finally heaved a sigh. 3 rays of glaring light streaked across the sky, suddenly pushing their way through the eternal plane's pocket dimension. Light flickered continuously in Leylin's eyes. Ever since he'd displayed strength at Morning Star to subdue the light and dark magi, he'd essentially become the uncrowned king of the South Coast. The magi vied with each other to complete the tasks he wanted done. Whether they were a light magus or dark, just a single command from him would make them work desperately for him. Such an inconceivable thing had happened due to Leylin's power. It caused many uninformed people from the lower classes to cry out in incredulity. There were even some busybodies who proclaimed that the South Coast would soon welcome an era of peace. But in fact, they were all thinking too much. With the power of the masses at his beck of call, Leylin quickly made progress on finding people and dealing with past grudges. Krupp and Darley were also married in the meantime, Leylin having hosted the ceremony. With that done, they returned to the Chernobyl Islands to establish a kingdom in the original lands of the Farlier family. After everything was resolved, Leylin wanted to leave everything behind. But, the dark and light magi made a request of him. Although he wanted to leave, the Farlier family would remain behind here, and furthermore Leylin was quite interested in what the dark and light magi had mentioned. Hence, he still came to this place. Leylin and the other 2 weren't ordinary magi. They moved at extremely high speeds, and it was but a short while before they arrived at the center of the pocket dimension. A continuous building complex was present here, with the symbols of various magus organizations in the surroundings. These were clearly large-scale ruins. There was a momentary uproar in many of the camps present at their arrival, but soon after a white light transformed into an old white-browed magus who welcomed them. The moment he saw Leylin, he immediately bowed down in respect. Nanav pays his respects to Your Highness Leylin Farlier, the great morning star magus. I hope Your Highness will forgive our rude actions before. We are willing to pay any price. This magus was one of the impressive higher-ups of the light magi that had originally attacked Leylin. Ever since they'd been rebuffed by Leylin and had the Blade of Avarice destroyed, the three highest executives of the light magi fell into silence. Only, once news about Leylin advancing to Morning Star spread, Enya Ivory Ring Tower, which was Nanav's organization, carried out Leylin's orders the most thoroughly. They were at his beck and call, handling many issues with the obvious intent of atonement and to curry favor. Hence, as Leylin looked at this old scoundrel, he only rolled his eyes. Rise. Thank you, Lord Leylin. Your benevolence is like the torrential ocean, vast and boundless, as if it can contain the entire universe. Nanav stood up smiling to please him and consciously stood behind Leylin, causing Nissa and Anya, who were at the side, to be utterly speechless. I'm not here for that matter today, let's go. Leylin arrived in the sky above a patch of the ruins and looked over everything. The buildings were simple and unsophisticated yet solemn, carrying a unique appeal. They were arranged in a surprisingly logical manner, and seemed to surround a mysterious spell formation. This is, Leylin's pupils narrowed, and his face turned gloomy. My lord, Anya and Nanav closed up and surrounded him. Leylin waved his hands at their inquiring gazes. I can't confirm anything for now, let's talk after we enter the core hall. Of course. Please come with us, my lord. Anya and Nanav hurried to the front to lead the way. With those two leading, Leylin would of course be unobstructed in the remains. This place is a base that emerged after the destruction of a large gate pocket dimension. At one time, we thought that the secret of the person who made the Eternal Planes pocket dimension was here, and fought many battles for it. In the end, we still wound up concluding on a joint expedition. Nanav seemed to be a little regretful. We initially found many good things in these ruins, even remains of the ancient wisdom tree. We finished our exploration of the place 55 years ago, but who'd know we discovered even more incredible items than that, Anya added from the other side. It wasn't convincing. As the two spoke, Leylin explored the buildings one after the other to arrive at the centermost ground. This was an unnamed temple. There were large white stone pillars on all sides, and with no door and no walls, it could be entered from any direction. The roof exposed a large circular gap where the sky could be seen through the dome. The hall was absolutely empty. It was only the ground that retained even more complicated and detailed patterns. Lord Leylin, look, Anya and Norav glanced at each, with looks of agony on their faces. Leylin, though, wasn't paying attention, mesmerized by the large patterns on the ground. This is, AI. Chip, conduct scan. He immediately commanded. Beep. Mission established, beginning scan. The AI, Chip's mechanical voice echoed, and there was a response soon after. Ancient combined sealing spell formation. Already discovered technique. Annihilating runes, dimensional seal, powerful isolation. Indeed, the building complex here is a part of the large sealing spell formation, and the core is right here. Leylin looked at the ground. The complicated patterns began to move around, as if they had a life of their own. The special nature of the ruins core caused both parties to keep fighting around it. It wasn't until the appearances of Gargamel and the primordial spirit-slaying sect that both of us united together to explore the ruins. It caused a rapid increase in progress. Then we found, Leylin lifted his head, you found that this place was an entrance to the subterranean world's first layer, but it's been sealed. Nanav and Anya both looked at Leylin with shocked expressions. Even with their age they'd had to flip through many antique books before they could know, but Leylin could actually recognize it at first glance. This ability, could it be that because he was a morning star magus, he was really omnipotent? Strengthening in way of escape, Lord Leylin is extremely erudite, Nanav said in praise. Ever since the ruins appeared the seal has slowly been lifting. No matter what methods we think of, we haven't been able to stop this process, and you've come to me as a last resort. Leylin's snort had Nanav and Anya break out in cold sweat, but he didn't concern himself with them, instead stroking his chin as he fell into deep thought. Although the subterranean world was rich in resources, with the violent invasion of the ancient magi many of the tribes there didn't have a favorable impression of humans. Although humans remained there, after so many years would they side with the humans or the subterranean world? The latter possibility was more likely. The subterranean world was vast and boundless, and wasn't lacking in powerful morning stars even in the first layer. There should even be rank 5 existences there. Twilight Zone was only a very small part of this first layer, just like how the South Coast was just a part of the surface world. Furthermore, even in spite of its long isolation, there were many terrifying tribes there. Thus, it wasn't hard to understand why Nanav and Anya grew extremely panicky seeing the seal wither away. AI. Chip. Based on the current rate, how much longer will the seal last? A blue light shone from Leylin's eyes before he had the answer. With a series of calculations, the AI. Chip gave an extremely precise answer. Beep. Calculating with current rate of decay, estimated time to total disintegration is 28572 34 minutes and 12s. To the AI. Chip, which had already been renewed several times, this level of operation was only the simplest. You invited me here, what exactly is it for? If it is to strengthen the seal, I'm afraid I can only delay it for at most 100 years' time. After he finished calculating, Leylin stroked his chin and said to Nanav and Anya. How can this be? Sir is a morning star rank magus. Such an outcome caused Nanav and Anya to be a little in disbelief. HMPH. If it's just to strengthen the seal. Although it's relatively harder, it's not that I'm unable to do it, but now, the entire Eternal River Pocket dimension has been completely developed for several hundred years, most the remains here have also been destroyed by you, Leylin snorted, watching Nanav and Anya, his tone was very hostile. In fact, the entire Eternal River Pocket dimension is a part of this seal. The magus who set up this pocket dimension had long before installed the time when the pocket dimension would appear. He even used your greed and sped up this process artificially. Until now, the breaking of the entire seal is already something that's unavoidable. We're done for. We South Coast, are we really going to be completely destroyed? Nanav's both eyes were slightly despondent. If it really linked to the underground, apart from his Enya ivory ring tower moving to a distant place and collectively migrating, there was no other better way. On the other side, Anya's expression was also very dark. Towards the viciousness of the underground tribes and their hatred towards humans, he who had the reference of historical books knew even more clearly. Once they were attacked and occupied, probably not just magi, even ordinary humans would face extinction. Watching these two magi who had sunk into a struggle, Leylin's pupils were very calm. In fact, with the radiant moon strength and the assistance of the AI Chip, if he made an all-out effort, not stinting on cultivating more precious materials, it was not impossible to entirely seal this pocket dimension. However, the crucial thing was, how would that benefit him? Nanav and Anya were both rank 3 magi, they were small and weak like ants before the underground tribes. Naturally, they would not wish to see them infiltrate the surface and threaten their positions. But Leylin was different, he was already a rank 5 warlock. His military strength was outstanding and the underground world's first layer was also the weakest underground world. He totally had the premise of associating equally with the underground powerhouses. With the underground world's rich mineral resources, their legacy that had been passed down from the ancient times and the entirely different spell system, they could definitely bring Leylin great benefits. He believed, not just himself, even if it were other morning star existence in the central continent, once they knew about this passageway, they probably would not choose to seal it too. How? Have you thought about it? If you are willing, I can step out and strengthen the seal, gaining you 100 years' time. After a few minutes, Leylin spoke indifferently. Then, please, sir. Nanav and Anya took a glance at each other and in the end still gritted their teeth and requested. No matter what, if there was another 100 years' time, be it discussing a countermeasure or directly retreating, there was more allowance for them. Okay. Pass down my command, seal this area, I want to set up a strengthening spell. After hearing them say that, Leylin nodded but instead sent away the two magi who wanted to stay and help. A morning star light screen enveloped the entire central hall with a buzz. Blue radiance was emitted in all directions, isolating it from the outside world. Ancient combined sealing spell, the blue radiance in Leylin's pupils flickered, many materials were casually taken out from the space equipment. According to his original intentions, it was naturally to open the seal as soon as possible and gain the benefits. However, his current condition was not good, the Alsnake curse was like a sharp sword hanging above his head, causing him to have to end things here as quickly as he could and head towards the purgatory world to resolve the bloodline's shackles. Hence, Postponing the disintegration of the seal for a period of time was also something that was in accordance to Leylin's interests. Perhaps, there might be a need to move the Ouroboros clan here in the future. Grasping trade with the underground world, Leylin had already drawn out a blueprint regarding the development of the Ouroboros clan in his mind. The expansion of the entire Ouroboros clan in the central continent had already reached its limits. Even without the appearance of the Flame Monarch, it would meet the resistance of other magi sooner or later. Although the elemental particles environment in the south coast was not much, towards warlocks that relied mainly on bloodline force, the influence in this aspect was much smaller than magi. Moreover, the entire central continent had not yet connected to the underground world's passageway. What was discovered occasionally were just a few totally sealed miniature underground space like that of the Twilight Zone. Once a passageway that connects to the entire underground world was developed, even simply controlling trade between the two places would bring about huge benefits, enough to allow the Ouroboros clan to make a rapid development. The top priority now is still to confirm if this connects to that ancient completed underground layer of the underground world or the miniature sealed area like that of the Twilight Zone. Leylin stroked his chin. There was even a radiance constantly flickering in his pupils. If the place this links to is really that ancient underground layer, as long as we occupy here, the profits gained by the Ouroboros clan would definitely not a little bit less than the monarch of the skies that has control over the entire central continent's airship network, AI. Chip. Export spell formation layout. Beep. Mission established. Beginning coordination with supplementary assignment, the AI. Chip's sound was as mechanical as usual, without the slightest emotions in it. A complicated yet detailed formation diagram was rapidly exported from the AI. Chip's database and was being projected by fluorescent light onto the hall's floor. The spell formation diagram illustrated by the fluorescent light combined with the original patterns on the floor harmoniously, forming a brand new formation. Beep. Separating black hole spell formation deduction setup completed, estimated rate of success 98.99%. The AI chip sounded again. Very good. A piece of mithril with black spots was melted into juice before Leylin, spreading out evenly onto the ground at the position where the fluorescent light had originally shone. With Leylin's current alchemy Grand Master's academic achievements and the AI chip's fine and detailed assistance, the entire setting up of the spell formation proceeded very smoothly and was thoroughly completed in almost half an hour. Only, when setting up, Leylin would certainly not do it according to Nanav and Anya's requests. He included many of his own smuggled goods in it instead. The entire spell formation continuously rumbled with a buzz, streaks of silver radiance rippled on the ground. Beep. Spell formation energy operating normally. Compatibility of connection 91.673%. Large amounts of data floated across Leylin's eyes. He could not help but nod secretly. It is a linking technique that is acquired after all. To have 90% compatibility is already not bad. Then, Leylin took in a deep breath. AI chip. Open up the connection assignment, attempting to establish a spatial link, searching coordinates. Accompanying the AI chip's sound, the patterns on the ground suddenly changed. Its circulating speed was continuously increasing. Faint silver light emerged, undulating in midair, even slowly forming into a state of a semicircular arched door. Opposite the arched door was a patch of thick darkness and a mirror-like radiance was constantly emitted. This was the smuggled goods Leylin had added. At the same time, while strengthening the seal, Leylin also left a way of escape for himself, and could even reach the other side of the space with the prerequisite of not damaging the original seal by directly going through the crack in the spell formation. You guys guard here, no matter who comes, kill them all. Leylin flicked his hands and 4 translucent void assassins emerged. He faintly ordered a few sentences and these 4 assassins immediately vanished into the void. Possessing rank 3 limit strength and with the addition of this kind of ability to go through the void assassins were almost invincible existences in the south coast. 4 void assassins along with the spell formation outside that Leylin had set up, even if the dark and light magi joined forces, they would definitely not be able to fight their way in. Although Leylin was more reassured towards Nanav and Anya and he also knew that they did not have the guts, he would not entrust his hopes on their reverence towards him just like that. Countless historical examples have all proven that this was something very foolish. Leylin would certainly not do that. Underground and rescue. After preparing his backup plan, Leylin swished his robes and entered the arched door in midair. An icy membrane rippled as he passed through it. The moment he materialized, Leylin realized he'd stepped into another place. A dark, Frigid aura permeated the air, one that was specific to the subterranean world. The density of darkness and earth energy particles was even greater than in Twilight Zone. This is the other end of the spatial tunnel, huh? Leylin swept his gaze across the surroundings. He was currently in a palace hall of sorts, where bizarrely styled sculptures were scattered around the vicinity. Once the light in the spell formation subsided, a thick layer of dust could be observed in the area. An extinguishable flame. Leylin pointed ahead and a bright and beautiful flame floated in front of him. This place seems to have been deserted for a very long while. Is it the depths of an ancient ruin? Leylin scanned the surroundings with his soul force, before realizing that the whole area seemed to be protected by a layer of mysterious energy. This mysterious energy even suppressed the soul force of a magus. However, given that his true soul was at half moon, he could still cover a sizable portion of the area. It wasn't long before he discovered several passageways leading out. I hope there aren't any complex spell formations outside, this will become very troublesome. Leylin walked towards a large door, the unadorned yet awe-inspiring stone standing over 10 meters tall. On the left of the doors was the sculpture of a devil, on the right that of a beautiful angel. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Leylin stretched his hand forward as he pushed the door. Suddenly, two powerful streaks of lightning flashed and struck Leylin, but was repelled by Chemoyan scales. A pitch-black tunnel appeared in front of Leylin and without any hesitation, he stepped forward. I never expected that I would chance across some magi on an expedition. This will save me loads of time. The corners of Leylin's lips curled upwards as he blended in with the darkness, before moving at a speed that defied the logics of physics. Ellipsis. On the other side, a group of adventurers were running for their lives, escaping from something in the tunnel. Quick! It's catching up. This group of adventurers had a warrior adorning armor, an archer carrying a wooden bow, and the one that made up the most numbers were a group of magi garbed in robes and carrying strange tools. This party composition was still rather decent. However, this small party now were scurrying away in fear from something behind them, their clothes torn and tattered. Traces of blood tainted their body, revealing profuse injuries. Dum-dum, dum-dum. Behind them, in the darkness, thuds of heavy footsteps were heard. Upon hearing these noises, the people in the small party had their color drained from their faces as they continued to flee at a faster speed. Crash! A dark streak of light flashed, carrying a black long spear. It immediately penetrated the innate spell defense of one of the magi, pinning him to the floor. Xander! Damn it! The leader, a brown-haired youth, turned back and saw his companion pinned to the ground with blood streaming out of his mouth. However, he gritted his teeth and continued fleeing. Run! Hurry and run! His eyes turned bloodshot as he screamed at the top of his lungs. At the same time, a blazing flame of unwillingness and regret gnawed at his soul bit by bit. We were too careless. With our combined strength of 3 stars ranking, this vestige is way out of our league. Damn it! The danger level here is at least 5 stars. As long as I manage to make it out, I will definitely slay that damned asshole. No, Xander. The female archer slinging the bow on her back halted immediately as she knelt beside the magus pinned to the ground. She then took out a green vial of potion and poured it on his wounds. It's no use. The leader roared, but he never stopped running. Tens of seconds later, that blood-curdling scream of his female party member sounded. The leader's face turned even more pale as he sped up. Dum-dum, dum-dum. The footsteps sounded behind him, like that of a death god who had come to reap their souls. Although the footsteps were slow, the speed was extremely fast. Not long later, the youth heard several more wretched cries behind him. It was only until now that he realized, to his astonishment, that not one of his companions had remained. No, I can't die here. I have to be a 5 stars adventurer and even the crowned king adventurer. I have goals yet to be fulfilled, and to return the glory of my family, the revenge, and also another beam of black light shot towards him and stopped his train of thoughts. Although the youth had attempted to maneuver out of the way, he was still grazed by that black light, causing him fall to the ground and cough out a pool of blood. Dum-dum, dum-dum. Along with the footsteps, a giant figure emerged from the darkness. It was a giant that stood tall at over 3 meters, with 2 long shafts of spears slung on its back. Complex runes covered his body, giving off a metallic luster. There was a grim expression on its face, as if it belonged to a dead creature. Only 2 scarlet rays of light were projected from its pupils. It's here. The youth's teeth clattered. This undead creature that stood in front of him was a defense mechanism of the vestige. Previously, when the group had broken through a tomb-like room, it had started to chase them. The undead giant had a powerful physical attack, with a high resistance to magic spells. It led the youth to despair. He could only watch on as his party members perished one by one under the hands of this giant. Ultimately, he was the only one left standing. Dum dum, dum dum. The giant walked over as he unsheathed one of the spears on his back. No, I don't want to. Please. Tears poured from the youth's eyes as he started to turn deranged. Whoosh. The spear thrusted forward, but funnily enough, it remained hoisted in midair. The anticipated pain did not come, which caused the youth to reopen his eyes. He saw a black shield protecting him at the front, engaging in a deadlock with the spear. I'm saved. The youth collapsed weakly and laid on the ground, with tears of joy flowing from his eyes. Ahu! The giant withdrew his spear and turned his body to the back, howling towards the darkness. Very soon, he staggered half a step backwards, as if some sort of ferocious predator was in front of it. Interesting. Although it seems to be a body made of flesh and blood, there seem to be some modifications added to it. It's rather akin to a metallic-bodied demon right now, huh? Even its consciousness was wiped out, with the only defense mechanism within it remaining. Leylin stepped forward from the shadows, blue light shining from his eyes as he scanned the giant in front of it. Moreover, these runes on the body, it seemed really similar to that of branded swordsmen. Leylin always held onto part of the branded swordsman's inheritance, but it was extremely lacking of information. Even after the simulation and conjecture from the AI chip, it could only reach the strength of a rank 1 magus, which was not of much use. Right now, after the AI chip had upgraded several times and even added troves of information from the Great Library, it could raise the power of branded swordsmen from rank 1 to 3. However, for Leylin, who had the backing of the Ouroboros clan and the Warlock Alliance, these branded swordsmen were relatively useless to him. Hence, Leylin did not mass-produce these branded swordsmen cannon fodder. However, at this moment, Leylin could clearly see the runes of branded swordsmen on this giant. Although the style is slightly different, with modifications made on top of the original school of thought, this is no doubt the runes of branded swordsmen. Just from looking at the runes and the energy that it radiated had gave Leylin many fresh ideas and inspiration about the branded swordsman. Perhaps, after combining the knowledge found on the continent and in the subterranean world, the AI chip might be able to produce runes which can create Morning Star branded swordsmen. Arg. Although the giant has discovered how powerful Leylin was, the defense mechanism inside its consciousness still made it reach out his hands. Two black spears soared towards Leylin like two dragons. Pong. Pa. A layer of black scales emerged from Leylin's palms. As astonishing scene was created accompanied by sparks and screeching sounds. The two black spears that the giant hurled had been caught firmly in Leylin's palms. The explosive power isn't bad, with the strength at 50 degrees of so. It is rather similar to a rank 3 magus attack. Leylin nodded his head, but the youth at the side had his eyes bulging out. During the escape earlier, he had seen many of his companions perish under the mighty black spear. Even magic defense spells proved to be no defense against it. However, Leylin had managed to catch it in his hands. This magus, is he a monster too? The youth looked at Leylin's appearance, garbed in luxurious black robes with a mask. Leylin gave off a regal yet mysterious aura, yet he did not seem to be a savage or tyrant. Grar. The giant was stupefied momentarily before giving off a huge roar. The sound waves involuntarily forced the youth to cover his ears. At the same time, black energy particles which could be seen by the naked eye surged towards the giant like water to a sponge, as the runes on the giant's body began to flicker. Grar. With the howling noises made, a spell began to surface. The image of a dark creature's head appeared, bearing its razor-sharp fangs as it was sent flying towards Leylin. Rank 3 spell Darkness Crunch. This spell seemed to be missing on the continent for thousands of years. Only the Great Library in Sky City had mentioned of this before. Leylin rubbed his chin. A lost and forgotten spell need not necessarily meant that it was powerful. It could be due to not keeping up with the times and entered natural selection. He would definitely not make the assumption that anything ancient is powerful. The blue light in Leylin's eyes flashed and the AI chip made its calculations. Seconds later, the principle of this rank 3 spellcasting and even the spell model had been conjectured by the AI chip. So this is how it works. Although this spell isn't too bad, but it requires a huge amount of darkness elemental energy particles. No wonder the central continent had phased this spell out. Arthur Empire with the AI. Chip's deductions, Leylin instantly obtained the spell's model, and learned all of its weaknesses. The darkness elemental particles just aren't concentrated enough in the central continent. Perhaps it can only be used in a paradise for dark magi like the subterranean world. Fight darkness with light. A holy white radiance was formed at Leylin's fingertip. While he was a dark magus himself, it wasn't like he couldn't use any life or light element spells. In reality, with enough spiritual force and access to spell models, magi could employ spells of any type. However, there was a difference due to vitality and elemental affinity. Leylin might be extremely proficient with darkness spells, even having an added bonus to their power, but he would find it difficult to use light and life element spells, and the power could even be diminished. Now, for instance, the light-type spell that Leylin was casting consumed a lot of energy to produce a spell half as strong as one by a regular magus. He'd long since solidified darkness elemental particles, something that only made it harder for him to use light spells. However, with Leylin's current strength, even a small portion of his power would cause the spell to be a bane to all darkness. Leylin seemed to move exceedingly slowly, but somehow arrived above the monster before it could do anything. The light-tipped finger tapped the center of the monster's skull. Awoo! A bit of light shone above the monster's head, before it began to flicker and become more dazzling. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! Like the sound of glass breaking, many cracks appeared on its head and it then exploded, melting into nothingness amidst the white light. Light-type spells can still restrain darkness-type spells, but that also depends on the strength of both parties. Leylin had his own understanding of the relationship between elements. If darkness elemental particles were to be likened to fire, then light-type energy particles would be like water. While a ladle of water could extinguish sparks, it could do nothing against a sea of fire. On the other hand, if the fire was intense enough, a few droplets of rainwater would be evaporated. Awoo! After the monster head was easily smashed by Leylin, the black giant took several steps back. In its dull, mechanical eyes, traces of terror could be seen. He let out a few meaningless howls and made to escape. But how could Leylin let go of such a great guinea pig? Stay here. Along with Leylin's slight smile, a few black shackles appeared in midair and bound him tightly. No matter how the giant kept snarling, there was nothing he could do against these chains. Soon after, his figure shrunk in size till it entered a crystal ball in Leylin's hands, like a bug that was frozen in amber. The hoarding spell works, which means he isn't some living being but a magic being without a soul. While it was just a short period of time exchanging blows with him, Leylin now had an understanding of the composition of the giant. He had evidently gone through the refining of a branded swordsman and had even reached a very high level. His body had already gone through elemental modification and become crystallized and somewhat translucent. This material was the best to make magic beings. After elemental modification, flesh not only retained its original defensive and offensive abilities, it could use spells without obstructions. In just a short period of time, this was all Leylin could tell. For things on a deeper level, he would need to do more experiments and dissection. This, Lord, thank you for your help. At this moment, Leylin noticed the young adventurer collapsed on the ground at the side. He was evidently a magus, though he had a very low rank. This was all the strength he had, and yet had come to explore. He was rather lucky not to die from the mechanisms or curses. This language. His thanks meant nothing to Leylin, but the language he spoke in delighted Leylin. It's very similar to the Twilight language, though there are minute differences in pronunciation. There's no need to learn a new language. Leylin was surprised, but then found this reasonable. Twilight Zone was a part of the subterranean world, and was only isolated because of the battle between two morning stars. Before that happened, they must have been using the same language. And writing is the subterranean world. What's your name? Since the issue with language was solved, Leylin had no desire to search his soul. The information he needed was too high-leveled, and someone with such a tiny role would not know much. With Leylin's dreamscape force field, he was confident he could make this person reveal basic information on the culture and geography unwittingly. My name is Joe Georgian. The young magus was silent for a while and then stated his name. Your name is very unique. Leylin commented. It wasn't unexpected for the social customs of the underground world to be different from magi on the surface. By the way, where is this? What's the world outside like? Leylin asked without holding back. A hazy force field was produced from his body. This was the ability he had gained after undergoing dreamscape modification, and he possessed powerful illusory strength. Ever since he had gotten this, Leylin would not search souls or any similar methods unless it was truly necessary. A magus who played around with souls would not have a good name in the magus world. When unnecessary, Leylin still wished to maintain his reputation. A good reputation was still a benefit. If used well, he might even obtain unexpected rewards. This is the Thunderbird region, and rumored to be the holy land of the Lias family. After Leylin's words, Georgian first looked dazed, eyes losing focus, before he began to disclose everything unwittingly. The more he heard, the more Leylin looked solemn. Poor little guy. He's been enticed into adventuring into someone else's restricted area. After he'd listened to everything, Leylin watched Georgian, eyes full of pity. This little guy has definitely fallen into some huge conspiracy. However, this was none of his business. He'd found out that this was the territory of the Arthur Empire underground, and this was a massive empire. There were large numbers of other races outside, and had a surface area countless times larger than Twilight Zone. In the Arthur Empire, there had never been a lack of Morning Star ranks. There were even rumors of Radiant Moon Magi. Such good news allowed Leylin to confirm that there was a huge possibility of this place being the complete first layer of the underground. After Leylin got all the intel he wanted, Georgian immediately looked alert, and then turned sorrowful. My apologies, at the thought of my companions, I became absent-minded. In his memories, Leylin had only asked why he had come to these ruins. He, who thought back to his comrades, was lost in thought. A sad feeling rose in his heart, and he did not suspect any changes to his memories. When it came to manipulating memories, Leylin was at the level of a grandmaster. This little magus had had his memories altered and yet not discovered it at all. As long as Leylin wanted to, he could work out a brand new set of memories from childhood to adulthood for any magus below Morning Star without the other party noticing. This was obviously something normal Radiant Moons or even Breaking Dawn monarchs could do, but with the AI chip's abilities to simulate reality, it just took more time and effort on Leylin's end. Alright, Mr. Georgian, I understand all you've gone through. Forgive me for my bluntness, but this is a place you really shouldn't be in. It's better for you to leave with me. Leylin took several steps forward. In exchange for the intel he had been given, he didn't mind saving the boy on the way and send him out of the ruins. Thank you so much, my lord. Georgian's eyes were full of gratitude as he followed closely behind Leylin, as if afraid he would be left behind. After all the dangers today, he knew very well that if Leylin did not bring him along, he would be trapped in the ruins sooner or later and die by the hands of the mechanisms. Hualala. Numerous pitch-black lightning formed a cage with all types of beasts roaring. A black dot the size of sesame constantly grew in size amidst the lightning and eventually turned into two figures, dashing out while braving the lightning. Alright, we're out. Leylin shook his robes and put Georgian, who was in his arms, down. We're out. He still looked dazed. He had never known how dangerous the ruins were. Things had been smooth sailing when he had entered, but while exiting, they had met with many dangers, especially the lightning jail at the exit. He'd remembered that when he had first arrived, there was no such spell pattern sealed here. Seeing this, he was extremely relieved. If not for Leylin, he would probably die in the ruins even if he had 9 lives. Georgian couldn't help but look at the black structures behind him. The ruins were now like a monster with its mouth wide open, swallowing the lives of all adventurers. My lord, do you think we should leave now? Georgian asked carefully. He'd grown to understand Leylin's terrifying abilities after following him around. That's not possible now. Leylin shook his head. Why? Georgian could not understand, and his expression quickly changed. A few streaks of blue figures appeared around them at some point, surrounding them. Thorn Thunderbird, how brazen of you, intruding into the restricted area of the Liar's family. The magi surrounding Leylin and Georgian wore robes and had long, ocean blue hair. To his surprise, these silver-pupiled, fair-skinned people had an obvious aura from a bloodline on them. They were a group of warlocks. Bloodline warlocks. I never thought there'd be warlock inheritances in the subterranean world. Light flashed in Leylin's eyes. No, this is only to be expected. After all, the subterranean world is much more vast than the surface world, and it's normal for there to be ancient warlock inheritances. I just never expected that there would be warlocks protecting the other side of the tunnel in the Eternal Plains pocket dimension. Leylin surveyed his surroundings. The warlocks surrounding them looked very young, but this was a side effect of their bloodlines. They were in face much older, and the aged aura created a huge contrast with their handsome faces. They're at least rank 2, also, this bloodline. A light blue tint covered Leylin's eyes. The surrounding warlocks were just as shocked seeing that 2 people had been able to exit the restricted area. AI, Chip, scan their bloodlines and match it with the database. Leylin commanded inside his mind. These warlocks were under Morning Star, and did not notice any of Leylin's actions. The AI, Chip quickly obtained what he wanted. Collection of bloodline data complete. Comparing with database, determined to be Ancient Thorn Thunderbird. Immediately after, the AI, Chip showed all information on the Ancient Thorn Thunderbird. Beep. Ancient Thorn Thunderbird, rank 6 being. Rumored to be descendant of the primordial Thunderbird. Possesses powerful thunder and lightning abilities and soundwave attacks. Likes to dwell in areas with plentiful metal elementals. Evaluation. Incomparably dangerous. The nemesis of ancient metal race. Bloodline warlocks from rank 6 beings. No wonder I felt the bloodline giving me some slight pressure. Leylin watched the surrounding warlocks with some pity in his eyes. It's a pity that the warlocks' bloodlines have weakened quite a bit and can't be purified to its original rank 6. The warlocks surrounding Leylin might have bloodline from a rank 6 Ancient Thorn Thunderbird, but their status was similar to the Black Horal Snake warlocks of the Ouroboros clan. The bloodline had weakened and lost all the power from their ancestors. However, since they exist, there must be powerful people within this warlock family. I should be able to purify their bloodline. Leylin shot a glance at these warlocks with malicious intent, giving them a feeling as if calamity loomed. However, this is the Liars family's restricted area, and you intentionally got these adventurers to enter. Seems like there's some unspeakable secret inside. Leylin thought about it for a while and did not eliminate the possibility of the Liars family giving out this news in order to get blood sacrifices, attracting adventurers to come and explore. If that was the case, it would explain why Georgian and his crew were obviously low-ranked, but could enter the ruins without obstructions. Why are you still talking to them? All magi who sully our Liars family have only the ending of death. The warlocks of the Liars family were urged on by someone like a leader and immediately chose to attack without hesitation. Fine. Minute static electricity force field were produced from their bodies, forming a powerful domain that kept Leylin and Georgian within. Leylin could practically feel their bloodlust, and they evidently wanted to keep them here no matter the cost. This spell, seeing these warlocks all having blue electricity shooting everywhere that formed a large-scaled static electricity field that merged and amplified each other, Leylin looked slightly interested. Rank 1 spell, static electricity field. Determined to be opponent's rank 1 innate spell that can produce static electricity force field on a large scale. Energy consumption at the minimum, and has effects of amplifying each other. The AI, Chip transmitted the functions of the spell at this moment. Kill him. The leader donned a layer of lightning armor, and 2 gigantic blue bright wings stretched behind his back, causing his speed to suddenly increase. He almost turned into a streak of blue lightning. Rank 2 Thorn Thunderbird Warlock Bloodline spell determined to be lightning armor, rank 3 bloodline spell, Wings of Lightning. Through the opponent's bloodline activities and spells, the AI, Chip managed to gather much information, and large amounts of data was showed in front of Leylin. As expected of an ancient rank 6 bloodline, these innate abilities are very practical. Leylin sighed slightly. It was a pity that there were no Morning Star warlocks in their midst. No matter how useful a spell, they were pointless if they did not reach a certain level. Break. Leylin spat out a syllable and terrifying darkness-type elemental particles spread like a rising tide. Surging energy particles thundered as they turned into a giant beast with a weapon, attacking the opponent's joint static electricity force field. TSS. Blue sparks flashed and mixed with streams of black gas. Immediately after, there was a dull sound of thunder, and even the ground shook. Miserable cries rose and fell in succession, and the Thunderbird warlocks who were only rank 1 and 2 crumpled to the ground. Choo-choo. The leader in the air who saw this emitted a piercing cry, turning and then transforming into lightning and leaving. Get down here. Leylin's eyes were never on him, but a faint image of a double-headed black snake had already appeared on him, 4 blood-red eyes giving him a dead stare. HSS. The snake kept flicking its tongue and quickly drew this leader into its mouth. Blue lightning flashed everywhere and then disappeared. The double-headed black snake meandered to the ground and spat out the leader. However, he had already fainted, and the lightning around his body had disappeared without a trace. Too weak. Much too weak. This extent, Leylin narrowed his eyes. A bloodline like this wasn't enough to even arouse his interest to extract it. My lord. At the other side, Georgian, who had seen Leylin and Liars fighting, had been so afraid that he'd fainted before. The Liars family's reputation was like a sun in the sky within the Arthur Empire. It was said they had a morning Tsar in charge. Wasn't this Magus seeking death by provoking him? However, the crux of the issue was that whether Leylin or the Liars family, Georgian could not afford to offend either side and almost burst into tears. I'll wait for a while more here. Leave first. Leylin shooed him away. How can I leave my lord behind to confront the Liars family? He hesitated, but Leylin obviously could tell. Once their reinforcements come, it wouldn't be just these sort of low-ranked characters. What? You mean you're thinking of going against the Liars family with me? Leylin had a half-smile on his face as he watched Georgian. No, my lord. I shall take my leave first. He immediately turned pale and fled at lightning speed after bowing, as if there was some ferocious beast chasing him. Watching his back, Leylin shook his head. He was just a tiny character after all, and if he really did stay, unafraid of death, he'd definitely be affected. Choosing to leave was a rather sensible decision. Now, Leylin could not be bothered with this boy. He watched a trace of lightning shooting over from the distance, a smile lighting up his face slightly. Choo-choo. It was as if tens of thousands of birds were calling at the same time. When the lightning disappeared, there was another figure in the sky. You attacked them. The newcomer was very young, and his brows were furrowed in his anger. He'd evidently been angered by the miserable state of the many Liars family warlocks on the ground. They offended me. I've been benevolent enough not to kill them. If I did things like I usually do, they can only descend to the underworld and repent for their sins. Leylin shrugged. Voila! White electric current streaked past, as if tearing through the sky. In mid-air, the warlock's overbearing and furious words could be heard. Good, very good. Then I'll let you see a bit of my benevolence. Terrifying energy from someone who had reached the realm of a rank 4 warlock and attaining morning star burst from his body. Countless dark clouds converged, enveloping the whole region. Rumble. 8 blue pillars of light instantly descended. Boundless lightning shot out from the pillars, forming a large purgatory. Lightning and fire gathered in purgatory and trapped Leylin within. Rank 4 Thorn Thunderbird Warlock Bloodline spell determined to be Berserk Lightning Prison. The AI chip projected the opponent's spell before Leylin at this moment. A rank 4 spell. Looks like I have to get a little serious. Leylin's expression became grimmer. He, who now was struck by the curse mark of 10,000 snakes, could only display morning star strength and was on par with the opponent. Chi. Voila! Numerous electricity snakes surrounded by flames opened their mouths full of blood and devoured Leylin. Dazzling lightning was very harsh on the eyes, but a hint of black rays leaked from the electricity. The black radiance grew until it cut through the lightning, turning into an illusory, terrifying giant serpent and appeared behind Leylin. The serpent had shackles with metallic stings, but it still paid that no mind as it snarled at the lightning clouds in the sky. Warlock. Such a terrifying and evil bloodline force. From within the thunderclouds, the warlock's bewildered voice could be heard. Following which, the voice silenced and turned into the piercing sounds of rumbling. Choo-choo. A streak of dazzling blue radiance abruptly burst forth from the clouds, landing on Leylin's shoulder. Booming thunderclap. The opponent's voice only reached Leylin after the electricity struck Leylin. Meeting in sneak attack since he was struck by an attack that was faster than the speed of sound, Leylin could only hear it after the fact. His expression showed his confusion as he glanced at his shoulder. His black scholar robes had already been torn up, revealing fine snake scales. However, they were now charred, and a few pieces had even fallen off. Traces of dark red could be seen where he was wounded. Not bad, you could break through my defenses. Leylin looked slightly stunned. Following that, terrifying black streams of gas converged on the serpentine figure behind him. It swelled up, flicking its tail forth. Boom! A pillar of lightning broke down, and as if some chain reaction had been triggered, the 7 other pillars of lightning fell in succession, causing the berserk lightning prison to crumble. The giant serpent bellowed with rage, the sound waves engulfing the entire area and causing the thunderclouds in the air to be torn apart to reveal a tremendous bird. The giant bird was dark blue, with each spike of a feather lustrous like steel. Streaks of blue lightning twirled around the bird, and it seemed magnificent, its eyes glinting with wisdom. The ancient thorn thunderbird. No, It's just an immature one that still isn't at its final stage. Warlocks with high-ranked bloodlines might have Morningstar arcane arts that allowed atavism, but they could only transform into a young version of their source creature. Bevis was the same. The misty fog giant he transformed into was only an adolescent. Only after reaching the peak of their bloodline could a warlock have the full might of the ancient creature. The Thorned Thunderbird was a rank 6 being in ancient times, while the warlock here was only at rank 4. The Thorned Thunderbird that he'd transformed into was naturally still young and immature. However, it was a rank 6 being after all, and even if it was at its immature phase, it still surpassed many rank 4 beings. Choo-choo. The tremendous Thunderbird called out as it soared in the air. Boundless lightning fell with each flap of its wings. The electric arcs on his body grew increasingly dazzling till they enveloped his whole body and turned him into a large lightning bird. With ear-piercing rumbling, the lightning bird swooped down. Lightning flashed in the surrounding area constantly, creating a terrifying region of lightning. Interesting. A smile adorned Leylin's lips and the Chemoian Emperor's figure grew even more distinct, as if the ancient creature had truly come to this world. HS's, the giant serpent snarled and collided with the lightning bird, giving rise to countless ripples. Rumble. The earth tremored and energy undulations swept through the region. The smoke in the air formed a huge mushroom cloud, frightening power extending into the sky. The bedrock cracked, and large amounts of boulders that were tens of thousands of tons tumbled down to form giant pits upon collision. Once all the smoke and dust settled, the area where Leylin had been now only had a large depression and pit. Much of the rock had just melted to form a unique crystal. Ha, ha, one figure walked out from within the pit holding a black one. Damn it, if it weren't for the Owlsnake curse, this mere Morningstar warlock wouldn't be able to harm me at all. Fury was evident in Leylin's expression. Most of his clothes had been damaged, revealing the muscles below. He cut a sorry figure. The opposing Morningstar warlock, on the other hand, had completely fainted and was now held in Leylin's hands. Based on the intel from before, this Morningstar warlock is only an elder in the Liar's family. There's still a warlock who's surpassed Morningstar. Leylin turned grim. Kid, you're in luck. You might not have to die here today, but, pock. Leylin tossed him to the ground casually, and a large syringe appeared in his hands. Though your body is only at rank 4, the blood concentration isn't half bad. It's enough to be used for samples and as a guinea pig. A short distance away from these black ruins were dark hills. Lights were reflected from atop the hills, making it as dazzling as crystal. These hills had peaks made out of metal, and had at their heart a metallic castle that stood tall. This was the Liar's warlock family's main base and where their headquarters was. It's rumored that the Thorned Thunderbird likes places where high-grade metallic ores are in the surroundings. Looks like it's true. Leylin floated in the air, observing the large castle. The warlock from before looked dispirited while being held in Leylin's hand, eyes full of terror. Your humble servant, Leylin Farlier, is here to greet the Liar's family. Leylin transmitted with a thick and low voice, not bothering with the warlock in his hands. His voice resounded in the castle, making contact with endless spiritual force and soul force. Who is it? What a terrifying and sinister bloodline aura. Look who he has in his hands. He dares take an elder of our Liar's family captive. How bold. Various roars mixed with spiritual force charged out, but Leylin easily evaded them. These people who were a dime a dozen obviously could not draw his interest. What Leylin focused on was the aura hidden deep inside the castle. This person had obviously passed through the threshold of Morningstar and entered rank 5. Leylin floated in the air and waited for a long while. There were quite a few warlocks with varying abilities that came out, but the owner of that aura wasn't even alarmed. Leylin thought about it for a while, and his rank 5 Chemoian Emperor figure appeared behind him. A trace of his half-moon soul force surged out like a huge dragon. The power of someone at the same rank immediately got the other party's attention. Violent lightning caused the earth to rumble and mountains to break as a powerful conscient came over. Who dares disturb my sleep? Terrifying rank 5 aura was transmitted, wreaking havoc like a storm. Those warlocks knelt down respectfully. Grand Elder. A streak of lightning was like a godly sword that broke through the first floor and appeared in the air, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man. His features were characteristic of the Liar's family: dark blue long hair, silver pupils and slightly pale skin. However, his expression was ripe with arrogance, as if nothing in the world was worth troubling himself over. After seeing Leylin, his expression grew less intense. A rank 5 warlock. Why have you come to create trouble in our liar's family? No, that aura, my friend, how about we go to a remote area to discuss this further? Leylin chuckled and flung the warlock in his hands into the group of people, creating chaos amongst their ranks. Come with me. The warlock took a look at Leylin and disappeared like lightning, moving like a meteor. Leylin followed behind him, large amounts of black gas surrounding his body. He did not move urgently, but while he didn't seem fast, he kept up with the warlock with no signs of falling behind. The warlock ahead brought Leylin along to a large oceanic lake before stopping. Good day, sir. I am Leylin Farlier, and I hope. Leylin began to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. Dark blue lightning crashed down once more, and an attack that surpassed the Morning Star realm struck down. Booming thunderclap appeared once more. However, this time the spell's destructive ability was far more powerful than before. There were now 5 rays that attacked from different angles, sealing off Leylin's path of retreat. Afterwards, a gigantic thorn thunderbird phantom appeared behind Im, widening its sharp beak in Leylin's direction. Terrifying sound waves brought with them the power of thunder and lightning. Rank 5 spell Thorn Thundercry. The opponent had cast the spells quickly, and each one was hidden quite well. He practically didn't have to think at all. If this was a regular rank 5 warlock, not having enough time to defend would be a very dangerous problem. However, Leylin was different, and his thoughts moved faster than electricity. Just at the moment the lightning was about to reach his body, the tremendous phantom of a Chemoyan emperor burst forth and wound itself around Leylin. A gigantic black hole began to form in the snake's mouth. Rank 5 Chemoyan emperor innate skill devour. The 5 streaks of lightning were instantly sucked into the black hole, turning into an unending stream of life force. Following that, piercing sound waves that were mixed with lightning and fire rushed forth and smashed into the large Chemoyan emperor. Scales flew everywhere, but then regenerated at a rapid pace. After these 2 waves of attacks passed, the Chemoyan emperor figure dissipated to reveal Leylin, who was not the least bit injured. Sir, what is the meaning of this? Leylin asked in a cold voice, the iciness extending to his gaze. AI, Chip, if I completely undo the seal, how long can I fight? Leylin asked inside his head. His bloodline was still sealed, and dealing with a Morning Star warlock was already quite tough on him. With a rank 5 bloodline warlock with the bloodline of the ancient Thorn Thunderbird against him, things were even worse. However, if the opponent wasn't tactful, Leylin had no choice but to completely unseal himself and teach him an unforgettable lesson, perhaps by ensuring his fall. Beep. Owlsnake Curse will increase absorption rate if host undoes seal. Maximum resistance time. 7 minutes 34's the AI. Chip loyally intoned. In other words, after I undo my seal, I'll need to eliminate the opponent in 7 minutes and then reseal my bloodline. Even if I manage that, there should be terrible consequences. AI. Chip. Beep. Each unsealing will reduce the time left to the curse flaring up by 7 months, even if successfully resealed. The AI. Chip intoned. Enhancing lightning runes. Leylin had previously sealed off his bloodline force to stop the curse from flaring up. Naturally, he could undo the seal in times of danger and restore his strength to the peak of rank 5. However, the curse would absorb even more energy from him every time he did so. Even if he successfully sealed himself up again, the time he had left would be brought down by about 7 months. Leylin had only 2 years left. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he definitely would not do this. However, he would have no choice but to use this method in times of crisis, even if the temporary help resulted in long-term danger. Leylin's cold pupils were fixed on the rank 5 warlock in front of him. Good, very good. Since you were able to take on my attack, you have the right to speak to me on equal grounds. Unexpectedly, the Great Elder revealed a rigid smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Im Lyres. Rank 5 warlock and the Grand Elder of the Lyres family. Seeing the opponent withdrawing all the electricity around his body, Leylin was rendered speechless. He could tell that this Im was definitely a very arrogant warlock. Unless he showed enough power to threaten him, it would be impossible to speak to him on equal terms. Now, after attacking and finding out Leylin's abilities, he suddenly was more approachable. Though still on his guard, Leylin was more than willing to avoid needless conflicts. I've already introduced myself before. My name is Leylin. Lord Im's way of greeting others is really quite unique. Im merely smiled in answer to Leylin's words and did not address them. Instead, he observed Leylin with interest. You aren't a magus of the subterranean world, are you? Indeed. There was no way for Leylin to hide this. Were he a rank 2 or 3 magus, he could conceal himself from Im since it would make sense for there to be no mention of him anywhere. But a rank 5 warlock of unknown origins was rather suspicious. Given that this was an inherited bloodline, how could there be no information on it? Would the liar's family not know beforehand about a warlock family with a rank 5 serpent bloodline? Leylin had burst out of nowhere, and this rank 5 warlock had no information about him. That led Im to his conclusion. As expected, my lord is a magus from the world above ground. Seeing Leylin admitting this, Im nodded and looked confident. Yes, I do come from the surface, and I'm the head of the Magi organizations in control of the passage to the surface. Lord Im shouldn't be any ordinary warlock, right? The passage in the Thunderbird Holy Land, Leylin shot Im a glance. To expand the passage between the surface and underground, he needed to find something like a spokesperson here. It seemed that Im and the liar's family suited this role well. Not only was he very powerful, there was nothing he didn't know about the passage. More importantly, they had long since gained control of the exit. We obviously know about it. In actuality, it's a secret that my ancestor found out. Ever since then, our liar's family has settled here, and we've been trying to make contact with the surface that's been sealed from us. Though Im was speaking in very vague terms, Leylin could imagine the carnage involved. Things like vying for this territory, trying to damage the seal and attracting adventurers to become blood sacrifices here were perhaps merely the tip of the iceberg. There was still much that was unknown regarding what they had attempted on the sly. What was most crucial was the fact that they had persevered for so long. Since you were able to come over, the seal at the surface world should be about to crumble, right? Im looked at Leylin, frowning slightly. Based on my estimations, the seal should still hold for a period of time. Actually, I secretly came over through a crack in the seal. On the surface, the seal can still hold for about a century. That seems rather long. Did anything go wrong with the sacrifices? Or was the construction of coordinates on both ends not done well, resulting in a huge energy consumption? Im's expression went dark while Leylin maintained his silence, not admitting that he'd tampered with it. But for Sir Leylin to pass through the cracks in the seal must mean that your attainments in spell formations must be at the level of grandmasters. Im's gaze towards Leylin had now turned more gentle. People who were grandmasters in fields of magic were highly regarded. This tiny ability really isn't worth mentioning. Well then, since we own one end of the passage each and both have great influence in our respective regions, Leylin mentioned what he had been preparing to say for a long time. Forming an alliance is beneficial to both of us. Im spoke straightforwardly, the smile on his arrogant face widening. He stepped forward while beaming and extended his right arm towards Leylin. Welcome, partner. It's my honor. Leylin grinned and extended his right arm as well. The two hands grasped each other, and golden light flowed out. Fine golden letters were like ants as they crawled everywhere. An alliance between magi was even more important and solemn than an agreement. Most of the time, a very serious ceremony would be conducted, and even a third party would be invited to be the witness. Leylin and Im were both rank 5 warlocks. While they didn't need to go to the trouble and do all that, a basic oath was required. However, what they were agreeing to now was a general purpose oath, and the details would be determined through discussions afterwards by their subordinates. After the oath was done with, the two of them had gained a tacit understanding. They laughed, feeling like their relationship had gotten better. Though this sort of oath could be violated, they each had control of their sides of the passage, which signified a great amount of benefits. Leylin would not want to destroy this unless he'd gone mad. As for how things would progress after this, that probably wouldn't have much to do with him anymore. By that time, he would either have broken through his bloodline shackles and soared into the sky leaving Im in the dust, or be sealed to death by the curse mark. He, whose bloodline force had been completely severed from him, would die. Whatever happened, there would not be any issues here. Sir Im, Leylin laughed as he spoke. Just call me Im, Leylin, you're qualified to do so. Im chuckled, though his facial muscles were obviously a little stiff. However, that just made this moment all the more rare. Alright, Im, I'm quite interested in the spell you used just now and that instantaneous effect, Leylin smiled and asked. The instantaneous lightning spell was very frightening, and Im had been able to produce 5 streaks. Leylin was very interested in this technique. Oh, this. Im nodded, We of the Liar's family inherited the bloodline of the Thorn Thunderbird, which means we're proficient in lightning-type spells. Booming Thunderclap is one of the arcane arts we created from experiments where warlocks at Morning Star and above combine different innate spells. While the might isn't as powerful as a real Morning Star arcane art, it's quite effective. Leylin couldn't help but nod. Experiments of combining bloodline spells and creating a correct arcane art might sound easy, but was definitely far from it. A Morning Star arcane art was the fusion of rank 1 to 4 innate spells. The opponent's booming lightning thunder only used 1 or 2 bloodline spells and, matched with specific energy undulations and other spell models, formed a unique arcane art. Though I don't mind telling you the principle behind the arcane art, it's a pity that you aren't of the bloodline of the Thorn Thunderbird. You can't use it. Arcane arts like these usually needed specific bloodline spells, and some needed the usage of bloodline force. That was why Eam wasn't afraid of revealing this information. Actually, I don't want to know about that. Rather, I'm interested in the technique where you amplified a streak of lightning 5 times, Leylin said as he hastily shook his head. He could not express interest in bloodline spells, or else he'd be thought to be coveting Eam's bloodline. No matter how good their relationship might be, this would entail burying a thorn in Eam's heart. What Leylin truly wanted to know was how he had amplified the lightning force. With the AI chip, he could clearly see that Eam had only produced 1 booming thunderclap, and it was only slightly more powerful than that of the Morning Star Warlock. However, it had transformed after passing through some carved inscription that was like a spell formation, and been amplified till it was almost terrifying. Oh, that! Eam patted his magus robes in pride, a ring of dazzling light floating around his body and creating a gigantic ring of lightning. Unbelievably large, lightning runes that exceeded Leylin's expectations undulated out with a complicated radiance. This is one of the works that I'm most proud of. Eam watched the complicated lightning runes and seemed to be intoxicated. These are runes that I obtained from a primordial lightning tree. It seemed to have been created naturally, yet held some mysterious strength. I couldn't copy the strength, so all I could do was embroider it onto my robes. The silver lightning ring spell formation returned and shrank to become a dazzling silver rune, emitting a splendid luster on Eam's magus robes. With this primordial magic robe, other lightning-type spells are amplified a little as well, but it can increase the might of booming thunderclap 5-fold. Eam lovingly touched the robes he was wearing, completely engrossed. If being in bliss is an ability, then Eam, you must be the darling of the heavens. Leylin smiled slightly and spoke flatteringly, a trace of blue flashing in his eyes. Alliance in the return a magic robe made from an antique oddity was extremely fear-inducing, even though the effect of amplifying the spell 5-fold was only unique to a certain type of spell. Leylin, of course, wouldn't be so silly as to ask Eam for the primordial magic robe so that he could study it for a while. He would definitely be met with rejection. He didn't even entertain such a thought, instead using a better method to study the spell formation. AI chip, how's it going? Leylin asked secretly. Beep. Magic robe spell formation has been recorded. Determined to be an antique lightning rune, 89.7% of it usable. The AI chip sent its feedback faithfully. At the same time, a humongous collection of lightning ring spell formation images was projected in front of Leylin's eyes. Over 100,000 lightning runes were clustered together, densely packed and appearing incomparably exquisite. Such a spell formation, it shouldn't be limited to just booming thunderclap or even lightning spells, it should be able to be used at other levels as well. Leylin's pupils shone brightly. Eam can't do it himself. Even though he has the spell formation, he can't perform a systematic breakdown or derivations. After all, the brain of a magus cannot be compared to a technologically advanced brain. The operational load involved is sufficient to make him crumble in despair, but all of this isn't a problem for me. At this thought, a smear of excitement spread across his face. Great. Let's return, Leylin. In order to celebrate our alliance, I intend to hold a majestic banquet at my residence. Eam's pupils contained a joyous look, and he seemed to think that Leylin was also in high spirits because of their strong alliance. I would be honored. Leylin smiled modestly, as his body floated up and he returned alongside Eam to the Liar's family's headquarters, which was a castle in the Metal Mountains. Night fell. Although the subterranean world didn't have a concept of night and day, Leylin continued to artificially use spells or sunstones to adjust his biological clock to work and rest. The lights went out in order, or rather became more dim. The castle, where the grand feast was just held, started to quiet down as though it had entered a deep sleep. Leylin, who was cordially received by the liar's family, was now in a luxurious bedroom. The bedroom was decorated exquisitely. All the objects in it showed indications of being maintained by spells, and they appeared to be very precious. After sending away a beautiful maid, Leylin laid on the sofa by himself, his pupils twinkling with the radiance of the AI. Chip. Beep. Antique amplification lightning rune has been recorded. Beginning analysis. With the AI. Chip's horrifyingly fast operational capacity, the lightning spell formation that Leylin had scanned previously was now being broken down continuously at lightning speed. The many lightning runes distorted themselves and looked just like tadpoles. They were firmly recorded by the AI chip, which analyzed their specific functions. Although this spell formation contained over 100,000 runes, and could be said to be extremely complicated and refined, it was an easy task for Leylin, who had the AI chip. It was only a matter of time. Leylin, who was temporarily idle, recalled the scene during the banquet, and a smile couldn't help but creep onto the corners of his lips. The liar's family was certainly not very well adjusted to this unfamiliar magus. Previously, he'd fought so hard with them, but after a trip out he had turned into a distinguished guest. This was especially so for the warlock that Leylin had held captive previously. Seeing Leylin was practically like meeting a ghost, and he almost made a run for it, which was a great blunder. Regardless, magi and warlocks were all humans who turned superior and skillful with age. After Im announced the news of his alliance with Leylin and the other affiliated powers, they had lost themselves initially but managed to adjust themselves to it soon after. Even the Morning Star warlocks who had committed a mistake earlier specially came over to apologize later on, and regained the graceful bearing unique to Morning Star warlocks. This left Leylin secretly impressed. Furthermore, although Im had kept the information about Leylin hailing from the surface confidential, he didn't cover up Leylin's identity as a rank 5 warlock. After all, not any random magus was able to form an alliance with the liar's family. When Leylin's status as a rank 5 warlock was declared, the other elders from the liar's family immediately cleared their doubts about Im's decision, who was their grand elder. This was a rank 5 warlock. Such a big shot was not a common sight in the Arthur Empire. For example, the only rank 5 in their entire family was their grand elder, Im. On average, the strength of a warlock far exceeded that of a magus of the same rank. There was simply no doubt about that. Therefore, Leylin alone was qualified enough to be an ally of the liar's family. Even without Elder Im's subtle revelations to back him up, Leylin the warlock possessed a great amount of influence. However, there really being overly enthusiastic, Leylin stroked his chin. Recalling the unmasked anticipation in the maid's eyes, he sighed rather helplessly. He was now busy analyzing the ancient lightning runes. Where would he find the time and effort to do such things? Besides, although bloodline warlocks could bear successors with bloodline energy when coupling with magi or even some humans, for some unknown reason warlocks with differing bloodlines could never produce descendants of mixed blood. According to Leylin's conjectures, this was because the bloodline energies of both parties would fight too much, and thus mixed blood descendants were not possible. But if their bloodlines were from identical sources, such as if they were both Chemoyan warlocks, for example, this wouldn't pose a problem, and the purity and saturation of their descendants' bloodline was guaranteed. Leylin thought about something else. If Im doesn't mind, I could probably intermarry an average magus in the future, and obtain the bloodline of the Thorn Thunderbird. After all, this is the ancient bloodline of a rank 6 creature. Even if they want our giant Chemoyan serpent bloodline in exchange, it would be worth it. Although the Ouroboros clan was made up of descendants of Chemoyan warlocks and other bloodlines, there were no warlocks within a few external organizations. Leylin had only transformed Krupp's bloodline in the south coast. There were others who had gathered by his side over these few days, people who were initially descendants of the Farlier family. Most of them were average humans, but it was still feasible if they were to intermarry with this bloodline. But why does it not seem very possible? Even if it's a concubine's child, it's not very possible that they would allow them to marry out of their family. Many warlocks are incomparably prejudiced when it comes to the orthodox practice of protecting their family's bloodline and preventing it from leaking out. Leylin felt rather glad after tossing this thought out of his head in an instant. Fortunately, he hadn't been discovered when he was extracting bloodlines today. Even that Morning Star warlock was in a disoriented state and had been confused by Leylin's dreamscape force field, leading him to believe that he was weak because of his grave injuries. If Im knew about this, perhaps there would be more trouble. No, he might already know about this, just that he's restraining his emotions. If that's the case, I'll have to adopt some measures in preparation. Leylin stroked his chin, his pupils showing that he was in deep thought. Even though they had already established an alliance, he didn't trust Im very much, and it was probably the same for Im as well. In actuality, if not for the fact that both of them happened to be situated at both ends of the passage, each controlling the other's weak point, this alliance wouldn't have been established so easily. Both parties would put up the necessary preventive measures. Leylin, are you serious about not staying here longer? No, it's really fine. Leylin and Im were now standing where the Thunderbird Holy Land used to be, outside the palace where the passage was. After briefly inspecting the area, Leylin had gained some knowledge about this region. He wanted to return above ground on the pretext of the energy needed to sustain passage crack being on the verge of exhaustion, and was bidding Im goodbye. The trade between the underground and the surface poses tremendous profits. I believe that both of us will have endless benefits from this exchange. With cooperation from both sides, we can maintain this mode of transport for our benefits. Before he departed, Leylin looked at Im with a sincere expression in his eyes. Of course, perhaps you might want to come with me and see what it's like above ground. Although the Magus world above ground has declined for a long time, it has gradually begun to regain its glory from the ancient times, and there are beings who are not in the least inferior to King Arthur. King Arthur was the legendary founder of the Arthur Empire, and was also a Magus of at least rank 6, an equivalent of a monarch in the central continent. There was movement in Im's pupils. Upon hearing that there were magi above ground who were not inferior to King Arthur, it seemed as though a different kind of radiance flashed in his shining eyes, a complex emotion that was an amalgamation of restraining fear, anticipation and traces of dread all mixed together. Im thought for a while, before shaking his head and refused. All right, but that will require a bit of time. There's a lot of family affairs that I need to tend to due to my long sleep, as well as some preparations before we begin trade. It's all complicated, actually. I hope that the people above ground can cooperate with us to break through the seal together. In this manner, things will be a lot more effortless on my end, and we'll be able to bring forward the time of the passage opening, bringing us much more profits, of course. I will start on the tasks in this aspect once I return. Leylin nodded and gave a slight salute. His actions were incomparably smooth, and his etiquette was so perfect that there was nothing to be picked on, just like an ancient nobleman who had put in hard work and numerous revisions. Farewell then, Mr. Im. As he spoke, a ray of light that formed an arched door had already formed behind Leylin. I look forward to meeting you again. Im nodded, his face expressionless as he resumed his previously proud and aloof image. Leylin smiled and stepped into the arched door. The radiance vanished with a puff as the place reverted to its dark and tranquil state. Im stood there, stupefied, his pupils occasionally flashing with all kinds of light. His thoughts were a mystery. Secretly sneaking back light flashed as Leylin's figure appeared in the central hall of the Eternal River Pocket Dimension. Enormous white stone pillars stood erect across the hall, and through the circular open space at the top one could see the light from a morning star spell formation. This expedition underground was really successful. Leylin looked around his surroundings. The 4 void assassins were still strictly adhering to his previous order. He couldn't help but laugh before putting the void assassins and defensive spell formations away. Lord Leylin, how's the situation, my lord? Once the mechanisms outside were removed, 2 silhouettes rushed in. They were the highest ranks of the light and dark magi, Nanav and Anya respectively. The impatience was clear on their faces, yet there was nothing they could do except wait outside. This won't do. The seal has been badly damaged. Although I tried my best to mend it, it's still hard to predict whether it can be delayed by a century like I said before. We might only have a few decades left, or even less time, Leylin said with a straight face, making both Nanav and Anya turn grim. Is there no other way, my lord? Nanav asked, one last glimmer of hope in his voice, but the only reply he got was a slow shake of Leylin's head. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and more than 10 days had passed. Leylin had also concluded his investigation into the Eternal Plains Pocket Dimension, and returned to his hometown in the Chernobyl Islands. Krupp had led a few of the remaining Farlier descendants there, successfully regaining control of the territory that originally belonged to the Farlier family. Under the assistance of numerous external forces, not only had he acquired their old territory back but he'd also expanded it, preparing to build an empire that would belong entirely to the Farlier family. Leylin had waited outside the castle that initially belonged to the Farlier family for days, receiving all of the descendants of the Farlier family. It was only after he put a good deal of arrangements in place that he vanished mysteriously. What the Farlier family proclaimed to the outside world was that their ancestor had already left the south coast, and had gone to a vaster part of the Magus world. Although they didn't know if Leylin's departure was true or false, and couldn't confirm whether he would return in the future, both the dark and light magi heaved a unanimous sigh of relief. To them, Leylin was a representation of the realization of a higher realm, but he was also a pair of shackles that bound them. There was simply no room for a being of Morning Star status in the tiny south coast. Even the historical great Magus Sirholm mysteriously disappeared after his glory days. According to speculations by magi later on, he had gone away in search of more vast worlds. Leylin did not leave behind any methods to break through to Morning Star, which made a few rank 3 magi feel that it was a great pity. However, having one less contender suppressing them was like taking a burden off their shoulders. The influential groups within the dark and light magi cast their sights on the empty land left behind by the spirit-slaying sect after they were eliminated. After so many years of unrest, as well as the sudden collapse of the spirit-slaying sect after the Gargamel's extermination, an exceedingly plentiful amount of space was left for the dark and light magi. Open rivalry and veiled strife centered around the inheritance of the spirit-slaying sect, which caused numerous ripples within the dark and light magi. The real influential powers such as the Enya Ivory Ring Tower and the Lighthouse of the Night watched on with a detached point of view, and were even secretly pulling back their powers, preparing to move at any moment. For these deep-rooted Magus powers, the few decades that Leylin had given them previously was not particularly sufficient for them to move. Just the search for an environment suitable for magi to survive in outside of the south coast was enough to give them a headache. Of course, no matter how unpredictable the changes in the south coast would be, the dark and light magi and even other wandering magi did not dare to evoke the wrath of the Farlier family. It was a family that was sheltered by a Morning Star Magus. Krupp, who had been promoted to a rank 2 warlock, was not someone to be belittled, much less Leylin who might return at any moment. Besides, who knew if Sir Leylin had left some kind of trump card for his own family? Theoretically, as long as that Magus had bestowed a few of those transparent servants to the Farlier family, they could suppress the entire south coast. Hence, the powers within the dark and light magi had unanimously placed the Farlier family at the top of their lists of people they could not provoke. The entire Chernobyl Islands was even seen as out of bounds to all magi. The Farlier family, along with the empire that they had established, grew stronger and more prosperous with the passing of time. A bright flame lit up in a pitch-black environment, bringing white light to its surroundings. Numerous more flames started to burn more and more vigorously, until they eventually formed an arched door. A masked figure stepped out from the arched door, his body immediately shrouded by a layer of dense black fog. Disperse. Following the voice coming from the figure, the rays of light and undulations immediately faded until they disappeared completely. Secret technique. Shadow stealth. The figure seemed to be at unease. A rune representing concealment and hiding suddenly flashed within the fog. Soon after, the entire cloud of fog shook and became completely transparent, blending in with the surroundings. Under the cover of the fog, the entire silhouette seemed to have penetrated into the shadows in the cracks, making its way through the ruins at lightning speed and avoiding a large number of warlocks from the Liar's family. Even a few of the Morning Star elders did not discover the silhouette's aura, allowing him to escape successfully. After he was far away from the Thunderbird Holy Land, the dense fog transformed into a black ray of light, and streaked across the horizon like a meteor. It was only after fleeing for a few hours that the silhouette finally revealed himself. The man wore golden robes and had a black mask over his face. There was an air of elegance about him, giving him a sense of mystery. It doesn't seem like I'll be tracked down here, Leylin exhaled gently. The preparations that the Liar's family had put in place to guard against him were not what he had expected. They weren't too strict, instead too relaxed. It makes sense anyway. With Eames' haughty temperament, he must have been certain that even if I could access the passage, I would still have to go through him to interact with the subterranean world, or even dump my goods and establish commercial trade here. Thus, he must have felt secure with the knowledge that he has the upper hand. What a pity that he had the wrong idea from the start. Leylin stroked his chin. Entering the subterranean world was a decision that he had made after careful deliberation. He needed the Purgatory world's coordinates to travel to it. There were far too many highly ranked magi in the central continent, and Leylin could not be at ease at all. Furthermore, not only were the Twilight Zone and the South Coast both small in size, the density of elemental particles was too low. Initially, Leylin was prepared to find a random spot in the endless ocean to build the astral gate and attempt to search for the purgatory world. But after seeing the Eternal Plane's pocket dimension, he instantly saw a better alternative. What was different from the worlds above ground was that the first subterranean level was very covert. Even if magi came chasing after Leylin specifically and followed his footsteps, they might not be able to discover this place. Besides, the rest of the subterranean world wasn't like the Twilight Zone from before. Even though it was the first level, the area of all the land added together was about the same as the entire central continent. If those magi wanted to find Leylin here, it would be no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Everything has been settled. What's left is the Owlsnake curse. Leylin inhaled deeply, and his entire being transformed into a ray of light then disappeared into the horizon. More than 10 days later, in a mountain range. This was a desolate mountain commonly seen underground. As it lacked plants and the radiance from a sunstone, the entire mountain was bare. Only a few fungi and vines that didn't require sunlight continued to grow sporadically. Vast quantities of black rocks and bare soil lay exposed outside the place. There weren't any large organisms on the entire mountain, and even the smaller darkness creatures were basically extinct. A few rooms had been opened up temporarily in the belly of this place. Remnants of clay made from mud and the radiance from everlasting spell effects were left on the walls. It was obvious that it hadn't been long since the work here was finished. Some of the rooms here had been remodeled into bedrooms and study rooms, while the one in the center had been transformed into a gigantic laboratory. A starry blue radiance illuminated the place, but was obstructed by the energy absorption rune on the wall. In the heart of the laboratory was a simple and unadorned door made of stone. Blue gems studded the door, just like stars. Leylin looked at the AI chip's report and the energy composition chart, and couldn't help but exhale a deep breath. Phew, finally done. I was running out of materials. In front of him was an astral gate which had undergone several transformations by the AI chip, one which Leylin had invested a great amount of his life and family possessions in. It was his hope of breaking through his bloodline shackles. Upon the thought of his bloodline shackles, Leylin's expression became somewhat gloomy. How much time do I have left? Leylin's voice seemed rather hoarse. Beep. According to the current condition of the host body, the countdown to the activation of the Owlsnake curse is 2 years, 4 months, 13 days, 8h55 43s. The AI chip projected a series of numbers. From the years to the seconds, the numbers were all arranged clearly, and the second counter was constantly adjusting itself, making Leylin's eyelids palpitate. I still have 2 years. Leylin stroked his chin and started to mutter irresolutely to himself. The Owlsnake curse was a curse belonging to the Snake Dowager, and was also the nightmare of all serpent warlocks. Apart from the Snake Dowager herself personally freeing the person, one could only rely on the help of a rank 9 being or break through the bloodline shackles oneself to escape it. But to Leylin, the Snake Dowager and rank 9 beings both represented a dead end. It was only through actually breaking the chains on his own bloodline that he could free himself from the Owlsnake curse and completely regain freedom. And the hope to smashing his bloodline shackles lay in the purgatory world. Hence, no matter how much danger the purgatory world contained, he had to go there, remodeling the mask. The purgatory world. Light seemed to flash in Leylin's eyes. In the ancient times, it was an extremely famous and formidable world. Not only does it have the Snake Dowager, but there are also numerous existences of the same rank keeping watch there. Moreover, the purgatory world has not completely declined like the Magus world, as it still possesses the strength of ancient times. Forget the dangers of the place itself, even finding the purgatory world's coordinates is already a considerably huge problem. Leylin rubbed his chin in thought. According to the information from the legacy left behind by the Ouroboros clan's ancestors, it is fundamentally possible to confirm that the purgatory world is located in the Calm Jade constellation. However, the specific positioning is still a problem. The Snake Dowager's bloodline shackles were still present, and the Ouroboros clan's ancestors had never given up on exploring the astral plane. From the information and experience that they accumulated from generation to generation, and adding the AI chip's analysis and deduction, it was already possible to lock down the coordinates of the purgatory world to within one region. It was a pity that the Calm Jade constellation was just too big. Finding the purgatory world in it was like finding Leylin's old Earth in the Milky Way. And what Leylin now wanted to do, was to ascertain the position of that Earth, within the galaxy's myriad of stars, planets and other celestial bodies. Without having to be said, this was an extraordinarily tremendous undertaking. Even though Leylin had the AI chip's assistance, he also needed to wait for a very long time. But now, the Snake Dowager's curse evidently did not afford him that luxury. And even if the coordinates of the purgatory world have been found, this curse. Leylin couldn't help but reach up to his cheeks, feeling the icy sensation emitted by the mask of the dreamless. Although this mask had prevented him from being drawn into dreamscape, he constantly felt the ill intent from the dream world. This intention possessed tremendous cruelty, and there were constant attacks on the mosque's defenses. It appeared like they were waiting for Leylin to relax, or the mask of the dreamless to shatter one day. The Snake Dowager is the master of the bloodline, I'm afraid her response towards my descendants will be incomparably cruel. Not to mention the Owlsnake curse, once I appear in the purgatory world, what if she realizes it? Won't I be delivering myself to her door? Leylin's face darkened. Despite how much her power had been suppressed in reaching out to the Magus world, she'd still managed to leave him with a fate worse than death as she'd pleased. If he entered the purgatory world, consequently, before going to the purgatory world, it was absolutely necessary to have an effective method to conceal himself. Chip. Establish mission, conceal my aura. Find a way to prevent discovery by the Snake Dowager. Leylin commanded. Beep. Mission established. Beginning to collect data, establishing simulation, the AI. Chip's feedback was very prompt. The preparation needed to leave for the purgatory world is really too much. Leylin knitted his brows in vexation. I need to look for the world's coordinates, develop a concealment technique, and also find time for space concealment technology. I then need to hide myself, and find a method to avoid piquing the interest of the world will, and then try to escape the Guardians. If it was a normal small-scale world, these inconveniences could be reduced a little, but the purgatory world that Leylin wanted to go to was a gigantic world. In the ancient era it was second only to the Magus world and the astral world, and there existed many at or above rank 7 there. One misstep would mean death, actually even death would be a luxury, so Leylin absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. Simulation complete. Possibility of hiding from the Snake Dowager, 89.7%, the AI. Chip rapidly projected the results, putting a smile on Leylin's face. The probability is quite good, what do I need to do? Exporting program, the host needs to commence modification of spiritual force and soul force, and the mask of the dreamless must correspondingly be remodeled, the AI. Chip specifically laid out the steps one by one, forming a checklist that appeared in Leylin's consciousness. The AI. Chip has stored materials and the required techniques. All I need is time. Leylin stroked his chin. I don't have much time left, it is necessary to act as quickly as possible. Several months had passed in a flash. Leylin had remained inside the belly of the mountain in this period, sequestered from the outside world. With regards to Leylin, although the subterranean world's resources and enormous knowledge attracted him greatly, under the effect of the Owlsnake curse his priorities had been made clear. If he couldn't resolve the Owlsnake curse and break through the bloodline shackles, then his path forwards would be completely cut off. This was a situation that Leylin absolutely could not endure. Thus, he put his utmost enthusiasm into his work, throwing himself into the preparations. I've worked hard for several months, but there's still 2 things left to do. Leylin looked at the black petri dish in front of him, within which a lump of dark brown liquid was spreading continuously. The mix of corrosive water from the pool of lamentation, and ground ancient bones, white powder was thrown into the petri dish, making the dark brown liquid swell up at once. Weeping spirits who creep in the abyss, in the name of the nefarious filthbird, I summon the power of chaos. The ancient curse was cast, and amidst the bleak and mysterious words the dark brown liquid suddenly transformed into a formless blue mass. Finished. A hint of joy emerged from Leylin's eyes, and he gritted his teeth with resolution in his face. Bang! He took off the mask of the dreamless, throwing it into the dark blue mass. Very quickly, an evil intent arrived from a distant world. It was as if he was falling, and by the time Leylin understood what was happening he was already in a world of ice. White trees were everywhere, and the ceiling was dotted with shards of barb-like ice. A white python flicked its scarlet tongue at Leylin. Alabaster Devilsnake, we meet again. I thought you would be replaced by a 3-headed python this time. Leylin laughed in the ugly face of the Alabaster Devilsnake, waves of dark red dream force appearing in his hands. I do not have much time, I am afraid I cannot play with you for too long. I need to dispose of you quickly. Dreamforce spell. Leylin's eyes flashed with a trace of blood red, and piercing rays of light were continuously released from his body. Misty light wrapped Leylin up along with the alabaster devil snake in a flash. Faint tremble spread to every corner of this dream world. Schlick. The enormous serpent roared with that sound, and the misty light withdrew to reveal the silhouette of the alabaster devil snake. Only, there were many pure white scales scattered on the floor, and there was a fresh wound in the serpent's skull. Scarlet blood continuously flowed out, dyeing the white snow red. It was a terrible scene. How could I waste the blood of a rank 5 creature? Leylin lightly chuckled, and the blood floated up into the sky. It turned into crimson pearls that gathered in his palm, forming a ball of dark red. HSS's asterisk at this moment, the body of an enormous snake faintly emerged outside this icy world. It only exuded a tiny breath, but even that filled Leylin with a sense of heavy oppression. That should be an existence at rank 6 at the least. With these endless reinforcements, I'm afraid even the strongest enemies will be dragged down completely. What a pity. Leylin bowed his body a little, as if he was leaving the field. He then called out to the alabaster devil snake and the existence outside, "Farewell, gentlemen." Boom. A gentle and pleasant light emerged, and Leylin's shadow disappeared into the light, leaving behind the useless roars of the two pythons. Beep. Set time has passed, beginning forceful awakening. When Leylin heard the cold, mechanical sound of the AI chip, it was more touching than any music. Phew. On the whole, there weren't any errors in my calculations. Leylin wiped his cold sweat. In reality, his actions today were certainly risky. Fortunately, the end result was not bad, and it seemed as if fate was on his side. A ball of dark red blood was floating in his hand, undulating with a frightening strength that was faintly mixed with dream force. This was the alabaster devil snake blood that Leylin had collected. Dreamscape was both illusory and real, and if this power of confusion could be used properly, it was more frightening than any spell. Rumble, rumble. White bubbles frothed around the mask of the dreamless in the petri dish, and Leylin threw the ball of blood into it. Bang! A layer of demonic blood-red flames burned up the surface of the mask of the dreamless. Accompanied by special undulations, traces of golden red patterns began to slowly appear on the mask. Once Dreamforce is intercepted, it'll take a while for it to dissipate. I need to take advantage of this moment. Leylin's eyes reddened as he used many complex alchemy techniques on the mask. The entire laboratory was lit up with brilliant lights and colors. At the last moment, the mask of the dreamless changed its appearance. It could still only cover half the face, but there were many fine lines on it now. On the surface of the mask were even strange patterns of red and gold. Beep. Mask of the dreamless remodeling has been completed. The AI chip's voice rang out, and it even displayed the data of the redone mask. Magic item mask of the dreamless, improved model, weight, 210 grams materials, Loke alloy, one-eyed snake fangs, alabaster devil snake blood. Effects. 1. Can protect from the surveillance of Dreamscape, protect the true soul from suffering invasion from Dreamscape. 2. Can release alabaster devil snake bloodline and soul force undulations, and conceal the host's information. Success. Leylin placed the ice-cold mask on his face, and with a single thought he emitted the aura of the alabaster devil snake. The call of another world. I can still get past the common origin of our bloodline force to hide myself from the snake dowager like this. Leylin stroked his chin in thought. This was the solution the AI chip had suggested previously. Using the original bloodline's power, he could interfere with the snake dowager's probes. The rank 5 bloodline of the alabaster devil snake was clearly Leylin's best choice at present. The method to conceal myself has been resolved. Next is the issue of the coordinates. Leylin asked the AI chip, how is the analysis of the ancient lightning runes going? These were the runes that he had secretly scanned from the primordial magic robe worn by Im, which had the frightening ability of amplification. Leylin was keenly aware that this kind of amplification ability could be applied to other things, and as a result had ordered the AI chip to continue analyzing it. Beep. Primordial magic robe analysis progress. 100%. 127,651 lightning runes have been recorded, 112,319 runes fully analyzed. Lightning amplification spell formation has been completed. Possible to effectively increase the power of lightning magic by 80-230%. The AI chip faithfully gave its analysis. So this is the result of the amplifying magic. After completely analyzing it, a tinge of regret colored Leylin's eyes. Such a pity, I'm not a magus who specialized in lightning. Even if I demand such magi to give everything they own in exchange for this, they'll be willing. After analyzing and reconstructing it, the AI chip concluded that this lightning amplification spell formation wasn't just limited to Lyre's booming thunderclap. Rather, it could be used to amplify all lightning magic. Having adapted it for that purpose, the value of these runes increased a millionfold. As for attracting those magi who specialized in lightning, it was a given. Even Leylin, who wasn't attuned to the lightning element, could exceed many lightning magi with the use of this formation. The result weren't bad. Allocate this information to the primary database, Leylin commanded. Also, how's the progress on improving it? Beep. Data has been recorded at the highest grade of confidentiality. New spell formation setup is at 87.99%, has been constructed using data from ancient amplification runes, Ofker techniques, high-grade spell formation theory. The AI chip projected the progress report directly into Leylin's consciousness. Already half done, the AI chip had used a multitude of resources, the information on ancient runes occupying first place. This was the task that Leylin had laid down from the beginning, even though the ancient runes could only be used to amplify the strength of lightning-type magi, but with further understanding by comparison, and adding the AI chip's huge database and deduction abilities, creating another type of spikel amplification rune was a very achievable matter. Leylin's brows relaxed somewhat, and he shortly asked, name the new model of spell formation, the Destiny spell formation. AI chip, simulate the extent of the Destiny spell formation's amplification ability. Beep. Mission established. Investigating data. Not enough information on Destiny spell formation. Beginning simulation. Experiment has started. A strange spell formation immediately appeared in front of Leylin, the upper part of the runes looking like delicate and twisting tadpoles full of the characteristics of ancient runes. It looked completely different from normal formations. Beep. Simulation test complete. Estimate. Destiny spell formation can amplify normal spells by around 50%, and for the effects of unique magical items, the amplification can increase to above 80%. Very good. Discarding the other amplifications, if it is focused only on unique magic items, is it possible for its power to increase further? If discarding all other amplification runes, the power of unique magical items will be amplified by over 100%. The complex operation was completed in a flash, and the AI chip immediately gave a reply. Very good, do it. As for unique magic items, just use this as a template. A great amount of soul force was sent out from Leylin's body, entering all the data from a magic item into the AI chip. Before the Destiny spell formation was thoroughly completed, such a modification was still very feasible. The reason why Leylin did not hesitate to face certain danger from stealing the ancient runes from was largely for this purpose. It could be said that, after obtaining this amplification spell formation, the final weak point in Leylin's plans had been mended. Beep. Data has been imported, starting to modify the structure. Estimated completion time, 58 hours 32 minutes 41 seconds. The AI chip immediately reported, very good. 2 of the most important preparations are almost done. Next will be some other experiments and planning. Leylin touched the substantially modified mask of the Dreamless on his face, caught in the middle of a more intense experiment. Time unwittingly passed by. In the middle of the experiment room, the radiance of the gate to the astral plane became increasingly dazzling. The rays of light above the star gems seemed connected by invisible threads, emitting even more dazzling brilliant rays. Bang! A doll-like puppet was caught by Leylin's hand, letting out a human-like giggle. The puppet clone has been completed. After the puppets had been put away, Leylin let out a relieved sigh. To make the trip to the Purgatory world, he had done an extraordinary amount of preparations. However, there was not a lot of certainty. According to AI chip's most optimistic calculations, even if there was this much preparation, his probability of succeeding of around 5% was already not bad. However, if he did not try and struggle, then it would absolutely fail, and as a result of this great probability, it was worth Leylin gambling on it. However, in light of Leylin's cautious personality, it was certain that before taking risks, all of the preparatory work would be done to the highest standard. Lucky spell formation and mask of the Dreamless are both completed, as well as my clone puppet and so on. As for the remainder, finally there is only this. From within another instantaneously opened summoning chamber, The surrounding walls were covered with a huge amount of binding runes. It was a technique with the power to isolate dimensions. Every single rune was incomparably complex and precise, to the point where it could make a rank 1 magus or rank 2 magus immediately faint. In the very center of the summoning room, was a black pentagram breathing out the terrifying power of evil which was continuously lingering, and from time to time it generated a flow of black air above the matrix. Crash. After a flash of light, Leylin received 2 white eggs of light. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Numerous cracks appeared on the eggs of light, and they finally broke open, exposing 2 stony imprints. One by one, the evil runes above twisted, full of strange feelings, so much that even the center of the pentagram was attracted. The black stream of air above intensified, and even let out a terrible whining sound. Gluttony imprint. Leylin's eyes flashed a glimmer of light. These 2 runes were impressively from when he first gathered the leftover fragments of the gluttony monarch Beelzebub's doppelganger. From his senior Robin and from the quicksand tomb, Leylin had in total obtained 2 pieces of these imprints. Every piece contained a mysterious will and evil power. Although it could help a magus break through the morning star boundary, yet it could cause the magus himself to be contaminated by the gluttony king, and finally become Beelzebub's doppelganger. Beep. Binding the entire open matrix, starting isolation of dimension energy technique. The AI chip's voice sounded at this moment, and even though it was a matchless machine, it made Leylin feel nervous. Go. 2 pieces of the stony imprints suddenly flew, without entering the pentagram array. Bang. Dark black light suddenly skyrocketed, finally taking shape as an enormous portal. The keen soul power of the half-moon made Leylin tense up. He could clearly feel a deeply terrifying will. Attracted by the array and runes, it descended. Lord Beelzebub, you are the ruler of gluttony, and the god of all demons. The original power of gluttony will forever linger on in your domain, becoming the most shining star on your crown. Like a ballad, and like the sound of a funeral march, suddenly the entire summoning room was full of sound. Although it was in an unknown language, Leylin could still completely understand the meaning. This is some sort of language of ancient laws, and similar to the ancient Byron language, it is the language of laws. As long as the soul power reaches a certain level, it is possible to naturally understand. Leylin's expression was solemn and respectful, commanding the AI chip to record this unknown language of laws. Mortal, we meet again. Thou dare to take the initiative to call me. It makes me respect your boldness. Illusory black flames suddenly formed into a tall shadow. It was naturally a growing 12 pairs of wings, with horns on its head and multiple pairs of eyes demon, otherwise known as the devil. The power of evil dispelled continuously from Beelzebub's every pore, and from somewhere suddenly came the power of Allah. Gluttony, the law of gluttony. Leylin's eyes radiated light. Beelzebub was clearly in existence from an unknown dimension or world's rank 7 laws, and had already completely understood one type of law. Even though it was only a doppelganger arriving, this type of level was able to be clearly expressed. Yes, you are the sovereign king of gluttony. The ruler of existence, but what of it? This is the Magus world. The most powerful world, so how much have you been suppressed? And besides, in this summoning room I have arranged binding runes. At the very least it can block 50% of your power from passing through. This is only your doppelganger. How much strength do you have left? In fact, I admire you as well. Fully aware that this was a trap, you still dared to come. Following Leylin's words, blood-red light burst forth from the summoning room's 4 walls. Ready to go, the demonic wings on the back of Beelzebub spread out, and wings of bone wrapped by a black membranous film collided with the wall. It let out a piercing light of thunderous lightning followed by an immense amount of blood-red and white smoke. Leylin's facial expression turned completely gloomy. Soon after, Beelzebub's many compound eyes let out a strange light. How can a mortal know the thoughts of a god? The gods? Leylin was surprised, but assumed a sneering expression. In my view, you are just prey. Just this and nothing more. And so, sovereign king of gluttony Beelzebub, until we meet again. Leylin placed his hand on his chest and executed a graceful aristocratic bow with a reproachable form. However, with this motion, the entire room was quickly swallowed up by bloody lightning. Rank 5 Emperor Serpent innate skill Devour. His body shrunk by several times, but the shadow of a Chemoian Serpent Emperor appeared solidly behind Leylin's back. Although it was still constrained by thorny chains, it did not reveal any trace of fatigue, and instead, a frightening black hole materialized in front of Leylin. Ka-cha, ka-cha, piercing lightning struck without pause, tearing apart the flesh on Beelzebub's body. Gigantic chunks of flesh entered the black hole without stopping, and finally became a terrifying blood-red life energy. Leylin's face flushed a little, but he did not completely absorb the energy. Instead, using his innate skill Devour to continuously purify Beelzebub's energy essence, until it finally became a small bottle's worth of red liquid. Mortal, vile magus, I will not let you go. I vow this in my name, in the name of Beelzebub. In the prison of bloody lightning, Beelzebub's voice and struggling became smaller, and finally faded away. When Beelzebub had completely disappeared, the entire pentagram star array and powerful runes on the surrounding walls had collapsed in an instant. There were even a lot of bite marks left, as if some terrifying creature had devastated the area. The existence of this type of law, even though it was only a doppelganger, it was still not easy to handle. However, Leylin resided in the Magus world and could borrow the entire word's strength to suppress Beelzebub, so he firmly held the advantage. Through the array and binding runes, Beelzebub's strength was continuously suppressed, and finally it had become an excessively weak clone. In the original history of the Central Continent, Beelzebub had several clones wreaking havoc. Finally he was suppressed, but his body had been splintered into fragments, leaving behind these gluttony imprints. And so Leylin's current power was still on the strong side even in the ancient times. Consequently, handling a weakened clone was not an issue at all. When Beelzebub's voice had entirely disappeared from the secret cell, and even the laws of gluttony had completely vanished, only then did Leylin stroke his chin, with a trace of a smile on his lips, a god. This statement is quite interesting. Having vaguely guessed Beelzebub's origin, Leylin did not take his warning and curses to heart, but instead looked at the dark red liquid in his hand. The extremely dense dark red pus seemed to have the tendency to crystallize, and its evil aura continuously lingered around the area of the test tube, which seemed very terrifying. Beep. Unknown body of energy. High purity. Contains the intense power of laws. Rich in corrosive energy, not recommended for use by the host. The AI chip scanned the substance and immediately gave its feedback. As expected, even after purification and being stripped by the innate skill Devour, this type of energy from the clone contained the original Beelzebub's genes and energy particles information. Leylin stroked his chin in thought. With the existence of the laws above, it was already possible to brand his own imprint on his soul, flesh and even his energy, as well as anything else. Even this projected clone contained Beelzebub's imprint, just like with the icy world's female bronze giant. Even if there was only one drop of blood, after traversing worlds it was still possible to open the spirit, and rebirth into a new life. If Leylin were to use this type of energy essence, although he would gain huge advantages in a short space of time, and even understand the laws of gluttony, in the end he was certain that he would resemble history's many magi, such as Robin. Leylin was fully aware of this corrupt practice, and of course would not be that reckless. Layer upon layer of sealing techniques appeared, revolving around the sides of the test tube. It sealed the power of the original dark red energy, and only after completing this was Leylin able to put the test tube away with relief. The final step of the preparations has been completed. After finishing everything, Leylin did not immediately attempt his last-ditch effort, but on the contrary, he returned to his bedroom and slept very well. A sleep without meditation, without calculations and without any burdens, relaxed Leylin's body and mind greatly. Soon after, he found a quiet room and slowly began to recall his memories. From the beginning of his birth in his previous world, growth, and after his final antimatter experiment failed and his passing, and from the Chernobyl Islands to his apprenticeship at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Teljo City, Extreme Night City, and the Central Continent. One by one, the fresh memories continuously emerged, along with the many people, friends and enemies. Through slowly combing through these memories, Leylin felt that the half-moon rank true soul within his point mass had become even more pure and thorough, tending towards the change into the full moon rank. This type of calm reflection continued for 5 or 6 days. Leylin's aura became weaker and weaker, and finally he resembled an ordinary person, with only the radiance in his eyes becoming more bright like the stars, and finally slowly and softly lessened, becoming like an ancient well without a single ripple. His innermost heart was peaceful and quiet, impervious to desires. Until the last moment, Leylin's heart no longer had any nervousness or confusion, only the determination to dauntlessly move forwards. He stood up suddenly, and went into the Star Realm laboratory. The simple astral gate radiated a piercing light with a glittering blue flame forming a round arched door. Just like a silver-colored spatial mirror, at its core was a complicated black vortex, and opposite was a brilliant galaxy, leading to unknown places. Beside the astral gate, There was a huge and complicated spell formation, and above it every rune was incomparably precise, minute and full of a sense of beauty. Over 10,000 of the runes seemed to swim like tadpoles, continuously sending out mysterious undulations. At the core of this formation, there was a round groove, and what it was used for was unknown. Beep. The lucky spell formation arrangement has been completed. Estimated amplification power, 107.6%. The AI chip's feedback was promptly transmitted. Leylin had created this amplification spell formation, according to the amplification techniques from ancient runes and with the AI chip's terrifying deduction and simulation ability. Due to discarding its universality and specially targeting a magical item's effect, it was amplified to over 100%. As far as Leylin was concerned, this could be considered an unexpected joy. Let's begin. Leylin's eyes had a resolute appearance. Once you fly, you soar. Success involved completely breaking free of his bloodline shackles, an unexpected and frightening result. Beep. Astral Gate has been opened, searching coordinate database. Along with the AI chip's voice, the brilliant river of light within the silver mirror drew constantly closer, until a star resembling a vortex appeared, and the screen's depiction ended there. This was the calm Jade constellation, the location of the Purgatory world. With the predecessor's data and adding the AI chip's continuous deduction, it could only progress to this step. Within the calm Jade constellation were tens of thousands of worlds, along with many half-planets, different dimensions and broken spaces. Their numbers were as vast as the numbers of stars in the sky. To find the location of the Purgatory world from so many possible coordinates was tantamount to fishing a needle from the sea. Although Leylin had the AI chip, he still needed a lot of time to do this. And what he lacked now, unfortunately, was time. At this step, the role of the AI chip and information has already been exhausted. I can only slowly search and rely on luck. Leylin seemingly sighed, and with a flash of golden light, a simple gold coin appeared in his hand. This shape of the gold coin was very simple, and it was surrounded by a circle of dark golden light. One side of the coin had a skull on it, the other side the pattern of a lucky bird. The gold coin currently had several cracks, and it almost split the coin apart. This was the unique magic item Lucky Coin. It was Leylin's greatest gain from Extreme Night City. Holding it was just like grasping a thread of the power of destiny. Even in the field of Star Realm experimentation, the power of destiny could exert a terrifying might. Leylin was initially able to find the Black Rain world, obtaining multilime strength, thanks to the power of destiny. From that time onwards, Leylin had completely sealed the lucky coin and had not even used it despite several crises, preparing to get the most use out of it. And now, it was time to use the coin. Go. A golden arc flashed from Leylin's hands, the lucky coin streaked across space in a shining trajectory, into the groove in the center of the lucky spell formation seamlessly, as if they were originally one. Bzz. A great deal of light twinkled, threads of golden power were released from the spell formation, following the ritual into the lucky coin, making the coin's dark golden light become even more dazzling. Due to the material constraints of the lucky coin, it is only possible to make predictions up to the Morning Star level, but once it touches upon powers beyond Morning Stars, it will meet with a horrible backlash. Leylin watched the dark golden light of the lucky coin intensify, a peculiar expression flashing in his eyes.